This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you, buongiorno, wherever you're watching from around the world. Sunday action coming your way on the European Cricket Network. It is day 7 of this European Cricket Series in Italy, and Rome has been bringing the sunshine and the big hit so far over the first week of action. Week 1 concluding with day 7 today, which includes 6 matches. So the reason for this is because we need to get through 56 matches in 11 days in the initial stage. Of course, 11 fives are 55, so there's an extra match, and that will be played today. It also means that the matches will be slightly squashed together a bit more because of the sunlight, but really looking forward to it. We're going to start with Lanka, who are the 8th team to arrive, but they're the first team up this morning. They're taking on Roma Capanelli. Now I can tell you the news from the toss is that Lanka, they did win the toss, and their captain Nico Fernando has elected to bowl first. Interesting one for me. I think he maybe just wants to feel things out a little bit, know what he's chasing. Now, even though we saw a pretty action-packed squad for Lanka, including their former Test cricketer, well, I suppose current Test cricketer, Mino Banuka, I don't think we'll see him featuring. Just the information I'm getting is that a couple of those big names won't be available for the series. Having said that, Lanka, they were a lot improved last year. Bit unlucky. They were kind of the Asian Latina of last year in that they lost a lot of close ones. We also know they've lost a golden ball in the past, a couple of years ago against Roma CC, so they finished 1-7 last year. The year before they were winless. Let's see if they can improve this time around. I know that they are a lot more experienced, that's for sure. And we'll be missing the Volcano as well, says just Fernando, who won't be featuring for Lanka. So well, remember that my commentator from week 1, Corey, he tipped Lanka big. Just remember that. Let's see if they can deliver for him. Roma Capanelli, though, they're on a bit of a losing streak themselves. They are 3-7. They won their first 3, but since then, they haven't been able to register a win. So it's really 2 teams that could really use a win. Big question for me is Roma Capanelli. They've had a little bit of a mini break. Will they come back refreshed, I suppose? Bilal Khan, he's going to be really important, the left armour, opening the bowling. And of course, you know, players like Gulam at the top, Kakulawala as well. Can they find their batting boots at this key stage of the tournament? Because really, you feel like Roma Capanelli cannot afford another loss if they are going to make the finals. And they've got 4 games to go before we make the cut. Conditions today, I can tell you, it is nice, bright sunshine. Once again, expecting 31 degrees, currently about 21 degrees. Why don't we head over to the commentary box then with the news from the toss. That match number 31, it is Lanka. They've won the toss, and they're going to field as we get ready for the start of the day.
And good morning from the commentary box. It is day 7, early start. So thanks to all the early birds that have come in to catch the worms. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, as we're going to get into the biggest day of the tournament. If you want to go on the amount of matches, we have 6 of them right here. Let's have a look back to yesterday, though. And we had 5 of them yesterday, and yeah, it started with match number 26, and this was a match between Asian Latina and Gladiator. Gladiator falling 5 runs short, and that was continues the good run of Asian Latina, who lost their first 6 games, but then that was their 3rd win on the trot. Then next we had match 27, Rome Bangla Morning Sun against Gladiator, and Gladiator's woes continued with a 28-run loss. Sharif Raihan's been amongst the runs. In fact, he's the leading run scorer in the tournament at the moment. And he piled on 45, not his biggest innings, but it was pretty influential as RBMS got the win there. It was a rare batting first win from Rome Bangla, who liked to chase. Then, middle game of the day, Asian Latina made 118 and defended it. One of the lowest scores defended in this tournament. Despite the efforts of Anik Ahmed, 3 for 9 and 34, Rome Bangla Morning Sun had a calamitous collapse as they were all out for 73. Onkar Singh, he was the real star there. 5 for 6, and it continues his amazing run against Rome Bangla Morning Sun when he was able to take 3 for 1 the last over, and that also included hat-trick number 34 of the season. Then we had match number 29 with Roma CC on the park, chasing 100 against Gladiator. They handed Gladiator a 3rd loss for the day. They ended up winning with 9 balls to spare. Had Charles Fernando with an unbeaten 50 in the response. And then the final match of the day, Roma CC in a rematch against the Friday night match. It was Rome Bangla Morning Sun, 131 in response to 150. Roma CC piled on the runs, almost 100 runs in the second half of the innings to get to 150, 94 to be exact. And Shal Chaudhry tried hard with 55 off 18. He couldn't make a game, but Rahat was good, wasn't he? 56 of 19 in the first innings. So this is what the table looks like. And today we have Lanka for the first time. And they still have 14 games to go. A bit more about their team in a moment. But Roma CC sitting pretty at the top. And so, yeah, we're looking forward to the start of a new date. Now, I have a new co-commentator because Corey has taken off to prepare for ECC. It's my pleasure to welcome Nishay Bhatt. Nishay, welcome to the commentary box. How are you looking forward to today's action?
I'm really looking forward to this. Obviously, really looking forward to this, of course, our first time commentating together, and also it's going to be really, really exciting, won't it?
Yeah, I know you would have been watching a little bit of the action during the week. Who have you liked so far, team-wise? Who do you think's looking good?
Oh, the pick of the bunch has to be the Roma Cricket Club. I mean, they've been so good, undefeated. They look unassailable right now. And then Roma Capanelli, who we're about to see shortly, they've had a very different time, haven't they?
Yeah, that's very astute observations. We've seen some records going down. We've seen 175 chase, which is a record chase on ECN. Of course, last time our viewers saw you were actually in Romania for the ECN Intercontinental Cup, the men's tournament, won by the hosts. How was that experience for you?
Oh, it was a wonderful experience. My first time getting to commentate outside of Cyprus, and I think all the teams involved were just so good. It was a very high level of cricket, and Italy, this is one of the best places on the ECN calendar, so I'm very excited to get to cover an exciting event.
You've picked the venues well. We've taken you to Romania in Moira of Lasia, which is a beautiful ground, and we've got you here at Roma CC. Well, Nish, we hope you enjoy your time here over the next week. As we're pretty excited to see Kent Lanka, who have a big program. Nico Fernando leads them. Rizal Jawadina behind the stumps. Now, there were a couple of names in there, including Manod Banuka, but my information is that he won't be available for the tournament. A couple of others as well. So it's a fairly similar looking team to the Kent Lanka we saw last year. Now, watch out for Erosh Vikmuthi. This is a guy that can take catches and do backflips. He's a very entertaining player, but yeah, Nico Fernando, I think he's likely to open the batting. They are fielding first, though, after winning the toss. Like we said, Capanelli, they won their first 3 games. They have lost their last 7. Obviously, it's a very important game for both teams, being the first game for Kent Lanka, and Capanelli just searching for that 4th win.
Yeah, Capanelli, it's funny because they do have a lot of talented players, but they just don't seem to find a way to string together one great performance. As of course, we take a look at who will win this match. Kent Lanka fancied as the favorites, 58%. But of course, let's keep in mind they were 1-7 last time around when they took part in last year's ECS. So maybe just the right team for the Capanelli to face when they've looking to get rid of this little losing streak they've had.
Yeah, so it's either who will win. Favouring Kent Lanka. Just like the fact we haven't seen him yet. And it's going to be Kekulawala to open up with Ahmed Ghulam. Kekulawala pushes down the ground, opening with spin here, something we haven't seen a lot of. It's a very bouncy, fast pitch, but Nico Fernando, he's the captain. He's a real key player. He also follows ECN a fair bit, so I'm always happy to see Nico. So already something different from Kent Lanka with the spinner. Yeah,
I like this left arm spinner to the 2 right-handers. It's thinking outside the box, and I think Lanka are going to have to do a whole lot of that to succeed in this tournament.
Ghulam's a good player, and he's kind of got off the boil a little bit. Very good fielder. Fernando will just slide the ball into the right hand and maybe turn the odd one away. And just like we said, this will be no run. So, yeah, it's going to be a big day. Not often we have a 6-match day in the European Cricket Series. You were involved in one back in Cyprus earlier in the year, Trip.
Yeah, we had a couple of 6-match days in Cyprus.
Oh, he knocks him over, and it's early strike for Kent Lanka as the captain, Nico Fernando, just slides that straight between the bat and the pad of Ghulam. He goes for a duck. You get to meet Derek nice and early, Nish. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah, very good morning to Derek as well as our viewers. I mean, this is a good one. It just stays straight, plays all around that one, and he's clean bowled as, of course, Derek comes to greet Ghulam. Not the start Capanelli would have won it after all their batting woes.
Yeah, and I think that's the case against a left-arm spinner. They're always kind of threatening to turn the ball away from the bat, but a lot of them don't. They just come straight on, and that went right through the gate. So disappointment for Ghulam. He's a good player out of luck at the moment. We didn't have to wait too long for our first wicket. And Nico Fernando, he's very happy with that guy we have seen previously playing for Pianoro, but he's Kent Lanka through and through. And he provides their first wicket. I should say also it's Nicolo Fernando. There's a little bit of a typo in the graphics, but that'll get fixed up pretty shortly. Hamza comes to the crease. He's a very good leg spinner, and he's batting 3. He's had his moments with the bat as well, but I think Capanelli just have had trouble stringing an innings together and going at a kind of acceptable pace, which I think is 12 plus and over. Sometimes they've been a bit too careful. I suppose that wasn't one of those occasions. This is driven nicely by Hamza, and this will be the first boundary of the day. Just the start you want.
Just the start he needed. I mean, I've been watching Hamza a fair bit. He's a really aggressive hitter. And, well, this one is slightly over pitch. He just hammers that away towards cover as they get their first boundary. But, yeah, just going back to Kent Lanka, as we mentioned at the top of this broadcast, he went 1-7 in last year's ECS. So.
Yeah. And the scary thing is that was actually an improvement on the year before when they were 0-8. Another good ball from Fernando, searching. You might notice, see his front foot hits the sideline, but that's actually okay. It's where his back foot lands. So as long as his back foot is inside the sideline, it doesn't really matter if that front foot is on the return crease, as he can't get the last one away, Hamza. Really good start for Kent Lanka, who restrict Capanelli in the first over. It's 5 for 1.
Yeah, excellent start for a team that has struggled historically in this tournament. As, of course, now Kelu Kalawala. I think he's another very exciting player, as we, of course, do need to remind you that there's 8 days left until the Euros of Cricket. They'll kick off on the 25th of September. 31 nations will battle it out to be European champions. Of course, we've got a lot of debutants taking part in that tournament, including the country I hail from, Cyprus.
Yeah, Cyprus. So, we saw Cyprus actually in the ECIs in Czechia recently, and look, they had some good performances in there. A lot of unknowns in this year's ECC, and so that's a week tomorrow. That's really creeping up. That's why Corey's taken off a little bit early. He's coaching Spain, of course. Now, I don't want to shock anyone, but I might have some early morning Nabi news. All right. I just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat before we get into the heavy stuff. But hello to Silva. Good to see you. Rob Thompson, probably enjoying the early start, given his time zone. Saying great start for Derek and Nish. Yeah, why don't you say hello to us in there? I see Helix is in there, Dave B as well. All right, time for over number 2, and it's Kavinda Karananaika who's going to bowl it. So, Kent Lanka, certainly experienced in the format. So at Roma Capanelli, but they're two teams that have struggled for success in the European Cricket Series, going head-to-head here. First up, first to 6 matches. He's over number 2, the big left armour. Slides into the pad, and a leg bye will be the result. So, here's my information, is that Nabi is kind of stranded in the subcontinent. He went for a trip. He's having a bit of trouble logistically getting back. So he's asked to just join the team in Spain, but the management have said, no, you have to come back and do like a fitness test or something in France, and they may not allow it. So they may be saying, no, he can't play. Another one slides into the pads. So, I mean, Nabi obviously superstar of the ECL with Drew. I know a lot of the fans will be disappointed if he doesn't get on the park, Nish.
No, certainly. I mean, I was just hearing quite a bit about him by you earlier today, and that'd just be a huge blow for France. I mean, he's a terrific player, and we just hope that there's some way that he can find his way to be involved in the ECC.
Yeah, I tell you, there's one member of our ECN team that'll be very happy if there's no Nabi, and that is Corey, the coach of Spain. Kevin steps across and just gets a bit about on this, just a single, yeah, because Spain, France's bowling, I think you can't doubt their bowling. They've got a lot of really good bowlers, good options as well. They've got 3 different spin options. But if they do struggle for runs sometimes. They've got some good players in there like Mukhtar Ali Galami. Anyway, we'll see. If he's there, he's there. If he's not, then I think a few questions will be asked. Anyway, Harms up 4 off 4. Start with a boundary, followed with 3 dots. It's a Gundy ball down the leg side, called wide. So yeah, first time in Italy for you, I believe, as well. Is that right, Nish?
Yeah, it's my first time in the country too, and certainly great to be here. I mean, my welcome to Italy moment was when I walked out of the airport yesterday and saw all the taxi drivers dressed in fine suits.
Yeah, no, that's it. They do take pride in it here. And, well, I'm sure you have a good time. Oh, that's a good ball. That's nutmegged him. There's a wild throw from the keeper. That's Joe Waduna behind the stumps. You can see some of the movement Karunanak is getting here. Getting that natural left armour in swing to the right-hander.
No, I really love this start by Kent Lanka. They've been so good with their lines and lengths early, really tight, attacking the stumps as well. They've made it difficult for Roma Capanelli, obviously, who are very desperate for runs considering the struggles they've had.
Oh, it was a carbon copy, wasn't it? This time flicks a bit of the pad of Hamza. He just needs to recognise here and get right across. They'd be wides down the leg side if he's a bit more organised with his positioning and footwork. Yeah, so hey, Italy's a great place. And I know you've got Thursday off, so if I were you, I'd start planning. Get into town. From where we're staying here in Spinacetto, probably takes you maybe 45 minutes to an hour. Catch the bus, catch the train, get in, see some of the landmarks. The Colosseum, of course, very famous. Yeah, better shot. And that's exactly what I said from Hamza. He needs to get well across, and he gets it out of the ground. The first one of the day, Maximo. 6 to Roma Capanelli.
Yeah, I think he was just starting to get a touch too predictable there. This time he slightly missed the length too, and he's done so well there, Hamza. Hit his second boundary of this innings. Smart work as, of course, we take a look at the standings. Roma Cricket Club, of course, the pick of the bunch. They're off to a perfect start with 7 wins in 7. But then, of course, as we mentioned, the Capanelli, 7 straight losses after getting off to a flyer of a start. And Kent Lanka, well, had to wait quite a while to come here, but I think they started really well.
They're on the chase, aren't they? I mean, Roma CC will play 3 times a day, so they'll have 10 matches. It really is Castellina and Kent Lanka catching up. That's the format in this European Cricket Series. And some people wondering why that is. It's all to do with travel. So a lot of the guys from Kent Lanka, they're coming from Napoli or Naples, which is probably 2 or 3 hours, maybe 2.5, 3 hours away from Rome. So they had a very early morning, leaving in the middle of the night basically to be here. So it's just to stop them having to travel back and forth. They can come here and stay here for a few days. All right, here's Nico back for over number 3. And this is in the air. Is it travelling? I think it is all the way. It does. Maximo! As Kevin Kakulawala, that's a confidence booster for him. 6 runs.
Yeah, he did this one, Kakulawala. He's been slightly out of sorts to start this innings, but we know he's a good player. He's been one of the bigger run producers for this Capanelli side. He just chips that one up, and it's cleared the boundary rope.
Power play batting.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, lights are on, we're home, and we are back because, yeah, unfortunately, an unscheduled power outage has interrupted the first game of the day. We know that these things can happen. It's an unpredictable atmosphere that we hold the ECS in. When we left you, it's 21 for 1 off 2.1, and it still is, as Nico Fernando will continue the third over on to Kevin Kakulawala. Down leg side, this will be a wide. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Good to have Nish Butt joining us back in the commentary box. Well, Nish, I don't know what happened. It happened a few times during the week, but I'm just happy we're back underway.
Yeah, no, of course, it was really good how they were able to just diagnose the problem really quickly.
That's a really good shot from Kakulawala. This is more him. I think sometimes he gets a bit fancy trying to wander around the crease, but that's just a proper cricket shot from Kevin.
Yeah, firm shot, really good-looking front foot cover drive. I think one thing you have to say about Lanka, though, is they've probably been pitching it a bit too full, but RC have just allowed them to get away with that. But now Capanelli, I'd like to see them play some good-looking drives and really look to attack these lengths.
A little bit shorter from Nico. Oh, this one gets around the fielder, and that's going to run away for 4. That was probably stoppable. Never easy square of the wicket. A bit of a bonus there for Roma Capanelli.
First little bit of indiscipline from this Lanka side. So far, they've been really on it in the field and with their lengths as well. But again, that's the thing with T10 cricket. It just takes a couple of balls to swing the momentum, and now it's just coming back in favor of the Capanelli.
Yeah, 12 and over at the moment. Oh no, this could be extras and a few of them as it's speared down the leg side. Won't go all the way, probably early in the day. This outfield's a little bit slower. It'll be a wide plus 2 running runs. That'll be 3 wides to the total.
Yeah, you got to say, I think the Mantha wasn't quite able to get to it, but his partner did. But that was a good chase he put in there early. So, yep, that's how you come back from a power outage. Just get your energy back.
It's Capanelli with the power so far upon resumption. Now, I don't have any info that the game's been reduced, although we're still waiting for the power to come back, so maybe I've missed the message. But as far as I'm concerned, I think we're still got a 10 over game. So that's good to know.
This is a good-looking shot. Just struck away towards mid-wicket. He plays it off his pads well. Again, smart cricket. That was a good ball, and he managed to get a run off it. So intelligent stuff here by the Capanelli.
Yeah, it's good to follow up boundary and a few extras with a single. Fernando, I think you can afford to just take one off this, and unless it's really there to hit, you'd be pretty happy with taking 25 off the Kent Lanka skipper. Last ball's a third. You do get a thick inside edge on this, so Hamza will retain the strike. Into the power play. Oh, the power play's finished. Hopefully the power's not finished. It is 35 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, this is a very even power play. I think Lanka probably just got away from them a bit in that third over, but I think they'll take restricting their opponent to just under 12, as of course we take a look at the run score in this power play. Started off with a couple of quiet overs there, just 15 of the first 2, and then managed to getting 20 in that big third over.
Magical over, interrupted over as well, wasn't it? It's yes, it's something to work with for Roma Capanelli, who in last year's series they're averaging 80 per 10 overs with the bat, so yeah, they'll be wanting to find a few more runs from somewhere. Looks like this will be Dimirat Ranasinger to bowl over number 4.
Yeah, that kind of goes against the cricketing convention. Usually delays tend to bother the batsman more than the bowler, but that wasn't the case over there.
Yeah, I suppose such a short game. The batters are used to coming out straight away and hitting, so maybe it's not as much of an issue in a 10 over match. Here's Ranasinger for the first time in the tournament. Oh, it's a pretty good ball first up. Thick inside edge onto the body. Hamza scrambles a 1.
Yeah, I love this. Once again, they're still bowling attacking lines and lengths. Of course, with the power play down, you can have more than 2 fielders outside the ring. So there's a cow corner, a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off, and deep extra cover. So plenty of protection for those straight boundaries. Really needs to be bowling full.
Good natural shape there from Ranasinger. Left arm just straightening down the line. He's lucky he got some bat on that. Oh, a little bit short, and a late decision from Kevin to try and pull that. How about this for a follow-through, though, from Ranasinger?
almost seems to speed up after bowling the ball. I wouldn't say this is necessarily allowed down the middle of the pitch, but certainly the batter knows he's there.
Yeah, he's getting right in the batter's face. Good ball, though. I think that was a nice hard length. That's where he's going to want to keep bowling.
One doesn't really bite back, but good over so far. This is just a single. Yeah, so yeah, still a 10-over game. Just a reminder to everyone, this is a 6-game day, not a 5-game day, and it's because of the format of this series. It's 8-team double round robin, so 56 matches, and then we'll have finals on Friday. It also means the matches are squeezed together a little bit, so we'll try and stay on time as much as possible. It's quite ambitious, but I think we can get it done. Short, he gets this one wrong. Bowler calls for it, Ranasinger, keeper calls for it. Keeper wins, keeper takes the catch, and Hamza goes for 12. It's 37 for 2.
Well-deserved wicket for Ranasinger. He's bowled so well this over, and again, he's just sticking to that nice hard length this time around the batter. Just looking to whack that one towards the leg side. Gets a completely miscues that one, and it pops up, and it's obviously a good decision to always leave these for the keeper as he watches that one well, takes in his gloves, and that's the second wicket for Lanka. So a good start for Lanka. Yeah, I've had to wait quite a while to play their first match, but they've been right on it.
Yeah, they have, and they got the look of a team that have waited 6 days to get into the competition. All right, well, here's Dane. Dane Kirby. I don't want this to be the only thing we mention all the time, because he has played some good innings in this series, but he does own 5 golden ducks. And yeah, well, there they are, Derek and Go. Well, first ball's always the toughest for Dane. Let's see if he can get through it. Facing Ranasinger. Yeah, and you can. He's going to get off the mark with a slightly questionable single. And, well, I'm happy to see Dane get off the 0.
No, I'm glad I wasn't the first one to mention the Golden Duck stat. He's been so polite to me all morning, so at least it wasn't me who mentioned that first.
Literally one of the nicest guys I've ever met, Dane Kirby. And he's also the Vatican City cricket coach as well. But it's hard to avoid the conversation topic of the 5 Goldens in the series. Back to Kevin. He just pushes this off the back foot. He'll get 1. That's the end of the over. Ranasinger, a very good one from him. Good start to his series. 1 for 4 off the 4th. The score is 39 for 2.
Yeah, this has been really good by Lanka. Just a 1 expensive over, but outside of that, they've stuck to their game plan really, really well. So the skipper, Nicolo Fernando, will be absolutely delighted, of course.
He will. It's been a kind of, I suppose, fairly even start. Something for everyone. A couple of wickets for Kent Lanka, but also, I mean, that run rate, considering we know that Kent Lanka themselves, without some of their big guns, such as Sergio Fernando, may be challenged by something 110, something like that, even 100. We hadn't actually seen a score of under 100 defended since the 10th of July in European Cricket Series cricket or any ECN cricket, men's cricket. Shows you that what you need to win games is going up, as we see Ishan Shaminda with the ball. First one sliding down leg side. Kekulawala not able to make contact.
Yeah, that is interesting, certainly. I mean, watching ECSs outside of Cyprus, I do see a lot more high-scoring games, but Cyprus seems to be heading the other direction. The first ECS I covered back in 2020.
That was insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no. Well, that's high. And it's going to be smashed out of the ground. Well, that's a 7-up. Dropped in the cheap seats. Maximal. Kevin takes 7, and he's got a free hit.
No, not a good ball here by Shaminda early. As that one's a quite easy decision there for the umpire at square leg, Suleiman Saeed.
Yeah, Shaminda just losing the handle on that one. Yeah, Sully's a very good umpire. Spot that one early. Out there with Mahbub, who's standing this over. Nirmal's the 3rd umpire for this game. And he absolutely nails the free hit. Well, that's Kekulawala at his best. He stands still, he hits straight through the line, and he brings the power. 13 off that ball, and the 50's up suddenly for Roma Capanelli.
Yeah, he just wanted to get his length right. He does manage to land this one on the pitch, but it's very over-pitched. This one's deposited straight down the ground, and Kekulawala, we've seen him show some of his power hitting throughout this series, and bit more demonstration of that early in this over. Has 13 runs already of these first couple of balls, and well, Shaminda's got a real headache here. He just needs to get the length right to start off.
Yeah, Shaminda kind of challenging KK, and he was up to the challenge. Oh, now he goes the reverse. Again, probably doesn't need to do that. I know it's easy from here. And he does play that shot pretty well, to be fair, Kevin Kagulawala, but he's just been hitting the regular shot so well. Maybe an unnecessary risk. Now just pushes and gets one.
Yeah, with third man inside the ring, he was maybe just hoping that if he gets some bat on it, it can race away for a 4. But again, as you said, he's played the orthodox shot so well, and you'd have expected him to just stick to that.
A few people cruising into the chat. Nice to see Sundori in here. Hello to Kroom as well. Big day in England today because it's their ECL qualifier. Oh, another high delivery. Kirby, he's not able to get this away for runs, but he will get a free hit. It's a nice opportunity for Dane. That's the second one. So actually, that means that Shaminda is on his second and final warning. So, yeah, free hit. Still 2 to go in the over. Let's see if Kirby can muscle one out of the ground. Does Shaminda go a bit quicker here? I feel like he probably does. Maybe tries to jam in a Yorker. Kind of. Kane will get a run thanks to a French cut. So, yeah, this over's gone for 16 as well. So, it's interesting. We had the fourth over go for just 4. But then, of course, we had the 20-run magical over in the third. This one has gone for 16 with the ball to go. Kagulawala might try and take it magical. No, he's happy to take the 1 and take the runs off the over. End of 5. The score is 56 for 2. And it gives us an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. And you might notice, as a few people have already in the chat, this isn't Corey Rutgers next to me because Corey has taken off before the ECC. But I do have Nish. Nish Abart is kind of our Cyprus expert, but now you're branching out. How do you feel to be in Italy this morning?
Oh, it feels great to be here, and I think this first match to start off is very exciting. I think we've seen a good back and forth. We've seen some really tight overs here by Lanka, but then each time they look like they're pegging them down. Capanelli roar back with a couple of big overs. 2 overs have gone magical so far.
That's true, and one thing we haven't had for a while, actually, since the 22nd of July, is a golden ball. Now, Corey, he was a bust. He didn't deliver. I think we're looking at a man here. We've got to reset this clock. We're over 300 games now without a golden ball. We need someone to reset it for the ECC. I think you're my man, Nish.
I mean, I did have the honor of commentating my first golden ball earlier this year in Cyprus, so hoping to get to do one in Rome as well.
This has worked away. Yeah, it'd be pretty exciting. Imagine if you had one first game. But Rome tends to bring the golden balls. Roma CC, the host, they've actually played 3 golden balls as a club. Oh, big swing from Kirby. Doesn't quite time this. This is Achintha Danuwan who is bowling. Now, Achintha is famous for many things, but mostly he took 4 wickets in a row last year. He took 4 wickets in 4 balls, a double hat trick. And he takes one here as Kirby swings all the way across it, not really coming through at the pace that Dane thought. So it's a fairly brief stay for Kirby, and Danuwan doesn't waste too much time. A wicket in his first over is 57 for 3.
Great variation, just rolls his fingers across that ball, and that's what I love about Lanka. Anytime they've been hammered for a few runs the previous over, they come back strong the very next over, as unfortunately for Kirby, some of his batting woes continue. Just 2 runs for him here. And we just take another look at this ball again. Yeah, just great bit of variation. Crashes into the top of the middle stump. And there we go, Achintha. Absolutely, Achintha Danuwan. He has every right to be really happy with that one. As we're going to see Moratini walk out for the Roma Capanelli.
Yeah, Moratini, typically their opening bowler, but I know he's been struggling a little bit with an injury, so hopefully he's not too hampered. He's essentially playing as a batter now in the lineup. Moratini faces for the first time. Danuwan, pretty good delivery. Yeah, that 4 wickets in 4 balls that Achintha Danuwan took last year, it was actually pretty crazy. Roma CC needed 7 off the last over with plenty of wickets in hand, and Achintha went wicket, 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 then a 1, and then 6 off the last ball. Roma CC got there in the end. It was Nat and Bige that hit the winning runs, and it was a clip that actually went a bit viral around the world. But it just shows you what ECN can bring. And I don't know if you saw it, but earlier in the week, Nish, you probably did, we had that crazy game between Royal Roma and Asian Latina, which had a bowler deflection onto the stumps to finish the game. Another high ball. This is going to be another no ball. It's going to be another boundary. Moratini this time can handle the body line. He's going to get a free hit.
Yeah, third no ball already. This is another one that just slips out of his hand. He's been doing so well so far. But Moratini just helps that one along. No protection behind square on the leg side, so easy pickings. As they're going to get a free hit to round out this over. Denewon just spoiling what had been a near perfect over until then.
Free hit. Free miss for Moratini. Probably just tries to go a little bit square there. Maybe he could try and hit that a bit straighter. Still a ball to go. No, that's the end of the over. It's 64 for 3 after 6. And as you said, Nish, every time the game's swinging one way, it seems to swing back. And pretty even contest, I think, all things considered so far.
Very even contest, as of course we take a look at the scorecard. Kelukawala, once again, top scoring for the Capanelli so far. He's probably been the most impressive batter for their side in the early stages of this ECS. And then again, see a few players get a start, like Amir Hamza. Kirby managed to get a couple of runs, but just couldn't kick on after that. And I think Moratini's really got to hang around here. They'll need to get at least one big partnership here in the middle overs to hopefully look to tee off in the last 2.
Yeah, Kukulawala. I think his fundamentals are pretty good. I mean, you can see he can bat. Something has to work out his strategy sometimes when he's attacking and how much he's premeditating versus just going with what comes to him. As Vikmuthi comes in to bowl, and Kevin whacks him away just wide of the fielder. That'll be 4. So, yeah, pretty quick hands there from Kevin. That's well dealt with by Kevin Kukulawala.
Yeah, as you said, of course, sometimes, you just unnecessarily premeditate shot, but as we can see, he's so good playing orthodox cricketing strokes. As we're just taking a look at whether this is inside the boundary rope or not. It clearly is.
Easily.
It's a fairly easy decision.
It's good effort from the fielder to try and make the play. But yeah, I think 4 runs been given. Vikmuthi, he's an entertaining player for more than one reason. Probably what he's best known for is the fact that he can do backflips after he takes catches, or maybe wickets. So keep a camera on him at all times, please, guys. Number 30, Hirosh Vikmuthi. On the walk this time, Kukulawala doesn't really time it, but he does get a single. He's been joined out there, like we said, by Michelle Moratini, who'll get to face Vikmuthi for the first time.
Yeah, Vikmuthi coming back well after another poor delivery to start off his over. That was a much better length. Just cramped the batsman for room.
Oh, he knocks him over. One that keeps a bit low. And guess what? He's back. It's the old Bolton backflip combo from Vikmuthi as he rocks the stumps of Moratini. 69 for 4.
Oh, that is a very Nani-esque celebration for those of you who might remember him from the 2010s. Let's take another look at this. This is a great ball, fantastic length. But forget about that. Take a look at this celebration. You won't see that too often.
Well, you better not be editing too many of those out, Andres, because this is what we want to see. Watch him stick the landing. Oh, get that guy to the Olympics, Hirosh Vikmuthi. And this is only the beginning. They've got 14 games, Kent Lanka. Way up. That is not a trampoline, folks. That is a regular cricket field. And he turns it into something very acrobatic. And I think we may have our play of the day. We haven't been here that long.
Oh, it's going to be very hard to top that unless Vikmuthi can come up with even more acrobatics for future wickets. Wonder what he has in store if he manages to get a hat trick.
I can only imagine. Strains for a bit of extra pace here. New batter, Andrew Jayaraja is out there.
Do you think we could ask him to do different kinds of celebrations each time? What about a cartwheel next time?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what his repertoire is, but I feel like we'll find out over 14 games. Oh, yeah. Can you do that?
No, no way.
Looks like the sort of thing I'd try at a party, but may land me in hospital. Jay Raja coming out at 6, a bit higher than we've seen him batting recently. Let's see if he can get something going with just over 3 overs to go. Jay Raja does like to deflect. He's a very funky type of player. Probably have the fine leg back for him. Matter of time till he tries something. He just plays this in a fairly orthodox fashion. Well bowled. This is such a good over. It's kind of been an over of... There's been overs that have been expensive, ones that have been really cheap. It's all averaged out to about an average run rate so far.
Yeah, this over is going to go down in the stats book as just, 6 runs so far. Still got a ball to go, but it feels like so much more has happened just because of the incredible celebration.
This is going to be squeezed square of the wicket. Leandro is off the mark. The skipper will retain the strike into 7 overs. Pretty entertaining over, to say the least, from Vimukthi. It's 71 for 4 after 7. Just a reminder to everyone out there that we have the ECC coming up in 8 days. Now, I've been doing this game, ready? I'll roll a dice, and it's telling me Group E, Team 5. Okay, Malta. Now, Malta, team you know pretty well, of course, from the Intercontinental Cup. We saw them in T20 cricket, but they're a team that are in a pretty tough group there. I'd say that Zishan Khan's a key for them, obviously with the bat. Fanya Mughal as well, with the bat and the ball. How do you think they're going to go in the ECC this year, Nish?
I think they could do well. I know they had only 1 win last year, but again, I think both Romania and Malta, the 2 teams I covered, they've improved quite a bit this year. What I love about Malta is all the exciting quick bowlers they have as we take a look at this ball here.
And of course, speaking of Malta, as this gets over the top of the point, Jay Raja wants to, he likes to run crazy. Probably would have made it, but happy with one in the end. Bilal Khan, of course, former Maltese international, playing for Roma Capanelli, although he's not in the side today. But, yeah, so Malta just was squeezed out of the finals by France last year on about 0.05 of net run rate. Literally went down to the last couple of balls. It was a dramatic golden ball in the last group game of Group C last year. This is in the air and it's gone. So Kikuliwala is now going to go, and Runner Singh has been brought back effectively. He is going to get the big wicket of the opener, thick edge, and I think it's a smart fielding position to have because a lot of edges have flown uncontrollably into that quarter of the field. So Kikuliwala is going to have to go for 40, and it's 72 for 5.
Yeah, this is a huge wicket. Kikuliwala has been the only Roma Capanelli batter so far. Has looked at all comfortable. This time he gets a top edge, goes up to the fielder, a third man. It's really well taken. And Capanelli, anytime it just feels like they're going to start to get away, Lanka pegged them back really well. So again, I think this has kind of been the problem for them throughout this ECS. They just can't string together one good innings where each batter comes in and makes a solid contribution.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. And Kevin has to step aside. Zai Borang is the new batter. So we'll sneak through for a single first ball. So I had a few questions in the chat, Nish, and one of them was about some of the players from Italy that we're not seeing in this tournament, such as Jagmeet Singh, Sukhvinder Singh, and a few others that played in the last ECN Italy. What you have to remember is the last ECN we had in Italy at the start of May, or end of April, I think, after Cyprus. That was for players that live in the north of the country. So this is an ECS for players that live closer to the centre of Italy in Rome. So that's why some of those players that we'll probably see in the national setup for Italy, they're not taking part in this European Cricket Series. This is the Rome Series. In the air, but not for long. Jay Raja, I'd like to see him trying to hit the ball in front of the wicket. It's a good shot, but he'll just get a single. The other question here, and I wasn't aware of this, have you ever umpired a match? Some people think they've umpired a match.
I mean, if umpiring a Willow League village cricket match in
but you haven't umpired an ECN
counts.
match yet, because I think I would have remembered that. No, Nish hasn't umpired. All right, in the air. This is going. It is going, and it is gone. Maximo. That's a good strike for Zai Borang. Probably his highlight of the first week was a ridiculous one-hand catch that was the play of the day during the week. But this is a nice shot. He just kind of backs himself to hit it, almost like a straight pull, but gets the full value.
Yeah, this is a bit more of a baseball strike, isn't it? Just to hit it to center field. To use a baseball reference, but I did see that catch. That was probably the laziest, best catch you'll ever see. Yeah. Stuck a hand out and it went right into his palm.
wasn't even looking at the ball. It was just hoping. And sometimes your wishes are answered. Ranasinger cops it for the first time, really. Now gets pulled away. So takes some stopping as well. And yeah, nice bit of work. They'll come back for 2. And yeah, one thing about these two, I see Leandro, he's always trying to goad the team into throwing. So trying to get overthrows that way. He's very cheeky and a bit sneaky with his running between the wickets. That'll be the end of the over. And the score is 82 for 5. I suppose the question is here, if they can bring up the 100 or not. And will the 100 be enough against a Lanka side that has struggled for wins in the ECS?
Yeah, that is certainly going to be an interesting question. I think Capanelli, I think one of the issues they might have now is that their best hitters might just have been sent back to the shed, which is exactly why we would fear whether they can even get to that triple digits mark. Regardless of what we say, I mean, Lanka, I think they'll be very impressed with these first 8 overs coming up against an experienced Capanelli side.
Yeah, Lanka, they averaged 83 with the bat last year. So that shows you that had their own issues with the bat. This is in the air, and a good effort from Fernando. He tracked it round, but Jayaraja gets 4. Yeah, I'm liking this from Leandro today. This is a good view of it. So he comes and just gets it over Fernando, who actually crept in a little bit from the rope. So that'll help them as they're heading towards the 3 figures.
Yeah, he tried to attack the ball there. Maybe if he just run around and gone along the boundary rope, he might have had a chance to prevent that for going for 4.
Yeah, perhaps. It was hit just well enough to get over him in the end. And this is Vimukti. Now we'll see an innovative shot. Well, his confidence is sky high, and that's gone for 6. Maximo! Oh, what a shot. It was kind of the perfect length to play it. Just has to get his head out of the way, and he gets 6 backwards. What a shot.
Great shot. I mean, this is terrific stuff. You don't often see night ramp shots at that length, so full credit to Jayaraja here. Look at that. He watches the ball so closely, and he's ramped it up, goes all the way. This is just a great start to this over.
I think the one thing about Jayaraja, who likes to do that, you don't want to give him length. You don't want to give him length to work with. If that's a Yorker, that's almost impossible to do. Let's see if Irosh can make the adjustment here. 10 balls to come. Nice shot again, but this time he picks out the fielder. They go on the hit. Now they're going to get an overthrow. And again, that's the pressure that Jayaraja brings, and Orang's helping him out here. They take 1, they double it, they get 2, and that means Leandro gets the strike back as well.
Yeah, this is not what Lanka would have wanted. Goes for the throw. The keeper, could he have done better over there? Not good backing up either.
It's a tough one. It's down at his feet. I think the backup fielder tried to get there. I just think it was good pressure from the batting side. Forced the mistake. Another good shot. Well, this one may have just got a fingernail on this. They'll get at least 2. They'll probably be looking for 3 here, but I don't think they'll get it. And he hits Leandro on the way through. So, yeah, there's some good old-fashioned rolling up the sleeves here at the end of the inning, scrambling for runs between the wickets, getting the odd boundary. Really good contest so far to start the day.
Yeah, this is a very exciting over. We often say it all happens in the 9th on the European Cricket Network, and this 9th over hasn't failed to deliver so far.
All right, this is another one where they should get 2 if they're quick. And of course, they are quick, and there's a fumble anyway. So Jayaraja moves to 19 off 10. I just like that he's been a bit more balanced in his approach in this inning. So I think he's kind of over-funkified his batting earlier in the week. He's trying to hit everything backwards. Here, you know, he's showing he can hit boundaries in front of the wickets, play some good shots. Hitting the ball hard, but hitting it a bit more correctly, and then occasionally throwing in some deflection, like now. But he misses out on this one. That'll be the end of the over. Entertainment sky high here on day 7. It's 98 for 5 after 9. A last over to come.
Last over to come. Of course, very smart at the end there by Vimukti. He saw him going for that ramp shot again, so we just pushed it wider. As well, we'll just take a look at the bowling figures here. It's been a fairly good performance all around. I mean, Fernando had that one expensive over that went for 20, and of course, Shaminda's 1 for 17. But otherwise, very respectable figures by the entire lineup. Of course, the pick of the bowlers has to be Ranasinger, 2 for 15 in the couple of overs he bowled.
If you want to go back to last year's ECS, these two teams met in a double header, and on both occasions, Roma Capanelli got the wins, but they weren't high-scoring games. 113 to 80 in match 11 last year, and then just the single run between them in match 12, 89 to 88. So, yeah, haven't been a lot of runs between these two teams. It's going to be a similar kind of score here. It's going to be Danuan to bowl the 10th. I suppose he's become a bit of a 10th over specialist after his miracle over last year. Well, having said that, even that game against Roma CC, they went down by a single run. First one gets away from the keeper for a bye. At the moment, Roma Capanelli taking every run possible. Oh, it's out. Oh.
It may be just going down the leg side there. That might be his only saving grace.
Not in this universe. I don't think that's missing. Oh, he's super lucky to get away with that. Anyway, it'll go down his leg by. Well, Leandro must have some friends in high places. I reckon that's crashing in the middle and leg. And now, full toss. And it's going to be whacked out of the ground. Plus, it's a no ball. So, Danuan just losing the handle on that one with big consequences. That's 7 runs.
Well, we were talking about if the previous one was crashing into middle leg. That one is crashed out of the field as this is a huge hit. They struggle with a few too many no balls here. Just a little bit of grease for some of these bowlers. It's slipping out early.
Could be. There's a bit of a dew factor. They're not too bad here in Rome. Free hit. He does hit it. Does the fielder get there? Takes the catch. Doesn't realise it's free hit. Eventually realises when no one celebrates with him, and it'll just go down as a single.
That was really well taken catch. I mean, he has managed to prevent a boundary. Ran to his right really quickly and took that one well. Again, the key here is that he just stays close to the boundary rope rather than attacking the ball. So
it's obvious that he thought it was out, but obviously it wasn't. 3 to come then. Hit down. They want 2 here. But, they're not going to take it. I think Jayaraja is feeling good about himself. Orang's been good as well, though. He's got 17 off 7 now. Six down, 6, pardon me. And he's facing up. Oh, pretty close. Have a feeling the foot stayed at home. Replay will tell us the story. Yep, never moves. So, where are we at? Got 2 to come. Kent Lanka on 1 to come now. 109 for 5. So, Kent Lanka, they've never made 100 against Roma Capanelli. That's what they're going to have to do to win this one. Last ball, hit up in the air, in a bit of a hole, catchable and taken. That's a really nice bit of work out there. And it's Ishan Shaminda that finishes things off. So a handy little partnership there at the end between Leandro Jayaraja and Zai Borang. They get Roma Capanelli to 109 for 6 off the 10 overs. Remember we were talking at one point, 82 with 2 overs to go. Will they get the 100, won't they? Well, they get the 100 and a few piled on top as well. 110 will be the target for Kent Lanka and a really exciting first 10 overs of the day.
Very exciting first 10 over. Managed to get 27 runs off the last couple of overs. Great hitting at the end, as you said, by Jayaraja and Orang. And, of course, we'll take a look at the highlights of this first innings. Of course, it was the skipper himself, Fernando, came out to bowl that very first over. Managed to get that early wicket of Ghulam. That one just stayed straight. And then, of course, Hamza, the explosive hitter, come out, hit a couple of classy shots. That was a nice-looking 4 over there. And then he went down, just smashed that one out of the park, right down the middle of the ground. Yeah, look, one thing I noticed about this innings from Roma Capanelli is even though I wouldn't say their top order really fired, they still found a way to get to what I would call a kind of a competitive total, a defendable total. And I think a lot of that was an attitude thing. You could feel the urgency there. They didn't kind of overdo it with crazy shots. They just tried to hit kind of more orthodox shots, but run well and put pressure back on the fielders. And I think that's something that really came to the fore late in the piece. Kirby, unfortunately for him, he swung across that one to Danuan with the breakthrough there. Mukti came in and we knew that we were on bat flip watch, weren't we? And it was a matter of time until he got the wicket and we weren't let down, were we? What a piece of gymnastics. Oh, great bit of athleticism. I'm just looking forward to seeing all the different tricks he shows us throughout this series. As this one took a top edge, went over to third man. Very well taken catch. Kakulawala
there getting caught for 40, so he was kind of the established batter. But then I really liked Leandro Jayaraja coming out a bit higher, and he was just a bit more selective. He used it as a surprise tactic, not a core tactic when he'd go backwards. But apart from that, he kind of trolled the fielders a little bit with the running. Really tried to squeeze every possible run out of this innings. That was a nice finish there as Shaminda was able to take a catch last ball of the innings. But Roma Capanelli, pretty handy runs on the board, 109. Like I said, last year when these two teams met, Kent Lanka couldn't get out of the 80s against Roma Capanelli. They're going to have to step up with the bat. Wonder who will be able to play that innings for them in the second half. 40 for Kevin Kakulawala leads the scoring, but a pretty handy partnership for the 6th wicket, like we said. Jai Raja with 20 not out, the skipper. Orang with 16 off 8. He's having a pretty good series. Hamza for 12. Didn't really click the way we know he can. And when it's all said and done, I have a feeling, given these two teams, I'm interested to see what the who will win says, but I think they might just be noses in front, Roma Capanelli, at this stage, as we look at the bowling figures. And well, it's a new one. I mean, he bowled pretty well with 2 wickets, but Rana Singha, I thought the left armour was very good.
Yeah, Rana Singha did really well. I thought the skipper did very well at the beginning too. I know he had that one expensive over, but otherwise he really set the tone coming out early, going with a bit of a gamble with the spinner in that first over, and then Dana won as well. Great figures for him, 2 for 16. I thought he held his nerve well. He was very smart with a lot of the variations well, rolled his fingers across the ball on numerous occasions and deceived a lot of the batters.
All right, we'll have a very quick break. We have to put a cartwheel celebration on that graphic as well, I think. Back literally in a couple of minutes, we're going to motor through the second half of this. It'll be Kent Lanka chasing 110 for victory. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Nishay Butt. We'll see you after a very short break for more ECS action from Rome.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Told you it'd be a quick break, but we are back. And it's a pretty intriguing contest to start the morning. Kent Lanka embarking on their campaign for the first time here on day 7. They have a big program. They play 14 matches in the next 5 days. They've got 4 3-game days. And they've got a 2-game day in there as well. And right now, we're getting ready for the second half. They're chasing 110 for victory. These two teams met twice last year. Roma Capanelli edged out Kent Lanka on both of those occasions. Don't know if we'll get the who will win up, but I'm going to have a quick look here because I'm intrigued with this contest. I would probably think that it would be advantage to Roma Capanelli. But let's find out as Kevin Kakulawala is going to open the bowling today. No Bilal for Capanelli. And Lanka, 56%, interestingly. First ball is going to be called away. Just went away a little bit too much and went over the tram line here, I think. That's a good call. Also 56%, Kent Lanka. The reason that piqued my interest was that last year when these two teams met, Kent Lanka weren't able to get out of the 80s, but I suppose scores have been going up across the board. This is Joe Wardener. Starts his innings, a little punch off the back foot. And they'll just get a single. There's Dane Kirby in that cover position that he's made his own in this series. This is Nico Fernando, big left-hander. The captain also plays a lot of cricket in the UK, Nico. He's super excited to be out there in the European Cricket Series again. We've also seen him playing for Pianoro in the 2021 series before we had Kent Lanka in the competition. Faces his first ball now, slip in place. Oh, almost comes into play as well, and well knocked down out there at deep third. Let's look at Ciprotti. Of course, Roma Capanelli. They've got a lot of players that have learnt the cricket here in Italy. It's something that certainly defines them to an extent as a cricket club. Melting pot of different backgrounds in the Roma Capanelli side. Kicked away. He might get one for this though, Joe Wardener. He was doing the keeping for Kent Lanka in the first innings of this game. Did a pretty solid job. And Kevin's got a very good change of pace. That's weird. They've had to change their opening bowlers because no Bilal in the side today. Also, Moratini is carrying an injury. So they were their opening bowling combination. They built their wins kind of on the back of that. On the leg side. But they won their first 3 games off the back mostly of really good bowling performances, and not just from the 2 opening bowlers, but then also with Hamza, and they had Murian Salagi as another leg spinning option at the start of the week, and then we've only really seen Hamza in the side since then. It's just limited their options a bit, but they've got other guys that can step up. Safi Badar is one. We've got even Dane Kirby, he's done a pretty good job with the ball on occasion. Well, that's a good shot. Has he cleared the fielder? He has. And the fence. Maximo! It won't surprise you that when Nico Fernando gets the ball out of the middle, it travels. And that will do them a lot of good. The first Maximo of the Kent Lanka campaign. And it comes off the bat of the skipper. Just popping back into the chat. Seems to be a bit of discussion in there. Kai Bay, nice to see you watching from Australia. He's mentioned that it will be on Fox Sports in Australia. I haven't got the final list just yet. But yeah, we'll let you know. Like I said as well, if you check out our social media, you should always find a stream on there as well if you're unsure about where the broadcast will be carried. And there's probably ways you can watch it on things like Viaplay in the UK and still get in the YouTube chat if you want to get interactive. Last ball of the over. Oh, it's wide. It's gone over the head. And Kakulawala, yeah, just a bit of a surprise tactic here, I think. But it was barely on the screen, that one. So, 11 and over. That's what you're looking at. They've got the 11 off this over so far. Driven to mid-off. They turn down the run, so they get exactly 11 off the first over. 11 without loss after 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me for day 7, but it's his day 1, is Nish Abart. And Nish, 301 games since we've had a golden ball. I've got a lot of faith that you could be the one that could help us break it break it down and get us back to golden ball 0. What do you think?
Oh, I'd love to do that. It'd be really good to have one. And again, this is a very golden ball-esque score, isn't it? It's quite a competitive total. We know the Capanelli have had a few issues with their bowling these last few games. Of course, saw the Bangla Morning Sun whack them for 117 in just 8 overs. You know, the Gladiator made quick work of them as well. So again, a lot of their concerns have stretched beyond just their batting. But again, Lanka and them, as you said, these two teams, they always have very competitive, low-scoring games. I think this one could go right down to the wire.
Could do. It has that kind of feel. Kent Lanka do have a golden ball before, believe it or not. That was 2 years ago against Roma CC. One of 3 golden balls we've had here in Roma. They all did feature the hosts. All right, mentioned Badar. Here he is, and he's almost getting a wicket first ball. Chance for a run out? No, he does throw, but they'll get a slightly unconvincing single to start the over.
Yeah, this one is just it's pitched just back of a length and doesn't quite manage to time that one right. The bat slightly turning in his hand. Fielder takes a shot at the stumps, but it's just a single.
Yeah, Safi. Now has to bowl to Nico Fernando. So left-hand, right-hand combination opening up. Yeah, Kai's feeling enthusiastic, saying, let's start with the golden ball. Well, maybe that kind of a total, like we said. Probably gave a few too many extras away. No balls were a bit of an issue in the first half for Kent Lanka in their first match. Just grab some room here. Nico can't get him away.
I mean, a golden ball today wouldn't really help our schedulers, considering we've already had one delay earlier. You have to squeeze these games right in.
A few just talks about Corey, who's just left, and well, what will be known as a dark day for the chat on Friday. I'll come back to that in a second. Well, he goes, but he goes high. And I think Safi's going to have to do this himself, and he's not going to judge it. Doesn't get a hand on it in the end, just carried slightly over his head as Fernando gets real lucky, gets dropped on 7.
Yeah, the captain opens the batting as well as the bowling, and of course, so we just take a look at this. Around the wicket, just miscues this one again. Pops right up in the air, and he's completely lost track of the ball. It lands a good foot behind him. As the end result of all that is once again just a single.
I called it a drop. If you want to be super technical, it's a missed opportunity because he doesn't touch it in the end. So I think just heading down. Yeah, so I'm talking about the infamous Peacock Friday chat massacre where Corey lured me out of the cube and then blocked everybody that was chatting. I don't know if you avoided that one, Nish, but a few people, including Dave B, still not particularly happy with Corey. Corey's probably better than anyone at making enemies for such a, I suppose, such a kind soul. But I think he's what he would call, he's incorrigible. That's the word we used. And he likes needling people, and he gets satisfaction out of it. He's having a good go at Ian Ramage all week. But yeah, it takes all types, Nish. I think the chatters can rest easy with you here, though. And looks like it's been called a wide. Pretty good keeping by Leandro.
But yeah, a tight over here so far by Badar, despite that wide. Just 3 runs so far. He's kept things fairly simple, really should have had a wicket as well.
And that's good in swing to the left-hander from Safi Badar. That'll be the end of the over. A very good one for Roma Capanelli. 15 without loss after 2.
Yeah, tight start here. They've stuck to their plan well, the Capanelli. But of course, it was the 3rd over that went magical for the Capanelli in the previous innings, and I think Lanka will be looking for that as well. As we, of course, take a look at the standings. The Capanelli, who started off with 3 straight wins, followed up with 7 consecutive losses, and are hoping to turn it around here against Kent Lanka, who've had a rather late introduction to the tournament, but they've done fairly well.
With all those teams that have won 10 games, you might say 6 and 4, they're a shoo-in, but not necessarily, because this game's, they could quite easily lose the last 4 and be 6 and 8, and I don't know if that gets you into the finals. As Kukulawala comes back for a second over. So, I think Roma CC can probably lock them in, but the others haven't quite locked in a spot yet. I mean, it's likely teams with 6-4 record after 10 will make it, but you just don't know. Everyone's had a stumble at some stage except for the hosts. Wow, there's a full toss. And it's going to get swung up and out of the ground. It's going to be a no ball +6, Maximal 7 up. Something in the air this morning, I think, because there's another high full toss, and Rissel Jayawardena puts it away.
That one's slipping out of his hands as well, as this one's just ran straight back to the dugout, and don't want a few more sent towards them.
Yeah, free hit to come as well. Wonder what Kikulawala tries here. I wonder if that was an attempted slower ball there from Kevin. And will he try it on the free hit? Well, fairly regular delivery, but it's going to be called wide. He'll have to bowl that free hit again. Starts are everything, aren't they, in tournaments? And we've seen Asian Latina having to fight back from an awful start, 9-6. And Kent Lanka are certainly wanting to show that they're here to play and get a win under the belt straight away, considering they've only got one win in the last 2 years. Cracked, really good shot. One bounce 4. Length delivery, Jayawardena smokes it over mid-off, 4 runs.
Yeah, very firmly hit. You could hear the crack of the bat from a mile away. It takes one bounce over the boundary rope. Well placed over there. No fielder out at long off. And he's just going to have to change his line a little bit. There's no real protection out there. Got a fielder out at third man. A deep extra cover as well. Can't be bowling that wide.
Yeah, it's more a length thing as well. That kind of sat there, could get in the front foot pretty comfortably and just throw the hands at it. This time he pushes him back slightly and gets one. So it's been intelligent stuff so far. To be at the rate they want to be 33 at the end of this over. So it's been the kind of game that you feel like one team's never been that far ahead or behind the other, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's really been very even Steven so far, I think. Anytime one team just inches ahead, the other one's right there to peg them back. And that's exactly the sort of game that would help us break this lack of golden ball streak.
You're right there. So it will be a wide. Just losing it outside the off stump. Yeah, so not many teams have played 3 golden balls. Kent Lanka have played the 1, but the team they played in the golden ball, Roma CC, have played 3. Also got Madrid United, who were in the first ever golden ball. They won the first ever golden ball. They've played 3. United in Prague, they've played 3 as well, but I think that's it. Sliced away, and it gets through point, and it gets to the boundary. So handy stuff from Nico Fernando, as Kent Lanka still wicketless at this stage of the power play. Good batting.
Yeah, but not really a fan of this line and length. I don't think there's any need to go full and wide at this stage of the innings, particularly with the field setting he has. I think he just needs to look to attack the stumps.
Let's see if he makes an adjustment. He does. Over correct slight. That one's heading down the leg side. Nico has been tied up a few times, getting cramped with that kind of delivery. So I was going to ask you as well, Nish. I know you're from Cyprus, and that's a pretty warm place. I think that's fair to say, right? So I think you can handle the heat. We know that your predecessor, his mind would start to wander in the mid-afternoon. And I was going to ask you how you think you handle the heat. Oh, no, straight to the fielder. And Nico cannot believe he's glanced that and just flicked it straight to Karthik Raghavan. And the youngster takes a very important catch. It's more good luck than good management, but it's a great result for Roma Capanelli as Kent Lanka lose their first wicket, and it's the captain for 12. It's 33 for 1.
First wicket falls for Kent Lanka, and again, we've been talking about him maybe not bowling to his field setting early in this over there. Gets a bit fortunate. That glance goes straight to the fielder. Well, we'll just credit the captain and say good field placement as Lanka lose a wicket on the very last ball of the power play, which grants them 33 of 1 at the end of it.
Yeah, so it's a kind of instinctive shot. I don't think it's a bad shot or anything like that. It's just when you flick it, you can't really plan exactly where you're glancing it. So, I mean, a couple of metres either side of Raghavan. I think that's 4, no doubt. And it's just a bit of bad luck for Fernando, who had a slice of luck, didn't he, when he skied one that the bowler wasn't able to get back and catch or touch. But now he's going to have to go. And this will bring Shaminda to the crease at number 3. A lot of little bugs in here at the moment. Are you seeing them, or am I seeing things, Nish?
I've had 2 flies land right on top of my eyelids, so I've certainly get a first-hand experience of all the flies I was hearing about.
I even had a bee land on my glasses yesterday, and it refused to move. So I just had to go and do a toss without my glasses. And those of you that know me, my eyesight is not good. All right, here's Kirby. He's going to bowl over number 4. Okay, Kulawala will finish with figures of 1 for 29. Here's Dane. And the thing about Dane, I think he recognises that accuracy is everything. He's not trying to bowl too quick. Probably in his younger days he would get it through, but yeah, it's an important period here in the middle overs because they were right on the rate. 33 for 1 after 3, becomes 34 after the first ball of the 4th.
Of course, now with the power play done, we can just notify you who's out in the field. We got a long off, a long on, fielder out at cow corner as well. And can't quite spot who else is out in the deep. Yeah, they're just sending out a fine leg right before this ball was delivered. The batsman gets some bat onto that. Is it going to trickle over the boundary rope? It certainly will as he gets the 4 there. Just a feather edge, I would say. Yeah, somewhat intentional. Probably came off his glove.
Yeah, well, it's like we said, that kind of a shot, you're not often controlling exactly where you put it. And that one, yeah, it's more a little deflection, but it'll do. Gets away from the keeper. Jayaraja, I do like that he's up to the stumps, but yeah, you can't stop those kinds of ones that deflect so much. Better line there from Kirby, although Jayaraja can't make the stop. Blocks it away, but it'll be 1 run by signalled. I'll put in the chat as well. Maybe a few people that listen to you for the first time, Nish, so they can throw a few questions at you on your first day in Italy. I might think of a couple as well. Of course, we normally do random questions game 5, but with 6 games in the day, we might have to do a couple of versions today. It's well bowled by Dane, and he's just quite metronomic in his approach. And yeah, so first time in Italy, we found out. Is there anything in Rome that particularly that you want to see or do while you're here, even though obviously you won't have too much free time?
I've booked a tour for Thursday, I think. That's going to be my highlight. Just try to speed run the city.
Nice. This is going to be just the 1 run for Schminder. That's a good idea. So making the most of it. So what is there? Yeah, so speed run the city. So it's kind of like a best of.
Yeah, best of Rome sort of.
Yeah.
Just get all the highlights, and I think that's probably the best you can do in a day.
And I know the food in Cyprus is brilliant. It's one of our favourite parts about going there. Kirby gone for 7. Can he hold it? Probably, as long as Kevin can make the stop. He does. So that's a brilliant over in the context of the game from Dane. He only goes for 8 in the 4th. And at the end of 4 overs, it is 42 for 1. Okay, yeah. So what kind of food do you like? Are you interested in trying some Italian food?
Oh, I love it. I would say Italian's probably my favorite food genre. Beg your pardon, international food cuisine, not a food genre.
No, food genre. I like that. I'm happy with that.
As of course we just take a look at the graph over here. Kent Lanka just trending below the required so far.
But they're close to that golden ball line, aren't they, at the moment? Dave's asking, Nish, did you find an unbroken chair? Well, yeah, the chairs have been going down like 9 pins, really, in the European Cricket Series this year. I've got one that apparently is unbreakable. So far, so good. McCory broke, I think, at least 3, maybe 4 chairs. But good news is that one's held up for a few days. Yeah, some of the food here is magnificent. As we're going to get Amir Harms in over number 5. Time for some leg spin. That's a great delivery first up from Hamza. Look, and to be honest, Hamza's 2 overs could have a very big bearing on this game. That's a brilliant length that he bowls. Sometimes batters have gotten hold of him because I suppose he is predictable, but still got to hit it. Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. It's another challenge. And this time, Jai Warden is up to the challenge. He slams it over the officials. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, this is what you mentioned about the predictability. This ball a bit too similar to the previous one and probably also pitched a bit too full and gets underneath that one really well over there, Jai Warden.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's one of those ones. It's easy to miss-hit a ball like that, but Jai Warden doesn't. Now, just slightly shorter, knocked away for 1. So, yeah, that's the funny thing about ECN cricket, and I've seen it time and time again. You know, you can bowl the ball where you want and basically saying to the batter, look, it's a ball, try and hit it for 6. If you hit it in the middle, it'll be 6. If you make a mistake, then we can get you out. And he's that kind of a bowler, Hamza. Got a lot of time for him. He also gets a lot of bounce out of this pitch, of course.
Yeah, I wonder if he'd maybe just consider in future, maybe just bowling flatter and faster.
Yeah.
Well, there's the false shot, and there's the catch. So, again, it's nice work by Karthik Raghavan, who's taken 2 very good catches. This time, Shaminda can't catch up with this one, and Hamza with the breakthrough. Also, Capanelli, they've backed their bowlers up in the field, probably with just the one exception so far. But Shaminda goes for 5. It's 49 for 2.
Really well taken catch there by Raghavan. He watches that closely. And again, the important thing is when he lands, that could easily have just popped out of his hands. But he just corralled that one really well. As we take another look at this, top edge. Look at that, well watched. And then just really well upon impact on the ground as well. And again, that's exactly what you were saying. I mean, it's just a very teasing line and length. Hums the balls. And, well, this time he managed to get the wicket. So a couple of wickets fall here for Lanka.
Yeah, well, Raghavan, he's a baby face because he is a baby. He's only 16 years old. But he's a very enthusiastic cricketer. I know that hopefully he has a big future with the club. Right now, his main job is to do a job in the field, and he has so far with 2 important catches. And so 2 wickets down to Giri Adura, a new batter, another lefty. He goes straight. Kulawala should cover this. So Hamza, I haven't really seen him have a big turning wrong, which is obviously a tool if you've got one as a leg spinner. It's really useful, particularly left-handers. But I think he does have kind of a ball that doesn't turn as much or kind of spins more like a top spinner. But yeah, despite getting whacked for a 6, he hasn't gone for too many more at all. A couple of big balls coming up here. 50's up. Gets through Kirby, but it'll just be a single, so it probably doesn't cost them a run in the end. That'll be the end of the 5 overs, in fact, and the score is 51 for 2. Just a reminder about what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. And the short answer is plenty, because we've got the European Cricket Championship coming up, of course. But before that, we'll have the ECI, Nish, in a week's time, in fact. You'll be here with me for the first day, and then I'll leave you on your own for the day 2. That's going to be Italy as well as Finland and Austria. Last chance for them to have a hit out before the ECC. More ECS cricket coming from Croatia, Malta and Spain before the end of the year. And, of course, very excited to talk about the ECCW, the first ever Euros of cricket for women. That'll close out the year. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, this is a really exciting calendar, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Finland in the ECI. They're not a team that feature too much on the European Cricket Network, but I think we're going to see a much better Finland side to the one we saw in last year's ECC. Their performance at the recent Nordic Cup was pretty good.
Definitely, and you know, they have probably underachieved by their own admission in the 10-over format of the game. Kirby gets drilled to long off, but well handled down there by Gulam. Just a single, so right now Capanelli just the edging in front. That run rate crept out to a ball now. Yeah, but you're right about Finland. And also, they've picked up Jordan O'Brien now, former Australian who's qualified now in residency. He's been saying I've been putting a lot of pressure on him, and you're exactly right, Jordan. Maybe without Skamans, their regular keeper, over the next month or so. So Jordan might be doing the keeping. Wild Thing Amjad Chair in there. Tambe up in the air. Now another catching opportunity, and this time it's taken. So it's going to be, there's Butter over there that's taken the catch. So he saw him mess one up off his own bowling. This time he doesn't make a mistake. It is Butter who holds on to a 3rd catch. Tikadura is going to have to go for just 1. As Capanelli grabbed the initiative, it's 52 for 3.
This is smart bowling. He saw the batsman advancing down the crease. We just pushed it wider. I have to say, Butter initially went with it with a crocodile hands.
Yeah, you see it.
Didn't have too much confidence he'd take that, but he manages to clasp it and take that important catch. So they're just edging in front now, the Capanelli.
Yeah, they are. But this game has had a weird way of correcting itself, hasn't it? So stay tuned. Good reward for Kirby, I think, who's kept it tight and then gets the reward. Yeah, a little bit of the crocodile style, like you said, but the main thing there for Safi is he was in the drop zone that time, so he was able to at least have a play on the ball. It is tough, the one that he dropped off his own bowling or didn't touch. When they're so far up and you're kind of caught under the ball, it's hard to get that sense of perspective. When you're a bit further away, it's a little bit easier to judge the natural arc of the ball. Anyway, Kirby doing a good job. New batter out there is Tamira Pereira. Again, it's a good area from Dane. Of course, Dane's son Gyan is a very keen young cricketer. Recently played in the under-15 championships in Spain. And, Gyan's also... He's a commentator that make you look like an old man, Nish, because he's only 10 years of age. We'll probably get him on a little bit later for one of the Capanelli innings. Jawadina still there, 27 off 17. And he can't really get this passed along off. Ghulam gets a bit of an awkward bounce, but handles it well. So just a single at the moment. Singles are fine for Roma Capanelli.
Yeah, just 3 runs off this over so far. And again, as you said, Kirby just keeps things simple. Just looks to bowl around the stumps. And again, he bowls to his field as well, which I really like.
Yeah, good to see Octai in the chat as well, saying he's looking forward to the ECCW. It's going to be a bit different. Just a big swing and a miss from Pereira. Yeah, Octai is a player in Sweden. Octai Galami. He's in the chat right now. And he said it's going to be unlike all the other events of ECN. So, yeah, our first ever Women's Euros of cricket. We have been showing a bit more women's cricket this year, both in the 10-over format, the 20-over format, in internationals. Last ball for Kirby. Oh, he's so unlucky. He's going to get French cut for 4. Even despite that, it's been a really good spell from Dane. It's a slice of luck. I think the Kent Lanka needed. They're just holding on here. Kirby takes 1 for 15 in his spell. Nice effort. It's 58 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, very unfortunate way for that over to end. Binge Watcher in the chat pointing out they've got a lot of left-handers in their team. They certainly do, and I think that creates a lot of headaches for the bowling side. As of course we take a look at the scorecard. Jai Warden of the opener is still out there, and I think he holds the key to any hope of victory for Kent Lanka. He's going to probably have to bat out for the remainder of the innings, and again, a few starts, but no one really able to kick on. I think Pereira now, he's got to stick around for at least a couple of overs.
Rate's been creeping, hasn't it? And now it's up to 13 and over required. I feel like they need a big over here. Roma Capanelli, this is no shoe-in for them either. They're going to have to bowl well and field well to close this out. It's going to be Zaiborang to bowl over number 7. And there's the big shot. It comes and it goes from Jai Wardena. Maximo! 6 runs.
Got a hold of this one. This is a very nice looking shot. Perfect balance. And he whacks this one over long on. Let's just take another look at this. That is gorgeous.
Yeah, for all the lefties, it's been Jai Wardena that's kind of been the most enduring force in this inning so far. It's a good way to start the over. So yeah, you're basically looking at this over. Can we get 13 off it or more? Well, there's 6 off 1. Again, the difference that a magical over would make. A 20 over plus. Could be match defining. Now wide, so there's 7 off the first ball. And a good test here for Zaiborang to keep his cool in a tough situation.
That's the pressure after getting hit for his 6. I think he just wanted to keep this one outside the batter's arc, but bowls that one a bit too wide. And again, exactly as you said, just 2 overs so far that have gone for double digits. We need to do that every over from here on out.
He does go straight, doesn't really time it. Kagulawala won't get there on the full. Think of 2. Kevin almost dares them to run a second, but in the end they'll have to settle for a single. So Pereira's got his role to play here as well. I don't think you can rely on just one person to do it. Jai Warden to get you home. Pereira looks like he wants to play some shots too. Zaiborang coming back fairly well, that delivery. Still a long way to go in this 7th over, and an even longer way to go in this match. Hit pretty hard, kind of finds the hole, but Ghulam's quick to anticipate it and keep it to 1. So yeah, I think obviously they haven't been perfect in the field, Roma Capanelli, but I think their fielding has been super important and just keeping this pressure on. And at the moment, the damn wall's holding up.
Yeah, it was very good fielding. Got across well. There was a fielder right behind him as well to back him up in case it slipped past him.
Yeah, Ghulam's a good player. That's obvious to me. Jai Wardena resumes on 35. Gets belted. This is a bit straight. Ghulam once again. Then called into action. Makes the stop. And the value of a 1 right now, they basically need over 2 a ball. So if you can keep it to 1, then that run rate required is going to rise. Ghulam puts his body on the line to make that stop. Octai's got a very good comment in there. It would be really good to have an ECC under-19s tournament. Yeah, that's one thing one day we would love. Maybe we need a little bit more junior development in more countries to make that happen. But yeah, Octai, that's a wonderful idea. Oh, the stumps do the fielding, but they'll get through for the run. kind of spun back towards the stumps then. Yeah, but as far as an under-19 ECC, that would be really, really exciting to be able to do that one day. I know that we are having the cricket school program, developing young cricketers all across Europe. A lot of people are putting in the work, including a lot of great work in Sweden with juniors there, Outage. So thanks for tuning in this morning, and hopefully we'll catch you soon. Back to this game, though. Need a boundary, don't they? Jaywadina's going to go for it here, I think. It does. And gets a thick inside edge, and that's going to go for 4. So not quite off the middle, but he identified a gap in the field. There's no outfielder to the right of the screen, so that's why he jumps across. He opens up that side, and he gets the boundary. And Jaywadina is keeping his team in it. 73 for 3 after 7 as we look ahead to the next game. And it's the second game of the day. Now, it is meant to start in 15 minutes. Because we have that slight delay, that might be knocked back a little bit. But it'll be the hosts, Roma CC, who play 3 times today against Royal Roma. Always great to see these two teams play, because that is the final last year and the year before. So it's the final rematch from 2022 and 2021. Using the toss, Roma CC, they've won the toss, and looks like that they will bowl first, so they'll be chasing in that match. And we'll give you an updated start time. I think at the moment they're saying 10:30, so that's 25 minutes away.
Two quality sides coming up. I mean, really looking forward to that game. Yeah. But just continuing the discussion about youth development in Frigga, as we just continue that after this ball.
Arms up, gets knocked for a single down the ground. Can get the boot on it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, did read a number of articles, of course, that were even published in national media in Cyprus about how, you know, the European Cricket Network is really investing in having cricket played in a lot of schools. And I've heard that a lot of private schools in Cyprus now that are closer to where we have the cricket at Limassol are now starting to play cricket during PE in school as well.
Great to hear. Obviously, Cyprus, a bit different. They a bit more of a British influence if you go back. As Moratini, the big man, puts himself on the line and keeps this to 1. Yeah, but it is true. It's obviously it's one of those things that'll take a lot of time. You know, if you're putting time into 5, 6, 7-year-olds, 10-year-olds, you're trying to. Lanka's all he needed, and they got it.
Over pitch slightly, so he takes a couple of steps forward, meets it on the full, and absolutely belts that straight down the ground. And again, as we said, Pereira would need to aid Jayawardena in this. Take a look at the required. It was up to 13 at one stage, now just a shade over 11.5. We said if these two stick around, then Kent Lanka will be in this game.
Yeah, full toss this time. Needs to make this stop, and he does. Ghulam's been a workhorse out there. And don't forget, remember, after 8 overs, Capanelli were 82, and will they get 100, won't they? They had a good last couple of overs. Well, Kent Lanka, they're 82 right now with 14 balls remaining in this game. Really good game to start us off. Wow, this turns into a big, juicy full toss, but again, Ghulam is immovable down there. Just a single. Well, Nesh didn't have to wait long for a close game, and I've got the golden ball tingle at the moment. Big last ball for Hamza. This is where, you'd love one that maybe just slides across. Maybe you can get Pereira stumped if you can lure him out of his crease. He stands, tries to deliver, but doesn't. End of the over. Good game. 1st to 6 today. Right now, Kent Lanka need 27 off the last 2 overs. It's 83 for 3 after 8. So they're 1 single run ahead on the comparison with 2 overs to go. Can they match the finish of Roma Capanelli? And this will show. They're just a shade behind, but they're pretty much right where Roma Capanelli were in the first half of the game.
Yeah, you think that Safi Badar and Zaib Orang are probably going to bowl these last couple of overs, so I wonder who's going to get this penultimate one. Usually have the most pressure bowling the 9th. As it looks like they're going to go with Zaib Orang, of course. He went for 15 in his first over. It was slightly expensive.
Yeah, it was. That's ancient history now. John Gray in the chat. Nice to see you, John. And you've come at a good time, because it all happens in the 9th, and it starts right now with Orang. He just gets flicked away dismissively, and I think that might have gone all the way. Yes, it has. Maximo. Jayawardena, like a fine wine, he's getting better and better as the innings goes along. A little bit of a helicopter flourish in that as he smacks a 6 to start the 9th over.
Really, really well played. And again, I think it's just they're getting their length slightly wrong here, Capanelli. They're bowling a bit too full. They need to pull their length back a bit. Just aim for about the top of off stump, slightly above.
I think it's a length thing. Block hole. Don't give him anything to work with. Well, he does, but this time, Awadina misses out. He's moved to 48. Anybody's game right now. I don't know what the win predictor's saying. It's saying Kent Lanka 3/4 chance to win. Not so sure it's that one-sided at the moment.
I go about 65-35 for Kent Lanka.
Squeezed out for one. Yeah, don't know. Team that haven't really found runs easy to come by if you want to look at their record over the last couple of years. Okay, Jabaldina's been good, but he's been kind of fits and starts during the innings. Pereira's gotten better as he's gone. You can understand also Kent Lanka. It's a long journey here. It's their first game of the series. And bats often take a little while to warm up. They've got a golden opportunity here. 20 off 9 now. Works it for 1. Probably 2 there if they want it. It's good running. They make a quick turn. And the distance between a 1 and 2. Pretty crucial at this stage.
He's responded well after getting clubbed for a 6. I think he got the length right the last couple of balls, just 2 singles. And now I think they're going to need at least 1 boundary of these last 2 balls.
18 off 8. Goes fairly full. Again, like that length. Didn't give him much to work with. Just a single for Pereira. And the biggest ball of the match so far to come. 17 required. And the last ball of the 9th over. This will determine how many they will need off the final over of match 31.
Yeah, this one has to disappear. It absolutely has to.
17 to win then. Well, Jay Warden's on 49. Something tells me he wants more than just the flat 50 here. Last ball of the 9th. He goes for it. It's pretty well placed, but Kevin gets over pretty quickly. It's a nice innings from Jay Warden. We'll take a moment to pause and acknowledge his 50, which he brings up off 28 balls. Good start to his series. He's given his team a chance, but right now, anything could happen as we go to the last. 16 required off it. It's 94 for 3. And Nish, well, if there's 15 off this over, you know what we're having. We're having Golden Ball 49 live from Roma.
Yeah, of course, we just take a look at, of course, some of the rules of the Golden Ball. Of course, in the event of a tie, a match is decided by the Golden Ball. On the batting side, it gets to face 1 delivery, and they would need 2 to win. But, of course, Jay Warden, of course, just brought his 50 up. Again, no celebration by him whatsoever, and he's really focused on the task at hand. I think getting the single is not too bad, of course. He does keep strike.
Yeah, they're locked in at the moment. Everyone is. They're in the zone. It's going to be Badar who's going to bowl the last over. I don't know what's happened to his stats, but he has bowled the full over. 16 off 6. To win this, you kind of need 12 in boundaries, whether that be 2 6s or 3 4s or something like that. You need at least 2 big hits. Anyway, Jay Warden has been the omnipresent force. And so, here we go, last overtime. Miss hit first up. Oh, missed as well. They should get 2 because of this, and this will give Joe Wadena the strike back. And they do get there for 2.
Yeah, this is, they need to get at least a couple of runs off that boat. 2 or 3 boundaries required minimum, you'd think this over.
Golden opportunity to keep that to 1 and get Pereira back on strike, who hasn't been there as long. Suppose it doesn't go for 4, so the consequences weren't too big. Jay Wadena has another go. Can he get one out of the screws? Running out of time, Kent Lanka. Well, he will get 4 here, I think. It's running away, and there's the boundary. So again, he steps across, he opens up that leg side. This game takes another twist, 10 off 4.
Yeah, this is smart. Again, I think he just gets his line a bit wrong. If there was fine leg inside the ring, as long as he gets some bat on it, it's going to go away for 4. And Jay Warden just keeping his side alive with this incredible innings. 10 needed of 4 now. And just a little bit of discussion here amongst some of the fielders or the Capanelli. They'll stick with the same field, so no changes.
Oh, miss. Oh, and they're going to take one. I think at this stage, you're not turning down runs. I mean, Jay Warden, normally for a guy who's batted this long, you'd say he's got a face, but you're batting with the guy 18 off 11. He's shown he can clear the boundaries too. I think got to take every run at this stage. And to be very honest, Jay Warden hasn't really had the measure of Badar at this stage.
Absolutely. Pereira, he's shown his ability. I mean, he has hit a 6 so far this inning, so you know he's perfectly capable of clearing the boundary, and he's going to have to probably do that now. Let's just see what the field setting is for Pereira. Got a third man out. Once again, fine leg inside the ring. There's a deep backward square, though.
Got to hit a 6 here or 2 4s in the next 3 balls to be competitive. Pereira, all coming down to this. And gets some of it. Again, doesn't leave the infield. So now we're talking 8 off 2. Now this is quite important because you can kind of ice the game with a dot ball or a wicket here, because then they need 7 to tie. So Kent Lanka need to at least score something off this. Ideally, they want a boundary. Badar holding his nerve so far.
Single and 6. How would that go for us?
Single and 6. You know what that is. That's golden ball time. Jay Wardener, he's due. Is he going to come good? Oh, he hits it hard. Gulam does make the stop. And they're going to try for a second, and they're going to get it. Well, they took it on, and that's actually huge because it means that a 6 will actually win the game now. You need a 5 to tie, so it looks like the golden ball is going to not happen unless we get a wide, of course, or something like that. But it's simple. It's Maximo or bust. A last ball finish here in Kent Lanka's first game. Capanelli have defended so well, but we've seen it before. Kent Lanka had this exact situation before where they got hit for a 6 off the last ball to lose the game last year. So really, it doesn't matter too much where you put the fielders because you need to clear them. And Jay Wardener, who's batted through the innings, has to hit a Maximo to win the game.
If you're the bowler here, would you risk bowling a Yorker? Because if you do get it wrong, it could pretty much cost your side.
I still think York is your best bet. You know, I wouldn't be giving anything if you get under, that's for sure. Wardener to win the game for Kent Lanka, they need a 6. And he doesn't get it. It's going to be a win. They'll come through for a single. And that's all they're going to get. So Roma Capanelli, they snap the losing streak at 7. A highly entertaining way to start the day. The final score is Roma Capanelli 109, Kent Lanka 105. Just 4 runs between the two teams. And a great start to our Super Duper Sunday.
A great start, 1 shot separating these sides as the Capanelli break their losing streak. Of course, we'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our very next match. Will be coming up shortly. Roma Cricket Club, of course, off to the perfect start with 7 straight wins. They'll be facing up Royal Roma, of course. Just taking a look at that fantasy dashboard. I mean, Charles Fernando is an absolute must-have in your side, scoring 681 points and costs just 6, of course. So we'll take a look at the highlights of what was an absolutely thrilling innings. The skipper himself, Nicola Fernando, came out, hit that beautiful looking shot. A few no balls, of course, were bowled early by the Capanelli, just like Kent Lanka, and they were dispatched. It was a pretty steady opening partnership. They went along at a fairly decent rate, and of course, that was a very well taken catch there by Karthik Ragwan. Held on to that one well, and then, well, this was another beautiful shot there by Jayawardena, who really tried to guide his side to a victory. And again, another very well taken catch there by Ragwan. A couple of catches for him.
Ragwan was excellent. I was just going to say that I think that the fielding was super important across the board, and in particular the ground fielding. I mean, obviously they took most of their catches, but I just think a lot of these balls, I mean, Gulam was excellent at long off, just didn't really make a mistake down there. Kakulawala was good down the ground, and I think that's where this game's won and lost, really. But it was an interesting innings from Jay Wardener. Sometimes he had his timing, sometimes he didn't. And yeah, ultimately, Kent Lanka, it's the story of their ECS career, really. They get close, but not quite close enough. And the margin only 4 runs, but we'll see them twice more today. Roma Capanelli, I know that they're super happy to get out with the points here in match 31. Looking at the scorecard, Jay Wardener with 59 off 33, but couldn't quite drag his team across the line. Pereira with 19 was an ally at the end after Fernando went for 12 early on. But yeah, pretty disciplined stuff with the ball. He had 9 extras in there. It's probably less than average, which is decent. But really, Roma Capanelli, without a couple of their big guns, with Moratini unable to bowl at the moment, without Bilal Khan, they did a really good job defending that target. Although Kent Lanka, it's the first time they've hit 100 against Roma Capanelli. It wasn't quite enough as we look at the bowling figures for Roma Capanelli. And we talked about Hamza being important in his 2 overs. He took 1 for 19. But I think that Kirby was a bit of a difference maker as well. He took 1 for 15 in his 2. And Kekula, though he was a bit expensive, did get that early breakthrough as well. We'll take a break. We'll be back pretty shortly. And by pretty shortly, I mean very shortly. We're just 5 minutes away. It looks like we've just got the 5-minute delay in the end to match 32. Join us then when he's down to here, Mr. Maximo, with Nish Butt. We'll be back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Second match of the day is, of course, Royal Roma gets set to take on the Roma Cricket Club. Of course, these two sides know each other very well, but before we discuss that, let's have a look at this fantasy dashboard. Of course, leading the way for Roma Cricket Club is Charles Fernando with 681 points, an absolute bargain at the price of 6. And of course, Guggendeep Singh with 909 points for Royal Roma, priced at 9. But of course, you got players like Islam ul Haq. They were absolute gems at 5.5. I mean, not only is ul Haq a good bowler, but I think he's also shown the ability to clear the boundary rope. He's had a few quick-fire innings, so he's would certainly be a bargain if you could get him into your fantasy team. As of course, we take a look at the bat versus ball wall, and of course, the expected score here for the Roma Cricket Club is about 114. It's 8-run underdogs, Royal Roma, against the undefeated Roma Cricket Club so far. And of course, the win predictor fancying Roma Cricket Club as 63% favorites against Royal Roma. As of course, Roma Cricket Club won the toss and elected to bat first. They made quick work of Royal Roma in the opening match of this tournament. Managed to chase down a target of 101 in just 6 overs. We're just moments away from the first ball. It's going to be Charles Fernando bowling this over. This one is just played away towards mid-wicket, a bit of an inside edge, but they get off the mark of this very first ball. Interesting tactic here by Charles Fernando, right arm going round the wicket. That's probably not something one would typically advise in this format. You know, you're taking probably one method of dismissal out of the equation. I'd like to see him just attack early, especially in the power play, even though there is T10 cricket. I think you still want to spare the more defensive strategies for later in the innings. Put a slip in place there. As Arif will swing and miss at one. He's let's get off the mark of that ball. But yeah, I think especially with his slip in place, I still like to see him go over the wicket, because all of a sudden he's threatening both sides of the bat. You know, if he gets one to go back in through that gap between bat and pad, he could bowl the batsman. If he gets an outside edge, the slip is over there as well. Oh, this one's just a shorter delivery. Comes off the glove, I think, and again, yeah, you can just see you can see. I think we'll just see him now rub that glove a bit. Arif. Just the two fielders allowed outside the ring, and they are a fielder out at deep third man and also a deep mid wicket. Oh, this one's played away. That's struck firmly. Forget about the fielding for that. That one's going to clear the boundary rope and go all the way. The first maximo of the innings for Roma Cricket Club. Really good looking shot. Just swivels on the spot really well and hits it behind square leg. Excellent hit there. Oh, this one struck firmly. This one's going to go all the distance as well. Another brilliant hit. Sweet sound of the bat. As we just see the bowler over here, probably goes a touch too full again. Gives him a bit too much width as well to free his arms. And free his arms he did. Managed to absolutely belt that one away. Great hit. As Luckenwall is off to an absolute flyer. And immediate pressure here on Fernando. Well, he decided to go around the wicket to conserve runs. But he certainly hasn't been able to do that so far. 14 off the first 5 balls. Yeah, a bit of a headache here for Rajwinder Singh, the skipper. Goes shorter. Nice one. He's just mixed in the short balls well, I have to say. Bowled a couple of nice bouncers just to keep the batsman true. Was there a question of wide over there? Maybe. Maybe. We'll leave that to the viewers at home to decide. As the first over goes for 14. And a good start for Roma after winning the toss. Of course, we let's take a look at some of the centuries that have been scored so far this year on the European Cricket Network. And of course, Luckenwall scoring a century earlier this innings, earlier this series, beg your pardon, against Asian Latina. And then also Gagandeep Singh for Royal Roma as well against Roma Bangalore Morning Sun. So, yeah. Really good players in both these sides, of course. That's why they've been involved in both the last couple of finals here in ECS Rome. Oh, full toss. Not the first time today we've seen a ball just slip out of the bowler's hand. And that's going to be a single, but yeah, free hit coming up here. And the dangerous Luckenwall has already looked so good to start off as gonna get the chance to belt another one over here. Oh, this one's cracked. Great crack off the bat as that one's going to trickle away over the boundary rope for a 4. So he's off to a flyer, isn't he? Probably doesn't meet it as nicely as he'd like, but again, he's just got so much power that even if he slightly toe ends one, it's still going to go away for 4. Good stuff here, Luckenwall. 17 of the first 5 balls he's faced. Oh, inside edge onto his pads. And again, with his slip in place now, I mean, of course, I love seeing attacking tactics early from the side. I mean, Luckenwall's going so well. I wonder if eventually the captain's just going to decide to get rid of that slip fielder and maybe have him plugging another gap on the field. But I have to say, probably bowled a touch too wide as well, Roma Cricket Club. Big bumper 6 match day today. This one just struck down the ground. Oh, it's a bit of a mishap by the fielder at mid-off. That's a Samarage, but it's not going to cost this side whatsoever, as it's just going to be a single. Oh, cleans him up. Great ball. This one just coming back in, and it crashes onto the leg stumps. A very muted celebration by Apuhami, and not too much applause there. I mean, Arif was struggling a slight bit early in his innings, and he departs having made just 2 runs. And he probably figured he might need to hurry up, particularly with his partner absolutely belting it at the other end. So just the 2 runs for him as Royal Roma lose their first wicket. And of course, this is a good chance to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny's under the commentary box. We'll have the great pleasure of commentating for the very first time with today.
It's going very smoothly so far, Nish. I've got to say, almost like a breath of fresh air into the commentary cube. Not mentioning any names, but they know who they are. I also have just messaged these particular people or person because he told me I need to text him as soon as Gagandeep's batting, because Corey Rutgers is the #1 fan of the Gagandeep fan club. And yeah, he's going to come in at 3. So you've got the 2 century makers in the series together, although I think we saw Roma CC kind of favoured statistically. These are 2 big dogs they're going to have to get here. Apuhami struggled a bit of an injury last night, but he's back bowling today. Gagandeep gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, good ball there. Fuller delivery right up there. That's just how you want to bowl to a new batsman. Gagandeep, he's been in pretty decent form with the bat so far this series. Oh, this one just cramping the batsman for room. It's a good ball there. Went with a fuller one earlier. Now he just mixed it up by bowling this one a bit shorter.
Well, it almost goes back for a caught and bowled. I mean, Apuhami's just out of his grasp. But yeah, he certainly rushed Gagandeep there, which isn't something that you see too often. Well, like a while actually. As we get to the end of the second over, the score is 21 without loss. Yeah, look at these 2 teams. A lot of talent in both of them. Roma CC, one of the things that makes them stand out is how long their batting lineup is. So Samarakun's normally a batter, but he's slightly injured at the moment. That's why he's listed at 11. But they've got 9 genuine bats in there. And Rahat Ahmed, who's listed at 9, he scored a really good half-century last night.
Yeah, they've got so much batting depth, Roma, and that's exactly why, even if a couple of players have a bad game, there's always others to fill in for them, which is unlike most sides, really, who you see who tend to be very top-heavy. Not the case for the Roma Cricket Club. They bat all the way down the order.
Yeah, Roma actually have more depth than most as well, if I'm very honest. I mean, they've got a really good top 6 or 7. Lakanwal does look a cut above when he's up and going. And Kalagamage bowling some medium pace today. It's very interesting because he can pretty much do everything, Krishan. We saw he bowls a mixture of leg spin and off spin normally. But now he's coming off the long run today. So what a versatile cricketer he is.
Starts off with a dot ball, of course. Final over the power play here. And again, Charles Fernando's first over, a little bit expensive. The captain pulled him immediately. Oh, this one again just pulls his length back a bit. It's a good length. It's a nice hard length. And a nice carry through to the keeper over there.
It's good pace, good carry. We love this pitch because there's so much bounce in it. In fact, I can't think of a bouncier pitch, I think, in Europe. Comparison to the Wacker, which is my home ground back in Western Australia. And it's so hard. Pretty predictable bounce, though. That's the thing. It's fast, but if you can play those horizontal bat shots, you'll do well.
This one is just clubbed away for 6. Went a bit fuller this time around. And he's done so well. Watches that carefully, lets it come towards him, and bang, hits this one away.
Yeah, what a shot that is. I mean, Kalagamage, for a guy we haven't really seen bowl a lot of seam up. Well, as we see, the Staple Gun Brigade are back. So yeah, wait for it.
Ooh, don't staple your hand onto it.
Oh, with the side of drilling today as Kalagamage comes back and gets this one through. Just bowls with good pace. I've never seen Krishan bowl pace, and yeah, it's testing out some good players here. But that was a brilliant shot from Lakanwal previously. Yeah, the drilling and the staple gunning. They take so much pride and care in this ground. We had Prabhath Eknelagoda on last night, actually. He was telling us a little bit about the history.
And again, just a back of a length delivery. But any reason you can think of for why he decided to start bowling quick? I mean, how does he do with his spin?
I think it's a balance thing of their team. So I know that they have some concerns about Apuhami. Fernando got banged last night, so maybe they're just trying to find another pacer that they can turn to. At the moment, it's working out pretty well. Just the 4 dots.
Yeah, this one, again, he just looks to advance. This one just pops up, and it's a really well-taken catch. He has to watch that one all the way. Does terrifically well. That's Samarage, who we know is a very good bowler and batsman himself, too. So followed that one really well. Takes the catch. And another wicket falls here for Royal Roma. This time around, he really had no idea where it was going. He was looking the other way. But no worries about the fielder not looking at that. So well taken.
What a good catch that is by Samaragi. And here's the thing, Kalagamage, what a revelation with the ball. I mean, you're bowling at 2 of the batters in the series, and you come on and bowl, I'm going to call it part-time, but I mean, he looks more than a part-timer with the seam up. And at the crease. We were mentioning earlier that these 2 are the sides that made the final here in Rome, not just last year, but also back in 2021.
This one's up in the air. He's just going to go straight to the fielder. It's certainly very well watched, and he takes that one. Mohsin departs for a golden duck. This one, well, that was very well watched there by Tusara Samarakun.
Yeah, Samarakun's a really good fielder as well. I know he's carrying some sort of injury, so we're not really seeing batting him as much as he normally would, but he's still okay to field, and he made that look easy. Mohsin was just rushed into that pull shot, wasn't he, from Apuhami, who gets his wicket. And that's a second for Apahami. It's a third down for all Roma. 28 for 3 as Derek shines behind the departing batter. He goes for a first baller.
Good looking catch. Just take another look at that one. And the new batsman here for, of course, batted 5 last time around as well when Royal Roma faced the Roma Cricket Club. Made a nice innings of 37 off 22. And that was just so important for his side to just about get to that triple-digit mark. But again, against Roma Cricket Club, can't just get to 100. You really need to be aiming for about 130 to 150. As he just pushes this one down towards mid-on, and he's going to get off the mark immediately. But again, just a situation the Roma Cricket Club would want to be in. 2 new batsmen out there. Singh still looking to settle in. Hasn't quite managed to make any runs off the bat just yet.
Could launch at any moment, though. And yeah, they do bat deep as well. Maybe not quite as deep as Roma CC, but I mean, they'll just keep doing what they're doing.
This one is doesn't quite manage to middle it, but he's going to get a single as this one just squirmed away behind point.
He's off the mark at least. Thanks to Kroom. He's donated £1.49. Very kind of you. Hello to Rob Thompson asking, am I there? The answer is yes, I'm here. Hopefully you're hearing me. I love this from John Gray, who said, it's getting to the stage where he's now dreaming about ECN matches. Last night I dreamt of a team scoring 305, but I missed the match as we see this pulled away for a boundary as Kamaljeet gets moving. Apahami, again, he's getting that in movement, isn't he? But that was a little bit too close to the batter. But yeah, 305 in a ECN T10. Don't know if we'll ever see that much, but maybe Cyprus is where we'd have it. I'm going to talk about a match, though, not in the T10 format, but in the T20 format in the Carabao Cup in 2020 that you're probably aware of. I think you might have been commentating it.
This one is just goes away. I think it's going to be buys, or has it come off the batsman? Looks like it has. I think it's just brushed his back or something along the way.
It's an interesting one because does he play at it? I suppose he does. He's kind of trying to defend it, but it follows him. It's going to be 4-leg buys. If he wasn't playing a shot, then it wouldn't have been any runs at all. That'll be the end of the over, 38 for 3. And you know the game I'm talking about? I'm talking about Atta making 251 not out when the side scored 311 for 1 off the 20 overs. Were you doing that game?
I think I made my ECN debut 2-3 weeks after that, so it was pretty close to when I started. But I certainly heard about that because it was even covered on the Cyprus Mail. That
was crazy. It was all over the world, actually. The idea that someone could get 250 not out in a 20-over game. Rakeem Cornwall recently got a double 100 in a 20-over game, but to think 250, it's just insane, really. But thanks very much, Kroom, as well. And John, I'm glad that we're in your dreams. Hopefully they're dreams, not nightmares. As Kalu's going to come back with more Thunderbolts.
As again, this time he's similar to what he was trying to do earlier, but he just got that one ever so slightly wrong. This time around, he just gets that line right, doesn't he? It's a body, just going for around that body line and length. As Singh, just a 1 run off the bat for him so far. I think, again, as you mentioned, he's got the power, so.
He's got one of the great moustaches as well, as mentioned during the week. And Kalu really sending him down here in the 5th. Apparently the information is that Kalu Gamagay was a fast bowler. It's only the last couple of years that he's turned to spin, and he's done that very well. If we know he's a very good batter in his own right, plays for the Italian national team, but he seems to just be able to turn it on. I don't know how much he's been practicing. Maybe he's in the nets having a bit of a go. We haven't seen him during the week. We've only seen him on the weekend due to other commitments, but right now he's rushing Gaggandeep.
This one again. He's got a very set plan here against Singh. It's to sort of bowl it just under the rib cage, under the armpit, and he's actually done a fairly decent job at that so far.
Yeah, it's brilliant bowling. He's just got to watch his back foot. He's getting really close to the sideline, and he wouldn't want to bowl a no ball that way. But yeah, Krishan, I'm really impressed with just the raw pace that he's delivering at the moment. Kamaljeet.
Oh, similar game plan here as well. But the batsman just gets a little bit lucky there. Singh tries to get away from that. Doesn't even have his eyes on the ball, but the top edge goes away for 4.
They called this buys, but this has definitely hit the helmet. I can't believe, if that's bias, then Rilla needs to go to the Supreme Court with that one, because that's definitely hit their head. Have a look at this. It rushes him, goes bang, off the side of the head. And regardless, it goes for 4. But what a bouncer. And to be honest, Gungdeep's not wearing a helmet. That's making me nervous, even though I'd hear the sound. That was the thing. You could hear the sound off the head. I don't know if that's what the delay is for, or whether it's something else. But yeah. Yeah, there we go. 4-leg bias. Well, there you go. Keepers of the world unite. There is some justice. And I'm just so happy Nishi's wearing a helmet. That's something that obviously we strongly encourage on the European Cricket Network. Okay, 2 to come for Krishan.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting over so far. I mean, it's gone for quite a few runs, but only 7 of them credited to the bowler. And this one's going to be a wide, and just trying to mix things up. He's been bowling very close to the body here. Goes for the wider one there, and it just gets it wrong.
Yeah, just gets it wrong, but it gives another chance to take a wicket. I mean, Guggendeep, he's a sleeping giant there, 2 off 7 at the other end. Kalagamage, I'm really impressed with his seam bowling. He's a very natural cricketer, I think, no matter what he does. If you gave him the wicket-keeping gloves, he could probably do that too. A couple to come in the 5th.
Goes that big swing over there. Misses the off stump.
Yeah, a few people making a few Hardik Pandya comparisons with Kalagamage.
Yeah, I can certainly see the resemblance. Yeah, particularly with the haircut.
Both pretty cool dudes. Last ball of the 5th over coming up.
Oh, goes for the big swing and a miss again. This one's just going over the stumps. And it's a dot ball to end the over.
As we get to the end of the 5th, here's 44 for 3. Want to welcome you into the commentary cube here. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. It's my pleasure to welcome Nish Butt in today. And Nish, how are you enjoying things so far? I mean, we saw something a little bit unexpected there with Krishan Kalagamage bowling pace, bowling some serious pace.
Yeah, bowling some serious pace. I think he's done very well. I like how he's just stuck to the game plan. I mean, he's bowled to his field. And so far, the Roma Cricket Club, I was going to say hello to the Flies as well. I've been greeted by some of them today.
In here. Yeah, don't worry, they'll bring their friends as well. But yeah, you're right, sticking to the game plan. Certainly rushing players that have been really good in the series. So Roma CC, they're undefeated, they're at the top of the tree. And now with Lanka going down, they are the only undefeated team in this series. They're setting high standards at the moment, they're achieving them.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how you'd want the defending champions to start off the ECS. They've just set the tone for everyone else, and so far no one's quite been able to match them.
Now, I just want to also welcome all of you that are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Why don't you jump in the chat and say hello to us? Maybe you've been lurking. No shame in that. It's 8 days until the ECC. That means 7 days until I get to have my first empanadas of the season. Empanadas are like these Spanish pies. Delicious. Anyway, certainly we're doing that on Sunday night. But if you want to know more about what's happening on the European Cricket Network, head to our website, europeancricket.com, because there is a lot coming up. Of course, the ECC for men, ECC for women now. We've got the ECS and ECIs in between as well, as Marage comes on with some spin.
This one is just played away towards mid-wicket, and that's going to be a single. Yeah, Marage, he's been certainly from a distance, he's been a very impressive cricketer because he's been one of the top run getters for his side, but he's also been doing very well with the ball.
He's played his way into the Italian side as well, which is going to take part in the ECC.
Yeah, and that one just crashing onto the leg stump, and he's clean bowled him there as Singh departs. Neither one of these two have looked particularly comfortable during their time at the crease. This one just probably stayed a bit lower than he expected to. I mean, we've been talking about the bounce and the wicket. This one doesn't bounce anywhere near as much as Singh anticipated. And that's why he's been cleaned up.
Yeah, I think you called it perfectly there, Nish. It certainly didn't bounce as much as you would expect. And so, yeah, cross-batting a ball on the stumps is always dangerous. Because there's that risk. If it bounces a bit more or a bit less, particularly a bit less than you expect, then that can be the consequence. So yeah, I don't know, it's just maybe it hits the seam, for example, like the scrambled seam. Yeah, it shoots a little bit, and so that will be the end of Kamaljeet. And the score is 45 for 4. And so this will bring the captain, Rajvinder Singh, to the crease.
Yeah, now they're in a real spot of bother. Royal Roma at 45 for 4. And yeah, that's a big turner over there.
Yeah, see, Marage is so clever. He will mix up his pace, and he knows the new batter probably doesn't want to take a big risk first ball, but he just tempts into it. by getting it above the eye line.
Oh, this one, he's met that one firmly, and this one's going to be deposited all the way. Another huge shot. First Maximo for the skipper, Rajwinder Singh.
Yeah, nice shot, and it requires a bit of improvisational fielding. Be careful with that saw. But this one was a bit pacier, I suppose. I thought maybe he could have gone slow again. Hindsight's 20/20. I suppose occasionally you are going to get hit no matter what you try, but Maragi gets the right of reply.
Yeah, that one just tosses that one up, and it doesn't actually hit the pitch, but it's played away by the captain, who's now probably going to have to bat for the remainder of this innings too.
And the other thing is, Maragi, you'd assume we'd see him in the ECIs next weekend. Now that he's played his way into the Italian side. So you'd imagine that the ECI team we see, well, not only from Italy, but also from Finland and from Austria, they'll be as close as possible to who they're taking to the ECC to give them their final hit out. As we get to the end of the sixth over here, as we have a look at the standings, and we're talking about the fact that Roma CC, the only team that are undefeated, everyone else has a loss. And I think Roma CC, they're a lock. Everyone else, though, I think Royal Roma and Roma Anglo Morning Sun in a good position, but it's only a position. I mean, Royal Roma, if they lose this, they'll be 6 and 5. You've got kind of wild cards down there, particularly Kent Lanka. Can they play catch up? Can they play their way into the finals?
Absolutely, and again, what a great start to this big bumper 6-game day. I mean, we start off with a match that was pretty much determined by one boundary. I mean, 4 runs separating the side, and now a top-of-the-table clash. Very, very special Super Sunday here on the European Cricket Network, as this one's played away very nicely, made some room, and beat the fielder. So a boundary for Singh, and the first good-looking shot he's played this innings.
Yeah, well, Samarage, another left arm spinner, and they've got plenty of options. Both fast and slow, Roma CC. But yeah, Gagandeep, he could turn this innings around still, but just he's running out of time. The window's closing, isn't it? That's a nice shot. Laces it for 4.
Yeah, this one is belted, and it's been belted all the way. An enormous hit there by Singh. Huge shot. Goes a bit too wide there, the bowler, and it gives him the room to free his arms. And look at that. Big front foot forward. Took a huge step, and he gets that 6.
Yeah, they haven't got him yet. They got him down, but they haven't got him out.
And it's ironically the full toss, which produces just a single, as a Singh goes to the other end after hitting a 6 and a 4.
Yeah, I think you're pretty happy to see Gagandeep at the other end at the moment, but Rajvinder, you know, he's a good hitter as well.
This one's popped up in the air. Is this going to go towards a fielder? Oh, he manages to get his hands onto it. Is it a 6? Mr. Maximo certainly thinks so, but it's, well, it's just thrown back the...
Yeah, we'll show, I'll tell you what's happening. He's leaned over the boundary, he's got it, but as it's bounced off his hand, it's bounced over the rope and then back into play. So he hits his hands. He's trying to at least knock it back in, but then it bounces over the rope and then comes back into play. So that's why that'll be 6 runs. And a bit of luck, I suppose, for Rajvinder. Kalagamage, he'll be just disappointed. He's a good fielder. He would have hoped to have done better. But 6 runs to Royal Roma.
This one's just going to take an edge. And is this going to go for 4 as well? Yes, it will. So it trickles away towards the boundary rope. This over has been magical. 21 off it. This one just rather fortuitous. A streaky boundary. Doesn't even know where he's playing that, and it's going to beat the fielder at third man. But just a quick comment regarding the previous ball. I mean, if the umpire hadn't signaled that as 6, they could have been run out because they were just chatting in the middle of the pitch.
Obviously very confident. Anyway, this one should be caught by Kalagamage, and it is. So this one a lot easier. Samarage goes magical, but does have something to show for the 7th over as he removes Rajvinder for 17. It's 74 for 5.
Yeah, he needed that wicket, didn't he? I mean, he'd been absolutely belted. It was the first good over for Royal Roma. But, I mean, they can't really be afford to give up too many wickets now either. They've already lost 5. I mean, do know that Royal Roma have a bit more depth than most teams, but still don't have an unlimited amount of depth. Of course, history will unfold this December on the European Cricket Network as we'll introduce our inaugural Women's European Cricket Championship. Some great sides involved in that. Spain, Italy, the Netherlands, France, and Austria. Should be great and a terrific way to round out what's been an absolutely incredible year on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Nish. Well said. And there's a lot of cricketers excited around Europe to get involved in history. It's the first ever ECCW. It's our last event of the year. So a great way to cap off the season as Maragi comes back for his 2nd over in the 8th.
Islam, the new batsman, is going to get set to face his first ball. Of course, You do know he's capable of clearing the boundary. Got a lot of power hitting ability. This one is just struck behind square leg. That's going to be a single, but yeah, really now it all comes down to Singh. I mean, he's going to have to look to hang in there and play a big innings. Guggendeep, he's managed to hit a couple of boundaries, but probably just faced too many dot balls, and this time he gets done. And that's a nice celebration there by Morange. It just brushes the side of the off stump, and he gets clean bowled. A nice bit of variation. If anything, it's the shorter ball that's worked best for Morange as he gets his second wicket.
Lack of pace, Guggendeep, as he likes to, he backs away. And once again, slight bit of variable bounce that Morange seems to get that others don't. But he takes all the wind out of the ball, doesn't he? Guggendeep, he'll be disappointed. But that's cricket, isn't it? Sometimes you've got your timing, sometimes you don't. Didn't really happen for the big man there. As he departs, the score is 76 for 6.
Yeah, Royal Roma, they've a few players have been able to get starts, but no one's been able to kick on and play the big innings, and that's probably what's going to cost them if they fail to get to even triple digits. It's probably going to be a tall ask now, considering they've lost 6 wickets, but again, it is a chance for them to boast some of the depth they have. I think Ul Haq, though, he's probably going to have to try to get 15 or 20 runs himself.
Yeah, at the moment they're on 101 pace. That doesn't seem like enough, does it? Against the Roma CC lineup, they're kind of yet to falter in this tournament. They're kind of known for underachieving with the bat, considering their spoils of riches in the last couple of years, but they've been solid as a rock, the hosts.
This one is played away towards long on, so Shehzad off the mark immediately. And now the pressure on Ul Haq, he knows what he's got to do now. I think he's going to have to face the bulk of the balls from here on out.
Yeah, Morange searching for a third wicket. He's got 2 balls to go.
This one is, well, is that taking an inside edge, or is it just off the pad, just awaiting the umpire's decision? It's a leg by.
Yeah, it's just sliding down the leg side, but Roma CC doing a good holding job here. They've got 2 new batters in, and I suppose you call them lower order batters, Islam Ul Haq and Umesh Shehzad, although they can't hold it.
A flighted delivery, not cleanly struck. It's just going to be 1 run. And again, a good fielding as well out in the deep. There's only 5 runs off this over. A great way to follow up a magical over previously, which went for 21. So with 2 overs to go, Royal Roma are 79 for 6.
Yeah, looking at that, see the wickets falling fairly consistently, and that has just kind of kept that rate down below 10 now. Samaragi comes back, 2 overs to go. We say it all happens in the 9th, and certainly Royal Roma will hope it all happens for them.
Yeah, and it's Samaragi, who's been given a second over despite the fact that his first one went for 21. I think he might go better this over just because he won't have to face the 2 Singhs.
I think the more he bowls, the better. I mean, he's one of their key bowlers. It hasn't necessarily happened perfectly for him in the first week of action, but yeah, I think he's in the best 5 bowlers, and yeah, wasn't helped out by that, I suppose, drop catch that was dropped over the line, and then he had an edge go for 4 as well.
Oh, this one's going to take a top edge as well. No worries about drop catches there. That's a simple enough catch, and that's really well taken by, I believe that's Rahat Ahmed at 3rd man. And, well, this time fortune does favor the bowler, who deserved a bit of luck after that previous one. And another wicket tumbles here for Royal Roma, who are just looking out of sorts.
Yeah, so Rahat does very well there. I mean, he already has a big hat, so that helps. But he's looking straight into the sun, uses his hand to try and shield the sun. Wasn't as easy as that looked, but he made it look easy. So that's 7 wickets down now, 80 for 7. This will bring Mohammad Arshad to the crease.
Yeah, now it's really going to become a test of the tail here for Royal Roma. Lee Shehzad at the other end is a little bit of batting experience. This one is played away towards the long off. He's made a bit of a mess of that. He slightly overruns it. I don't know if that's taken a Tortuga bounce or not. It doesn't seem like it has. Maybe just a bit of off break or something off the field.
Yeah, maybe. Could be a slight Tortuga, you're right. But, yeah, disappointing. Because Roma CC have been solid. But, yeah, it just did a bit of side spin on him at the end, didn't it?
And this is an inside edge. It goes away to the fielder at fine leg. And just one ball to come in this 9th over now. Shahzad, he really has to strike a boundary over here. It's just all gone a bit too quiet. Just 11 runs off these last couple of overs for Royal Roma. Just getting his field right over here, the bowler. I think he's asking the fielder, without a deep cover, to sort of go more to a deep extra cover position. Oh, this one's played away towards the leg side, and this is going to be very easy for the fielder out in the deep. That's Dinadu Morage, who cuts that off one very well, as it's 86 for 7 with 1 over to go.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a will they, won't they, as far as the 100 is concerned. Roma CC, you look at how they've done this. They've had a good mixture of pace and spin bowling. They've been very good in the field, I think. Okay, that one got away, but yeah, they've held their catches. They've removed the threats. They've probably a mixture of them playing well, but also I think Royal Roma being a little bit off. I think Royal Roma, side that have played pretty well in the series on the whole, but we haven't seen them since Thursday, and they had a bit of a busy program through there. They had 2 games on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday, 3 on Thursday. So they played 10 games in 4 days, and just they're coming back. They've got just the 1 game today, so yeah, they'll be hoping to bring their best cricket, but it hasn't really happened for them so far. They do something pretty special in the second innings with the ball. Fernando's coming back, and you mentioned that round the wicket. He just seems to like bowling around the wicket. Did he get hit for 5 sixes in an over yesterday? Went supersonic. It didn't work for him. As Chowdhury had his measure, I think with 7 wickets down, he'll be feeling pretty confident against the left-handed Umar Shahzad, who was the golden knee man that went viral during the week.
Shahzad just wasn't quite able to get a hold of that one, of course. As you noticed, Shahzad just went to get a helmet, as he's now going to be facing the much quicker Fernando, who does like to bowl bouncers. So, wise idea by him.
And I thought for a second Fernando was going to bowl over the wicket, but it's just about it not knowing what side to stand. So what can they get to here? I'd have a fielder right behind the keeper, if I'm honest. And the other thing is, you need to have enough infielders, which maybe they didn't here. Only count 3 inside the circle. So they bring up the deep mid-wicket. That's actually well done, whoever recognised that. I'm sure the umpires would have noticed. We're checking that every ball.
Goes for the shorter one. That's very well directed, but it's been signalled wide. So let's just take another look at this.
Good question. Yeah, it's borderline. Probably. Might have just grazed the top of their head. Interesting that Ashad's still pretty keen to get on the front foot. I think Charles did have this issue yesterday. He gets too much bounce, and he's continued to bowl bounces. I don't think a lot of them were even meant to be bounces.
This time he just looks to advance down the crease. But yeah, as he said, I mean, since he is someone who bowls a lot shorter, I'd be tempted to have that third man way finer than he is right now. Really, he should sort of be just about on the top of your screen when you're looking at it front on. Maybe kind of where a backstop, long stop would sort of be.
Yeah, I actually think I'd be going the northern crossfield to Charles. I'd be going one right behind the keeper and then a fairly fine third and a fine leg. Just because I think there's a lot of balls that could fly that way. They might go over anyway.
Oh, this is a good running between the wickets. He's quick out of the blocks.
Yeah, Rilla.
There's Shahzad.
Rilla couldn't believe they were taking him on. He's doing everything right, watching the ball into the gloves. Meanwhile, Shahzad had had enough of being a spectator, so he said, all right, let's take on a bye, and they get one.
Yeah, they need to get runs however they can get them, because boundaries has dried up. No boundaries for the last 3 overs except that one streaky one they've managed to get, Royal Roma.
3 to come.
Oh, this one's going to take another edge. Is it going to go away for 4? Yes, it will. And there's another reason to potentially contemplate having a Northern Cross field.
A Northern Cross has never even been seen. It's only a theoretical field. But if you're ever going to have it, I think you got 2 lower order batters to Fernando. The odds of them banging one over long on, long off, I think it's probably more likely that the world would stop and spin the other way. Whether they would have stopped that or not, I'm not sure. They probably would have got into the gap anyway. Handy runs, drag Royal Roma into the 90s. 2 to come.
Oh, he middles this one. He does middle that. Is that going to go the distance? Yes, it will. Forget about any fielder discussions there. That's cleared the boundary open, gone for 6, and they've managed to string together a couple of boundaries. Don't worry about that. See you later. That's a great hit.
Well, a bit like Corey's face over the first 6 days. My face is red after that because I didn't necessarily think that shot was on the cards. A little bit more mid-wicket than straight, but you can see why Shazad wanted to get down there. And now he's taken Royal Roma to 99. Last ball coming up.
Yeah, this one's going to be a swing and a miss. Are they going to get a single? The keeper just misses the stumps, and they managed to get to triple digits. So Royal Roma find a way to scramble their way to 100. It's a below par score, but certainly something that could be defended. Going to be a steep task against this Roma Cricket Club side, but Shazad, full credit to him, managed to find a way to manufacture some boundaries right at the end. As we'll, of course, take a look at the highlights of this first innings, where Royal Roma managed to get 100 runs. Of course, it was Lunkwal and Arif who came out to open the batting. Lunkwal looked really good, made 24 of 13, and if he'd been able to kick on, I think they would have been in fantastic shape. Of course, that's the wicket of Muhammad Arif. Great bit of bowling there by Apu Hami. That one went on to crash onto the leg stump, and we saw them employ the short ball really well, the Roma Cricket Club. This was a terrifically taken catch there by Samarage. That would be the end of Luckenwall, who was looking so good. He hit 3 big sixes, and that was another great catch on the deep. You have to say, Roma Cricket Club's fielding was outstanding. I hardly saw them make any mishaps. There were, of course, a few lucky boundaries, as there always are. This one just stayed a bit low. Of course, we've been talking a lot about the bounce on this wicket. It's usually pretty true. Not the case, though, when Dinidu Morage was bowling, as, of course, he was the beneficiary of a couple of short balls that just didn't bounce as much as they should have. Just take a look at some of these really good-looking shots. That was one of the few overs that went well for Royal Roma. 21 off that Prithivu Samarage over. Yeah, this one just popped up in the air, and again, great catch, very well taken. And there we go. That was another one. And you just love that celebration there by Dinidu Morage. The second clean bowled he managed to get. And just pushes that one back. That one just wrong footing the fielder out in the deep. That was very unlucky for Dinidu Morage, who was, well, the ball just seemed to find him all the time in the field, didn't it? I mean, he was involved in the action a fair bit in that first innings. Of course, we'll take a look at the scorecard for Royal Roma. And of course, as we said, it was Kalani Luckenwal who started off so well with his 24 of 13. If he'd been able to kick on, then maybe Royal Roma could have touched that 130 mark. Of course, a few starts we can see there. Gagandeep Singh, he hung around, was probably just a bit too slow. Rajwinder Singh, the skipper, making 17 of 6. And then Umar Shazad in that last over managed to middle one and hit a 6, and also got a rather lucky boundary. And then let's take a look at the bowling figures. A very respectable performance for this undefeated Roma Cricket Club side. It's Charles Fernando bowling the first and the last over, getting hit for 26 runs in those 2 overs. Of course, the pick of the bowlers was Dinidu Morage, 2 for 13 in his 2, bowled really well. Kalumage, you have to say as well, got just 1 wicket, but his economy rate was absolutely fantastic at 4. I think his game plan was just perfect. I mean, you know, he mixed it up well, bowled some good variations, would bowl the old one short, and in the end, well, Royal Roma gets you just 100 runs. Well, join us again in a few moments, as of course we'll be bringing you the second innings of our second match of the day. Stay with us.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Benvenuti, welcome back. We're in the eternal city of Rome, and of course you got a top of the table clash on our hands right now. It was Royal Roma posted 100, just like they did the very first time these two teams faced each other earlier this tournament. Of course, these two teams have been involved in the last couple of finals. The Roma Cricket Club, the defending champions, and have been off to a perfect start this tournament. And are they going to continue that? First ball. This one just struck away. It's going to take an outside edge and go straight to the fielder at third man. Perfect start here for Royal Roma. That's just what they needed. They're defending a slightly below par total, and it's a golden duck to start off. Good stuff here. And they strike immediately. Terrific start. And of course, Derek's going to be here to greet the new batsman shortly. Let's just take another look at this. Goes for the big shot, loses his shape. He's not even looking at the ball closely. And a great catch. They really needed that one, of course. As we mentioned, they posted an identical target when these two teams faced each other in the tournament opener. And that time around, Roma Cricket Club made quick work of them, chased that down in just 6 overs. And yeah, very well taken catch, really. He watched it closely and just allowed it to come towards him. Great start. Usman Rashid, of course, bowling this first over. And it's now Fernando coming here for the Roma Cricket Club. Did really well with the ball going around the wicket. Now he's got a big responsibility here as well. I mean, it's not often that you see someone opening the bowling and then coming in to bat at number 3 as well. And that's a good-looking lead. Not often you see that in T10 cricket, but very nicely done. Beautiful pose. And he's rehearsing what he probably should have played, which is a push towards cover. Of course, just 2 fielders allowed outside the ring during the power play. They've got a long on and a long off, so Rashid really needs to pitch this up. Bit wide, bit short, but gets away with it. That was Dinidu Marage who departed for the Roma Cricket Club. Very solid all-around player, but not able to make his impact felt with the bat in this match. And of course, another one, I think he's just sort of beating in for pace right now. I don't know if he's going to want to keep bowling at that line and length, because if Fernando makes good contact on it, it's probably going to beat the 2 fielders. And yeah, playing with fire and is not been punished for it. This one is probably bowling to his field, but oh, the fielders made a mishap. Well, maybe that's why he wasn't bowling to his field. That looked like a regulation bit of fielding. And Islam ul Haq with a moment he'll want to forget really quickly, and he's immediately been swapped by the captain. Just rub some more salt onto his wounds. Yeah, that's a rather regulation bit of fielding. He'll be rather disappointed with himself. And then, as you can see, he's immediately been replaced. This one's just pulls the length back a bit. It's been skied, and has it gone over the boundary rope? Just waiting the umpire signal over here. No, it hasn't. Looks like it's taken a bounce right in front of the rope. And yeah, that over was going really well, but it's been spoilt in those last couple of balls. And as you can see, probably just a few inches in front of the boundary rope, or not. Well, that is a 4. And it's been given a boundary. So yeah, instead the couple of 4s to end the over. Yeah, that's sort of what happens sometimes to bowlers, doesn't it? I mean, get a bit unlucky the previous ball, and then the next one, you just sort of lose. You might lose your shape a little bit and get hit for 4. But long on's been brought in now for Islam ul Haq, and instead he'll have some protection out at deep square leg. Yeah, going right arm around as well. Again, I mean, is that really the right thing to do early in the T10 innings? I mean, that's something that's going to be debated, but each to their own, one would say. Usually, though, I think I like to see bowlers bowling over the wicket the first 3 overs, because you still want to attack, you still want to look to take wickets. As well, the fielder who is at fine legs now just been moved towards mid-wicket. Wise idea, really, if going to bowl round at that kind of a line, as this one's just a bit too wide. And it's Yeah, this is going to be very important, really. I mean, you're going to have to try to restrict them to something under 30 during this power play. How explosive Roma Cricket Club are at the start. Of course, this one's another wide, so he's just needs to find his radar. Of course, the last time these two teams played each other, of course, Marage and Kurupu made an 80-run opening partnership of just 25 balls, but that's not going to be the case this time around with Marage having been sent back to the dugout with a golden duck. Oh, and now he decides to go over the wicket, but just can't find his radar. But I've got Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sundo joining me here in the commentary box once again.
Yeah, thanks, Nish. Good to be back. Yeah, it's a perfect start, wasn't it, for all Roma? Maragi's been so good in the series, but has nicked off first ball to the boundary. Heads, it could have gone pretty much anywhere. Kurupu, good player, but he's had a couple of outs lately. Got a couple of good balls, and yeah, so Roma CC, we haven't really seen them have a stumble with the bat so far. Is this the game? As Royal Roma, they're doing well to restrict them so far.
That was a much better ball there. I mean, managed to find his line and length there. That one just about the top of middle stump. Oh, but once again, straying way too far down the leg side.
Yeah, you don't need this when you're only defending 100 against Roma CC.
I mean, that's a free boundary he's just given them with 4 wides in this over.
Let's see if the top order can click here. Kurupu, can he get going?
Goes Fuller, much better. Just aiming for that Yorker there. Bowling, looking to bowl very straight here, Kurupu.
That's the ball I just don't think we see enough. Good Yorker. Okay, a lot of times bowlers probably try, maybe not executing, but there's just very little you can do with a ball like that. Doesn't give you length to go hit under. It's just basically preserving your wicket, a ball like that.
Yeah, this one is going down the leg side for another wide.
And then, see, that's an example of he's trying to do it again, I think, but he's just misdirected it. Pretty good stop down there from Mohsen, who's got the keeping today. No Nur Muhammad in the Royal Roma lineup. He's the regular keeper, so they've been kind of sharing it around when he hasn't been playing. We've seen a rifting on occasion. Mohsen gets the gloves today.
And again, another one down the leg side.
He's getting plenty of practice. I think Islam's just getting some good movement, but his results no good as it swings back behind the legs of Kurupu once again. So, if anything, this is taking the pressure off Kurupu. You mentioned it. I mean, we haven't had a run off the bat this over, but we've had 5 wides. So, basically, that's 5 off the first half of the over without Kurupu having to hit a ball.
This one is, it's going to beat the fielder at mid-off, and it's going to go away for 4. So, finally, some runs off the middle of the bat. This one is played very nicely. Probably a bit too full and just outside the off stump, but good looking shot, very classy stroke. And that's Kurupu, who's a very good cricketer.
Yeah, nice
Gets
shot.
off the mark.
Yeah, and those wides really tangibly lifted the pressure off Kurupu. Then just plays a classical cover drive. Couple to come in the second.
Ooh, what about this one? Is it out or is it not? Well, what's it going on to hit the leg stump?
I think this is so close. Is it doing too much? Oh, for me, is it going over?
I think I'll just agree with the umpire on this one because it's tough to give something where there's so many question marks about out.
Yeah, look, height's an issue there. It just seemed like it stayed down a bit. Honestly, if he'd given that out, I think it would have been a pretty good decision. I don't mind the not out call, though. It's in that kind of umpire's call range.
What is it? Just played away, straight to the fielder with square leg.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge appeal either, but it just seemed to trap Kurupu on the crease. As we get to the end of the second over, got a bit of a contest on our hands here. It's 18 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, 10 runs off that over, 6 of them because of wides. And again, you just wonder how that's going to play with the bowler's fitness, having to pull 12 balls in a row. As, of course, we take a look at the standings over here. Roma Cricket Club off the perfect start with 7 straight wins. And Royal Roma, the finalists from last year's ECS here in Rome, starting off 6-4. And again, they're faced with a very similar task to what they had in match 1, where they posted 100 as well against Roma Cricket Club, as this one is played away ever so well by the batter. I mean, square leg inside the ring. He just works it above him, and it races away to the boundary rope. So a good start to the over for Roma Creek Club.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to dodge Hurricane Charles here if you're going to defend 100, so you're going to have to get him sooner rather than later. Look, he'll give you a look in occasionally, misses out a few balls outside the off stump, we've seen that, but when he hits them, he can hit them so far. Here's Rashid.
Yeah, this time he tries to go fuller, probably slightly misses the Yorker, and it's a low full toss, which is pretty hard to get away as well, in all honesty. And it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, attempted Yorker. If you miss slightly forward, I mean slightly, not really kind of knee-high full toss, but yeah, low full toss, ankle-high full toss. It's also a pretty difficult ball to get away, like you say, Nish.
Oh, this one again goes for the fuller delivery, but he's really unlucky as it's going to take an outside edge and go away for 4.
Yeah, well, the Yorker is good as well, but you can't protect against unlucky runs, and that's where I just think it's not really in the bowler's control. He does the right thing. I think it's still a win for the bowler, but on the scoreboard, it'll go down as 4 runs to the batter.
Yeah, I think with that kind of field setting, your Yorkers need to be sort of more around the stumps rather than wider, because any kind of bat on it is probably going to go away, as this one's just played away behind square leg. It's going to be a bit of a chase. Attempts some foot fielding. Not very clean. They'll still get a couple of runs.
Yeah, he always steps on this and it squeezes out under his shoot. Assume this is clean. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that seems fine.
Those are the sort that can
doesn't
cost.
touch the rope. Rope doesn't move. So I wouldn't advise that as if you want to keep your ankles healthy, but gets the result, saves a couple of runs.
This one is just pulls his length back a little bit here. He's bowling very full. Rashid. 1 ball to come in this over. 11 runs off it so far. Oh, this one is another one that thuds onto the pads. This one gets a much louder appeal than one that was much closer earlier. But it's going to be a dot ball to end the over, and in all honesty, a very good power play, I'd say, for Royal Roma. I mean, right at the top of this broadcast, they said they probably want to make sure Roma Creek Club don't get more than 30 runs in these first 3 overs, and they're at 29 for 1. So, again, both sides fairly even at this stage.
Well, Roma kind of play themselves into the contest on the back of a magical over in the 7th, and then the last went for 14. Now, look, they're still in the game. I suppose that's all you can ask for at this stage. Roma CC, despite a fairly quiet start by their standards, they're still pretty much up at the rate. The middle overs will make or break this, and it looks like it'll be Gagandeep Singh to bowl. And a few people talking about the table, the fact that Asian Latina sit in 4th place at the moment. People are pretty impressed with that, considering they couldn't win a game to save themselves in the first couple of days. They were 0-6. Currently, they're 4-6 on a 4-game winning streak, although I don't think we see them today on day 7.
So it is inside edge onto the pads. That's going to be a single.
Asian Latina have a couple of days off. They'll be back on Tuesday. And their only games remaining are against Castellina and Kent Lanka. So you'd have to say that, depending on what Kent Lanka is showing, Asian Latina might still back themselves to play their way into the 4.
Yeah, Latina is a neighborhood in Rome. I mean, initially I thought they were just big fans of Hispanic culture looking at their name.
Yeah, cross-cultural, Asian, part Asian, part Latina. Yeah, but Latina, it's, yeah, you're right. It's maybe half an hour, 40 minutes out of Rome. There's a very famous pasta company in Australia, Latina Fresh. Krupu, gonna get going.
Oh, this was an opportunity. This was an opportunity. And those are exactly the kind of catches they're going to have to take if they want to win this one. That went straight to the fielder. I think that's Lockenwall, who batted so well earlier. He should be taking that.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10 he does take it. I suppose at this stage maybe you say, Krupu's not hurting you too much. Will it cost him or will it not?
Oh, and was there anything there? Doesn't seem like there was. It's just going to be a single.
I think at any rate, Fernando, he worked out what was going on, so he just made sure he got the bat back. So even if there was a touch, he wouldn't have been out. They take a run off the rebound. Gagandeep keeping things fairly quiet. It's just beast versus beast, really, with Gagandeep bowling to Fernando. Clash of the Titans that we're going to have to wait for, but not for too long. Let's go.
Wider delivery again. I think Singh, he might want to just start that around the off stump. I think he's getting a bit of a way movement, but he's already aiming it that wide. It's just going to keep going. I think ball's a bit straighter. I think he's going to potentially draw an outside edge as well. As you said, this is going to be a very important matchup. I mean, dodging Fernando is going to be so important because if he hangs around another 10 or so balls, then you'd really fancy Roma Cricket Club to make quick work of them. And that's exactly why, because when he middles it, it stays hit. That one's been sent to the parking lot. A huge hit there by Fernando.
And it's going to lodge in the archaeological site. So it's almost hit back into the past. Yeah, this is the thing, needing 10 and over. If you get 1-6, and more often than not, you're getting the runs you need off the over. It's just going to be one hit that does the damage, and that was the large one from Charles.
One is just played away towards mid-wicket, but did you see that's an archaeological site?
Yeah, well, when we were here last year, as we get to the end of the fourth over, the score is 39 for 1. So they want to build essentially a clubhouse here and develop the ground, but you need to get permission to do that. So one thing they did last year is they dug up underneath, because Rome being such an old city, it's actually kind of built on top of itself again and again and again and again. So they went underneath and they found a few interesting archaeological artifacts. So last year when we were here, where that's still roped off, and eventually that's going to settle and they'll be able to build on that. But it went down, I don't know how far, maybe like a good 10 metres. And you can see like the old road and things like that. We're talking hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands of years ago. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's just, I think, the beauty of this city. I mean, it's just full of so much history, of course.
And if they dig it up again, you know what they're going to find? A fair few cricket balls, because a few went down there last year as well. Here's over number 5.
Oh, is there something there? Was there an inside edge there? I think the umpire thinks it's just pad. There's certainly a noise.
I'm not even sure if he actually takes it, but for sure it's pad. Man, let's see if it carries. You see, he just brushed the trousers. Whether he caught it or not won't be really that consequential. But still holding him here. Interesting game. We've had two pretty tight arm wrestles so far on our Super Duper Sunday.
And this one goes fuller and wider, and he just beats him for pace there. Fernando completely missing that one.
So I had a question from crew about what the weather's like here. Well, it's very pleasant, very mild actually, but a bit warm. 28 degrees currently, heading for a maximum of 31 degrees. And that's kind of par for the course at the moment. A little bit of cloud cover saving us from the direct sunlight at the moment, in some places anyway.
Yeah, you can see what he's trying to do there. He's just aiming for that leg stump Yorker. He gets it slightly wrong, Shazad. And it's going to be a wide. A few too many wides bowled, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's been an issue for some teams. They've really had struggles with these extras, and they can make a difference. See if Shazad can get it back outside the off stump.
Oh, this time he does connect. It goes straight to the fielder. He has to take it, and he does on the second attempt. What a terrific catch. We thought he'd put it down, but he somehow just wanted to make it more challenging for himself. And they take this catch, and the dangerous Fernando departs thanks to a bit of acrobatics out in the field.
Yeah, well, Mohammad Arshad take a bow. Well, in fact, he does take a bow the way he takes the catch. It's a big moment in the game. Fernando goes leg side. Arshad robs him of a Maximo. He clangs it. And it falls forward though, and as long as, oh, okay, then he catches it. But we have to rewind this right back now. Where's his first contact of the ball? Let's go back. Okay, where is he on the line first? Let's have a look. He looks inside there to me, and as we roll this forward, as we go forward, we'll have a look. So, if that's fine, now if he steps outside, it doesn't matter. So now just roll it, don't stop. Now if he goes outside here, it doesn't matter. It's all about, because when he catches it, he's not touching anymore, is he? Doesn't matter, keep going. And as long as he's lifted that foot, so I think, technically this is the rule, it's a weird rule. He's allowed to go outside of the boundary as long as he wasn't outside the boundary before the catch was taken. And so, yeah, it's just such a weird rule. So as long as your first touch is legal, it doesn't really matter then if you jump from outside the boundary, as long as you're never touching the ball and
and the boundary at the same time.
I mean, that rule throws me off as well. And again, full credit to our director, Andres, who's done so well capturing this moment and just showing you the replay.
And I think it's a really good call, because if there's doubt, so before, I think it's after the touch that he goes back and touches the rope. So as long as it's after that drop, then actually it's a catch. But yeah, and so, well, I think it's going to be given 6 in the end. So the judgment there from the umpires must be that he was actually outside the boundary, or he's jumped from the boundary to take the catch in the first place. So it's kind of inconclusive. But what happened after he touched the ball isn't relevant, because he definitely catches it with his feet in the air. But in the end, it's been given 6. So, well, big swing. And now Charles is going to cash in with 4 runs.
Yeah, this one goes away for 4. But just to continue the discussion, I think the misconception a lot of us have, me included until he gave that great explanation, is that the rule was almost changed to become a bit more like, say, basketball, where you have to establish yourself back in bounds.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I think that should be the rule. That makes a lot of sense, because basketball, you can't. So what he did there in basketball, you couldn't do that, right?
Yeah.
Ouch. That's going to hurt a lot. And the walk one, and straight away Fernando just checking if Shazad's all right.
Oh, that must have hurt.
This is magic spray time for Shazad. I think straight away he's offered the shin, and it couldn't have got him any more flush.
Oh, I had this happen to me a month ago, so I know how much this hurts. It's just, it's actually hit him on the foot. I had it on the
that's
shin.
Even worse. It's hit him on the foot. Oh, boy. That is going to hurt. Oh, it hits him in line. Probably would have hit the stumps. Can the bowler be LBW? Anyway, we'll take a moment. I don't know if we can go back to that catch. So this is where, for me, I think you should have to come back into the field. But as long as, at this point, he's fine. So, because when he comes back into the field to play, he probably did still have a foot on the ground. But he's allowed to jump from outside, as long as at the moment he's touching it there, he's not touching the rope. Which, I don't know, when he first touches it, he looks like he's fine. But the tough thing to decide is he touching the rope the first time he touches the ball? Or has he jumped from the rope? Now, the first time he touches the ball, here, it's very hard to tell, right? It's almost impossible because it's so far away. So as long as this first touch is fine, because it pretty much bounces straight off his hand, it's very hard to tell. And maybe, obviously, the officials can see it live as well. And just doing the best job possible. So, for me, yeah, it's inconclusive. So you probably go with either the on-field call or what they saw live, because it bounces off his hands. And to me, when it hits his hands, I thought he was probably just okay. It probably benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder with those. But it was a tough call, one that could have gone either way. Shazad is not going to stick around to bowl the last ball of his over. Understandably, that's probably going to blow up, and he's going to need some immediate attention. So they're going to need someone to bowl the last ball this over. Royal Roma. I certainly hope he's all right.
We certainly do, as he's, of course, taken off by medical personnel. We just have another look at how painful that was. And, yeah, might need to invest in armor-plated boots if he's going to be bowling to Fernando. No, just a bit of extra magic spray there for, that's Kamaljeet Singh. Just says, yeah, I'd like some for my elbow as well.
Yeah. A lot of people saying, why didn't you catch it? But I think it's just an instinctive move. I don't think anyone in the world's catching that. That was absolutely smashed.
Of course, well, it looks like the player who's going to be replacing him is Mohammad Rashad, who's going to pull this over.
You don't really want to burn a bowler here, because this ball will count as a full over as far as who can bowl an over. So you're kind of looking for a part-timer to do the job. And Rashad, who almost pulled off that miracle catch down on the boundary, is a judge to have stepped on the rope as he touched it, or jumped from the rope just before he touched it the first time. He's gonna bowl the last ball. Shazad, again, that leaves them needing another over from somewhere as well.
This one's gone up in the air. It's a catching opportunity, and the catch is taken. Well, he had a catch denied earlier, but this time he presents a catch. And wait a second, what's the umpire said over here? Let's just take a look at our officials.
Yeah, well, I don't know what it could be about. No, it's a legal ball unless I'm missing something. So, yeah, it's That's perfect for Kurupu. And I don't know what they're saying. There's still some discussion out there, but I mean, I can't imagine what this might be about. It's not a free hit because normally when the bowler changes off, it's because they've been for bowling too many no balls. But yeah, legal ball. It's definitely not too high. Unless something like the field's out. But nah, Kurupu's on his way. Gagneet Singh with the catch. So, I'll tell you what, if he doesn't bowl again, Arshad, he's going to have the best figures possible. He'll have 1 ball, 1 wicket. But he may get a second over. Definitely on that evidence. As a second wicket falls, Kurupu just a little bit out of nick at the moment. He goes for 11 and the score is 51 for 2. Okay, I'm going to roll the dice and we're going to pick another team on the ECC. Ready? The first one, it's telling me Group D, Team 3. Hungary. Super interesting. I noticed that Les Deploy made a big 100 in the county championship, and he is, all words are, he'll be in the squad with his brother Zemus Deploy as well. So there's a first-class cricketer in form, and not many teams can say they've got that. Also, they've set some records this year, Hungary. They had the highest chase ever in the ECI. Oh, another catching opportunity, but Islam ul Haq can't get it to stick. Bounces out of the hands as Charles gets another life. This time he just flat bats one to long on, but survives.
Yeah, that Hungary chase earlier this summer was absolutely terrific. Of course, Rico and Charlie Hunt on the call for that. I mean, they managed to chase an incredible target down with plenty of balls to spare without losing any wickets. As of course, Khalil, while he creates an opportunity off his very first ball. And that's going to be the new batsman, Prithvi Samaragia here, getting ready to face his first ball. Oh, this one's taking an edge. It's going to go over the fielder, a third man. Umpire has a look at the umpire's square leg. Is this a 4? Is this a 6? We'll just take a look at this replay and well, let's see where this lands. It's, I think it's just in front of the boundary rope. You can see a few blades of grass separating the boundary
You're
rope.
right there, Nish. Good eyes from you. I think that'll be 4 runs.
And that's going to go away for a boundary. So keep scoring boundaries here. The Roma Cricket Club, they're just ahead right now, ever so slightly with their run rate. It's just about 10 right now for them.
Yeah, it's been hanging around 10 the whole time, hasn't it? Samarage, he's class when he gets going. It's a good start from him.
This time he just aims for the pads. And I think they're going to get leg buys over here.
Yeah, Samarage seems a bit hot and cold with the bat. Probably more cold than hot, to be honest. But when he gets going, he just looks class above.
Fernando still there. And of course, as we said, if he hangs around till about the 20-25 ball mark, it's probably the game for Roma Cricket Club. As an attempted slower ball there, just to roll his fingers across that one, and they'll sneak a single in as well. So that's going to be a wide as well as the run. So a couple runs there for Roma without having to face a single legal delivery. So yeah, they're just about managing to find ways to leak runs here, Royal Roma, unfortunately, and giving a few too many wides. Bit leaky, need to tighten things up. Goes for the fuller delivery again. It's just a Yorker aimed at the leg stump, and it's a very comfortable catch presented to the fielder at cover. That's Usman Rashid who takes that really well, and that's going to be the end for Samarage. Well, who, as you said, he's been a bit hot and cold. Goes cold over there, and a well-taken catch just above his head.
Yeah, it's certainly a wicket that I think Royal Roma would be happy to see walking back in Samarage, who could have finished this game quickly, but it's not to be for him. He's the third wicket to fall, 59 for 3.
Just taking another look at this. Yeah, very well taken. Well judged as well. And a wicket they really needed just to peg them back. But again, the key man here is Charles Fernando. They need to get rid of him quick. Royal Roma, he hangs around. As we said, this is it's probably the game for Roma Cricket Club. The new batsman, of course, is Christian Kolugamage. Of course, he bowled terrifically in the first innings. He's very smart with his bowling, mixed things up well.
Yeah, still fighting, aren't they? Roma CC
can turn to Christian Kalagamagay, who we didn't see during the week, but he's appeared this weekend, and he's got 3 games today potentially. Faces up for the first time.
One is just hit straight to the fielder square leg. That's actually a smart bit of captaincy. They just brought square leg into the ring for the new batsman. They sent a 3rd man out instead.
Yeah, I mean, Kalagamagay came out and he just bowled wheels. I've never seen him bowl seam up, but apparently that's what he used to do quite a lot. And he was really rushing some very good players. Man, we'll see him with the bat.
This one is just a push towards long on. That's going to be a single. So nice over there for Khalil. Just 8 runs off, and then he gets a wicket as well. So the Roma Cricket Club are 60 for 3 at the end of the 6th over.
Craig Element, good to see you in the chat. And he's got a really good point from what we thought was a wicket to a 6-4-1, including a bowler getting knocked out of the game in Umar Shahzad. Huge percentage game changer. I mean, having said that, 60 off 6. They're right on the rate. They'll win or lose it in the next 4 overs. Prabarthek Nalagoda was my guest in the commentary box last night. He's listed as the next batter here, although I think they might go to someone like a Rahat, who was in form last night, to come in next. And kind of walking a tightrope without a safety net here, Royal Roma, as Gaggandeep comes back to bowl the 7th.
Yes, one played away well, exactly as you said. Rod Ahmed, 56 of 19 yesterday during Roma's win against the Bangla Morning Sun. And it's maybe even a bit surprising he isn't batting at 5, but certainly should play a part at some point in this innings, as this one is struck down the ground. It's going to beat the fielder and go away for 4 as the danger man Fernando, well, he continues to just put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, well, this almost hits the stumps. That would have done Royal Roma a solid if the stumps had done the fielding, because it was just out of the range of the fielder. He didn't want to get off his feet there. It's an important boundary, Roma CC being tested, but at the moment they're getting there. It's a great stop. I've got to say, I'm impressed with Mosen with the gloves. Like I said, I don't know how regular a keeper he is, but he's been asked to do a lot, and he's literally saved 3 runs for his team right there. Terrible ball by Gaggandeep, but fantastic knockdown by the keeper.
For a side who've bowled as many wides as they have, almost 10 or 11 by my count. I think very lucky they've only given up that many runs. And this one's going to be an inside edge, and it's going to go away. Another candidate for potentially having the Northern Cross field, as that one's going to beat the keeper as well.
Yeah, well, you got to feel for Mohamed Mosen here, because he's keeping well, but he'd need to be about 15 feet tall to have a chance at this one. It's just pure luck, really. Chopped into the ground. That's the old reverse straight drive for Kalagamagay. Gets him a boundary.
Played away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single, and they were just considering the second, but it's a good bit of fielding out in the deep by Namun Khalil, and a very strong arm as well.
Yeah, Khalil's a guy who wouldn't be surprised to see him come back. He went for 9 in the last over. And yeah, they need to just hang in there, Royal Roma.
Takes some pace off the ball there. Saying, of course, difference in field setting for these two players is they got point back inside the ring for Fernando, and then they send the square leg out, but to the opposite for Kalagamagay. And oh, that's a little bit wayward. The ball was just being tossed back to the bowler, and he lets it out of his sight.
I suppose at least that's a mistake that costs you a few seconds, but doesn't cost you a run, so that's fine. Last ball, the 7th coming up. Gaggandeep's last ball.
This one is played towards the field recover. He's going to have a shy at the stumps. Is there going to be some good backing up? There certainly will. And it's just going to be a single. I think Fernando might have just left that one alone, and it would have gone away for a wide. But nonetheless, it's 1 run to end the over.
Yeah, he runs in a straight line until the very end. I think he just gets home, gets the foot in. A bit dangerous not sliding the bat, though, as we get to the end of the 7th over, and it's 73 for 3, so still game on here. Kent Lanka, they're back. They're taking on Roma Capanelli in match number 33. So it's a rematch of what was a very entertaining match 31, Nish. And the news from the toss, Kent Lanka winning the toss and bowling. So same order of innings there. Last time they fell just short in the chase, but they had some good performance. I think Nico Fernando was really good with the ball early. Vic Muthi with his back flips. You know, I'm a big fan of that. Joe Wardino with a
with a half century in there. Just couldn't quite get it done. Capanelli, though, I think expect a big game from Gulam. I feel that he is due some runs. Hamza as well. It's been pretty good for them as well with the bat and the ball. He could probably use a few runs. No ball called here. You don't need that at this stage. Khalil must have overstepped here. We'll check it out on the replay. Oh, it must be a back foot no ball. So there's really no excuses to be bowling from that wide of the crease. So yeah, you cannot touch that sideline with your back foot, and that's why Fernando's going to get a free hit here.
Giving a free hit to the most dangerous player in this lineup. I mean, again, they've just probably not been as disciplined as they needed to, particularly defending a target of 101. I mean, think about how much better a chance he would have had. As that's a perfect Yorker right in the block hole. Probably should have bowled that earlier.
Brilliant ball.
Yeah.
He's dodged a bullet there. Again, he's got to watch his back foot. He gets too close here. He's just got to be aware of it. Okay, just okay. And I mean just, but as far as the ball delivered, couldn't have been any better. So the old get out of jail free card for Khalil. Gate. No, he will get to face up. Guy who we have seen playing for Italy in the ECC.
Just trying to get their field perfect here. Now got square leg out as well for Kalugamage. This one is going to be played down towards long on. Of course, just one boundary and over will do the trick for Roma Cricket Club, so they don't need to take any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, I mean, it's also going to be a little bit careful not to be too conservative. I think, okay, pushing for one, that's fine. But maybe a slight lack of intent, which, okay, they got the batting to do it, but could also backfire if they leave the necessary boundaries too late.
Oh, this one's just going to be a half chance for the fielder at point. Was always going to be a tough opportunity, but it takes a bounce just in front of him as Fernando. You know, he's presented a few half chances. That one was always going to be very tough. Good attempt there by Muhammad Arif at point.
Yeah, looking at the Italian squad, I don't see Kalugamage in there. Maybe he's sending a message to everyone. With the ball, at least.
No, this one's very well struck. Is it going to clear the fielder? It certainly will. And that goes the distance. Huge six. And that's terrifically hit. And that's basically all Roma Cricket Club need each over, as this one's a beautiful looking shot.
Yeah, brilliant shot, isn't it? As Kalugamage sends a message with the bat this time. Just bided his time. He's been really selective, hasn't he? He's not going looking for trouble. He's waiting to get something in his zone. He felt he could hit that. He did. Powerful strike. Clears the fielder. Just 18 off 14 now.
Yeah, this one just beats him for pace over there. That was okay ball. Just pulled his length back a bit.
Some interesting names in there. Simranjit Singh from Kings 11 in there. Zain Ali from Chivadate. Two players that we saw earlier in the year in the Milan version of the ECS. Got Maduba Fernando from Ogliasco in there as well in the squad. Just keeping an eye on that. Last ball, the 8th.
Oh, this is a good ball, isn't it? Very well. That was really close to the stumps. And just a couple of dot balls you needed right at the end to keep things interesting for these last 2 overs.
And they are interesting, aren't they? That's a very good ball. Almost knocks out the off stump. Well, have we got a sneaky golden ball under the radar happening right now, because 83 for 3 off 8 overs. Okay, 18 off 2 overs. You think they should do it, but this has been an unpredictable innings, and if you don't have a good over here in the 9th, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself as a batting side in the 10th to get over the line.
It's been a very interesting innings, to say the least, because there haven't been any real magical overs, as you'd say. Every over's been worth somewhere between 8 to 13 so far. So going along very steadily, Roma.
All right, all happens in the 9th. The 9th could decide the game. Is Islam.
That's another wide, and of course, I think for the first time in my life, I heard someone say "Yar Mamma Mia." That's a collector's item.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You get a real interesting mixture of languages out here in Italy. Fernando to 40 off 22. 17 required.
Oh, this one is hit very, very well. That's going to go all the way. A huge hit there by Fernando. And again, with Fernando out there, you just know he's going to pick that one bad ball and club it away. This one goes away for 6, and a horrible start here to Islam's over. 7 runs off just one legal delivery bowled so far.
Yeah, it's a fraction short, and there it went.
Oh, this one's hit straight down the ground. It's going to go over the commentary cabin, and that's gone away for 6 as he brings up his half-century here, Fernando. And he's playing a match-winning knock over here this time around. Just a bit too wide. Gets a chance to free his arms, and that is what he does.
Yeah, that's what he does, and that's why he's in the side. 52 off 24 for Charles. And those 2 sixes have broken the back of this chase now. One more and it's done. Oh. Oh, no. That's a painful one for Charles. Don't rub it was the first thing I heard. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, well, you knew straight away where that hit him.
Yeah, just take another look at that one.
Sometimes pictures say more than words ever could. And that's probably one of those occasions. It's completely thrown him. He's saying, I just need one more of these so I can get out of there. That'll be an interesting trip to the ambulance if he does decide to seek medical attention for that. But now 5 required, and the only question is, will this game even make it to a 10th over?
Yeah, he wants to end it in style. You can just tell. Wants the spectacular finish. And that's going to be a wide, so just 1 boundary needed now. A 4 should do the trick for Roma Cricket Club again. Wides have just been a huge issue for Royal Roma. I mean, Islam ul Haq, that's his 9th wide already, so he's pretty much bowled an extra over and a half.
4 required, boundary does it now.
And again, you can just see him, he's losing his shape. He's way too eager to end this.
I think he's a bit out of shape. I think anyone would be. But just looking at the bowling, well, they've got Ashad, who bowled 1 ball, is the only bowler to bowl that's bowled already, because they don't have Shazad on the field, because he copped that one in the shin. But will we even have a 10th over? Let's find out. 4 to win. Good stop again from Mosen's been tested. For a guy that wouldn't say, yeah, it looks like a guy that'll cover a lot of ground. He's been brilliant down the leg side. Islam to bowl last ball of his spell again, trying to keep the game alive. 3 off 7 required.
That's another wide. I mean, again, he's bowled almost 2 extra overs here, Islam.
Well, 16 wides and a no ball in this second innings. And in the first innings, there were 2 wides and a no ball. There's your difference, really, if you want to look at it that way. 2 to win.
This one's played away, and is this going to be the end of the game? It certainly will. That goes for 6 as well as Fernando. He was looking to end this game in style, and he certainly does. Roma Cricket Club win with an over to spare. And well, a one-handed shot, but it goes behind square leg. A very productive region for Roma CC this innings. I made 27 runs through that region as they take this one by 7 wickets and continue their incredible winning streak.
Yeah, so they do. It makes it look comfortable in the end, but it was a little bit too close for comfort. I think Islam just couldn't quite get the radar right in the 9th. Did what he could. Some concerns there for Shazad, I think, for all Roma, who got a lower leg injury. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Again, we're squeezing the games together, so it won't be too long before we're back. Kent Lanka versus Roma Capanelli. Kent Lanka looking to open their account, and Roma Capanelli hoping to capitalise on a win against these opponents in the first game of the day. Like I said, 10 minutes away, and that will be the 3rd of 6 matches today. Chasing 101 for victory. It wasn't a great start. Probably the way to look after the new ball either from Khalil, who spikes it, and then we had a little bit of a fumble out there which cost him some runs. No Maragi meant that Fernando came to the crease pretty much straight away. He probably wasn't in his best touch, but this is something about good players. They find a way to get it done even when maybe they're not batting as well as they possibly can. Karupu had a life again. He's just struggling for touch in the last couple of days. But Charles, another half century, sets up a successful chase for Roma CC as they get there with 6 balls to spare.
Yeah, that was a very good performance. Again, we take a look at that incredible moment earlier where we saw this acrobatic effort to take a catch. I mean, if that one had been given out, what would that have done to the fate of this match?
That's a really good point you make. I mean, it was up for debate. It was whether they thought he was touching the rope when he first touched the ball, or whether he jumped from the rope when he first touched the ball. Well, that was a nasty moment for Shazad, who copped the full brunt of that powerful straight drive. But then, as you'd have it, Arshad comes on. He only bowls 1 ball in the innings, and it turns out to be a wicket. So, yeah, he didn't get a second over straight away. In fact, he'd never get the chance to bowl a second over because we only went through 9 in the end. But Roma, again, they had some opportunities, didn't they? Islam put this one down. I suppose it wasn't easy because he was on the move. Samaragi threatened, but then didn't last too long in the end. Again, he just looks a little bit out of touch. But when he's good, he's really good. Charles, in the end, again, powerful, straight, powerful square of the wicket. He gets the job done. And Roma have to go down. That means Roma CC stay undefeated here in this European Cricket Series.
Let me just take a look at some of these final shots from the innings. That was a gorgeous looking shot there by Samaragi. Hit that one so well. And then, of course, it'd be Fernando who would try to end things in style. Great 6 over there. Charles Fernando clubbing 5 of them in this innings. And he took one somewhere else we'd rather not mention as well.
Yeah, well, he took 2 out of the ground and then almost had 2 dislodged, didn't he? But unfortunately for Roma, that's as good as it got. And Charles walks gingerly off the ground, but he walks off with the 2 points. And Roma CC, they continue their undefeated start to this competition, doing it with exactly an over to spare. As far as the bowling went, well, the batting, we'll start with the batting. It was 58 to Charles Fernando. Another half century, continues his good series. Kalagumage with 14 odd out, helped out at the end. Just a cool head in the situation. Krupu, a bit of a worry for him that he wasn't able to get going and facing a few balls today as well. Moraga went early, that was handy. But in the end, Roma CC get it done. Anyway, 2 wickets apiece to Apahami in the first innings, but he wasn't required to bat. As far as in this innings, singles for Usman Rashid as well as Nurman Khalil. But Arshad bowled 1 ball, took 1 wicket. In the end, just no one quite able to step up and keep Roma CC to double digits, which was a tall ask in the first place. We'll have a break, back in around about 6 minutes with the 3rd match of the day. It's a super duper Sunday with 6 matches on the way. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Bart. We'll see you very shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our third match of this bumper 6-match day here on Super Sunday on the European Cricket Network. Of course, well, we've seen a couple of very nice matches to start off the day. As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard over here, of course, Kent Lanka played their first match of this tournament earlier today. Of course, the side based out of Napoli have made the trip up to Rome to play these set of fixtures. Of course, the captain, Nicolo Fernando, getting 52 points in that first game. Again, he's a really good player to have on your fantasy side because it's not often you have somebody who opens the batting and also does plenty of bowling featuring for a team. Then, of course, take a look at the win predictor for this. Well, Roma Capanelli fancied as just a 4% favorite, so it's pretty much a coin flip in all honesty, and I have to agree with that. I mean, the first game was decided by just 4 runs. It was a boundary that basically separated the two teams. So once again, it's going to be Capanelli batting first. They've had a few issues posting runs, really. I mean, they've got some good players in their team, in all honesty, but it just doesn't seem to click for all of them in the same innings, you know what I mean? And that's what they're going to need to go on and make those big totals if they are going to have a late tournament surge and try to find their way into the playoffs. Of course, on the bright side, they had a couple of days off and then came back and managed to snap that a 7-game losing streak earlier today, picking up their 4th win of this tournament. Dekulawala made a 40 of 22 in the previous match. We're going to see him hoping the batting here as well. Of course, Khan, who didn't feature in the previous match. Slip in place. This one is just glanced straight to the fielder. How is that slip? Not often you see someone in slip playing that kind of a role. And of course, a very good afternoon to everyone in our chat. It's just 10 minutes past 12 here in Rome right now. This one's just played behind point, and he's going to get off the mark there with a single. Just 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, of course, so got a long on and a deep mid-wicket. And oh, this is beautifully struck. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sundu said that Golam was due a few runs. And maybe that kind of a start, it's proof that he might be. That is so well hit. Right off the middle of the bat. Brilliant there by Golam. Hits that so well. And immediately there's a fielding change. I mean, again, you know, you often say that you really shouldn't be chasing the ball. And as a captain, I mean, he's now put long on back in the ring. Send a fielder out to deep cover. Much better ball. Much, much better delivery. And we'll get a single there. Keep the cover out for Kekulawala as well. This ball is just a bit too wide again. He wants to angle it across the right-hander, rightfully so, but again, he's gone a little bit wayward after being struck for that boundary earlier. Needs to bowl the delivery like the previous one he bowled to Gulam. Right on that off stump. There we go, that's much better. Again, when he bowls that kind of a line, I mean, if it's coming back in, it's going to crash in the middle stump, and if it just moves away, he could draw an edge. That's where he needs to be. Pitch it Around middle and off. This one probably strays onto the pads a bit more than he'd like, and he's bailed out by some really good fielding. The backward square leg, as it's going to be a single to end the over. 9 runs off it for Roma Capanelli. And of course, we've got 8 days to go until the Euros of cricket. Europe's finest will step onto the cricketing stage, and should be great. We got some fiery newcomers joining this year's party, as well as some seasoned veterans. So it's not too long until we get underway in Cardamom. Just a week from tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And it's going to be Rana Singh bowling this second over for Lanka. Few changes for their team, of course. Main one being, of course, Tahir Khan coming in, as we mentioned earlier. This one's played away. That's bowled back of a length, and it's just underneath his rib cage, which is always going to cramp batsman for room. This one is tucked away, just in front of square leg, and that's going to be a single. Good bowling here, to be honest with you, by Kent Lanka. They've been very tight with their lines and lengths. I only say they've bowled about a couple of bad balls so far. These first 8 legal deliveries they've delivered. This one, I think he was just going for the big shot. But it was a smart bit of bowling, and again, it's just going to be a single again. That last game, of course, Ghulam was out for a duck. Made 8 so far. Kikulawala, of course, the top scorer for his side with 40 runs. Advances down the wicket, but he isn't quite able to get a hold of it. But the fielder's just been wrong-footed, and it's going to go past him. Really unfortunate there for Vimakuthi. We, of course, now he's a terrific acrobat. We saw him doing some nice backflips, but yeah, he's just lost his footing over there, and it goes past him. I think that's just a case of him slightly misjudging it. And welcome boundary for Kikulawala. Advances down the wicket again and swipes across the line, but just finds air as he misses that one. Again, as many people have mentioned, Kent Lanka blessed with so many left-handers in their side. It's great to have a couple of left-handers opening the bowling for you in this format. This one's played away towards mid-wicket. That's just going to be a single. So 17 off the first couple of overs. A very disciplined start for Kent Lanka, who are looking for their first victory of the tournament. And of course, we'll just take a look at the standings over here. Roma Capanelli, who had a 7-game losing streak, snapped in that previous match where they picked up their first victory. And Kent Lanka, well, they had to wait all the way until day 7 to finally play their first match. But I have to say, despite that loss, they certainly looked a very impressive side. I know they only had 1 win in last year's ECS, but I think they could do better than that this time around. Early in the tournament, of course, a lot of optimism for this team. This one's, ooh, once again, it goes to the same fielder, Vimakuthi. This one wasn't the cleanest collection, but I don't think it's going to cost his side too much. pretty impressed by Tahir Khan early. I mean, he bowled fairly well. He's the first 7 balls. Goes for slower delivery. Is this going to beat the fielders? It certainly will. That goes away to the boundary rope as Ghulam gets his second 4. Again, just looked for the variation of pace, but he waited well for that. And he was ready. Hits it straight down the ground, and that goes away for a boundary. So, good shot here by Ghulam. He's off to a nice start, of course. Mr. Maximo Vinisandu did say that he was due some runs, and so far he's had a great start. And of course, speaking of Mr. Maximo Vinisandu, he's going to be joining me back in the commentary box. We just take a look at this ball. This one's played away behind square leg. It's a bit of fielding to cut that out. And it's just going to be the 1 run here, though, for Roma Capanelli.
Yeah, nice to be back, Nish. And here you're right, Ghulam. He's a player too good to stay down for too long. And I think he didn't make any runs in the first game, but I tell you what, he was really, really useful for Roma Capanelli in the field. And I think when you look at how much they won by 4 runs, he saved a bunch.
Yeah, this one's good delivery again. Seems to have a very clear plan here, Kekulawala. He's just advancing at everything, but he's getting a bit too predictable now. I mean, they're just pitching it shorter to him every single time he does that.
I think if you did the numbers on Kekulawala, his strike rate when he stands still is just a lot better than when he starts to get a bit funky with the footwork. I'd say stay strong, stay powerful, stay stable, and try and get a good hit on it like this. While he picks out the fielder, he'll get a single.
Oh, he's had a torrid time in the field so far, Vimakuthi. That's the 3rd one that's gone straight to him.
But here's the thing, he's saving him up because when he does take a catch, it's backflip time, baby. I can't wait. We already saw him do it when he took a wicket earlier today.
Oh, this one's chipped up in the air. Is it going to clear the fielder? Yes, it will. I think he did a great effort there, of course. We do know Pereira's an exceptional fielder himself. And Ghulam just gets enough on it to beat the fielder. 1 bounce over the boundary.
It was a good effort, wasn't it? But yeah, just out of the extended reach of the field, end of the power play. It's 28 without loss. Roma Capanelli, they were able to edge out Kent Lanka in this contest. First up this morning. And despite no wickets, still, I wouldn't say Roma Capanelli really have blown the bowling apart just yet. 9, 8 and 11. Pretty consistent scoring, but a lot will be on the middle overs. I've got to say, I've liked the bowling of Kent Lanka this morning, though, particularly I like the bowling of Ranasinghe, who is going to bowl over number 4 here. He bowled a pretty good first over in the second as well. So let's see if he can get the breakthrough, as Kevin Kekulawala will be facing up. Here we go with over number 4. Short and cut away nicely, but finds the fielder. And you'll find, you know, if you hit and you run straight away, your partner runs straight away. I mean, even this one, it's pretty much looks straight at Achinta Danuwan. There'd have to be something pretty special to get a run out there.
Yeah, and that's really what the shorter format of the game was introduced. I mean, now you just got batters testing the fielders every single run.
Yeah, there's value there. Ghulam gets the strike back then. Takes off a bit from Ranasinghe. Goes over the attempted pull shot of Ghulam. Good bounce in this pitch. You can see that already.
I love this. I really like the way Tahir Khan and Ranasinghe have bowled early. They've been a bit unlucky to not get a wicket or even create too many wicket-taking opportunities. But in general, I think their line and length has been spot on to start off.
Let's see if it results in a wicket. Another attempted pull. This one was probably a bit wilder from Ghulam more than anything extra special that Ranasinghe is doing. Hello to James Stewart. He's watching from Estonia. I know that he's enjoying the day, but he's also having a big family lunch. So hopefully that was good for you, James. Let's say hello to Jacob as well. I think he was had a bit of an issue, didn't he, a little while ago. Hopefully he's back and running around 100%. Hello to John Gray and hello to Dave B as well. Must be a wide. Also, it might be the one for the over for the bouncer. So he just kind of wastes the bouncer. A wide for height as well as a wide for down the leg side.
Yeah, just got it all wrong on that delivery, Ranasinghe. Kulam, though, great start for him, 17 of 10.
About the commitment of these cricketers, though. These guys were up at 2, 3 in the morning to get in the car to get down there. I think the dust or the bugs have gotten into Kulam there. You see here. Oh, that one must have really got into the helmet. He looked more frightened of the bugs than of the bouncer. Anyway, Amagulam's good to face up now. Oh, and is this off the gloves? No, it must have been off the leg. It was a bit high for LBW, so I'll just go down as a dot ball.
Yeah, we can just see it brushes the thigh pad, pops up. But of course, no glove along the way. So
for a second, it might have flicked the glove way through, but I think no one was particularly interested in it. Narada Singer trying to close out his spell. It's been good, 10 off 10 conceded. And this time Gulam does get a bit of the pull, but 3 men guarding that boundary. Just a single. Isn't it interesting? They didn't go with Nico Fernando opening the bowling, even though that's what worked for them first up this morning. They decided to go for Tahir Khan. A slight change in tactics. I suppose Tahir is available this game. Last ball of the 4th. Nice shot, and that's away from the fielder, so there might be 3 people there, but they can't do anything about that. Badly needed boundary, I think, for Roma Capanelli, as Kakulawala moves to 15 at the end of 4. They're 35 without loss.
Strays onto the pads a bit too much there on Singe, and he just needs to get some bat on that. A player of Kakulawala's class will always hit that one away, so 4 overs in the books as Capanelli are a 35 for no loss.
Yeah, at the moment, I'd say the run rate's setting the world on fire, but I suppose a healthy-ish 9 or so and over, and maybe that wins you games against Lanka. Although we have seen them win 1 game in the last 2 years. Typically, they've kind of struggled with the bat to make those 100-plus scores that you kind of need to win games in the ECS. Well, they did get 100 this morning. It wasn't quite enough. I think they made it to 105 in the end. And the 2 times these teams met last year, Lanka made scores in the 80s. All right, here's the next over. And first ball is going to be knocked away for a single. This is Kaminda Karananaika coming in over number 5. Another left armer. A lot of left-handers. You're noticing this with the ball and with the bat for Lanka. And yeah, if you speak to most cricket people, they'll say more left-handers is good for you.
It really is, and I think this encounter is just going to be very similar to the previous one. We could probably have another tight, nervy, low-scoring chase.
Yeah, looks like it. Gulam swings around this one. I think Gulam's just losing his shape a little bit. He's probably trying to hit the ball a bit too hard, but there's a big gap straight down the ground. I'd like to see him maybe just trying to keep that front shoulder in the game. This is Kakulawala, in fact. But we know he can hit straight. We know he can be powerful in that area. Oh, he could just do that. And this one was a little bit shorter, allowed him to get under it, and he clips it away. Maximo! Yeah, good shot. And just the boundary they needed. Every time they seem bogged down, they seem to get one over the rope, and there you go, 6 runs.
Following a very similar theme to the first match, isn't it? I mean, no side quite able to stay in front. It's hanging nicely in the balance so far.
Yeah, we've seen some big scores in this European Cricket Series, but I feel like these 2 teams, it's going to be more of a wrestle. Nice shot. That's what I'm talking about. You only get 1 for it, but it's very well struck by Kakulawala. If he gets that a bit straighter, and I think he's got a boundary. As it is, he'll settle for 1. Back to Gulam.
A bit unlucky, really. Picks out the 1 fielder in the boundary, and that's Pereira as well. A very handy fielder from what we've seen in these first couple of games.
Story behind the name Lanka. Their founder, Prasanna Silva, played a lot of cricket in Kent in England, also Sri Lankan heritage. Once again, we got, the bugs are out now. And yeah, I mean, it's a tough one as a batter. I suppose you're within your rights, but problem is, probably won't be many balls you can face where there aren't bugs in your face. That's the only thing. Couple to come in the 5th. Pretty well bowled. Gulam takes off. He's in trouble. He'll survive. And now they might even get an overthrow. They do. Well, I'm pretty lucky to get away with it, but the Russian roulette about this. Fielder shoots the blank. Gulam survives. Not just survives. He says, "Okay, that's a quick single, but a longish single, I suppose you could call it." Renaka, last ball, the fifth. Again, goes on the walk, almost holds out. It's Kevin, but he retains the strike as we get to the end of the fifth over, and the score is 45 without losses. We welcome you into the cube. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Nishay Butt, who joins me for the first time on day 7. A few people in the chat saying they're enjoying a Sunday lunch with family. Well, we've got your ECN family here as well, and we're certainly providing a fair bit of company with 6 games today. It's a crazy day.
Yeah, and hextuple of games today. That's going to be really fun, and I think these two teams could maybe give us our golden balls. We're desperately
feel
looking
like
for.
it's possible. I mean, Kent Lanka do have a golden ball before. Capanelli, again, without Bilal today, so probably missing that wrecking ball. They have defended pretty well this morning, winning the first game between these two, 109 to 105. Just a reminder as well, you can jump into the live chat anytime, ECN European Cricket Network, and converse with us live on air. It's one of the unique and special things. As this isn't too special from Danuwan, who starts with a gundy ball down the leg side. Unfortunately, Joe Wardenap can't catch up with it 5 wides. And this is the negative about keeping up to a medium-pace bowler. If it goes down the leg sides, you really don't have too much time to readjust your position. And with that 5 wides, the 50 partnership comes up.
Yeah, very disappointing. I was very impressed by Danuwan in the first match. He didn't bowl a single wide, but gives up a minimum to start off here.
A lucky one. This time fumbled by the fielder. Gulam calls his partner through for a single. Well, James said that Jacob's doing fine, and right now he's liking that his cast rules out, helping doing the washing up. Very clever man, Jacob. Little man. I wonder where he gets it from, James. Hello to Sundori as well. Danuwan, again, I think one of only 4 people to take 4 wickets in 4 balls on the network. But probably did it in the most dramatic circumstances. Yusuf Sahak also did something similar for Ariana in Sweden in the 10th over. Slower ball, rolls the fingers on this one, and Gulam can't quite time it. So I think this is a perfect time for Hamza to bat. I don't know if you'd pull the hook on either of these two, because I don't think they've got the luxury of doing that, Roma Capanelli, but I think they can afford to be super attacking now, because I think it's a perfect time for Hamza to bat. Well, that's one way to get out as Kevin tries to get clever, but he's just picked out the fielder. I mean, I thought straight away it was a clever bit of batting because there's a gap fine, but he's got a bit too squared. Takiri Udura takes the catch, so the 50 partnership is broken at 52 for 1.
Probably got a bit too cute that innings, Kevin Kikulawala, and as you said, he's usually better served when he just stands right where he is and plays orthodox cricketing shots. I think he tried to advance down the wicket a few too many times. This time he looks to play a ramp shot and he finds the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, he does play that shot better than almost anyone, actually, Kevin. But yeah, maybe he should just try and hit it. When he hits it, he can hit 6s with it. That one, he was just trying to go around the fielder. I do think it hits kind of close to the side of the bat. If you want to look at actually where he hit the bat, wasn't really off the middle. He was looking to get it finer, but it's pretty much right off the side of the bat, the edge. And so Takiri Udura takes the catch. So Hamza does come out at 3. Let's see what he can do. Starts with a single down the ground. To do one. Picks up the first wicket of the innings.
And as you say, great situation for Hamza to come in here. You know, you really fancy him in that sort of middle order attacking role when he can come in with just a few overs left. Look to tee off.
Yeah, very straight bowling now from Danuwan. You know, he lost the first one down the leg side, cost him 5, but it's been quite improved since then. And that was one of the games of 2022, that Kent Lanka versus Roma CC. Kent Lanka searching for a win. Denied in cruel circumstances. This is hit, and it's going to be straight. It's going to be 4. So Hamza gets moving. They did leave a bit of a gap straight down the ground. The long on was kind of wide. That's why he couldn't get to this one. And that's 4 runs. To finish the over, the score is 58 for 1.
Yeah, and they're going along fairly steadily here, Roma Capanelli, but they're probably going to have to accelerate and maybe look to go at 10, somewhere around 14 to 15 in these last 4 overs. As of course, we take a look at the scorecard here. Kevin Kakulavala was fairly steady to start off, 24-18, and Amir Ghulam is currently on 22 of 16. Hamza starting off very nicely by striking a boundary early in his innings. As you can see, the projected score right now is just about 97.
It's going to be important now because Nico Fernandez is going to bowl, and we'll see what his 2 overs bring. Starts with, well, I think it's going to be 4 byes. Just completely bamboozles everyone, including the keeper, Joe Wadena. 4 bonus runs for Roma Capanelli.
As we just take another look at that one. Yeah, it's just it's beating the keeper because of the turn and as well as the bounce.
I think it is the bounce more than anything on this pitch. As a keeper, you want to kind of try and take it in front of your eyes, which is basically down the middle of your chest when you're up to the stumps. Gives you the most margin of error, but he couldn't get the body or the hands behind that one. He did get something behind that one, but 2 dots to the bowler to start. Fernando, good time for him to come on, I think, because just they're looking to accelerate. He won't be easy to get after. Won't give you that pace to work with. Bring another field around a very fine 3rd position. 5 legs open. And Fernando is able to get a finger on this, so keeping things very tight at the moment.
Changed his length after that one, which bamboozled the keeper, going a lot fuller now.
Just thinks this one, I think just inside. No, it's called a wide. I thought the umpire's going to give him the call. Maybe it does get a bit of the line. Yeah, that's a good call. Really good call by Suleiman Saeed. Let's re-bowl that one. Good spot to miss, though. Yeah, there's a false shot hanging in the air, but it finds space. And the 2's on here if they turn quickly, but Ghulam turns blind and they decide against it in the end. Looking forward, hopefully to seeing some more Vic Mukti with the ball. Maybe we'll see some more backflips still to come in this innings. Oh, that's pretty close. Just suppose the angle, he bowls from very, very wide of the crease. Having said that, he just didn't have a long way to travel. Oof.
I think this one's very close. I mean, it could, if the umpire had given this out, then it would have been interesting.
Well, looks like the same ball to me, so I think it answers your question where the one before was going. Anyway, Hamza just can't get anything swinging here. And Fernando, brilliant over from him. There were just 2 runs off it, plus the 4 byes, I suppose. But he gets the dangerous Hamza before he can do any damage. Hamza goes for 5 at 64 for 2 after 7.
Well, if you're not going to give an LBW, I'll make sure he misses. That's what Fernando says as he cleans up Hamza over there. Very similar looking ball. And this one, well, hits the middle stump. Just a little bit of turn.
Yeah, he might have taken a little bit of the pad on the way through. 64 for 2 after 7, as we said. Can Roma Capanelli get to the 100? We'll have to find out. And still a bit of time to go in the European Cricket Series after we have the ECC break. Of course, this is our last stop on the tour before we head to the Euros of Cricket for 4 weeks, but then still Croatia, Malta and Spain. Earlier in the year, we went to many places, including Cyprus in the middle of April. You can see it there. And that was just before we were in Italy last time. Had a great time in Cyprus, and yeah, very entertaining cricket there. I think Jawad Shah had a brilliant series. Saw some new teams as well. Nish. I'm looking forward to being back there soon again. Anyway, let's get ready for over number 8. And it's Karuna Naika who's coming back. Starts with a wide. Dane Kirby comes out. And you know what that means. We're on Golden Duck Watch, Golden Derek Watch. And everywhere Dane goes in this series, he's got his Golden Derricks following him around. He knows they're there. He has to wait at the moment at the non-striker's end. Good bowling though, Karuna Naika gets a bit of zip out of the pitch there.
Yeah, this time goes wider there. Karuna Naika and Ghulam please misses that one. The run rate at just above 9. They really need to pick things up. Of course, they're projected to reach 88 at the moment. Again, as we mentioned, they need to be going at about 15 or 16 from here on out.
Ghulam's bad at the innings so far. Now he gets a thick edge. This should be caught. It is dropped. Wow, just let it get a bit low on him there, didn't he? Kirby gets the other end and probably says, how come I can't have some of that luck? Because he's had none of it so far, but Ghulam gets dropped on 24.
Yeah, this is a big drop. I mean, Ghulam, who's a set batsman, I think getting rid of him, getting 2 new batsmen out there would have caused this run rate to dip even more.
All right, here we go. Kirby. First ball. Well played, Dane. So we'll keep the Ducks at bay for now at 5. He gets off the mark. Having said that, they could use a Maximo or 2 from the experienced former Australian, I think, just to get them close to that 3 figures. And you feel, unlike some of the other matchups, that if even something like 90 to 100, it potentially is a winning total. We haven't seen double digits defended on ECN since the 10th of July in Hungary. Nice looking shot from Ghulam, but again, picked out the fielder. He'll clean up, and it's just a single.
I like how polite his teammates were. I think most other clubs in the world, even getting ironic cheers after getting off the mark.
Yeah. It's a while before he's going to live it down, Dane. But the main thing is, he loves his cricket, and he loves playing his son Gyan. Probably going to pop in to allow you to have a bit of lunch in the second innings here, Nish. So, nice shot again by Kirby, just whips it away. Just get a single though. Naik has been pretty tight, only conceding 15 off his spell with the ball to go.
Again, very quiet over so far. Just the 5 runs off it. They've kept things very tight. I mean, just 3 overs this entire innings that have even been worth double digits. It's been a disciplined performance by Kent.
Yeah, goes after this, and Ghulam finally is going to get one. Just enough to get it over Thamira Pereira on the boundary. Maximo to finish the over. And that's 8 down. It is 75 for 2. Naik, still a pretty good spell from him, but he's going to finish with none for 21.
Now, square batted club right down the ground, gets a bit of width, and he absolutely belts that, and that spoils what was pretty decent over until then. I think that's my first curse of this tournament so far.
Won't be your last, Nish. Don't you worry about that. So it's 75 for 2. Can you go 2 a ball from here? You set 100. But Nico Fernando is going to bowl here in the 9th. Kirby, what's his strategy? To the left armour. Walks at him. It's like a fake walk. Kept the back foot behind. And good Yorker by Fernando. Good length there.
Yeah, since that very first ball he bowled Fernando, I think his tactic has just been to fire them in.
Kirby gets something on this, but just a single. So yeah, Ghulam against Fernando. A couple of draw cards going against each other. Important battle here in the 9th over. Oh no, well that's a bonus. And we're going to have another one the keeper can't handle. This is going to be 5 wides. Just a slight error. Again, it's tough for the keeper. Joe Wooden not able to make positions. He kind of throws the hands. His body isn't down there to make the block. Probably a really tough take though. Nico will have to put his hand up for that one and concede 5.
I mean, we've been talking about how slow this Capanelli run rate has been. I mean, it's been aided by 18 of extra, so it could have been even worse.
Yeah, he walks at this, actually falls over as he hits it. And yeah, they'll get 1. I don't think this is a no ball, although he hits it pretty high. He's charged. Oh, it has been called. Okay. How high is it? Oh. It has been called. Probably, I think, a harsh one if you're going to judge it at the crease, but that means Kirby gets free hit. Oh, another hanging full toss. This time Kirby puts it away. It's just before. Again, it's another one because Kirby advances. He hit his contact points is pretty high. But yeah, I think you can see that's fine. But yeah, really nice shot by Dane.
We've seen a few too many slip out in this early stages of today, particularly from Kent Lanka. And Fernando was bowling so well in that first over. I think much like in the previous match where he gave up 20 in a second, this one's not looking good for him so far.
Now walks at it again. Might have found trouble, and he has. So Kirby goes 4 and out. Just mistimed that. Nice catch by Danuwan. As Fernando grabs a 2nd wicket in the end, although this over has gone a little bit off the rails. But Roma Capanelli lose a 3rd wicket. It's 87 for 3.
Slight miscue there by Kirby. You can just see the bat turn in his hands. But he did manage to hit one boundary. And now Capanelli just 13 runs away from getting to the triple digits mark, as we'll see Moratini walk out for his side.
Yeah, Michele Moratini, homegrown Italian player. He's a real character as well. He can hit a long ball when he gets it in the middle. Comes out batting 5. But Kirby at least gets one boundary to his name. He'll be quite important, I think, with the ball. Dane's turned into a key bowling figure, considering Moratini not bowling at the moment, carrying a bit of an injury. No Bilal Khan in the side today. And Moratini, well, he won't be making any runs in this one because it's going to be a golden derrick for him. As Fernando is on a hat-trick, it's 87 for 4.
Yeah, we're now officially on hat-trick watch here, as of course this one again just straight and it goes right between the gap between bat and pad. And Moratini, well, after making just 4 runs in the previous match earlier today, it gets greeted by a golden derrick as he has to go straight back to the dugout.
Yeah, well, it's good bowling from Fernando. It's golden derrick. Or maybe Michele can take his golden derrick over to the Kirby household and they can have a whole golden party. But yeah, again, it's not a lot of spin that Fernando gets. It's more just angle that he does. And now he's a really big hat-trick opportunity here because he's got to go for it here. Zaiborang, hat-trick ball. Oh, he missed it, and it's pretty good keeping. Joe Warden again just throwing the hands at it. Hey, we won't have our hat-trick just yet on Super Duper Sunday. All right, last ball of the ninth. Might as well have a swing. He does. And they'll get one, and I think that's all they'll get. But I like the idea of trying for it. Just don't think it was worth giving up a wicket for nothing. And that's the end of the ninth over. The score, 89 for 4. Fernando finishes with figures of 3 for 16.
Yeah, it's a good comeback there by Fernando after getting hit for a couple of boundaries. I think he responded well, ends with figures of 3 for 16. Very respectable. As, of course, we take a look at Kent Lanka's bowling figures. It's been a very solid performance all around by everyone. I mean, Ranasinghe giving up just 15 runs in the 2 overs he bowled, with the captain leading the way, 3 for 16 in his 2.
Yeah, and so last over, can they get to the 3 figures? It's Danuwan, the 10th over specialist. Wow, it really doesn't bounce. And oh, I don't know what to say about that from Joe Warden, who decides to almost deliberately kick it. Even better off, if he's expecting to bounce, it doesn't. Better off taking on the pads and the foot. Ouch. Not what I was expecting first ball of the last over. Pitched up and goes leg side. Just a single. Yeah, to do one. Sometimes I forget he's... Oh yeah, so he wants to strike back good. This is clever. Super clever, and they're going to get it back. So good heads up play, good heads up running. I was going to say with Danuwan, I forget sometimes he's so young. He's still just 18 years of age. And I'm sure this is invaluable experience for him. He has to do with Gulam again at the other end. Oh no, this is another one that's going to get through the keeper. Again, he just doesn't get behind the line of the ball here, Joe Wardener. You see here, he's just a little bit slow to get the body moving sideways. Needs to be kind of moving sideways like a crab. Trying to get the ball in front of the eyes. So another 4 byes. Now he's going to decide to go back. I suppose at this stage, maybe pays to be a bit more defensive.
Almost more than a quarter of Roma Capanelli's runs have come from extras. That's just an incredible statistic.
Yeah, there have been the odd innings where that's been the case. Oh, picks this up. Is it going to get over the field? I don't think so. Oh, look who it is. It's Irosh Vimukti. And he says, oh, that's a 10th over catch. And he says, all right, if you really want it, you got it. But it's even his 10th over back flips, it's kind of like they're slightly muted, if you can have a muted black flip. But it will be the end of Gulam for 34. It's 96 for 5.
This was, well, so not too many of us have.
No. He's like, all right. You really want it? There you go. Is there such a thing as a boring backflip?
I think he's the first person to have that in his repertoire.
I love how he doesn't even break a sweat.
Just wonder though, maybe he could have had a very good career as a professional wrestler as well, just doing backflips off the top rope.
Well, one day, if he takes like the catch of the century, he might Might do about 50 backflips in a row, one corner to the other. Here's Leandro, the captain. 2 balls to go. Bounces the first one over the bowler. He'll want 2 here. In the end, he decides no. Well, now he might get it, and he will. That's a mixture of good running and bad fielding there. And CJ Raji's always baiting them to throw one more time. So they get to 98. And any score here will set 100 plus. For Kent Lanka. Last ball, seatbelts on. Gets hit in the head. Runs. One leg by. As Jay Raja tries to make him throw. Well, they get to 99 in the end. And what we'll say is this. If Roma Capanelli can defend this 99, it'll be the first time since the 10th of July in Hungary when Budapest Blinders defended 91 that we've seen a score less than 100 win a match. So, yeah, it should be a really interesting second half coming up. Feels like it's got that golden ball tinge as well, Nish. What do you make of the first half of match 33?
Oh, it's certainly been a very interesting first half, following a very similar pattern to the first game these two sides played each other. So again, I think we're in golden ball territory. So stay tuned as, of course, we'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. And, of course, that was a terrific shot to start off by Ghulam, just right off the middle of the bat. And, well, he was due some runs, as you said, and he certainly cashed in this time around, making 34 of 28. Kalukawala alongside him was fairly decent as well, making 24 of 18. I guess if you had to be critical of them, you could say that their strike rates probably needed to be a little bit higher, probably north of 150, but they went along pretty steadily. As, of course, this was beautifully played by Kalukawala off his pads. And again, he's just a player that when, he stays still, he stays steady, he tends to hit some very nice shots. Tried to get cute over there, but instead he presented a catch to Tiriadura, that took a good one.
Yeah, but I think one of the issues they ran into was that once they did lose the openers, not really the opener, Kakulawala, Ghulam stayed around for a while, but no one else was really able to make double figures and impact the game the way that they wanted. Hamza, again, was a bust at 3. He only went for 5. Kirby was there, was able to get 1 boundary. And yeah, really, I think it's just probably a lack of depth, which is hurting him a little bit. Kirby did get a 4 away, but when the very next ball, Moratini didn't last too long at all. He swung around his first ball, had his stumps rearranged. And although Orang survived the hat-trick ball, we saw McMurthy in the end getting Ghulam in the 10th. And so, look, they scramble, they get 99. Now, is that enough? Maybe. Kent Lanka, they should really take this as an opportunity to show what they can do with the bat. If they want to be contenders, these are the kind of games that you should be winning against Roma Capanelli side that have gone down a fair few times in this European Cricket Series. Openers doing the job, I suppose. Kekulawala, 24 off 18. Ghulam, 34 off 28. But yeah, I kind of agree with you. When you have them facing 6 overs for 58, it kind of shows you not quite 10 and over. You want slightly quicker production from your top order. Extras helped them out big time with 15 wides, 9 byes and a no ball, 25. So you're right, a quarter in extras in the end. As far as the bowling went, Nico Fernando bowled really well, 3 for 16, although just a couple of balls got away from him to Nuwan with 2 wickets, but no one else able to break through, though I did like Ranasinger, who only conceded 15 off his 2 overs. Quick breaks, because it's a quick day, but we'll be back in around about 8 minutes, take you into the second half of this game. It'll be an even 100 for Kent Lanka to open their account. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Nishay Butt with me, and a special guest coming your way in the second innings of match 33. You are in Rome, and you are watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Rome. Great to have your company here. Super duper Sunday, that's what we're calling it. 6 matches, and this is the third match of the day. It's match number 33 between Roma Capanelli and Lanka. Right now, Lanka chasing 100 victory. We're going to get going, and it's going to be Kevin Kakulawala to open the bowling. 100 to win. Make that 99 to win. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me, special guest commentator. Thrilled to have him back in the commentary box by popular demand. It's Gyan Kirby, Dane Kirby's son. Gyan, what do you think? 99 on the board. Can Roma Capanelli defend it?
And anything, I think it's always possible, but we'll see. It can be hard, sometimes it can be easy, and we'll see.
There's your dad. It's good to know it hasn't added to his Golden Ducks today as this is lifted up, and it's going to be 1 bounce for. It's a little bit too straight, as you can see Shoop's back doing the fielding in that part of the ground. And so that's 4 runs. Yeah, so Gyan, no, we've got you back in because you were very popular the other day. It's also a Sunday, so you don't have school today.
Yeah.
And you are a real young cricket lover. I know we talked the other day about how you played in Spain in the under-15 championships recently. As we see Kevin coming in again.
Ooh.
Oh, and he inadvertently kicks this towards, but kind of away from Ghulam. But you must have been happy with the win this morning.
Something's happened to his ankle here.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's all right here.
The ankle is it?
Ooh,
yeah.
it's hit his, it's kind of reboned himself there. It's his left ankle behind his right leg. So yeah, he's hopping like a frog on a hot roof, isn't he, right now, Kevin? But he should be all right. He's a pretty tough cookie. You must have been happy with the first game of the day with your Roma Capanelli getting up by 4 runs over Lanka.
Yeah.
It's a similar kind of a score here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a similar type of score, but at the end, I reckon Lanka could try and play. They could play a little bit better, maybe. But
I think the fielding was very good. Well, there's Magic Spray Antonio, and yeah, he's got the spray. He's asking, did you turn the ankle? And Kevin is saying, no, I just got smashed on the ankle. He's saying, you know what I want, Antonio? Give me the magic spray. Oh, the assistant's getting a chance to use the magic spray. So Antonio's being used as stability. Where's the spray? Now, if there's no magic spray here, I'd be highly surprised. Have you ever had the magic spray on you, Gyan?
I've had it only once where the ball went under the barrier thing.
Yeah.
And it went under it, and it ended up hitting me like on the lid.
So they gave you the magic spray. Okay.
But a long time ago now. It's like 3-4 years ago.
I wonder if you can use the adult magic spray on kids or not. Anyway, I know that you're a big cricket follower. You were telling us the other day some of your favourite players. You still said Steve Smith was your favourite, right? How about a bowler? Is there a bowler that you really like in world cricket at the moment?
Yeah, probably Pat Cummins would be one.
Pat Cummins, yeah, for sure.
But
Bit of an Australian influence there, I've noticed. Now, originally, you grew up in Hobart originally, isn't that right? Before you moved to Italy. And we found that out the other day. But I'm really happy to have you here on Sunday. And I'm even more excited because tomorrow's my day off.
Yeah.
And I've heard that we might be going to the beach.
Yeah.
True?
Yep, I've heard it as well.
Yeah, they're very good. And will you play some beach cricket with me?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to get a bit fit, I think. So, yeah, looking forward to maybe some beach cricket in Rome. Yeah, at the beach normally they like to play that tennis, don't they? That
they call it ratatoni.
Yeah, rackatoni, is that what it's called?
Because they call it like a racket, so...
Yeah, so it's kind of, they hit it without hitting the ground. Well, good news is Kevin's ankle's back and stronger than ever. Is he going to come off a slightly shorter run here?
It looks like it because Wickets puts the helmet on.
Croom's got a question in the chat. And if you have any questions for Garn, please throw them through. Okay, he's going to switch to spin now. Kevin. Hey, oh, well,
that's up in the air.
Keeper can't find it.
Oh,
and he's dropped it. Oh, I tell you what, he had no idea where that was, Leandro. And look, I can tell you, having been up to the stumps, that when you got the helmet on, you know, you're not quite sure where it's gone. You see, he's looking there, and he says, "Well, it's where?" He does find it, but then he's got Kevin coming through. He's got the batter coming through. I think he's distracted.
Yeah, it's always hard because you hear all the noises. Like some people, just like the people will say like different places that they think. So they say slide to the left, slide to the right, slide straight.
I just think there was a lot going on there. You see, he's looking where he thought the ball was going to go, and actually Kevin is like charging him down. So I can totally understand how that one gets spilt.
And also, Kevin used to be an actual off spinner.
Yeah,
about
is that
a year
right?
ago, he changed the pace.
Interesting, and he does have a good change of pace when he's bowling. He's bowling mediums, but he got to be honest, if you want to go back to the previous livery, it was a filthy full toss that probably should have been hit for 6 in the first place. I don't think that's a secret. But, yeah, Kroom was asking, Gyan, have you been following your dad's flock of ducks he's been collecting? Have you noticed how the ducks are following him on the screen?
Yeah, I've followed most of them. I've missed.
Oh, another full toss.
Is that Serbia?
This could be gone, going right back. Oh, great effort from Gulam, but he can't keep it in. Maximo. 6 runs as Jay Wardenut gets another slice of fortune. Just clears the field and clears the rope.
Yeah, it has to be like... Kevin has to find one that pitches on the witter. But going back to what you asked me, yeah, I've followed... I missed one because like, I usually miss the first game of the day, but at store. But then, of course, on the YouTube and stuff, you can replay.
Yeah, anyway, but we won't talk about the Ducks too much.
That's over. Is it over the top? Yep.
Yeah, it is over the top, and it's going to be 4 runs. Fernando, he's certainly a powerful man. I was talking about Fernando, pardon me. He's the one who got a bit lucky a couple of times, but yeah, as we get to the end of the first over, 18 without loss, so Ken Lanka with a good start. You wonder if Kevin will be able to continue. Yeah, I was really impressed with the ground fielding. I know that you work on your fielding a lot.
Yeah.
I think that you won that game first up by 4 runs, and it was the fielding that had a lot to do with it. Well, 303 matches since Golden Ball. Can I tell you something? Last time it was so big, it was actually 405 last year in Rome.
Yeah.
I went to the beach, and you know what happened?
The golden ball.
There was a golden ball while I was swimming in the water.
Who played it?
It was in Portugal, actually. Yeah, it was in Portugal. Charlie Hunt was commentating. It was a night series. But tomorrow there'll be games going on, and I'll be at the beach. Maybe Nish will get us a golden ball. As we got pretty close a couple of times. Wow, this is going to be tight. But they'll get through for 1. So, yeah, who knows? A lot of people saying you can have Corey's job. Yeah, absolutely, you can have Corey's job. Maybe one day. I want you to have a big career playing for maybe Italy and then Australia in international cricket. But then come back and remember us at ECN. We'd love to have you as a commentator. Kevin's here, and he's looking magnificent. That magic sprays is doing the job. Yeah, so...
Is this like straight hitting where Kevin is? Is it a straight hit or is it more of a long off? Yeah,
it's pretty straight. And this is pretty straight as well. And it's going to go around Gulam for 4. So Fernando, powerful striker. Ken Lanka making a solid start. This is Safi Badar coming on. But yeah, just a solid drive. And that time he had the placement.
After you said it on Wednesday, I actually went back and I saw the Asia Latina verse. Who was it?
Roma?
The one off the knee.
The one off the, yeah, near the knee at least.
But at least they've won the last few matches. Oh, that's dropped.
It is dropped. And another missed opportunity. Now this time it's Zaib Orang who took one of the catches of the tournament. This one straight to him. Yarn again. Okay, it doesn't go for 4, and it wasn't the best delivery from Budar, but it could have been another wicket.
Yeah, it could have been another wicket, but like it was straight to him. He's taken a few good ones, but that one no.
That's life, I suppose.
Oh.
Fernando goes back and chops. They won't get a run here. Bit of tension in the air at the moment. Okay, so that game with the tennis, what's it called again?
Racketoni.
Racketoni. So James is saying maybe we should start playing cricketoni on the beach. Should we make up a new game tomorrow?
Yeah, cricketoni.
I'd love to play some cricketoni. Bring a plastic bat tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, that's gone, and that's it, so that's it.
Yeah, that's gone all the way. You know what a 6 is called here on ECN? It's called a
Maximo.
Yeah, it was a Maximo. And, I just think swinging into the wheelhouse of Fernando here. And yeah, hard to defend in the power play, of course.
I've just felt like just here we can feel it in here. It's just a little breeze coming.
A little bit of a breeze. Yeah, you can see the flags going a little bit. Need a wicket soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hurts so much when you miss somebody a couple of times and you see them making runs. Fernando's had a couple of really close calls so far.
And the most valuable thing about a wicket also is a dot ball.
Of course. Go leads Ken Lanka this year. Hit straight and powerfully, but Kevin is pretty straight. You were actually talking, Gyan, about how straight he was there.
Yeah.
So it works out nicely. That's the end of the over. It's 30 without loss. Okay, give me your thoughts on the table, Gyan. 8 teams here. Kent Lanka obviously playing for the first time today. Castellina haven't played a lot of games either. But, yeah, how do you think the table is looking as we head into day 7? Of course, we've got Roma up the top, undefeated at this stage. But, yeah, a bit of a battle behind them, right?
Yeah, I think 10 Lanka, they have still a lot of games to spare. That's probably the main reason they're last. But I reckon the top 4 go through, right?
Top 4 go through.
So I reckon a lot of the teams, Roma Gladiator, Roma Capanelle and 10 Lanka, Castellina could find a way in. And 10 Lanka, the main one that we have to still see a lot of games through.
That's true. And I suppose Gladiator just missed a couple of opportunities there. Asia Latina lost their first 6 games, but they're on a winning run of 4 at the moment. So a few interesting storylines. Orang now has to deal with his consequences of the drop catch. He comes on the bowl over number 3.
So it looks like Kevin's injury could be big.
Yeah, he's available, I suppose, to come back later at the moment. Probably smart for him to not bowl straight away.
Yeah.
Although it does mean you've got another power play over. No Bilal in the side today, of course. So, he's a key bowler.
Yeah, I think he had like an injury to the back. Yeah. But it's like it happens a lot with these fast bowlers.
Yeah, that's
They're
true.
like very fast.
He is. He's a good bowler, isn't he, Bilal? He's one of the best bowlers in Europe. Orang loses this down the leg side.
I reckon after it's over, it could be some spin here.
Yeah, it could be. I think Amir Hamza is probably who you'd want to bowl.
Yeah.
Although you wonder about the left-hander being a good matchup for Kent Lanka against the leggy. Outside leg stump.
Maybe.
Good umpiring. Solomon Saeed is a very good umpire. Any ball that pitches to the left of the wickets, or bounces to the left of the wickets, shouldn't be given LBW, and that's a good call. So John is in the chat. He missed you last time when you were in the commentary box, even though you were here last year as well. He's got a bit of a question. He's asking, what kind of cricketer are you? What's your kind of favourite position?
So I'm an all-rounder, but I probably prefer batting a bit more.
You said that the other day.
Because batting, it's nice hitting the 6 and hitting the 4.
You like to bat and bat and bat. You were saying that the other day. That's a very good quality. See, I liked hitting, but I'd often try a bit too much. I'll be honest, that was the feedback on me growing up. These days, they just say it's how you play the game.
Yeah.
It's always getting wrapped over the knuckles, playing too many shots. Well, full and straight. Orang almost cleans up Fernando, who has another close call. And, well, some people watching the Asia Cup final right now. It's India versus Sri Lanka. A lot of people thinking Kent Lanka are playing better. And that's despite not having any...
Then which team?
Yeah, Sri Lanka and India playing in the Asia Cup final day of cricket. But I heard, I don't know what the current score is. Sri Lanka had lost 6 wickets really quickly at the start of that game. 50 over game there.
Down mid.
Not
A
out.
bit frustrating here for the bowler because he's bowling at one side of stump. It's not hitting the pad, and then it's hitting down lid. Hits the pad.
Yeah, you're right. And also probably frustrating for the batter as well because to get those balls on the pads, you want to be clipping them away. You want to be feeling bat on ball. And Fernando's just missed out on a couple. Last ball, the power play. No wicket so far. Lanka 32. All right, with the last ball of it. Flipped away.
Over the top.
Yeah, this will be 4 to finish. So Joe Warden up. It's coming off a half century. Wasn't quite enough to win in the game last time, but he's shown that he can handle the bat. And to 3 overs, it's 36 without loss.
I think it really helped the 10 Lanka to seeded bowlers in the first match. It looks like they're playing a lot better this match, I reckon.
Wayne had a question about some of the Sri Lankan international players or first-class players that were in the squad for Kent Lanka, but not so sure they're available in the end,
Yeah.
Wayne, as we look at the...
They might even play for Sri Lanka in this time.
Maybe. Well, look, Manhattan there, 18 was the biggest over of the game, but it's only a start, and I suppose with Kent Lanka, you'd be hoping you can get into that middle order and maybe slow them down. But what I will say to you, I know you like batting a lot, but keep working on your bowling, work hard on your fielding. I mean, for example, I was a bowler all the way till I was 18, and then I switched to wicket keeping, and that's what I did as a senior. So, I just think you're the kind of guy. You like to try things, keep working on all the aspects of the game. And
yeah, I like everything involved in Twitter.
Yeah.
It's always good.
Even commentating. Here's arms up.
That should be taught, come on. Yep.
It is caught, and that looks like Luca taking the catch. It's Luca Chaproti, who's fielded so well in this series. And so Fernando's out of lives at 22.
And that was the big one also. The other one, what's the name of it? So, and the other one...
Yeah, Fernando's the one that's out. Joe Warner is still there, the right-hander. But I think that, it's just a nice catch. But the change to spin ends up making the difference as the first wicket falls, and it's 36 for 1. So there's the wicket you wanted, Gyan, and we know how a wicket can change a game, even in a 10-over match.
Yep, it's especially in a 10-over match when you have, because a lot of people in Twitter, they sometimes, and especially batsmen, they tend like, there's either those ones that like you either want them to stay at the trees or you don't want them to stay at the trees.
True. I've certainly played with a few people that we thought were going a bit slow in a 10-over game. But yeah, Nicola Fernando is a good man to have back in the shed if you're a Roma Capanelli supporter. But they've got a lot of left-handers, and this is Tahir Khan coming out number 3. Nice little cut first up into the gap. This will run away for 4. What a nice looking cut shot. Just a little bit of width. It's always a little bit different with left-handers against leg spinners. Kent Lanka hoping desperately to square up this series. Little mini-series 1-1 with Roma Capanelli.
Also, I reckon Amir needs to pitch it up here if he spins it in. Does he spin it into the left-hander?
Yeah, that's better, I think, and I agree with you. I think you want to try and draw batters forward into a mistake. One thing Hamza would be really handy if you could develop is that wrong'un, that one that turns away from the left-hander.
Yeah, always having a wrong is the best thing, I reckon, because it's the hardest ball.
Even if you don't bowl it very often, the fact that the batter might be thinking you might, it might just stop them coming out of their crease. So yeah, good game on the cards here. Joe Wadena faces up, last ball. He's going to disappear, and what a shot that is, just a slog sweep. Not a bad ball from Hamza, but it's out of here. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, but it was just a little bit too full there. I said it was full, but a little bit short. Like, you have to find that to right length. But a little bit too full, and he pays for it.
Yeah, it's like a challenge kind of delivery, isn't it? It's the kind of ball that if the batter doesn't get it quite right, it might go straight up in the air, or he might even miss it. I wouldn't say it's a bad ball, but it has bad consequences for Amir.
They need to take a few dot balls or witter here.
Dot balls will create a wicket, and wickets will create dot balls here, I think, in the middle. Jawadina stands his ground again.
That's a great shot for sweeps on that side of the top.
That's absolutely smashed into the kitchen table there. Well, a few people trying to enjoy a quiet lunch. They had some company. This is a great shot, though. It's a very modern shot to sweep basically on length, regardless of line. Now, it's a bit risky because if he misses that, you know, it was pretty straight, and it would have been a big shout for LBW, but Jawadina didn't miss it, and he gets 6 more.
Yep, it looks like Lanka really should go on and win this, but you never know in this game. But they need Capanelli need to put it down. Capanelli need to put it down here.
Yeah, this is your dad, Dane, who picks it up nicely, going to the left end of the 4th over. And Lanka have reached the 50 in the first 4. It's 54 for 1. Now, we were talking the other day about the fact that you've been in Italy for... How long is it you've been in Italy now?
6.
6 years?
Yep, 6 years.
6 years. So, I mean, obviously, living in this country, you've picked up a fair bit of Italian.
Yep.
Your Italian was very good last time.
Yeah.
And one thing that the viewers really liked about your commentary last time was when you commentated in Italian. So, I've got a challenge for you. I'm going to zip my mouth. Here's your dad bowling, Dane, and I want you to commentate the whole 5th over in Italian. Do you think you do that? I won't jump in unless I really want to.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's over number 5. It's over. Ticchian Kirby in Italiano.
Vediamo cosa succede qua. Tirby. Safi molto dritto. Molti persone fuori, dentro, dove vanno? Tanto tempo, Tanto tempo per questo over. Ecco, prima palla. Full toss. Al fielder, quasi ran out. Credo tira dentro però. Vediamo. No, era fuori. Era fuori dal tris. Seconda palla. Un po' più corta e va stretto al field. Un punto. Di nuovo Safi è molto dritto e anche gli altri i fielder forse prenderanno un touch. Questo off un po' troppo tempo credo forse. Questo off va per... È stato qua un minuto, un pochino, 2 minuti per 2 palle. Ecco la terza palla. Bel shot, ma per solo un punto. Molto bravo qua, solo 2 punti in 3 palle. Ma vediamo cosa succede questa. Può essere forse un 6 o out. No, sarà solo niente punti per il fielding a Taver. Oh, e va. E 6 sopra qua, Massimo. Bel shot qua, sopra di noi. Era quasi come l'ultimo anno. Ma va sopra e 6.
Insieme a Cubo.
Esatto. Ecco la palla di nuovo dentro. 8 per Tirby, sono 8 per 5 in 5 palle. Forse vediamo se sarà.
Continua così, è fantastico.
l'ultima palla. Oh, è un po' largo del fiore. E 4 punti. E lo score adesso è 66 dopo quanti over? 6 over.
Wow. Ottimo lavoro, Gian. That is the end of the over. Give us the score. 66 for 1.
66 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yeah, after 5 overs. But how do you say it in Italian? 66 for 1.
66 per 1 dopo 5 over.
That's what I'm talking about. Keep an eye on this kid. Talk about an all-rounder. You can do it all. Bat, bowl, field, commentate. Yeah, and right now, had some interesting moments in that over, didn't we? But I suppose that one that landed on the cube, that's what I was trying to say. And encima del cubo. But, yeah, we were under attack for a moment. So 66 for 1.
Bit like last year.
Yeah, like last year we had one come into the cube. You remember that one, right?
Yeah.
Corey said he was trying to save you, but actually the replay showed he was eating watermelon and he didn't move at all. In fact, he moved out the way. Anyway, I'm here to save you just in case. Safi Badar's going to come on. They need to have a really, really good 5 overs. Roma Capanelli from here.
Oh, that's straight. Just the one.
Yeah, but
should be, yeah.
You've always got a chance. I mean, we've seen lots of games change very quickly in the last few overs. Wonderful job, by the way, Gian. And I'm sure in the chat, let us know what you thought of Gian's commentary. And yeah, John's saying, Ottimo Gian, forse ragazzo, continua così. So keep going, you're doing a great job. I agree. And Joe Wadena, though, he's doing a pretty good job as well, isn't he? Yeah. 35 off 13. He's played some cracking shots. Safi trying to break this partnership. Oh, he goes so close to doing it.
Up. There's been so many edges on this strand. That's another one.
So probably more than anywhere we've ever been.
Yeah.
But I think it's because of the pace in the pitch. A lot of balls, flying. They're bouncing a bit more than batters think. When you get the edge, they're flying further. So I think there's a bit of science behind
Especially, I reckon on the first day, there's like teams that come here often. They haven't seen the wicket yet, and we did see it with how Roma batted. They know how this wicket reacts.
Yeah, definitely. They're experienced.
Oh, that's it, I reckon. Yep.
Sees Carreras. Joe Wadena heading for back-to-back half centuries. Ken Lanka, they need to find some runs. They found some here, and that is just a slightly slower ball, I think, from Safi.
I reckon if there's another 6 or 4, it should be finished, and Lanka should win, I reckon.
Seems like it. I mean, don't forget, Roma Capanelli won the first match between these two teams. Ken Lanka trying to basically make it a 1-all draw. As far as the contest between these opponents go.
I have a question. Can Roma Capanelle still mate it if they lose this match?
If they lose this one, they'll be 4-8.
Yeah, so is it still possible if they win those matches?
That's a good question.
But that's the 4. It doesn't look like they're going to win this one.
Jay Wadena moves to 49 within reach of another half century. That's a proper cricket shot, that one. Holds his shape nicely, keeps along the ground. I would say there might be some sort of mathematical way they could make it, but honestly, I think it'll be really tough.
Yeah.
I think it'll be really tough to take 8 losses and to get through.
But you need all those teams that are under you. Like, for example, what happens if Tassalina pull off the win?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, what you want... I almost say a bye. Yeah, so what you need, without getting too complicated, you need a lot of other results to be the way go the way that you want as well, and probably pretty much every other result to go your way. Plus, you need to really, really hammer your opposition in your last 2 games, I think.
Yeah, especially also, I reckon they could have done better with those last 2 days with the rest days.
Yeah, that's true.
Which I was happy about.
Joe Wadena will reach
that's
50
another 4.
here. Yeah, he'll do
that's
it
a 50 of only 18 balls. That's a great innings.
Very good innings from Joe Wadena. He seemed a bit more settled, I think, in this game compared to the last game.
And also, he's advancing down the pitch really well, I reckon.
He is.
So he's coming down with it, but then he's also really variable on the foot.
Yeah, that's true. He's kept his shape nicely. Probably no one's had the pace to trouble him to stop him doing that. As it looks like Ken Lanka are cruising at the moment.
And I also reckon it would have really helped Capanelli if they had Billo back.
Billo would have been handy for sure. Hopefully we see him back soon. Anyway, it looks like
you
got a fight here. 15 off 24. You need someone to bowl really tight over here. Maybe get it back to...
Go into the new bowler. He hasn't bowled yet, I think, in the ECS.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's Venus Silva who's going to bowl. Yeah, so let's see if he can make a name for himself. Lanka had a game last year where the opposition needed 7 to win.
Yeah.
Last over, and they went wicket, 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 wicket.
Yeah.
So if they can do it, maybe you guys can do it. Here's Venus.
It could be another. The game's almost on now, but it could have been a good decision. As they said, Lanka haven't seen the bowler yet.
I think one of the things that you probably noticed, Gyan, in this game, I know you're watching the first half, just that Kent Lanka got off to a faster start.
Yeah.
Okay, and they were able to kind of make a few more in the first half, so now they can kind of cruise in the second half, whereas Roma Capanelli had to really fight for that 100 target in the end. Good keeping there from Leandro.
I reckon if they just need a few more batsmen to go their way, I reckon.
Do you think we might see you opening the batting for Roma Capanelli before too long?
Yeah, in a few years maybe. In a few
so.
years it could be so, I reckon.
When are you 11? When's your birthday?
I'm gonna be 11 in 2 months. 14th of November. Finally, that's a good ball, top of off stump. That's done for one.
14th of November, okay. I'll remember your birthday, okay? I'm going to send you a happy birthday message because you're part of our commentary team now.
If you need a Roman commentator.
You're my man. Don't worry, you don't have a lot of competition.
There's another one. Oh, that's another good ball. If Capanelli just to start this ball a bit earlier, they would have had him, I reckon. But they especially in Wickets. Bring the tail in. Imagine now, if there are 3 wickets and then like...
One ball at a time, Gyan.
Yeah. There's another good one.
You see, so when you've got a big problem, and yeah, it's a big problem when you're trying to defend 12 or 21, but you know what good players do? The only ball that matters is the next one. That's one of my favourite cricket expressions. So all Venus is trying to do here, get a win, you know, force a dot, maybe take a wicket, worst of one.
Oh,
that's
unlucky there.
And sometimes you can do everything right, and cricket can be cruel, and that's an example as it's just a little poke.
Third man I reckon third man could have been up there maybe. It was like, you've had so many edges though over there.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually true. I mean, maybe it's worth always having a deep third. And so 8 off 19, that's the way it goes. And the same thing goes across matches. Okay, the first match went the way Roma Capanelli wanted. The second one obviously hasn't, but yeah, perhaps in the third match today, you can get back in the winning train. As we'll see a fall down single. And this will be the end of the over. Not a bad over at all from Venus.
Yep.
And the score is 93 for 1 after 7. Is what's coming up next. Well, Roma Capanelli, they're back on the rack. Gyan against Roma CC. I mean, that's tough.
Yeah.
Give me your thoughts on match 34, which is starting
I
in
think
30 minutes time.
It's going to be a tough game, I reckon, for Roma Capanelli, especially seeing how Roma have played lately. But I reckon if the top 4 can get going for Capanelli, it could be by 130, 140 score.
Yeah, that's the kind of score I think you'll need to challenge them. And that's a really good observation you make, because you will be batting first. Roma Capanelli, Roma CC 8-0. They're flying at the moment.
Yeah. I reckon it could be a bit high scoring game, I reckon.
Okay.
It's either be a high scoring game or low scoring game.
Well, if you're top 4 bat well, I'm going to say high scoring game. I'm not going to disagree with you. Harms is coming back. Had to deal with a bathtub full of left-handers so far. Some people think you should ban left-handers. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I reckon you should. You can, yeah. I reckon you're only allowed to have one left hand.
Oh, okay. I like that. You're allowed one left hand. I like that.
So you can an opposition team with a really unlucky and have the left hander come in when they need like 7 off 3 or whatever.
That's something I've never thought of, but it's actually quite a radical concept.
So like to be really unlucky or really lucky for the team.
1, maybe 2. Would you give them 2? Or it's too many? No.
Too many.
And you're right-handed, right?
Yeah.
So if they bring that rule in, you're more chance to go further. I love it. All right, 7 to win.
Can he finish in 2 shots? No. They will take another 2 ball. No, only 1 more ball that they need. This could be anything can happen here. It could be, imagine there's 3 swings and then they're done. So everyone always wants to finish it off with the sits, and they're trying to do that.
We've got Binge Watcher in the chat saying, do you know in Hindi, Gyan means knowledge? And this guy,
Yeah.
Gianni, says he's a genius. I don't want to talk you up too much. Keep your head on the ground. But yeah, you are a very, very smart young man. And your cricket knowledge is quite incredible for someone your age. Top ball hanging in there. Next ball matters.
Yep.
The only ball that matters is the next one.
There's looking for every dot ball at this stage, Capanelli. I think the wickets would be important, but at this stage they can't really. Oh, that's up in the air. That could be weird though. He gets under and he takes it. And my dad takes the catch really well.
Yeah, well, that's a proud moment for the Kirby family because there the ball goes up in the air. Dane Kirby takes a regulation catch. Gian Kirby calls it in. Hamza with the wicket. And could we have a few butterflies setting in? Kent Lanka within one swing of the bat of victory.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but took the catch with the apple, just the way that your dad took the catch of the ball there. But it's good innings from Jay Wardner, isn't it? He goes for 54 off 21. The score is 94 for 2.
That's what I mean. He tried to go for the sits of the last ball, but you have so much time. You may as well just finish it in singles, I reckon.
Yeah, well, that's true. You could just see he was getting a bit itchy to finish things off.
Yeah. And the captain's to the crease now. Shamindra.
So, yeah, I hope you keep enjoying your cricket
Yeah.
and always keep your feet on the ground, which seems
Another
like you do.
left-hander.
Another left-hander. So, in your rule, you bring in. Well, let left-handers play their own competition.
Yeah.
They can have their own competition where
Yeah.
they can have one right-hander.
Yeah.
Yeah, we won't cover those games. Anyway, his arms up. Last ball for him.
That's hit him, but now it's down its side and maybe over the top. I don't know which. But
Probably.
it's one of them.
Might have hit it as well. That's cool. So where
Let's
this
see.
bounces, this bounce to the left of the stumps?
Yeah,
Probably,
yeah, it has.
Yeah. You called it. Bit high. Pitch outside leg stump. Nothing wrong with your eyes, young man. As we get to the end of the 8th over, the score is 95 for 2. So 5 runs to defend, 2 overs to go. Well, I mean, you got a chance. You just need kind of the 9th over from heaven.
Yeah.
Maybe a 0-run over or a 1-run over.
So who's the bowl this one?
I think they're going back to Venus. I think he bowled a pretty good over last time.
Yeah. Yeah, Venus is taking the sunnies and the tap off.
Do you know much about Venus? I think we've seen Venus before.
No,
in the
he's
European
a
series.
newcomer. Like he came about a few months ago. It's probably only like.
It might be the first
fourth,
Venus we've ever had on the network,
Yeah.
actually. Well, we've got a Mars. Mars is our project manager. So we've got Mars, and now we've got Venus.
Yeah. That's
All right.
he has to be a good over here. Oh, and that's so unlucky. He's done there before.
Yeah.
Is that wide as well?
Yeah, Venus, I think, was spinning the wrong way here because
Just a 4, so I mean 1 to win off 11.
Scores tied. Did you know that? I know a lot of people in my family, they like the solar system. Venus actually spins a different way to all the other planets. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. I'm going to learn about this year, I think.
So, yeah, Venus is, of course, it's the second planet from the Sun. Earth is third. Mars is fourth. But all the other planets spin one way. Venus spins the other way.
Is there a chance here? Like, what's the wind predictor? What's the wind predictor say? 0.54.
I guess there's always a chance.
Silly mid-off comes
Need
in.
10 dots.
Straight
Kevin.
to silly mid-off.
Well, I mean, I really like that position.
Yeah.
I don't know why teams don't do that more.
Yeah, I think they would do it if like some teams they need to see it and then they believe it.
Also, you need someone taking the bowler's stumps. Maybe not the bowler because he won't have time to get back.
And that's that's the story of the day, and it's done for 4.
That is the story of the day, Garner. Couldn't have said it better myself, as that will disappear for 4, and it's game, set, match. It is Kent Lanka. They get their first points of this European cricket series. But, well, it'll be 1-1. I just want to give one special big ECN thank you to my co-commentator. Give me 5, Garn. I'm looking forward to beach cricket, some cricket-tony tomorrow. Thanks for your insights. Maybe we can get it back again before the end of the series. But, yeah, even though it wasn't the result Roma Capanelli wanted, you still get another game today. Maybe you can upset Roma CC. And don't forget, you do have the 2 points from match 31. I'll say goodbye to Gun, and we'll get into the highlights. But just a reminder as well that the next game will be starting in about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. And it is Roma Capanelli who are going to bat first after winning the toss. All right, let's roll the music. And, oh, well, while you're here, Kian, why don't you take me through the highlights? Tell me your story of the innings so far as Kent Lanka do chase down the 100.
Kent Lanka started off, I think, really well. with a few big shots. And that was a full toss. Man, Leandro didn't know where it was. It was unlucky. But I think there was just a little bit of misfortune. I had to notice with Tevin's injury.
Yeah, of course.
And stuff like that happening where it's always frustrating when just carries the rope and when you don't have the third man in place.
Yeah, it's really good observation. Yeah, Kevin had to switch to spin for the rest of his over. We didn't see him again for the rest. Nico Fernando, though, who's missed a couple of times, and I think you'd probably look back at some missed opportunities. So the two things for me, probably obviously not making enough runs in the first place. I think it's pretty tough to defend.
And then there was this one, and they sided up and he took the touch.
Yeah, well, I like that. It's a good moment as well. I mean, cricket's a compilation of moments, and Luca's had some very
I just feel, and also Amir wasn't as impressive as he usually was. He's usually really the bowler.
I think it's tough for him dealing with all the left-handers. Like I say, he doesn't really have that one that goes left to right. I think he's challenging batters, but Jay Wardena, to be fair to him, he's played some really nice shots. Put one on top of the cube, didn't he? That one had us under attack. But yeah, in the end, I suppose just missing a couple of keys.
It was just pure simple batting, I think, from Ted Lanka. They weren't. So sometimes when you start off, they did really well. Sometimes I'm sure you've seen it before. The teams that start off the series, the European Trinity, they just try and smash everything.
Yeah.
But they just played slowly, and that was the touch.
Yeah, it was a nice catch by your dad, Dane Kirby, and he's saying, yep, that's how you take it, and you're looking fantastic in the commentary box there. So it was just, you were kind of on thin ice at the end is how I would put it.
And there's a lot of unlucky moments, two times that you just see on your screens. It's just really unlucky.
Balls flying behind, but I mean, take nothing away from Kent Lanka. You're right about them batting more smart, not really going after everything, but being a bit more selective. And I think you probably do that when you're chasing a target of 100. Jay Wardena starts his series with back-to-back 50s. He scored 54 off 21. Nico Fernando with 22.
Amir ends up with the 2 wickets. He was really he either hit for six or he dodged wickets.
Yeah.
So you just want some normal dot balls, I reckon, in this format.
Yeah, he's kind of a high risk, high return kind of bowler, so it's hard for him to know how much he should go shopping. Take us through the bowling figures then as your last order of business here, Gian.
Unluckily, Tevin only bowls the 1 over, hit for 18. Safi not as impressive as the first innings. Zaib only bowled a 1 over. He took a come back on later because he only went for 5.
True.
Then Amir the 2 overs. 9.50 the autonomy. My dad with 1 over 12. And then Venus 1 for 3. 16. Actually pretty impressive, but then those 2 unlucky outside edges, an inside edge just tossed them.
That's true. You know, I think what they were trying to decide, do you bring Zai back on for the 9th over or the 10th over? I think you had your time again. You bring him on for the 9th.
Yeah.
Because he did bowl that really good over. We never got to see him again. Kian, sensational observations again. Give me one more high five. We'll take a break and we'll be back. Nish hopefully enjoyed his lunch. He'll be back with me in 20 minutes as it will start the 4th match of the day, I should say, match 34. And Roma Capanelli have another go, this time against Roma CC. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with special guest commentator, the superstar Gian Kirby. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back. Big Sunday of action here in the European Cricket Series. We are in Rome, Italy for this edition, and now we're halfway through what is a huge day of cricket with 6 matches in the ECS. We're heading into match number 34 now. It's Roma CC, the hosts versus Roma Capanelli. Roma Capanelli, this is their 3rd match of the day. Roma CC, their 2nd, news from the toss. The Roma Capanelli won the toss, elected to bat first, so hoping to put a decent score on the board. I think they need some runs out of that top 3. Perhaps a wild card in there, like a Kirby could go big. Roma CC, though, undefeated for a reason. They look stacked, full of talent and depth. And here's a man who's got a fair bit of talent himself, joining me back in the commentary box after sitting out that last innings. So welcome back to Nishay Butt. And Nishay, should be an interesting clash here between the Roma rivals in match 34.
Yeah, it should be a very interesting match, of course. Capanelli sort of returned to losing ways in that previous game, and a sort of old issues coming back to haunt them, just failed to get enough runs. I found the decision that they decided to bat first despite winning the toss a little bit strange. Typically, if you're a side who've been struggling for runs, I'd say you want to field first, hope to restrict the opposition to a low target, and then try to chase it down.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and I think they've got a tough choice no matter what. I mean, I think I like that they take the responsibility, but it's kind of time to put up or shut up, I think, with the bat. You know, I think one of the issues batting first has been just how quick they need to be going. And I suppose I kind of agree with you in a way. If they were going batting second, then they kind of know how quickly they need to be going. It hasn't been the case that they've always lost a lot of wickets. It just seems to be that they've struggled to go at an acceptable rate in the first half of the innings. Having said that, they'll turn over a new page here. It will be Kevin Kagulawala and Amagulam to get us going. And yeah, Roma CC, I mean, they're just a team chock full of confidence at the moment.
Absolutely, as of course, it's going to be Fernando bowling this first over. It looks like he's going to still continue to go around the wicket, as we saw him earlier today. Yeah,
Charles is interesting. I think he was born around the wicket. He seems very comfortable with there. He's set up camp. There's Sujith Rilagadagi, the captain. I can't remember his exact age, but it would astound you as we get ready for the start of match 34.
No, this one is on a very hard length, and it's nicely played away. Kikulawala gets a single.
Yeah, so you wouldn't believe this, but Sujith Rilagadagi, who will also seen keeping for Italy in the ECC, he is 48 years of age. That is not a misprint. 48 years of age.
Well, you talk about someone finding the fountain of youth. He certainly is one.
He's built like a Mr. Universe. There he is right there, and he makes a difficult job look pretty easy. So Sujith leads the side as well. He's actually a pretty good bat, but I think this format of the game, you won't see him batting too high, but very good cricketer. Does have first-class experience back in Sri Lanka, back in the 1950s, I think. Maybe not quite that old, but yeah, no, certainly a fan favourite here on ECN.
Swing and a miss there as Fernando just pitching that one outside the off stump. I think he's just maybe looking to draw the edge. Of course, there is a slip fielder there for a region.
Yeah, he gets good lift out of it. Charles Fernando, he has certain natural attributes, doesn't he? He's got height for one thing. He's got these kind of fast twitch muscles. You can see it when he bats as well. He can generate a lot of speed from not too much of a wind up. That one flew through to the keeper.
Again, go shorter once more.
Same thing. I mean, this ball really takes off, and it's not that short, but it's still rising when it reaches the keeper. So yeah, it's touch and go whether it's a boundary and whether it's a bouncer or not. It's yeah, it's still on the way up, and it's a combination of the bowler, but then also the pitch, which is, I think, the fastest pitch in Europe.
Oh, once again, I mean, if you look at the length, it's not as short as you said, and it's been taken by the keeper all the way up on head height.
Well, you might have to give Sujith a pogo stick to take some of these. Another one, it's not that short. And you see, it passes the batter about chest high, but by the time it reaches the keeper, he was having to get off the ground to take it, and it was still on the way up. I don't know how you hit this. Maybe just give up on this ball and then try and make the runs off 9 overs.
Very strong start this for Roma CC.
This one is, I think it's more of an inside edge, and it's going to be a single as Gulam will keep the strike after facing 4 dot balls, and a very miserly over here to start off for Roma Cricket Club as they restrict Capanelle, I beg your pardon, to just 2 runs.
Yeah, brilliant start for Roma CC. Couldn't hope for any better. I want to give a warm welcome back to everyone on the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and remind all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world, that you can watch the Euros of cricket starting in 8 days' time. I remember starting that count, I think it was in Sweden in June sometime. We started that 100 days to go. We find ourselves now just over a week away. In fact, I'll be leaving after the Saturday matches in the ECI so I can get to Spain Saturday nights and spend a day preparing for the Euros of cricket. Biggest and best ever with 31 countries this time. We've gone from 15 countries the first edition 2 years ago to 21 last year to 31 this year. So yeah, really exciting times for European cricket. Now this should be good because it's like Christian Kalagamaga is going to bowl. He's gone back to bowling heat. And he was really getting him through. So it's an all-out pace attack to start things off for Roma CC.
This time, I think that's a little bit of a nothing shot, I have to say, by Gulam. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to play over there. I think maybe a back foot punch or something would have suited him better.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of wandering forward and then trying to pull. And if you're going to pull, always helps to kind of get that back foot back and across to kind of get the ball more in front of your eyes or outside your front hip.
And this time again, just beaten for pace, and he's chewing up so many dot balls over here. And this is really starting to become a bit of a concern for his side. They can't just let a couple of overs slip by, having barely troubled the scorers.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really criticize their intent. I mean, they're trying to play shots. If any one of these there's any bat on them, they're probably flying for 6. It's just a matter of not being able to get bat on ball too often so far.
This time he gets a bit of a toe end there. It pops up. The catch has been taken, and maybe this is a bit of a victory for the Capanelle. Gulam, well, he just had a torrid time during his stint at the crease. He departs, having made just 1 run of the 8 balls he faced.
And everyone will be quick to criticise, but if you think that's easy, go grab a bat, head out to the middle of the Roma cricket ground right now, because these two have been dealing wheels, and so Gulam, again, maybe not in the best position to try and play that shot. Ends up just hitting it straight up in the air, and it's a good catch by Denim Senavaratne in a circle. So the first wicket falls. It's 2 for 1 as Amir Hamza comes to the crease at number 3. Now, he's a guy who is very, very capable of playing a big knock, but he's just had a run of low scores. He'll be hoping to reverse that trend here in match 34. Hello to Stephen Kelp watching from the Netherlands. Nice to see you. And he was just mentioning about the enormous bounce that Charles Fernando was getting. No doubt about that.
Once again, it's a back of a length delivery. I think the game plan is pretty clear here against the Capanelle. They want a ball on a good length or just back of a good length. And it's very tough for Capanelle to face this length. Mind you, Capanelle have had their issues facing Roma. I mean, the last time these two sides met each other all the way back in match 8 on Tuesday, Capanelle only made 79 runs.
Yeah, and I'll need someone to go big. Could it be Kevin? Well, this is another ball that seems to almost be a bounce, but maybe isn't quite. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, see, it's still an awkward length to play. So normally you say, okay, he's used the bouncer, they're going to have to pitch it up. I mean, that's not pitched up. It's still not a bouncer. So I'll tell you what, there's a bit of the old Australia touring in the 1974 about this with Lillian Thompson firing in. Last ball of the second.
This one's played away behind square leg. It's going to be a bit of a chase for the fielder. Who's going to win this chase? The fielder does. They will come back for a couple of runs, and another very quiet over goes by. Just 3 runs off it, but I don't know if we can get a look at Hamza's glove. Is he wearing odd gloves?
Oh, good question. Oh, good observation there. We'll come back to that. Right now, it is the end of the second over, and we take a moment to look at the table. Roma Capanelli 4 and 8. I don't think that we'll see them in the final 4. They've got this game. They've got 1 more before the end of their campaign. But yeah, for Roma CC, made every poster winner so far. Still undefeated. 5 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, they're just going to have to win both of their remaining games, and then also hope that the top 3 sides are absolutely ruthless against the teams down at the bottom, and even then it probably won't be enough. Oh, this one's played uppishly. If the fielder's going to give it a chase, it's going to take one bounce and then just trickle over the boundary rope. That's a 4.
That was a proper plug job there, wasn't it? And Hamza does reverse the momentum. He takes it on. I think that Rahat gives up on this chase. I think it's definitely going to go for 4. But have a look how it just stops. In the end, it just had enough to get over the line.
Oh, goes for that huge heave towards cow corner and fails to connect. Again, I mean, mid-wicket inside the ring. If he gets any bat on that, that's going to be a boundary, of course. 2 fielders outside the circle are currently a 3rd man and a deep backward point. Fernando, though, always does well against Capanelli. It's man of the match the last time these 2 teams faced each other. Another great shorter ball. Terrific. And the umpire's giving it a wide, beg your pardon.
Does too much. Yeah, that's the right idea. But yeah, for sure. That's a really good view of it. It's over the head of Hamza, but sending a message. I think the message has been received loud and clear from the top 3 so far from Capanelli.
Yeah, Fernando with figures of 3 for 2. Last time these 2 sides faced each other. And then it's great with the bat as well. Made 58. This time he takes a little bit of pace off the ball, and
I think it was a clever variation there. It just seemed to take a bit off it. But the question from Sujit about how European Cricket Series works and ECN cricket works. I've answered that one in the chat for you, Sujit. I was looking forward to the ECC coming up, where this is quite an expensive event to run with 31 countries and getting teams in, getting teams out. It's a logistical challenge, but one we're really proud to take on here at ECN.
Swipes across the line there, and once again, it's been too many dot balls early here for Capanelli. I mean, we talk a lot about dot ball percentage.
Yeah,
I have to say it's probably around 70% at this stage.
The thing is, it's like you're between a rock and a hard place, because, okay, they could just push and get ones and probably avoid a few dots. But that's what they've been trying to do, and they haven't been scoring enough runs. So it's kind of a go for broke. Sydney or the bush, as we'd say in Australia. They're trying to get big shots. They're just not hitting the ball that often.
This one's played uppishly and exactly with mid-wicket in the ring. Going to clear the boundary up, actually, so it doesn't even matter whether there's a fielder out there or not. It's a 6, and that goes all the way. Great hit there by Hamza.
Yeah, really nice shot. I mean, it had to... They say a stop clock's right twice a day. I mean, Hamza, he's got the right approach. So that's all you can really hope for here for Roma Capanelli. I mean, it's tough for them. They probably know back in their mind that their series is winding to a close. This game and one more. But yeah, I like the aggressive approach, but just there's been some top-class bowling here from Roma CC.
Gets this one as well, and this is going to go the distance. It's going to take a bounce and go away for 4, so they string together a couple of boundaries. That's exactly what Capanelli have been trying to do, and, well, this is really how they should have been attacking this power play.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think they have tried to attack it this way. It's just they haven't really been able to get enough balls hit. That one bounces away from Rahat. End of the 3rd. The score is 20 without loss after 1. Fernando finishes number 17 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, the power play does go Roma Cricket Club's favor, as we, of course. So just take a look at this graph, of course. The first couple of overs, just 5 runs off them, but desperately needed this 3rd over to just stay in the game. 15 off it.
Yeah, so they get a few there, thanks to Hamza, mainly. But still, message sent from Roma CC now. They'll probably turn to some slower options in the middle overs. And in fact, they are going to go straight to Dinadu Marage.
Terrific player, Marage. I mean, he's had so much success with the ball in hand, of course.
Just looking at this, of course, on social media, we've been doing a bit of a series of top games ever on ECC. And this one is number 4. Oh, Kevin, yeah, decides to go reverse straight away, and he's going to get 4. Well, that's a brave risk. I don't mind that against the spinner. And, yeah, 4 runs to start the over. Nice shot by Kakulawala. This is number 4. Now, this was a memorable one, and it involved Italy, actually. It's one they probably won't want to remember. Group C match 1 back in 2021, where I think there were 12 off the last over, and then there were a bunch of wickets. I think there were 3 wickets in 5 balls. They needed 6 off the last ball, and it looked like Italy were going to hold on. But then Srikesh Srinivas essentially edged to 6 over a deep 3rd, And he won the game for Germany 112 to 111. So there'll be more ECC action coming your way in just 8 days.
This one is played away, goes towards square leg, and it's a great bit of fielding. Managed to bat that one down quite well. But a couple of runs, a little bit of hesitation, but really the throw needed to go to the keeper's end. I think would have been in quite a bit of trouble, Hamza.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty close to the line here. Let's have a look. Does he stay inside? Okay, so far. Okay, so far. As long as he doesn't touch it with a foot inside, yeah, I think that's going to be all right. It was pretty tight. The next one is wide.
This away, takes an outside edge, rather thickish outside edge.
It's a good throw because he throws it hard, which means that it'll get to the outfield and they won't be able to get an overthrow. So I think he identified there, if there's any chance of direct, he's got to hit the stumps. If there's any chance of a run out. So he doesn't worry about the keeper too much. They're a pretty well polished, well-oiled team, Roma CC. We saw them at the ECL earlier in the year.
Played away for a single, and again, very tight over here so far by Marage. I think they'll take just 10 runs off 5 balls at this stage.
Marage's really clever bowler, mixes up his pace well.
And they're probably just sliding down the leg side. No appeal either by Roma. The keeper has a shot at the stumps, but there's a fielder there to back it up. And 11 runs off this over as the Capanelli are 31 for 1 at the end of 4.
And you can kind of see that certain things Roma CC do, they have confidence in their teammates. So even that one, run out probably wasn't on, but Sujith throws knowing it'll get backed up. They have confidence that they can take these kind of chances. We had a couple of big throws actually get backed up in that over. So that's just something that kind of next level teams do that your regular club teams might not do as well as consistently. They're a very close-knit group, and they are defending champions, not only of the Rome Series, but also the Super Series last year in Italy that combined all the ECS best performing teams, and that's why Roma CC represented Italy at the Champions League of Cricket earlier in the year, where they actually topped their Group E before going down in a bit of an upset in the final, so they didn't make it to Championship Week. Here's Samaragi.
Played away straight to the fielder at backward point, and that's going to be a single. But absolutely, I mean, just looking at this side, you can see why they've been undefeated so far this tournament. I mean, they just look a cut above the rest.
And even when they haven't played too well, they've had enough people stick their heads up to get it done.
That one's going to be a wide. And just doesn't seem to be too happy with the decision over there, the bowler.
Well, he said he moved. He's saying, did he move pre-delivery or not? So, I mean, I can understand why the umpire calls that, even though technically you might say he moved before the ball's bowled, but onus on the bowler to get it inside.
Yeah, this is played away out to the fielder at deep extra cover. Just a single.
Tough one with the umpire. They're meant to be looking at the back foot, the front foot, and what the batter's doing at the moment of release, and then what the ball does. I just don't think any human can do all of those things.
Wide ball again.
Yeah, that's a sharp bit of work from Sujith, but looked like the back foot was always down.
That means, of course, the umpire's going to have to make the march from square leg to place the bails again. Kind of projected right now. It's 79, probably way below par. As we said, we haven't seen a score under 100 defended since July.
Yeah, Samaragi is a better bowler than he's shown, I think, in the first few games for Roma CC. See if he can up his game.
Again, just wants to connect in the way he would have wanted. Another single. And most of these overs, though, really tight so far.
It's been really tight. We've just had 3 4s and a single 6 in the innings through almost the first half.
Goes for something a bit more innovative. Kekulawala, he's only going to get a single for that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that. He's not confident that he's going to time Dinadu up, or time Prithvi, I should say, up over his head. So he thinks that's a percentage shot. And I kind of agree with him. They're taking a risk, but it's probably a risk worth taking for Kevin, but doesn't quite get it in the middle of the bat because there's nobody back in that area of the round, so he's trying to get it over the infield.
Again, he was just setting up for the big shot. Doesn't quite middle it, and it's once again, it's only going to be a single. I mean, Samaragi has been so intelligent with his bowling. He's smart varying his pace. He's been mixing things up and really just can't seem to judge him so far, these Capanelli batsmen. 1 ball to go. This one's been struck away towards long on, and it's going to sail over the fielder's head. And finally, they get a 6. The first one for Okalako out of this innings, and that's his first Maximo, and the second for the Capanelli.
Yeah, maybe that can get it going. 44 for 1 after 5 as we welcome you into a pretty warm cube. The microwave cube, we call it normally when it gets this hot. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Nishay Butt with me today as well. Of course, ECC's only 8 days away. So really looking forward to that. I've noticed some of the squads are coming out little by little. I thought maybe we could look at the Cyprus squad and I'll throw a few names at you and see what sticks out to you. But yeah, thanks for joining us. Huge day, 6 games of cricket. Not often we have 6 games in a day, but it seems like every time we have, you've been here. So must be something about the workload that attracts hard-working people like Nishay Butt. Anyway, pretty close if there's no bat. He's gone. Yeah, well, there we go. Now, was it a case of bat pad or 2 pad? Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, I think that's out. So the thing is, there's 2 noises here, so you're thinking, hold on, is that bat pad? But I think the first impact is front pad in front of middle stump. I think it's a good decision. I honestly do. I think the umpire thinks about it, and if there's no bat involved, I think he's got to go. Hamza LBW for 21. The score is 44 for 2.
Do you just think that the bat might have struck the pad as he sort of, during the follow-through of his shot?
Yeah, I think it's a good call. It kind of goes front pad, back pad, and then almost back to the front pad again. But I think the umpire gets that one right.
This one is played away. It's going to be chipped over the fielder. No, it isn't. It's going to go straight to him. So he's on a hat-trick here. Orang is going to be greeted by a golden Derek.
Well, how about that for a catch from Denham centre? Varatna almost like he turned off gravity as he was able to rob the new batter, Zaib Orang, of a Maximo. That's so unlucky for Zaib, who hits it well. But Roma CC, the juggernaut, continue. And it's 44 for 3. Maragi on a hat-trick.
Really well taken catch out on the deep. Not easy to say. And yeah, full credit to son of Varatna there. And he's on a hat-trick now. Bowler, as of course he's greeted by a golden Derek. Looks very happy for someone who's just departed for a golden duck, but good to see him that positive.
To be honest, he hit that really well. It was just a sensational bit of fielding. And well, Dane Kirby's going to come to the crease to face a hat-trick ball. You don't see many premeditated blocks in T10 cricket, but I think this might be one of those occasions. As we look through the hat-tricks this year, you can see we've been all around, and we've had 2 hat-tricks so far. We're waiting for hat-trick number 35 of the season. Will Moraga get one here for Roma CC? Dane just has to put the barn door up here. Hat-trick ball.
And he leaves that one, just watches it along the way. Not too often you see that in T10 cricket.
Dancing leave. I mean, it would have been a great story if Dane had just danced out and smacked this for 6, but he's a bit gun-shy after the 5 Goldens.
And they get rid of the slip and short cover, and this time around he does connect, and it's been middled, and it goes all the way. That's a great shot, a huge 6 there for Kirby. Just took 1 ball to get his eye in, and this time when he connects sweetly.
I think this is what he was thinking about doing last time, but he didn't really go through with it. This time he does, plays on length. Nice shot by Kirby, Maximo time. 50's up for Roma Capanelli. Can they get a wriggle on in the second half of this innings?
Yeah, he just plays this one late. It's glanced straight towards the fielder, a third man, and it's going to be a quick single. And now a lot of pressure on Kirby. He's going to have to accelerate and try to get his side to decent total. As you can see, about going 13 and over from here will take them to 10. I think 15 is probably what they'll be aiming for, but he was just caught in 2 minds there. I think Kikulawala maybe wanted to poach a single, but Kirby, rightfully so, told him to stay right where he was.
Yeah, he got away from the stumps. That's why we're safe from the LBW. But that's the end of the over. Good one from Maragi. Finishes with 2 for 17 and the score 51 for 3 after 6. So I've actually just sent you the Cyprus squad. A few names that stick out for me. You've got Lakvinder Singh in there. You've got Mangala Gunasekara in there. Scott Onson's in there. Tejvinder Singh. Maybe he'll lead the side, not sure. Hardeep Singh as well. Wakarali, Chamal Sadun. So yeah, quite a few names in there that I think could could do a good job for Cyprus. It's an interesting group that you've got, actually, with Romania, Malta, Switzerland, and England 11. I think at the start of the season, obviously England are probably favourites considering they're former champions. But all the other four, I think, could beat each other on any given day. I suppose Switzerland have really had an impressive summer, so there'll be a challenge as well. But yeah, what are your expectations of the Cyprus side in that tournament?
I think just to continue the previous point, right after this ball, just played right back to the bowler. A lot of those three teams know each other fairly well because they face each other in sort of World Cup qualifiers. Granted, that was a T20 format. So it's going to be interesting that even on the international stage in Europe, a lot of these players are just starting to get to know each other fairly well.
Yeah.
I think the biggest story from the Cyprus squad is that Scott Austin will be playing, of course. He moved out of Cyprus, I believe, a year or two ago. So the fact that he's going to come back to play for the national team in Spain is great news.
Yeah, well, that's all to do with national qualification, as this is almost caught. Maragi was on the way down as the ball was still going up. And Kirby, well, that might be the first bit of good luck he's had the whole time, but he does get dropped. Tough one. He gets a single. Yeah, I was going to say, because of national qualification, once you've played for a country, even if you then move out of that country, you're still eligible to play for that country. So even though Scott isn't in Cyprus anymore, he can play for Cyprus.
Yeah, this one's cut out well by the fielder at long on. And yeah, a lot of good names there. I think how fit Mangala Gunasekara is going to matter a lot as well. I know he's struggled a bit with some hip injuries because he plays a fair bit of volleyball as well. This one's played away. Is it going to go over the fielder's head? It certainly does, as the umpire signals a 6. A great shot here by Kirby, and I love the positivity to start off this innings. He's looking to lead his side's charge. I think realizes this is a huge moment for his team.
Well, Dane, I hope he gets these out of the system now, because I don't want him playing those in beach cricket tomorrow. I'll get a pasting. It's 61 for 3 after 7. This is what we're talking about in the groups. Cyprus in there with Switzerland, Romania and Malta. And I know you're probably thinking in Group E the same thing that everyone's thinking. Can you believe we have 3 countries where you drive on the left? That's so unusual, because almost all of them, the other ones you don't. Just saying. Yeah, and Malta, you drive on the left. Cyprus, England. There's a fair bit of England and British history in Cyprus and Malta in particular. But anyway, 9th of October, we'll get to see Cyprus, 9th, 10th, and potentially finals on the 11th. What do you think of the format? It's pretty fast-paced. So teams just play 2 days of cricket and then a finals day.
Oh, this one, I don't know how that's hit the stumps, but yeah, I think it's just a great format that way. I mean, you have such action-packed days, and it's, I think there it just really becomes a strength, sort of a test of your mental fortitude as well.
For sure.
This one is absolutely belted. That one's going to clear the boundary up comfortably, as Kekalawala's been watching Kirby smacking 6s from the other end, and he hits his second Maximo as well. Watches that one so well, and as he said, when he stays still, watches the ball closely, he's such a good player, and he's to stick to the fundamentals a little bit more.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. Good example. Samarage goes the journey.
Oh, this time he tries to be fairly innovative. It was actually fairly well executed. He was just a bit unlucky that he found the one fielder.
He does play that shot really well. It's a strength for him. Good calling by Kirby, though, because number 4, Kirby, it's his call because it's behind the wicket. And he was very quick to say no, and that call was responded to. This is a nightmare for the keeper as well when you've got someone reversing in front of you, because you're trying to concentrate on the ball, but there's every chance there'll be a top edge that could deflect into your body or maybe even above the shoulders. Samarage, so that to be his first wicket. They're thinking about putting a fielder back for this. So in a sense, Kevin might have had a win in that he's forced a field change. I mean, probably needs some infielders. Some are coming up now. Deep square comes up, points up. Goes that fielder. I don't think that was the intention, but he's there anyway.
Oh, they're gonna steal a second over here. I think that's probably the first little bit of complacency I've seen from Roma Cricket Club all day today.
It was actually pretty cheeky because it took him forever to get rid of the ball, and they said, "Cool, we'll take on the 2." So last ball of the 8th coming up.
This one is probably just straying onto the pads a bit too much, and with fine leg inside the ring, All Kikulawala has to do is get some bat on it, and they get a much-needed boundary. So this one's a fairly productive over for the Capanelli.
I think it's been just a much more balanced innings from Kevin Kikulawala. I think he is staying stiller. Okay, he's not hitting everything in the middle of the bat. He probably would like to hit a few more in the middle. But if you look at his strike rate, it's certainly a lot healthier. He's 31 off 19 at the moment. And with 2 overs to go, Roma Capanelli, again, the question will be, can they sneak up to the 100? They'll need about 14 and over to do that. But they've got plenty of wickets in hand. It hasn't really been losing wickets that have seemed to be costing them the potential to get big scores. It's just been the fact they haven't tried enough things in the first half. Now, even though they didn't score a bunch of runs in the first half this time either, but you could see the intent was there. They just had to deal with a lot of quick stuff from Fernando. And this guy, Christian Kalagamage, is coming back to bowl the ninth. So Kirby might have his wits about him here. 12 balls to go in the innings.
And Kirby just plays this one down to third man.
The thing with Kirby, he's been brought up in Australia on bouncy pitches and probably faced a lot of quick bowling. So you can see him there. He was organised. He wasn't kind of running it at Krishan. He waited there. He used the pace well. Bit unlucky he didn't get away from the fielder. Good cut shot.
They're actually batting slightly better than they did in the previous match against Kent Lanka. The difference is that the Roma Cricket Club are much more disciplined. They're not giving up as many runs of extras. This time he does advance down the wicket, but he gives it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Well taken catch there by Samarage, but Kikulawala, I think his intent was right this innings, makes a solid 31 of 20.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the intent was there. I'm going to try and pinpoint where it goes wrong from here. Again, he's on the walk. Maybe if he stands back in his crease, he's got a fraction longer to see that, and it would have been a bit shorter. Maybe could have got it up and over the top. But still, yeah, Kevin, glad to see he's recovered somewhat from that nasty ankle knock that he got in the last game. But he's going to have to go with 10 balls remaining. The score is 74 for 4.
And in comes Moratini for the Capanelli. About 10 balls left now in this innings, and really they need to be targeting about 20, 25 runs off these last 10 balls. I mean, we do know Moratini, and when he can strike it, he can hit it pretty cleanly. Kirby has got his eye in as well, so it's going to be a very interesting phase. They have to close strong here.
I don't want to put the jinx on Moratini, but he is coming off a golden duck this morning, so he's on a golden pair. And he's going to face tearaway Krishan Kalagamage.
Oh, gets an absolute snorter to start off, but he's going to get lucky as this one's going to go away for a boundary. A thickish outside edge, and it goes away for 4.
Well, I thought for a second we'd have to start doing some more cartoon golden ducks to follow Michelle around, but yeah, he does something that the openers didn't do that often. Get some bat on one of these, and we said if you get bat on it, it's going to fly, and it does. So he's off the mark, 4 runs. Kalagamage doesn't look too impressed with that. Kind of fast bowler to fast bowler here. Moratini, we know that he's a bustling paceman when fit for Roma Capanelli. Interesting that Christian has elected to go back to bowling pace. I've enjoyed watching it.
This one is played away towards third man, and this is really intelligent cricket. I mean, just to give you a little story within a story, in response to that edge, they move third man a lot finer. What does he do instead? Gets it off the middle of the bat and plays it away. It's much more a traditional third man position.
Yeah, well, hello. Looks like there's all kinds of vehicles going around. Hope he keeps his eyes on the road. I was going to say, you don't need a PhD in astrophysics to know that was going to be banged in. And Moratini just hangs back, plays a nice little deflection cut. Now, they put both fielders back in that quarter.
And he tries to split both the fielders, but instead he hits it straight to them.
He almost did. Yeah, I mean, you've got 2 ways to try and play this. You can kind of get your body out of the way and try and cut it, or you can get your body behind it and try and hook it. I suppose you're pretty sure you're not getting anything full. I mean, I wonder if Kalagamage does go full into the stumps, because I think it'll catch everybody by surprise. Last ball of his spell.
This one, he just tries to angle it into Kirby, and it puts in a great slide over there to get to the ball. And Moratini was eager to get a second run, but it was never on. One thing we did mention about this Roma Cricket Club is all the chemistry they have. Great bit of backing up.
That's actually a huge back foot no ball. Yeah, I reckon he's so lucky to get away with that. But looks like he does get away with it. And it'll take us to the end of the 9th over. And the score is 84 for 4 after 9.
And of course, we'll have a look at the bowling figures. Charles Fernando 0 for 17. The captain himself did very well. And then the rest of the side as well. They've all backed him up very well. Kalumagale 2 for 13 in his 2 overs. Marage 2 for 17. And it's probably going to be Rahat Ahmed bowling this final over. Looks like it won't. So Ahmed, even though he went for 10 in his first
I know
over,
why. He's wangled his way back into the bowling. And Denham has actually got amazing numbers. He'd never even bowled in 3 years on the European Cricket Network. But he just has this knack of getting people out. I mean, scientists in 50 years will still be trying to work out exactly how Denham got anyone out. But he's going to get the 10th over here. And everyone knows the 10th over is when anyone can get wickets. He just rock up. So very clever by Denham. To be honest, he probably deserves it because he did take 2 very good catches in this innings. So let's see if his golden run continues.
This one is just hit away towards point, and it's not the cleanest bit of fielding out in the deep, but it's going to do the job nonetheless, as we'll only get 1 run.
Just going back to the last over, it's probably something Kalugumagay is just going to have to be aware of, is not getting too wide, because again, in a big match that could cost you. If the umpires pick that up, then you know it's going to cost you no ball, free hit. Just I guess that's the benefit of, I suppose, having it all televised as well. You can kind of see what you're doing as a bowler or a batter for that matter. Moratini is going to try and smack this for 6.
This one is played away just in front of square leg, and that splits the 2 fielders. So very nicely played there by Moratini. Picks out the gap perfectly.
You might notice we've got some of the Italian women's team here as well. And Ish, I don't know if you're aware of this, but they're after me. Do you know why? I promised them a pair of my shoes if they beat the Netherlands earlier in the year, and they did beat them. And guess what? They've come here to collect. So watch out for them in the next game. Here's Denham.
Played away towards square leg, and that's going to be a single. Did they specify what sort of shoes? Did they have some cricket shoes? Or?
Well, it's my... Oh, Moratini wants another one. Dane's not that enthusiastic about it. A lot of noise coming from off the field. But yeah, probably my orange shoes because they beat the Dutch. So they may get them, they may not. Stay tuned to the next game to find out. All right, 90, outside chance of 100. Can Kirby get them there? And Denham Centre Ratner.
This one's up, it's top edge, it's gone up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? No, it isn't. It's going to go beyond the fielder. And Kirby, well,
probably would have gotten there if they just committed to it. And Moratini's a showman, that's for sure. Prabhat Nalagoda, who's actually the women's coach, expect him in the commentary box as well with them. But yeah, it's back to Michelle. See if he can send one over the ropes. Bit of ECL news. Looks like Byron have qualified from Greece again. They were at the ECL last year, so another returning team.
That will clean up Moratini, of course. No real choice at the end of the innings, but go for the big hit he does. Swipes across the line, and Senator Rutne, who you said has a knack to get wickets, managed to pick up another.
Well, Denham does it again. I mean, again, it's cheap shots, isn't it, when you're bowling the 10th? To be honest, I think they probably should have got 2 last ball. And Moratini swings all around it. Denham, you can't. He's trying to hide his little cheesy smile, but I see it all over him. And Denham actually, he's our driver most of the time here. That's why we like to give him a hard time sometimes, but he's actually one of the nicest guys in European cricket. And he does have a wicket to show, as I believe Venus is orbiting. Venus Silva coming out to face the last ball at 91 for 5.
1 ball to go here for Venus Silva.
In the India game, those of you playing at home, they need 1 run off 44 overs. So a bit of a cliffhanger there. All right, last ball coming up.
Manages to get some bat onto that, and it's going to be a single. They're obviously going to have to push for a second, and they'll make it on time as the keeper is unable to collect that. So a couple of runs here for the Capanelli.
Yeah, and that's actually really good running. And probably 8 or 9 times out of 10, that's a That's a wicket, but it was a tough throw for Rilla to handle. So they will scramble back for 2. Roma Capanelli, again, just not quite able to do too much with the bat. I think a lot of it was to do with what was delivered at them from Roma CC, that a tough mix of pace and spin. Kirby tries his hardest there. Again, you can't fault the effort at all from Roma Capanelli, but they're a long way behind in this game. They finished their 10 overs, 93 for 5.
Well, it was Fernando and Kalugamage who were bowling in the power play for Roma Cricket Club, and both of them did a stellar job. Ghulam, who had all sorts of trouble during his innings, managed to make just 1 run off the 8 balls he faced. And then, of course, we'd see Hamza and Kekulawala put on together a pretty decent partnership worth just over 50 runs. Hamza would make 21 of the 14 deliveries he faced until he was given out LBW. Smart bit of bowling there by Gamage, and then Zaib Arong would be out the very next ball. Great catch out in the deep by Senavaratne, who is all over the action in the first innings.
Yeah, you know, their fielding's been a real feature of their play, and they're quite professional in the way they go about it. I know they've got very good players, but they gel together as a team, even the way they warm up. Obviously, when you've made it to the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket, you also get to see what other top teams do from around Europe. So Roma CC consider themselves in that echelon now. Denham came on in the 10th over, and predictably he was whacked. But slightly less predictably, he was able to come up with a wicket. Moratini swinging all around that one. They scramble it to off the last ball up to 93 for 5. We are coming back quickly, but not that quickly, I promise you. But I'm going to take you to the scorecards now. Kekulawala with 31 of 20. I liked his intent, even though he had a tough time early. Ghulam had a bit of a rough one in the power play, dealing with a lot of short stuff. Hamza with 21 in quick time. Kirby 18 on out, tried hard at the end. Moratini with 14 off just 6 balls as Roma Capanelli reached 93. As far as the ball went, 2 wickets for Maragi, 2 for 17. He was on a hat-trick at one stage. Kalugamage bowled really well as well, 2 for 13. The other wicket to Denham Senavaratne in the 10th. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back very shortly with the second half of this one. Roma CC needing 94 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Nishay Butt. We'll see you after this short break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back to our live coverage of this ECS here in Rome as the Roma Capanelli, who are fighting for their lives to pick up that last playoff spot, are in dire straits as they posted just 93 runs in the first innings against a Roma Cricket Club side who are undefeated so far this tournament. But again, we've seen all sorts of strange things throughout this tournament, and one thing this Capanelli side have in bundles is tons of heart and spirit. And they'll need to defend a target of 94 to still stay alive, as of course both teams will just take the field in a moment. Of course, the Capanelli picked up 4 wins so far this tournament, but unfortunately they've had 8 defeats. And you can just see some of the fielders just do a bit of last-minute catching practice. It was an interesting first innings for the Capanelli. 3 or 4 players managed to get starts, but no one was able to just kick on and get that big 50 or 60, 70 run score that you need to really post an imposing total. Roma Cricket Club, or just an incredible side, of course. These two sides faced each other earlier this week on Tuesday when the Roma Cricket Club scored 169 runs against the Capanelli, who in response only managed to make 79 and thus succumb to a 90-run defeat. As we, of course, take a look at the win predictor, the Roma Cricket Club fancied as massive favorites, 88%. You know, as much as I'd like to disagree and see the Capanelli stay alive in this tournament, I have to say that's probably the right prediction. As we see both the openers make their way out to the middle shortly after the umpires do. There's a big team talk here for the Capanelli, and there you can see Kirby with his son Gyan, who did such a good job on commentary earlier. It's always great to hear him. I had a chance to listen to him earlier this week as well. A very talented cricketer too. All eyes on Kirby, and oh, are we going to do it? Please don't. Please don't do it. Oh, there's the family of ducks hanging along with Kirby. Really don't like seeing this. He's one of the nicest gentlemen I've met in my short time in Rome so far. Well, that's just going to be a tough monkey to get off his back, or I should say a flock of ducks. Oh, no. Well, we can really be a merciless network at times. As that's going to be Kurupu coming out. I believe Marage is going to be his other partner. I mean, of course, this is such a formidable opening partnership. They usually set the tone for the Roma Cricket Club, and I think the message will be simple for them. They're just going to absolutely batter them and make quick work of this Capanelli side. We're just moments away from the first ball. And it's going to be Venus Silva bowling this first over. Just going down the leg side, and that's going to be a wide. You can't have that. You really can't. Not when you've got just 93 runs to defend. Just needs to pitch this outside the off stump. Oh, this one's played beautifully. Does so well to get underneath that. And it goes all the way. It's the first Maximo of the innings as the Roma Cricket Club just get off to another flyer of a start. Don't even look at their current run rate. That's going to be 49 right now, an absolutely obscene number. Yeah, very deflating start for the Capanelli, who need to start off with something very strong to set the tone, and we're barely 1 ball into the innings, and all of a sudden we already see hands on waists. That's not really what we want to see. Double teapots abound as well. As we have a quick glance at the Italian women's team, who were owed a pair of shoes by Mr. Maximo. That's a good ball there. Much better ball. That's where he needs to be. I would say this Capanelli side are probably a little bit better than their record suggests. Oh, that's perfect. That is a great delivery. It's just shaping back in a little bit. And Marage has a good defensive shot to that. Oh, this is probably a touch too short, so horizontal bat shot comes out, and it's a good bit of running between the wickets. I have to say, that's a terrific stop by Safi Badar. Good throw as well, so just good cricket all around. Again, with the power play, two fielders outside the ring are a long on, as well as a deep cover, and another terrific ball. Yeah, he's done really well after those first couple of balls that missed the mark. I think he's responded strongly since then, Venus Silva. Just keeping things tight. Oh, this one's played uppishly. Is it going to be caught by the fielder? It certainly will. And we know this Roma Cricket Club side, they don't drop too many, and they don't drop one there either. That's, I believe, well, hard for me to say who that is. I think it is Amir Ghulam. Yep, that is Amir Ghulam who takes that catch, but I think this bit's a bit more concerning. I hope he hasn't done a hamstring or something. He's been getting stretched over there. Let's just see that. That one is not really timed at all well by batsman, and well, Ghulam does quite well. I just wonder whether he's just hurt himself on the way down. Kurupu, of course, on a side note, did depart for a duck. Fortunately for him, he won't be met with Derek, because of course all eyes right now on the fielder is hurt. As of course, on that note, I am joined by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu in the commentary box.
Yeah, and so I hope this is just cramped for Ghulam. I think he's obviously had a long tournament. He's played a lot of games really quickly. And I think sometimes when the fatigue sets him, obviously it's pretty warm at the moment. Yeah, just kind of lock up. I think it's either that or he might have landed on his hip. But he's going to get a little bit of treatment, I think, as we get to the end of the first over here. 8 for 1 after 1. 304 matches since the Golden Ball. Oh, Antonio must be at lunch, so they've sent out the second medic. And it's a lot of questions first up, and then a lot of pointing. She's holding the magic spray, saying, do you want this? And you very rarely see the magic spray refused. This is a very conversation. Umpire saying, look, if you're just going to talk all day, then, you can have your conversation elsewhere. But, wow, that's one of the more unusual interactions. Could be the first time this year that we've seen the magic spray refused by a player. So how tough is Ghulam? Maybe just saving it up for some of his teammates. But big thank you to all the medical staff here at the Roma Cricket Ground.
I was just wondering if it was actually turned down by the medical staff. Did he fail to meet the magic spray criteria?
You know what, Nish? That is such a good point. Maybe they're now rationing out the magic spray, and he didn't convince them enough that they could waste it on him. All right, here's Badar and over number 2.
Now this one's just going to be played towards the fielder at long off. And that's a single, of course. We see Fernando coming in at 3, the danger man. And what a great hitter he is, of course. The last time these two sides face each other, he made an unbeaten 58 of just 18 balls. It was actually just the two of them who pretty much wrapped up the game for Roma Cricket Club.
Fernando's coming off back-to-back 50s. And scary thing is he hasn't looked like he's gotten out of second or third gear, really. And so, but won't give him a lot of pace to work with. Over to Charles.
Oh, he doesn't need any pace, does he? He's just got so much natural power. He stroked that away effortlessly for a 6.
Scary thing is that wasn't even off the middle of the bat, but it still cleared defence easily. Kent Lanka looking on, probably with a little bit of concern. Don't forget, Kent Lanka did push Roma's EC to a golden ball previously in the European Cricket Series, but yeah, a little bit too short. Just all hands. And Charles puts it over the fence.
one's struck up again. Is it going to beat the fielder? No, it won't. It's been taken. And that's a great catch there. That's the danger man, Fernando, who has to depart. Great stuff there by Venus Silva, who was watching that so closely.
Well, he tried to slingshot this over Venus, but he couldn't. And Venus, I don't think it has any moons, but suddenly it did in its orbit, and that was the end of Fernando, who goes 6 and out. So Badar with the perfect reply, and Roma CC lose a couple of wickets early. It's 15 for 2.
15 for 2, and of course, a point I was about to make right before Fernando got dismissed was, since Fernando was batting so far outside his crease, would you have the keeper up to the stumps, especially at this pace?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it depends on your keeper and how confident they are, and Jay Raja is a pretty confident keeper. So it just depends. Maybe you're also deciding, well, maybe him batting out of his crease is not a good idea for him. So if you put him back in his crease and you got that ball, he's probably smacking it over the fence and then another fence. So ultimately, him shortening the pitch, Charles just kind of drew him into an error, and Venus Silva took a really good catch over his shoulder. Samaraga comes to the crease at number 4.
Yeah, that's just the depth this Roma side have. I mean, you dismiss one danger man, then you see another very classy cricketer come out. See Samarage. Played away nicely. That's a really, really well struck shot. I mean, that is just classic cricket. I love that. I mean, great effort by the fielder, in all honesty. That was played so well. Just nudged it. He didn't even look to overhit it. Timed it to perfection.
Well, two celestial bodies collide here. One's Venus, one's the fence. But yeah, Samaragi with good timing. Venus put so much thought into how he was trying to stop the ball. He had no idea how he was going to stop himself as he crashed into the fence. What a shot from Samaragi, though, who has only given us a brief glimpse of what he can do with the bat in this series. But when he's been good, he's been really good.
Yeah, this time he follows up the boundary previously, but just playing this with the full face of the bat. Of course, a very good cricketer, Samarage. He's averaging 18 in T10 cricket so far this year. Top scorer 53 against the Bangla Morning Sun. And he's been cleaned up here. Great ball by Badar. Picks up his second wicket, and you love that celebration. Is this a sort of an orbiting celebration he's doing?
I think so. Well, I think it's part celebration, part surprise from Badar, who's wondering how he's going to get through Samarage. Well, his teammates love it. I think Prathuvi might have just crossed the line from, relaxed with the bat to a bit lazy, although that does kind of come away from it a little bit. And look at Safi Badar. I mean, Roma Capanelli, we know they're going to make an early exit from this tournament, but there's still time to make some highlights, and two big scalps for Safi there, as Roma CC have lost a third wicket now, and that's the end of the over, 19 for 3.
I mean, just the look of astonishment on his face was incredible. He didn't see that one coming. That's probably one of the oddest innings I've seen. He plays two near perfect strokes and then gets out the third ball with an absolute chaffer. You have to feel for him there. That's he's not going to face too many better balls than that.
Yeah, you got to say, you like to see people being expressive, and Safi obviously knows that's a huge wicket. I mean, Samarage is a really good player, but I do think the ball does a bit. I just think Samarage a bit laconic in his approach to playing it. So could we have a boil over on the cards here? Already Capanelli have gone from 12% up to about 30% on the win predictor. As Kalagamage comes out at 5.
Oh, this time he just goes a bit too straight. That's straying down the leg side, and all Maragi has to do is just get some bat on that, and that goes away for 4.
Yeah, you know what? The fine leg, I don't think he would have got it anyway, but he was kind of walking towards where the ball would go if it's missed. But he just needs to kind of hold his position until the batter touches it. And yeah, with a bit of luck, if the fine leg was more like a 45, I think there's Raghavan there, then that might have been a catching opportunity. Raghav faces up.
Again, bowling very straight here, Silva. I think he has to be careful, though, because I think if Marage probably opted for a more aggressive stroke, he could have got a boundary because there isn't really much protection out there.
That's true. I mean, I think partly it might be because of these 3 wickets, but you're right. Normally Marage has no qualms going aerial in the power play.
Oh, this one takes an outside edge, just through the kitchen sink of that one, and he gets lucky, gets a 4.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. He takes this one on over the offside, And yeah, you'll see this one doesn't quite go for the 6, but does go 1 bounce 4. Okay, gets the boundary. Another 2 wickets might be super interesting in the next over or so.
This one's, they're just thinking of sneaking a single there. Kologamage, but I think the fact that the win predictor still has Roma at about 82% from what I can see right now is testament to how good Roma are, because I think a lot of sides, once they lose 3 wickets, they'd be in a hell of a lot more trouble than them, but they just have so much batting depth.
Yeah, it's the experience. I think they know. Just keep batting fairly normally.
Oh, and this one's a terrific ball. It somehow missed the stumps. And,
just got away from Jarraj. I think it's off the bat. So I wouldn't say it's a chance. Inside edge. Oh, just couldn't change direction in time. Leandro. And they're the tough ones. As a keeper, you're normally expecting edges to go the other way off the outside edge, but it was not even a quarter chance, but a bit dicey for the batter as Kologamage will get to face up for the first time.
And you can see a lot of encouragement from the field. Just hear some of his teammates saying, come on, I can see it, wicket's coming. Fuller delivery right up there to the new batsman, who's a very healthy average for this year, Kologamage, averaging 39. And a lot of that is courtesy to all the not outs he's had.
Yeah, true. As we get to the end of the power play, hit 28 for 3, so some hope for Roma Capanelli. Yeah, Kologamage, so I'm at the ECL, of course, for Roma CC. Also, we've seen a fair bit, and the blue shirt of Italy, got to say, of all the national strips, I think the Italian one, I think, is right up there with my favourites. Just that really bright blue azzurri. Roma Capanelli had a pretty slow start as well. Number 2 and 3, they had a barrage of bounces at the start of the game. But now, looks like we're going to go back to the finger twirler. So, Safi Badar. Of course, we haven't seen Kevin with the ball so far. I think they'd be hesitant to use him, considering he got whacked in the ankle earlier. He's over 4.
This one's just nodded away towards third man. You know, I think we could see Kevin, because just looking at him in the field, he's right in front of us. He seems to be sprinting about all right. I think it's just them maybe riding the hot hand here, because Bedard did so well in his first over. Kevin's
got the look of a guy who's playing his 13th game of the week and has 1 to go. I know that look. How good Safi been here, though? He's just been on the mark. Just trying to get the ball through just enough. And it was an outstanding delivery that got Samarage. And also, he's just holding these 2 very dangerous strike makers.
Oh, that's a terrific ball. If there was a slip in place, that would have been a comfortable catch. But it's going to be a boundary. You have to say, this has been a valiant effort so far.
Yeah, poor Leandro behind the stumps. You know, the one went to his left. This one is very late and played with soft hands. I mean, he kind of plays for that edge a little bit. I don't think he's trying to get it that fine, but he does get the result, 4 runs. Chris was just mentioning that perhaps Venus has broken the top of the fence. Well, that means it's time for the staple gun people to come back. You've seen them going around the ground. You normally hear them before you see them. Anyway, Safi, can he get a 3rd wicket here?
Oh, this one is absolutely middled, and it's going to go straight to the Italian women's team as they tried to get a catch, as it's a big 6 after a rather streaky boundary.
Yeah, that ball's gone to order a drink, I think. It was Marage. It's basically a sit-down sweep from him here. He's already pretty low. He gets even lower and gets under it. Yeah, nice bit of ball striking. 6 runs, and Roma CC, despite the 3 wickets, I still think they're in control of this cricket match.
Oh, this is another gorgeous looking shot. Where's this going to go? It's going to go away for 4 by the looks of it. I think it's taken a bounce before the boundary rope.
Yeah, it was all the placement here, wasn't it? Because it was straight at the fielder. He had a bit of trouble. Let's have a look. Yeah, easy 4 call there. But he's got all the shots, doesn't he? Didn't he, Marage?
Yeah, you got a feel for Badar over here. I mean, could have had a Marage out on another day after producing that edge, but hit for a couple of boundaries since then, and this time he bowls, I'd say a rather poor full toss, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, this one, he's not a tall guy, did he do? That will take us to the end of the over. No run there. Misses out on that one. It's 44 for 3 after 4.
And that over just turning things around a little bit after, you have to say, the Calighelli, beg your pardon, the Capanelli had a chance to just about bring themselves back into the game. And as you can see, that huge 16 run over means the Worm is now trending well above the red line as Roma Cricket Club just to bring themselves back in front. That huge over.
The Worm has turned, that's for sure. And now we're going to go to Amir Hamza in over number 5. He gets spot 2 right-handers here. Let's see how he goes.
This one is just tucked away for a single.
Well played. So you don't have to take crazy risks either. You're ahead of the rate. Probably looking at that kind of 10 or so and over to stay ahead. So 50 or 5, you're kind of satisfied with that. You know that Harms is one of the more dangerous bowlers. His consistency is a strength and a weakness in a way.
Played away towards the fielder at mid-wicket, and of course, as you mentioned in the first game of the day that the Capanelli were involved in, I think Hamza's overs are probably going to be pivotal to decide the fate of this match.
Yeah, need a bag. I mean, if he could grab a 3 for, say, something like that, and get him 50-something for 6, I mean, then we'll see if they can pitch this game, Capanelli.
Oh, this is so nicely played. That is brilliant by Kalugamage. Just waited for it, rocked back, and just picked out that gap between the fielder at third man and point. This is top cricket.
Yeah, really good kind of balance and footwork there. Doesn't really get across to it, but he picks up the length of it and says, right, rather than kind of go forward and maybe York myself, I'm going to go back, create some length out of it. And he played that shot very, very nicely. 50 up for Roma CC.
Yeah, this time he goes a little bit straighter, and it's just plays this one with the full face of the bat away for a single.
It's not easy playing 2 national team players here, and getting rid of them isn't going to be too easy at all. Gian, he looks like he's doing a bit of an audition. He's got the number 4 shirt worn by his dad. That's a nice touch as well. I love his enthusiasm for the game.
Oh, this one's played away really nicely as well. And this time it's Marage getting in on the action. It's not going to quite go away for a boundary, but we'll get a run there.
Good fielding by Dinesh. I mean, at least knocks it down, doesn't he? So, yeah, last ball of the over coming up. End of the rate at the moment.
Oh, looks to advance down the wicket, but then makes the adjustment incredibly well. You could just see the spinner trying to push it wide, but Kalugamage, who's really just had the bowler's number, has it there again. Great shot.
Yeah, it's good batting. That's all you can really say. I don't think it's the worst over that Hamza will ever bowled, but the batters had the answers, didn't they, as we hit the 5 over mark to score 56 for 3. A reminder about what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. We have the ECI here next weekend, which will involve Italy as well as Austria and Finland, and then we'll be into the ECC, starting with Group A, 6 groups in the championship week. That takes 4 weeks. Then Croatia should be great. I'm going to spend 2 weeks in Croatia there, and that should be lots of fun. We've got the ECI and ECS in Malta, likewise in Spain, and then the ECCW to round out the year. So we're in the home straight, but we still got over 2 months or 3 months of cricket. In fact, the ECCW starts 3 months today. Exciting.
Very exciting, and again, just to have 2 European championships to end the year. It's just a perfect way to end another fantastic year for European cricket. I mean, it's incredible just how every year really since I've been involved, I've just seen the game grow more and more and more in the continent. And yeah, we've got our first women's tournament coming up, and then of course the largest ever one for the men. So certainly trending in the right direction. Oh, this one is absolutely belted. Huge 6, and I think it's crashed onto the camera tower. Oh, Buzz, is it Andrews up there right now?
I don't know who's up there at the moment because I can't see, but yeah, well, we got the thumbs up, so that's a good sign because we can continue the broadcast. So Kevin Kakulawala comes in, switch back to off spin, and well, that almost knocked us out of the broadcast.
Yeah, enormous hit. Now this partnership has just settled things back in favor of the Roma Cricket Club. The momentum's really swung since The Capanelli were able to get those 3 early wickets. This is another absolutely huge shot. And don't worry about that. You won't be seeing that for a long time. Another big 6.
Yeah, sending out the search party. This was big from Kalu. He's having a good game. We didn't see him all week, but he's certainly enjoying his weekend out here, Krishan Kalu Gamagay. That one was still on the way up when it passed us. That's when we lost contact with it.
Yeah, so maybe it was a good idea that Kekalawala wasn't bowling earlier this innings. Unfortunately for him, it's been a very expensive over so far. And this partnership already worth 50. That big 6 bringing up the 50 partnership. Oh, this one's a bit too wide again. He's probably been a bit too full and straight early, and now he's just trying to push one wide and gets this one wrong.
Tried the wrist spinner that time, so a bit of a variation. Kevin just trying anything he can think of at the moment.
That one is struck hard. It struck straight to the fielder. Cover.
Pretty good leg spinner again from Kevin. He's a skillful cricketer, Kevin Kagulawala, no doubt about it. Probably he would say 10 overs isn't really his preferred format, but yeah, it's nice to see his skills.
Oh, this one is absolutely belted. Another big hit as this over looks to be going magical. 21 off it so far as Kalugamage, well, he's watching his partner Marage absolutely belted. He's on 41, having clubbed 3 Maximos.
We're 19 for 3, and then you blink, and they're 77 for 3. Last ball of the over.
As well, the over comes to an end. 21 off it as Roma Career Club are inching closer and closer to their 9th straight victory. As we, of course, have a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, the match right after this is Kent Lanka taking on the Gladiatori. The Gladiatori themselves, they seem to be having quite a few issues. I believe they've had 6 straight losses. And Kent Lanka, who are 1 for 1 in their first couple of games, but I think there's been a lot of encouraging signs for them.
Interesting battle of the oranges, actually, in the 5th match of the day. It's not the last match of the day, though, today. Yeah, you're right about Gladiatori. They've just kind of lost the plot, but they do have some good players in there. Kent Lanka, their 3rd match of the day. Gladiatori will actually play the last 2 matches. They go back-to-back, and yeah, they need to win from somewhere. If they could win all the remaining games, go back to 7-7, you never know your luck. We've got multi-ball activated. There's a ball behind. One ball's come back that no one's seen yet. Yeah, well spotted. He's that camera crew, don't miss anything. There we go, look. Yeah. That's the thing. We've had balls flying out of the ground, back into the ground. Hamza, though, is going to see if he can extend this game a little bit longer. Well done by the umpiring crew. They've been wonderful today. Big day for them, of course. Here's over number 7.
Oh, this one is probably just sliding down the leg side. That's going to be just the 1 run. I think it's going to be leg pies.
Yeah,
Yep,
leg
by the
signal.
umpire.
Good areas, though, Hamza. I mean, you're trying to work out what Hamza could do differently. No, I actually think he's bowled really well. I think he's had rough end of the 6 sometimes. He's run into guys that are in form, and I suppose they're playing him on length. Maybe could vary his speed a bit more.
This one is, oh, it's going to beat the fielder at backward point and go away for 4. Again, this is just intelligent batting here by the Roma Career Club. I mean, we know they've got the power to absolutely belt it, but what I've been most impressed by is just some of the intelligent shots they play as well, like this one.
I think the key to Marage's batting this year is that he's putting the ball where it needs to go. You know, he's not looking for any particular shot. And that's a good example. Outside the off, he strokes it away, keeps along the carpet, gets 4 runs, and this game's on borrowed time, just a dozen required now for Roma CC.
Yeah, be another half century for Marage, who's been piling the 50s on so far this ECS, and yeah, maybe Hamza, you should just consider adding like a flatter, faster ball to his repertoire. As this one is stroked away. Is it going to beat the fielders? No, it isn't. He just throws everything in the way there, Safi, and he manages to get down and restrict it to a single.
Well, they might not defend this, but they've still had a bit of a highlight with Safi's 2 wickets, 2 big wickets, and the finger twirl celebration. Roma Capanelli started so strongly. I know that's kind of fallen away for them, but they've been a real entertainment packet in this ECS. It looks like their Sunday's going to finish on a losing note, but we will see them play again tomorrow. And I believe that they have their 14th match tomorrow, which is against Casalina in the 2nd match of the day.
Oh, played away again, and this is going to be another chase for the fielder. That's going to be a chase in vain. And what a classy way to bring up your 50 from Marage.
Yeah, Marage has been brilliant here, and he thoroughly deserves his half century, which he brings up off 23 balls. 3 Maximo 6-4s in there. And really, if he whacks this out of the ground, it'll be job done.
He's definitely going to be looking to end this in style. Big shot coming here. And he advances down the crease, and oh, he hits it straight to the fielder. Unfortunately, puts that one down. That's really unlike Kelukawala, as that's going to be a 4. Hands on heads there for the bowler. He's been rather unlucky, in all honesty, Amir Hamza. I don't think his figures reflect how he's bowled, but now they're just 2 runs away, the Roma Cricket Club.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Kevin normally catches this in his sleep. There's probably a bit of fatigue creeping in. Long, hot day at the moment. This game is on life support, and I think it's about to turn the machine off. It's 92 for 3 after 7. Just 2 runs required. And yeah, those of you wondering when the next game is, it's in approximately 30 minutes from now. So it looks like we'll have a bit of an extended break, as it's going to be Kartik Raghavan, the teenager, to get a bowl. He's taken a couple of nice catches today. Let's see if he can provide a moment. Okay, over number 8. Raghavan. And again, he turns up, plays the game the right way. He's been working hard on his skills in the nets, I've noticed. Let's see if the youngster can draw things out a bit.
Oh, a bit too much width there, and it's like, unfortunately for him, he could easily have had a wicket over there. I mean, it would have taken a spectacular catch, but yeah, you just wanted that one to stick for the young man.
Oh yeah, this would have been an all-time highlight. Oh, didn't want to stop it actually, but that ties the scores. And Roma Capanelli, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be hoping to finish with a win, but right now, this could be their last ball. Have a super-duper Sunday.
This is well, this one's been hit straight to Kirby, and it's good to see Capanelli just fighting hard in the field, even with just a couple runs. They know how much this means to the youngster.
Proud club, very multicultural club as well. And yeah, they started strongly. Did get 3 wins first up in the series. They've only had 1 since then. Roma CC need 1 to win.
And this one's just going to be nudged away. It's a quick single. Nice running there by Kalamage. He was out of the blocks quickly, and it's a terrific win here for the Roma Cricket Club, who continue their impressive winning start to this tournament. Really unfortunate here for the Capanelle. Commiserations to them. They fought hard throughout this tournament, but with this loss, I think we pretty much ruled them out of the playoffs, as of course we just take a look at the fantasy dashboard here. Of course, Kent Lanka will be coming back for the 3rd time today to take on the Gladiator, who are on a 6-game losing streak. Just looking at some of the figures there, the skipper Mukhtiar Singh leading the way in terms of fantasy points for the Gladiator. He's going to cost you about 8 to get, but of course we'll have plenty of time to discuss that game later. But first, let's take a look at the highlights of this innings.
Yeah, that's right. 30 minutes exactly away from Game 5, which isn't even the last game today on a big day for cricket. But Roma CC, again, it seems to be these lower targets that be causing me a few issues. But, well, Roma Capanelli, they fought hard, didn't they? It was a nice catch by Ghulam there, as Karupu continued his tough run. He went for a second ball duck. And Charles Fernando, we know how good he is. He would go, and then Samarage, he got bowled as well. There was a little finger twirl from Safi, who got 2 big scalps there in Charles Fernando and Prathuvi Samarage. But Kalagumage came out, he pretty much bossed it. And look, shots all over the ground. I think all angles. I think Marage scored a lot on the cut, and I think just good decision making. Fairly risk-averse batting, but then with the bit of power they've got, that one almost ended our broadcast. But yeah, Roma CC, they certainly have been showing that they're the team to beat. We'll see them again in the last game of the day against the Gladiators, but right now they haven't put a foot wrong, Nish.
No, they haven't. It's just perfect. As we take a look at the highlights of this brilliant partnership, that was a rare drop catch by Kekulawala. No, normally he's almost perfect in the field, as there he is, Marage, just waving goodbye to his opponents. Maybe a bit of a cryptic message, as they're probably not going to play too much of a part in the final stage of this tournament, as of course we take a look at the highlights of this innings, and of course they were in quite a bit of trouble, the Roma Cricket Club. They were 19 for 3 at the end of the second over, and we just wondered whether we'd have a close game on the cards, but then a fantastic 75-run partnership of just 33 balls between Marage and Kalugamage pretty much sealed the deal. As of course, we take a look at the bowling figures as well. Venus Silva was 1 for 17 in his 2 overs. He did a pretty decent job. Good to see young Ragwan at the end, of course, getting the ball 3 deliveries. And, well, one rare bright spot, I guess, for the Capanelli is that they gave up just 3 runs of extras. Of course, the Roma Cricket Club will take this one by 7 wickets and continue their incredible winning streak. Join us in just under half an hour's time as we'll bring you the 5th, but not final, match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our fifth, but not final, match of the day, of course. We got a big bumper, 6 matches today. And, well, we got this huge encounter here between Kent Lanka and the Roma Gladiator. And, of course, let's just take a look at the fantasy dashboard over here. Kent Lanka have had a pretty good start to the day. I mean, of course, they had a very late introduction to this tournament, as we've mentioned a few times, because they're a side based out of Napoli. And, of course, their skipper up there with 195 points. But then Rishal Jayawardene, who's made a couple of half centuries today, I think at 6.5, he's an absolute bargain and someone you need to have in your team. And then, of course, leading the way for the Gladiator is Mukhtar Singh with the 600. I think Zadran's a pretty good player to have as well. He's an all-rounder. I mean, he pitches in with some decent contributions with the bat as well as the ball. And, well, our win predictors thinks that Kent Lanka are 56% favorites in this encounter. Of course, keep in mind the Gladiator, I mean, they're on a 6-game slide right now, so they're struggling mightily, and they need to turn things around fast. It's, of course, a battle of the oranges as we see 2 orange kits out there between these sides, and it should be a really fun matchup here. And of course, we just see the batsman taking his guard, but yeah, this is going to be very important. Of course, Gladiator, they've had some issues making runs themselves. They made just 99 in their last match against the Roma Cricket Club yesterday. Yeah, this has been a very tough losing streak for them. Runs have been hard to come by. They've basically just been scoring on average about, I'd say, 98 to 101 runs. So they need to turn things around with the bat here, and they need to do that fast. It's, of course, Hossein who's going to face this very first ball for the Gladiator. He has 795 runs on the network in T10 cricket to his name. His career strike rate is just under 175. So very big hitter when he can get things going, and they really need some of that from him today. Here we go. First ball of the game. Not yet, as Fernando just has to go back to the mark. And it's interesting he decided to come back and bowl the first over again. We saw him do that against the Capanelle in the first match, but then the second game they went with the 2 quicks for the first 4 overs. But now he reverts to the tactic, which he opened the day with. And we get the first ball, as this one is, again, just a quicker ball. Fires that one in. He doesn't turn the ball too much. He's, I think he's one of those left armers where you shouldn't really play for the turn, because it'd be a bit more surprising if he actually turned the ball. And this one just over pitches it. It's also a bit too wide, so Hossein gets a chance to free his arms and show us why he has that incredible career strike rate. As he hits this one away for 4, of course, he needs to be bowling very straight. I mean, you look at his field setting here. His 2 boundary riders are out at cow corner and deep mid wicket, very close to each other. So really, I think he needs to be firing this in to the batsman's pad, sort of have it aimed at middle stump, and then probably try to force the right-hander to play it away towards the leg side. Oh, this one's again. Oh, that's a depth stroke. Beautiful shot there by Hossein. Goes back, opens the face of the bat, and runs it down to third man. I hope he didn't take any staples off the banners over there, because our staple gun team would have to go and staple these banners back up. Great shot there. So good. Takes out the gap between third man and backward point. Ooh, ooh. I'm glad he hasn't fallen over either. Ooh, oh no. Oh, the banners come off. Oh, the staple gun team need to go back there again. Oh, the banner's fallen off. Why has he done that? Let's take another look at this. Oh, I'm sorry, staple gun team. Yep. We'll just take another look at that one. And let's just take a look at this. I think we might just look at the 5th ball before we look at the batter drop. Oh, yep. I think the director just had a word in my ear. He is God, right into the picket of that fence as well. That's painful. 1 ball to come in this over. Lowish full toss, and he just plays that so well, Hussein. I like the way he's batted. He's not looked to overhit the ball whatsoever. He's just very smart, played good cricketing shots, and he gets 12 runs off this over. So a good start here for the Gladiatori, who are obviously desperately looking to break this losing streak. 12-0 at the end of 1. And of course, I'm joined by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu in the commentary box, who could tell us a little bit about the fact that we've got 8 days to go until the European Cricket Championship.
The count is on, my friend Anish, well said, and obviously biggest one we've ever had. 31 nations playing over 4 weeks. Ultimately, we have 1 European champion, and we'll start just a week tomorrow. So hopefully you can join us for that. Of course, the squads are coming in slowly but surely on our website, europeancricket.com. But yeah, Battle of the Oranges here, isn't it, in match 35. Also, Nish, I've got some special guests that have been looking for me for quite a while that are planning to join me, if you don't mind stepping aside for the middle of this innings. And you'll hear them coming, put it that way. They'll be banging on the queue because I've got something that they want, and they've been waiting for it for a while. Anyway, it's going to be Harpreet to face up for the first time, promoted to the top of the order. As the Gladiators get ready for over number 2. And, this looked like it got a bit of pad and got past the keeper. Just Joe Wadena. He's had a busy day. Maybe a little bit of bat there, according to the umpire. So Harpreet's off the mark.
Yeah, so good. They named him twice. This one just brushes his thigh pad, and it's always going to be a tough effort there for the keeper. But overall, I have to say, I'm very impressed by Jai Wardena so far with the gloves. He's had a great day as well. Hit a couple of half centuries today. Oh, that's a good ball. Tahir Khan, he had a pretty impressive tournament debut as well the last match. Managed to score a pretty solid 14 at the end to guide his side to victory, and bowled well too. I think that one's missing the leg stub, maybe even just pitching outside leg, so not too much going for it, but a good ball nonetheless.
Yeah, it's getting that little bit of in movement, isn't he, there, Tahir Khan? That'll be 4 runs, and it's a quick outside edge. And, well, this one didn't really come back as much, Nish, but it absolutely flew into the vortex.
Yeah, this one is takes it that outside edge, and yeah, he just goes so hard at it. It was always going to fly away, especially with the pace that Khan is bowling at. Again, very good bowler, I have to say. You know, I'd even be tempted to maybe just put a slip in place for him. You know, it's early in the innings. Might want to attack. Khan's a pretty good bowler. Could be a risk that Ken Lanka could take.
Yeah, good area again from Tahir. Gets this one past Mubarak Hussain.
Yeah, top ball over there. Going straight through to the keeper. And now, of course, in the first over when Fernando was bowling, we saw mid-wicket right next to fielder at cow corner, but now they just move long on in. Previous ball. Tell you where the new fielder is, and this one's gone up in the air. It's gone to sort of the region where the fielder previously was, but it's not going to matter. It's going to clear the boundary rope. Big 6.
Yeah, big 6 indeed. And so, yeah, it's got a different kind of technique here. Mubarak, he's got a kind of wood chopper's grip, but you know, Corey was making a few little adjustments with his grip and his backlift to try and get some better results out of him. And yeah, it's absolutely smashed out of the ground. And so, last ball of the over coming up. Can the bowler bite back? Well, maybe not, because this is short and it's going to be over the fence. Maximo! As Tahir goes the journey, end of the second, and the score is 29 without loss. Well, I want to say a big hello. Well, not only to Nish, who's pepped out for a sec, but I've got the Italian women's team here. Hello, guys.
Hi. Hi.
Ciao. Nice to see you. Now, make sure we can see all of you on here. Of course, this isn't all of you, because obviously not everyone's able to make it today. But I want to congratulate you for your performances this year, not only in the CIWs, but also, of course, in the qualifiers. You made it to the next round, of course, playing really well in Desert Springs last week. Now, earlier in the year, we had a situation, didn't we?
Yeah.
And this is Sharon Whitnaga here.
Hi.
Explain to everyone the deal that we made in Gibraltar earlier this year.
Oh, we said that if we are going to beat Netherlands, you are going to give us your shoes, what you're wearing.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
And then tell everyone what happened.
And we beat them.
Yeah, and not only did you beat them on the last ball.
Yeah, last ball, yeah.
The
It
last
was a great
ball.
match.
And Amelia, hello to Amelia, I'm sure you'll be
Hi,
watching. And it's only the first time I've seen both teams crying at the end of a game. But it was an incredible game. Let's go back to the action here right now. And we're going to see another left armer, Karina Naika, who's going to open up. So anyway, a deal's a deal, and I want to say thank you to you guys for your patience, because, yeah, I dodged you for a little while, but I've decided, I'll show to everyone what we said. I made a little note for you there. Dear Team Italia, for your victory versus Netherlands, 99-98 on the 23rd of Feb. See you at ECCW. So there you go.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you
and
so
these
much.
are yours forever. So give yourselves a round of applause.
Yay.
The Italian women's team. Don't go anywhere, because my deal was I'll give you the shoes, but you've got to give me 5 overs of commentary. All right? So, yeah, you're not going anywhere right now. All right, here's Karina Naika. Full, and this is lifted up. Does it have the legs? Yes, it does. Maximo, as this one flies into the batting dugout, 6 runs. Okay, let's have a chat then.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your experience this summer or this year. You've been playing a lot of cricket, and you've been playing a lot of good cricket.
Yeah, it was in September we were participating in Division 1 tournament. It was a great experience for us playing with, especially Netherlands and Scotland. Playing with them, it's a really great experience. We learn a lot of things playing with them. The first time we are playing 20-over match with them.
Yeah.
So they are in the next level, I mean.
Well, this one's next level as well. Don't know where you parked your car, but you might have to watch out, because this one's going to disappear into the car park. Maximo, 6 more, as Mubrak's gone absolutely loco here in the 3rd over, last over of the power play. I'll give you a quick bit of coaching. Don't bowl too short to a guy that can play this kind of a hook shot. Anyway, of course, you would have known the big news last week on ECN that we're going to have a European Cricket Championship for women at the end of the season. So you must be excited about that.
Yeah, really. Now, from next week, we are going to train for that tournament. It's a different ball game playing T10, so we need to go for the shots. So coach is there, so he's going to prepare us for the
We've got
T10. Yeah,
Prabhatha's here. We were talking about you guys a little bit last night, actually. Prabhatha's my guest commentator. Full, hits it anyway, and this is going to be 4. Well, this is great power play batting from Mubrak with only 2 outfielders in place. Yeah, just walks, turns into a full toss and gets 4 runs. So we're still, obviously, we haven't had so much women's 10-over cricket. We are working on exactly the playing conditions, things like that. Probably you'll be allowed 5 outfielders out. We think it's, considering the size of the field, it's fair, yeah. So I know in women's T20 cricket, you're just allowed the 4 outfielders. But I think that with the dynamics like it is, I think it just allows you to protect the field a little better. It is quite batting friendly, as you know. But yeah, I know that you must be thrilled to be one of the 5 teams that will take part in that. And it looks like you get to lock horns with your old rivals, the Netherlands, again in that ECCW. You're looking forward to that?
Yeah, definitely. We are going to give them a good fight this time too.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I've noticed with the 10-over format of the game, probably seeing a few more upsets, which upset the rankings. I know that Jersey beat the Netherlands in one of the recent matches, in the 10-over match in the Netherlands. Pretty low-scoring match. But yeah, I just think it gives you a lot of pressure, and it's kind of all the pressure but no pressure in a way as we get to the end of the power play. It's 47 without loss. But I want to talk to you about your recent trip to Spain, to Desert Springs. Did you have a good time there?
Oh, really? Yeah, we were like having a really good time. Playing with the stronger teams, for us playing with them, it's like we learn a lot of things, how they do their game, how they prepare themselves before the match, and how they do their business. Is really amazing to see them. Yeah. It's really, really good experience for us.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what I say all the time. And I think it's great that in men's and women's cricket even, more teams are playing each other. So even I remember you guys played Gibraltar earlier in the season, and it was some of their first games. But I know that a lot of good things have been happening there. Again, learning from how good teams do things.
Yeah, really. From the preparation to end, it's like amazing how they work on their game. I think we have really young team. I think they know what to do when they want to go to next level. I think they have learned a lot of things watching them and playing against them. I think it's a good experience for us.
Definitely building a community. That's what we're really all about. Got questions in here for the Italian women's team. Put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. As Tikka, first one completely ties up the fielder out there. Well, you wouldn't expect this, as it is Pereira who is going to essentially jump over this one. Just got a bit of a Tortuga at the end. Now, yeah, any questions for the Italian women's team, put them in the chat. I'm keeping my eye on it now. All right? Now, as you know, 10 over cricket, it's also chaos.
Yeah.
So you can, it doesn't matter, men's, women's, giraffes, whatever, you're going to have chaos. And so I'm sure the ECCW will be no different. Expect sixes, expect, oh no, that's gone over the keeper. Just going to quickly say, well done to Mubarak Hussain, who brings up his 50 off just 17 balls. Oh. He's been batting so well out there. In fact, I was caught unawares. He's actually got 50 runs out of the score of 52.
Wow.
So that's how you dominate a power play.
So you have any bets for us on December?
So you guys are right into me. You got my shoes, then you said if you beat Netherlands in the final, you're going to have my jacket.
Come on, let's do another deal here.
All right, I promise you.
We have a coach.
I'll make a deal with you right here, right now. All right, I'll make a deal with you. If you guys win the ECCW, the whole tournament,
okay,
I will let you have whatever jacket you want.
Wow.
You can have one of my jackets.
Let's go,
all right?
girls. Come on.
That's because I'm planning to get new jackets in 2024. All right, but I don't normally give them away. As well, this is up in the air. Well, guess who? Here's Pereira. He's going to watch it sail over his head. Maximo. Well, what a knock this is from Hussain. He's 56 off 18 balls. Oh. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. Actually, the first time I saw a lot of you guys play was actually here. I don't know if you remember, but I remember it was back in 2021 in the women's domestic T20 final here, 20 over game. And yeah, some people here, not to mention any names, played pretty well in that game. And that was a really great introduction to Italian women's cricket. So, of course, I'm super happy. Also, Regina Sudazay, one of your team members, might be joining us as a commentator after the ECC for a little bit. So
that's great, yeah. Yeah,
be interesting to get her insights to Kiriadura. So he serves up a full toss, and this is into the gap, and it's going to be 4. So he's absolutely motoring away. Anyone else feel like a chat? Dinesha want to have a chat? All right. All right, well, I want to hear something because Prabhath is telling me that apparently, is it true that you have a bet with your coach?
Yeah, if he can hit a 6 in this tournament, we'll give them our shoes.
Wow, okay, well, that is something. All right. I think you're safe. Anyway, this will be 1 down the ground, or maybe 4. Well, it just kept on rolling, didn't it? Oh, this guy. Oh, someone get the fire extinguisher and put him out because he's blazing it up here at the moment. It's the end of the 4th over, and it's 67 without loss. 64 of those runs have come off the bat of Mubarak Hussain. So, Prabhath, is this right? You've said that if you just get a simple nod would be right. If you get a 6, is it?
Just one single
1 6, and he gets 1 shoe? Or he gets
both?
1
of new shoes. We'll buy them new shoes.
Oh, he gets some new shoes. Well, Prabhath, you need to get a bat first, don't you? Anyway, says Prabhath, poke your head in here, Prabhath. Remember Prabhath from last night. He's got his beautiful Azzurri shirt on there. I mean, you guys must be really proud to play for Italy. I mean, you've all had different journeys to the national team, but that must be something very special to put on the blue shirt.
Yeah, it's really nice to represent this country.
And I've heard that you've got a bit of commentary experience now as well, as this ball won't accept the infield. So, all right, 5th over. You're on your own. I'll help you out a little bit. Why don't you call this one in, okay? We've got Nico Fernando, who's come on his left arm spin, and he's going to bowl to Mubarak, who's on 64. Ready, steady, commentate. No pressure. Hold on, I forgot to turn your mic on. But that one is short. It is lifted up and out of the ground. I'll tell you one word. It's a 6-letter word, starts with M. Say it with me. Maximo! Well, there you go. You're already better than Prabhath. It was all right last night, but I can see. We're always on the lookout for new commentators, everyone. Just saying. But, yeah, these guys. I mean, right now, he's 70, and we're not even at the halfway point of the innings. All right, so Nico drops a bit short. Let's see if he learns his lesson here. Well, kind of not. This won't be 6, but it will be 4. As Hussain is racing away. And now we're kind of talking, some of the biggest scores we've ever seen.
We need to create another name for 4s. Because Maximo's for 6.
Sometimes we go cuatro carreras, but that's very Spanish. I'm practicing my Spanish. What would you say in in Italy? You say
Quattro.
quattro. It's kind of the same.
Similar, yeah.
We say puntas? Quattro.
Quattro punti.
Quattro punti, of course, punti in Italian. Well, he finally wears one here. I've got to say, I was out there in the middle. I was keeping some of your bowling, and I was pretty impressed. Yeah, we've got a question, actually. And I like when the viewer questions come from behind us. Sharon's got a question. Oh, well, guess what? It's not going to be 100. Somebody mentioned 100 in the box. It was Sharon. And so, Mubarak, when you're watching this back, you can blame Sharon with the Nagi because he swings all around this one. He goes for 74. But what a fantastic knock that is. He's the first to go. 78 for 1. And I suppose as a bowler, you've always got the chance to get the right of reply next ball. And that's exactly what Nico Fernando does. So, yeah, your question about centuries? Maybe as we see Mubarak walk off for 74, Corey Ruckers will be very impressed because he was giving him a few pointers yesterday. Suddenly looks like the next Colby. But, yeah, 78 for 1. Maybe we've got the centuries. Well, this is Shadam Gulzadran coming to the crease. This is a guy, I'm pretty sure he's pulled every muscle in his body, maybe except a couple, but he's still there. He's fronting up. And he's hard as nails. So Fernando gets the wicket. Okay, I've got a couple more questions for you. I'm not going to let you go just yet. But I've waited about 6 months to get you in the commentary box. Okay. Last ball of the 5th. And Nico double down. Zadran will probably try and smack it. No. He decides he's going to be careful. You get 1. He'll retain the strike. It's the end of the 5th. And the score is 79 for 1. Yeah, a bit of the denim centre Ratner about that first ball. Hey, you had a question about the centuries. You know how good our crew are here at Swing Productions. If I was to say, do you have a list of centuries on the network this year? They'd probably bring them up. That's the first page, 15. And you'll see the last 2. They are both Roma players now. And there's been 2 centuries this week. Lakanwal with 114 not out, Gagandeep with 109 not out. Both for all Roma, but in different games. But I'm going to make a call. I don't think we've seen our last century this year because, or this tournament even. Anyway, so tell us a little bit about your plans now. Obviously, you've come back from the qualifiers. What's the next step for you guys? Prabhath was saying you do a mixture of kind of in-person training, but then also some kind of remote training.
Yeah, we are planning to get the best training for the T10 at December, and I think we're going to beat Netherlands at least once.
Well, if you
at
do,
least once, yeah.
You'll be in trouble.
I think you'll be in trouble if you win.
So these are games
Your jacket.
These are games that I don't think I'll be able to accommodate because I'll be too nervous. One of the best things about my commentary is that I never take a side. I just want everyone to play their best cricket. But, well, if you want me to barrack for the other team, then you've done well. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. It should be gone. Bowler should take it, and it's out. So it's a new one. A guy who once took 4 wickets in 4 balls, which you don't see very often. He takes 1 here, and he strikes second ball. Zadran goes for just a single. Hits 79 for 2. Yeah, so a few questions about where some of the other players are, obviously. You've got a question about Regina and Amelia, but, I mean, they're based in the UK, is that right?
They're back at home.
Yes.
They'll be here for training, I think, in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, being, I suppose, geographically quite close, obviously, to get a flight over, it's kind of manageable. It's a bit different if you're trying to fly someone from New Zealand or something like that. But yeah, to qualify to play for a national team, you either need to be a citizen of that country or you need to qualify on residency, right, which is typically 3 years. I know a lot of you guys have grown up here, been here for a long time. It's always interesting when we see in the European Cricket Series for men, sometimes we see some really good players, but they might not actually be able to play for Italy yet because they haven't filled the criteria. So Regina and Amelia, they qualify on Italian citizenship. Here's the new one to the new player, Muktia Singh. Close. I think it's just going down the leg side. And Muktia has a close call, but it just seemed to me, how did you see it? Just missing the leg stump?
Yeah.
Just
Just
had a
like
little bit of
compass
left to
ball,
right,
yeah.
didn't it, on it? All right, well, here's the new one again. And the inside edge comes the body this time. Well, the good news is, I mean, you guys wouldn't have played at Costa del Sol before. I know you've been to Gibraltar, which is it's not too far away, but I can tell you I've spent a lot of time there with the European Cricket League, obviously that Roma CC played in this year, and also with the Italian men's side has played. So if you play your cards right, I'll give you all my tips. The places to eat, what to do, the beaches to go to. Well, this ball might end up at the beach because it's gone a long, long way as Muktia gets off the mark in style. Maximo! 6 runs. And what a strike that is. Yeah, just this pitch, very, very bouncy. We were out there. It was nice to have a bit of a go. I think that they'll be watching Prabhath's batting for Roma CC a lot closer now. Too high. Won't be out. Having said that, if you go back a couple of years, it's only a couple of years, Prabhath was opening the batting and doing very well. I just think he's a little bit unselfish. Prabhath has dropped himself sometimes, not just down the order, but out of the 11. But he's a sleeping giant. He's a very good cricketer. I don't know what happened here. Did he get that at the end from the batter? 87 for 2 after 6. Anyway, 4 overs to go. I've got one more over left. I'm going to throw it open to the crowd here in the cube. Do you have any questions for me or anything about the ECCW? Or it can be random questions, so it doesn't have to be about cricket.
Are we the only team that are betting with you, or you have more people?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's illegal to bet, so I wouldn't use that word. I'd just say have some friendly interactions with that involve me losing my property. Hey, the thing to be a bet, there needs to be another side from it. But anyway, I've kind of got my 5 overs of commentary, so I'm kind of happy with that. So let's have one more over with you guys in here. As Shaminda comes in for the first time, bowls a moon ball that disappears. And I think this might be too high as well. They'll look at it for height. Harpreet goes maximal. It's been a problem for Shaminda a couple of times, really. If it's waist or high, it's no ball. Oh, he hits it. Yeah, this is right on the border. Normally when they're on the border, they call them in ECN cricket. Let's see if they're feeling generous to Shaminda. I suppose standing at the crease, you could argue it might be just below. It's just a 6. So Shaminda probably sent a Christmas card to the off-field officials. That could have gone another way. So you got any random questions? So, which country do I enjoy the most? Yeah, it's a bit like choosing between children. You can't have a favourite in my job. Wait for this ball from Shaminda. Better ball, but also a pretty good shot. And it's hit up and over point. That'll be 4 runs. And so Harpreet getting swinging here as Roma Gladiators head towards the century. Look, I don't really have any favourites, but I will say that I can't imagine anywhere really that makes us feel more welcome than here in Rome. Obviously with Prabhath and Lorena and everyone being so great, even you guys. You know, it's great to see you. And of course I have to say that. But I do mean it sincerely. I know that Rico, he would love to be here as well. He's taking a little bit of a break before the ECC starts next week. That's why Rico's not here this year. But I love the setup you've got here. I love the potential for the clubhouse. And I just look forward to coming here every year and perhaps seeing the ground progress forwards. Well, another hanging full toss. And this is going to be a tough chase. This is going to be 4 as well. Again, he's left it up there. Probably just below again. I mean, if the last one wasn't, this probably isn't either. But, seen him called before. Yeah, ran out of patience. They gave him the first one, but not this one. This is going to be a no ball. A free hit to come. No ball plus 4. I mean, it's a pretty hectic version of cricket, isn't it? I mean, I know I grew up watching 50-over games where you might get 3 or 4 runs and over. Here, sometimes we're getting 3 or 4 runs a ball. Anyway, Shaminda with the free hit. All right, what's he going to try and do here? Got left arm spinner, right arm bat. If you put yourself in the batter's shoes, what are you thinking?
Just hit it.
It was a trick. Don't think. Just hit. There you go. No, that's cool. That's a spectator sport. Might be stepping across to the off stump and just giving yourself a few more options. Can't be bowled. Well, he just do that. He lifts it up and out of the ground. Stands, delivers. Muktia goes Maximo. This innings is getting a bit out of control, and this over's gone magical. 22 now with 2 to come. Okay, so Shaminda, a couple to come. Well, this is just miles in the air. Well, someone's got to catch it. Keeper wants it. Good luck to him. And taken. So, yeah, they finally get the breakthrough. It's been an expensive over. And that's Risal Jawadina that will take the catch. Not as easy as they look when they're straight up in the air. So Muktia makes a quick fire, 16. But he's got to go. And the score is 109 for 3. I had a question from Shrug saying, what teams are involved in the ECCW? Hello, Shrug. Hopefully you're well. Well, for starters, it's going to be a 5-team tournament at the start of the year. We've got Spain, the host, as well as Italy, who are right here next to me. Team Italia. They all cheered, don't worry. Netherlands, they're arch rivals now, apparently. And then France and Austria. So our teams have all featured at some point, either in 10 over cricket or 20 over cricket on ECN. Obviously, we'd like to have a few more teams in there as well. We recently showed the Intercontinental Cup involving 4 women's teams in Romania, which was also great. But yeah, it's certainly a great trend. So, got one more ball to go in the 7th over. You saw, before we have to wake Nish up, he must be having a little nap. Well, maybe not, because that's going to clearly be a no ball. And Shaminda, he's just misjudged gravity. Well, Nish is awake. If I was Nish, this is a perfect siesta time. Yeah, you got to think a bit more Mediterranean. Yeah. Problem is, I mean, I wouldn't allow Corey a siesta because he wouldn't wake up. All right, so there's a second and final warning for Shaminda, who has to have to deliver another free hit. 6 makes this supersonic, 30 off the over. And there it is. So it's a dirty 30 for Shaminda, but on the upside, he does take a wicket as we get to the end of the 7th over. And the score is 117 for 3. Once again, I want to say a big thank you. High fives all around.
Thank you for having us.
I wish you all the best. Yeah, you know what? It's my pleasure.
Keep the jacket ready.
Yeah, well, I will. Just going to show everyone one more time. This was my gift for the Italian women's team, and I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing you at ECCW. Okay, train hard, play your best cricket, and bring it. First ever Euros of women's cricket. Thank you so much for being my guest. Yeah, I'll give you some applause in there. Why not? Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of the day and stay cool. So you're already pretty cool, but stay cool because it's that kind of a day. Anyway, yeah, nice to see Team Italia there. Don't they look fantastic in those Azzurri uniforms? And well, meanwhile, this score has been climbing, hasn't it? Roma Gladiator, 117 for 3. With 3 overs remaining. Oh, Dave had a question. And sorry I didn't see it at the time, but he wants to know, have they played against Thailand yet? No, I don't think Italy have played against Thailand. Netherlands, yes, have played against Thailand. Scotland played against Thailand, but yeah, don't think any other quote-unquote European teams have played Thailand. But thanks for the question, Dave B. Good to have him in here. Chatty bunch. Yeah, always chirping me. That Italian team. It's a good start as new over starts with a 30. That kind of hurts, doesn't it? You can't make it up. I mean, look, got some big hitters, Kent Lanka, Gladiator. Sometimes their bowling has been all over the place. I suppose you just got to try and hold it something reasonable. Good to see Neville Russ in the chat. Good to see that you're enjoying the action. Hello to Chris and Dave and everyone else. This one is called a wide as we welcome back Nishay Butt into the commentary box. Hope you enjoyed a nice little break. It's quite nice outside the cube, a bit warmer in here, but wasn't it great to see the Italian women's team?
Oh, it was great to hear them. Felt a bit like a child who'd misbehaved in class and just been sent out to stand for about 30 minutes until I learned. But it was actually really, really good. I really enjoyed listening to the Italian team and their story. And of course, wish them the best of the luck in the ECCW.
Yeah, they're a great story. Work hard in their cricket. As we see Munib Niazi coming a little bit lower. We know that he's had a few issues with some slight injuries. Got a rolled ankle the other day. He's a guy you would imagine probably opens their batting or at least bats 3 in their first choice order. But yeah, he finds himself down at 5 this time. But yeah, Kent Lanka look like they might be chasing a few. Can they hold it and keep it something reasonable? Run a singer following his first over. So I was using him as a closer in this match. Decent delivery. Should just be 1. And it is. So, yeah, any other questions that you'd like for the Italian women's team, let us know. I'll try and get the information maybe in the break. But I'm glad that so many people are so enthusiastic about women's cricket in Europe. Just in Europe, I mean, it's obviously been been gaining a bit more attention and professionalism all around the world.
Yeah, this is already one of the Gladiator's highest totals of this tournament. We were just wondering if Kent Lanka were the real deal earlier today when they played fairly well against the Capanelli, but yeah, the Gladiator team who've had a losing streak themselves are putting in a strong showing here. This one is played away. Is it going to clear the boundary rope? No, it won't. Just to bounce in front of the rope, and it's a 4.
Yeah, it's another big strike, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at totals, I think now they will tie. I think we're at the 129 now. Or is that 125? Well, I've got 2 different scores on my board, but I can see they're their high score previously. They did score 129 against Rome Bangla Morning Sun in match number 22, but then lost. RBMS chased it down. Wow, what a shot this is. He goes up and he's going to go over fine leg. And that one is going to disappear. Maximo. Well, that now does tie the 129 with that 6 as Harpreet moves to 32. What a shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was entirely in control of that stroke. Just look at it. The point where it makes it, the impact with his bat, he's looking the other way, but he gets the desired result.
It's everybody's favourite game, hook or headshot. And luckily, he got the bat on it. Luckily for Harpreet, that is. Unluckily for Adesingo, who has 1 ball to go in the 8th. Now he throws the hands at this as well. Skewed up in the air. Tough catch over the shoulder. Not even attempted in the end. And so it will just be the single run that will be taken as Harpreet moves to 33. They are in the 130s for the first time in the series. Roma Gladiators, 130 for 3.
And they have just under 6 minutes to bowl this final, this penultimate over, I should say. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, but certainly something worth keeping an eye on if there are a few too many extras in this penultimate over. As we, of course, take a look at this graph. The Gladiator going along at 16 1/4. This is a terrific showing by them after, of course, as we mentioned, 7 straight losses heading into today's action. So
yeah, that on the slide, no doubt about it. But can they make a U-turn just in time? That's the question on everyone's lips. Yeah, Gladiator. Kind of, we have 3 out of their first 4, and then losing streak ever since. Now, I've got to say, all the teams have been a lot better with the time after the first day or two. They've been hustling through the overs, which kind of need here. Tahir Khan comes back for over number 9. So, look, we have 2 good overs here. Maybe keep it in the 140s, let's say, and just hope that someone has a brilliant innings, whether it's Joe Ordner or Nico Fernando at the top. You know, maybe a couple of big individual contributions could get you there. And we also know at Roma Gladiator, at times, their bowling has struggled to contain the opposition. Goes after this, hanging in the air. Fernando takes the catch. Well, it sounded like ball on chest to me, but it doesn't matter how they're caught in the end as Big Nico grasps the Grizzly. And that is the end of Mid-Innings Analysis for 2. It's 131 for 4.
yeah, this one, he just doesn't quite time it. A bit of a miscue, and of course, yeah, you could just hear that thud onto the chest as he collected that ball. Managed to clasp it in the end as another good innings comes to an end.
See that Shrug is saying, pleased to see an ECC for women. He really enjoyed the women's games on ECN this year. Hopefully more teams next edition. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's the idea. If you look at the ECL, it's gone from 8 in the original edition to 30 and 31. If you look at the ECC, it's gone, the ECC men's, it's gone from 15 to 21 to 31 this year. So certainly it's the trend, isn't it? So I'm just really thrilled that we were able to get sanctioning, ICC sanctioning for this event, which just came through last week, which is why we could announce it. I know it's something that we've been planning for quite a while. As to here, it comes in. Oh, shot straight. And Nico cut off the angle. Oh, no. Well, I've seen this happen a million times. Nico actually overruns this. When it hits the turf, it slows down a lot. But he can't slow down as quickly. And as a result, he does too much. Maybe a bit of a Tortuga there, but that's a fortunate 4 for the Gladiators.
Absolutely, just sticks in the field a little bit, and that's why he overruns it. But it was a good effort by Fernando, the captain, usually leading by example out in the field. Puts in the effort and plays with a lot of heart.
Yeah, slightly slower ball. Well, chance for a run out here. They turned down the run in the end, so that'll just go down as a dot ball.
Yeah, this has been a decent over so far, despite that boundary, just 5 runs off. But this is taken quite well. We saw some have a few issues in the field earlier out at mid-wicket, but not the case over there. Watched that ball well. And took it, had a shot at the stumps, and another great bit of fielding.
I like the enthusiasm here. Obviously, Kent Lanka, they've had to wait a long time to get involved in the action. They've been watching everything really closely. It's a new one that came round to do the fielding. That'll be the end of the over, 137 for 4. So pretty short. Ajintha, he's the 10th over specialist. He's going to be grabbing the ball. And the only question is, can the Gladiators get the 150, which I think they'll be shooting for here in the first half of match 35.
They look set to reach 165 at one stage, but of course you'd expect them to slow down a little bit after that dangerous innings that Mubarak Hussain played earlier. But Harpreet's still out there. He's going along at just under 250 for his strike rate. 1 ball to come.
Oh, here's one to come, you're right. So 137 for 4. His keeper drops his hat, misses the ball, backed up, back to the keeper, still doesn't have a hat, but does have his gloves on. And so that is the end of the 9th, and the score 137 for 4. Had a question from Nick in the chat saying, how is the 2024 season fixtures looking? Well, there's a very, very rough draft at the moment. I think it'll be the same idea. It'll be, ECL in February, March, ECC in September, October. Hopefully, if the ECCW is a success and we can get sanctioning again, that'll slot in, I assume, at the end of the year. I don't know if we can find a spot somewhere in the middle of the year. It's a bit tough because of clashes. There is some talk of having a British and Irish Knights combined side versus Team Europe. You might have heard us talking about that yesterday, Nish. So it's hit pretty hard, and that's going to be cracked straight for 4. Nice shot by Harpreet. As the 10th starts with a boundary. Now Gladiator's up in the 140s. So were you listening in yesterday when we started talking about that idea?
Absolutely. That sounds like a wonderful idea. It'd almost be like a cricketing Ryder Cup in many ways, where get to see sort of, 2 maybe more historically established cricketing nations in Britain and Ireland against the European side. It'd be absolutely terrific. It would be our Ryder Cup, basically. I can't think of a better analogy.
Well, slower ball and absolutely drilled by Harpreet. What a shot that is. Plays it on the up. He picks it. He smacks it. Maximo moves to 45.
Yeah, this is just an awesome shot by Harpreet. Watches it so well. Absolutely belts it. He's been going along incredibly. I mean, remember, in the opening partnership, which is worth 78, he made just 4 of those runs, but he's motored on since his opening partner departed, and a slower ball there by Denuan that somehow doesn't crash onto the leg stump.
Yeah, you're right there. A good comeback from Denuan. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. It's only an idea we've had since yesterday. But yeah, a lot of people excited with the prospect of that becoming a reality. Yeah, another good comeback from Denuan. And Nick's question is about, will it be the same amount of games? I mean, if you look at the trend, it's only going one way. I'm starting to wonder how we could get more games in. But I would imagine it would be roughly the same as this year. Maybe we'll find a way to do more somehow. Start playing 2 games on the same field at once or something, I don't know. But yeah, it does seem, you can expect a very full season, put it that way, with maybe some new additions to the ECS calendar, maybe France, maybe Estonia as well, potentially. It's just hard to make it all fit together. And I'm glad that's not my job, but I'm excited to see what they come up with.
I mean, even Croatia this year, I believe, ECN's going back there after quite a while. Yeah,
well, we were there in October last year and the year before, but it's been different cities every time. And also they get teams in from Serbia and Slovenia to make up their series normally. Be curious to see what they do this year. Harpreet on 45, last ball. Won't get his 50, but still, he'll leave his team in very good shape. He's going to finish 148 for 4 off the 10 overs. And yeah, Denuan, good comeback after getting belted a couple of times. But still, it's a big, big chase, isn't it? As Kent Lanka will be needing 149 for victory in match 35, the second last match of day 7.
And let's take a look at the highlights of this first innings. Of course, it was Mubarak Hussain who set the Gladiator off to an absolutely perfect start, making 74 of 24. He hit 6 big ones, as well as 9 boundaries. It was the skipper Fernando who opened the bowling once again, 12 runs, went off this first over. And we saw this one. This was quite a comedic incident where Denuan, once again, just got those banners off, but the staple gun team was on hand to sort that banner out.
What if we had trampolines either side of the fence to help you get over? That might be a good idea. Fernando, I mean, he's been pretty good, hasn't he? He was able to rattle the stumps there. Just a matter of the Gladiators maybe have played a bit more cricket. Also think probably a few more hit-me balls than Lanka would have wanted to throw up. But look, Mubarak Hussain is 74 off 24. He was absolutely incredible. He's made a few slight adjustments to his technique, and we were talking about that a day or two ago. But yeah, eventually he would go for that score of 74. Hit 6 sixes, 9 fours in there. I think Harpreet batted through the innings, didn't have a lot of the strike, finished just short of his 50. And look, Lanka, they're going to have to try a chase, which is, not impossible. We've seen these kind of chases done before. We saw 175 chase here earlier. So it didn't go too much Lanka's way. But then again, Nish, we're only halfway through this game.
Yeah, still plenty of time to come as, of course, the Gladiatori look to break their losing streak. But let's take a look at this scorecard over here. As we mentioned, Mubarak Hussain top scoring with 74 of 24. And the incredible statistic was the fact that the opening 78-run partnership saw Mubarak Hussain make 74 of those 78 runs. But Harpreet so good they named him twice, would eventually cash in. He was undefeated on 46. And of course, we take a look at the bowling figures, and while they were all just a bit too expensive, Denu won the pick of the bowlers, going 1 for 18. Pretty decent performance by him. But if you look at the rest of their figures, they just gave up a few too many runs. If there was a lone bright spot for them, it'd be the fact that they gave up just 4 runs of extras.
Yeah, look, they tried a few options, so you can't really criticise them for that, but they are chasing a bunch. 149 will be the target. We'll take a quick break. Back shortly with more cricket here on ECN on our super duper 6-game Sunday. We'll see you then for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings of our fifth match today. We just witnessed a terrific batting performance by the Gladiator, who posted a total of 148, one of their finest batting performances of this European Cricket Series here in Rome, as they look to snap what's been a pretty horrific losing streak for them. 7 straight losses, and well, if you want to go about breaking a losing streak, then smashing 148 runs in the first innings is just the way to do it now. Let's see if they can back that up with a solid bowling performance, as well, it's going to be the 2 opening batsmen coming out for Kent Lanka. Of course, Jayawardena is in red-hot form. He's scored a couple of half-centuries today, and he's got his captain Fernando alongside him, who's going to be at the striker's end. Of course, I think it's going to be really, really important for these two to get them off to a strong start. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to see how Kent Lanka can win this game. Again, they're not quite blessed with the same batting depth that, say, some of the better cricket clubs in this series have, like the Roma cricket clubs and the Royal Romas of the world. So I think for them, it's really important. These two probably give them about 70, 80 runs in probably 6 or 7 overs. I think they'll need at least that for them. This power play is going to be very important. They have to throw the kitchen sink at it. They have to be aggressive to score a lot of boundaries fast. It's going to be Zudran bowling this first over. He's had a very solid tournament. You know, he's bowled quite well, but he's also chipped in with some handy runs at times. Couldn't do that, unfortunately, for him in the first innings, making just 1 run. He was caught and bowled. But anyway, here's the first ball. Or not. That's the second time that's happened this game where I've said here's the first ball and someone stopped halfway through their run-up. And we get the first ball, as this one just a touch too straight and very smartly played by Fernando. That was a good chase there by the fielder. Just got to that one really quickly. I think that's Anil Kumar, yep. Use his foot. Has to be careful doing that, though. I mean, you can easily turn an ankle doing something like that. There he is, the informed Jayawardena. 2 half-centuries to start off his ECS for him. Oh, this one's belted. And it's going to go to the fielder, though. He gets a hand out to it. If he had taken that, it would have been an absolutely special play by Mukhtiar Singh, who batted fairly well in the first innings. Just a horizontal batted slap. Ooh, reaches a hand out and prevents that from going for a 4. Both batsmen off the mark. Oh, this one's just squirmed up in the air. Is it going to be taken? It will. Good catch there, of course. This is a good bit of glove work by Gurpreet Raj, who seems to be annoyed about something. I don't know whether he was saying, like, look, that was always my catch, don't call for that. But clearly something, he's having an animated discussion with one of the fielders. As well, we did say these two. And of course, well, yeah, might have been an incident yesterday. I think the director just telling me in my ear where he ran into his teammate. And yeah, I think I might have caught a bit of that when I was watching the stream. Yeah, good start here for the Gladiator after putting in a solid performance with the bat. And again, it's pretty much the worst possible start for Kent Lanka. Again, you know, they're not quite blessed with the same batting depth as other sides, so they need their big players to step up and score big runs. But unfortunately for them, that's just not the case. In comes the skipper, Shaminda. This time, Zudaran, maybe he was aiming for that full and wide delivery, but he gets it wrong, of course. Fortunately for Shaminda, he doesn't have too many runs over his ECS career. He's been involved in 10 matches over the last couple of years. The ECS he played last year as well, in which unfortunately his side only had 1 win. He's made 93 runs over the 10 innings he's played, averaging just about 12.5 by my calculations. A strike rate of roughly 120, so he's got to step it up, I think, and this is a big moment for him to help his side, as once again Anil Kumar's been a very busy man at deep backward square leg. He tries to put a boot out and stop that one, but he's not able to this time around. Beg your pardon, he's at square leg, and yep, that's a 4. Don't worry about that. So they're on now. Let's see how he responds. Again, just angling it into the left-hander, so he just needs to make sure he doesn't go too straight. So this one's going to be played away for a 4 as well. And again, what were we talking about? He needs to step his strike rate up, as certainly Ishan starting off with some good intent here, really positive. And you know, sometimes having to chase a big target can just be freeing for a batting side. This allows them to go out there, play freely, without much anxiety. Is there something there? Is there a bit of bat? Yes, there is. The umpire raises his finger. And what a terrific grab by the wicketkeeper. He's having a great start to this match. Gurpreet Raj took a much simpler catch earlier, and this time puts in an outstanding effort to somehow grab that. Let's see this again. Reaches out, one-handed blinder. Wow, that is sensational. And it somehow just sticks into the webbing. I mean, he's caught that by like the you know, if he wasn't wearing gloves, we would say like with his fingertips, but yeah, he just gets caught in the webbing, and he's managed to take that one. Sensational stuff. As of course, we take a moment to remind you that it's been 305 matches since we've had a golden ball on the network. And well, we're looking to break that streak right here in the eternal city of Rome. Wouldn't that be wonderful if we get one before we leave here? It's been a long while. I believe it's been since July since we last had a golden ball. Anil Kumar bowling the second over. Oh, this one's played away really nicely. It's going to go the distance, and it's going to go for 6. It's just going to hit the top of the dugout. And, well, Lanka's teammates will say, hey, keep sending these to us. As, yeah, look at that one. Just clatters right onto the top of the roof. Kumar, though, tough start for him. He's had a very busy start to this innings, hasn't he? He's been chasing a lot of balls, and now comes onto ball. Gets hit for a 6 off the very first one. Only way is up for him. Yeah, this one's not a clean connection by the batsman. It's just going to be a single for Jayawardena. Yeah, Tiki Adura coming in, another rather inexperienced player, though, in terms of the total number of matches he's played. He's been around since 2020, but he's only played 20 innings, so doesn't feature that regularly for his side. And this is an outside edge. Was that a catching opportunity? As well, let's see. I think he might just have fallen short, but we'll have another look at it. Yeah, this is a genuine edge. I mean, in a test match, that's a nice, comfortable catch to a second or third slip, but there was a very short third man. I think you can't quite see him on your screen, and the ball fell just short of him. Oh, this is absolutely beautiful. Comes right out of the middle of the bat. Great shot as Jayawardena, the danger man who's been in great form, manages to hit another big one. This is another Maximo. As we take a look at this, yeah, beautiful, perfect balance just sees that right in this arc, and he hits it away. So gorgeous shot by the man who's in terrific touch today. I mean, he's been tremendous so far today. I mean, don't worry about any fatigue with him. He looks outstanding. Down the wicket again. This time he plays it away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. One ball to come, and just wondering if, because of that edge, they might consider having a slip fielder. I think that fielder I mentioned to you earlier, who was that short third man, I think he's just come a little shallower, as this one's up in the air. It's, oh, that's been spilled. And that one should have been taken. It was at a good catching height, and yeah, you can just sense the frustration here from Anil Kumar. Again, it's been a rather unfortunate introduction for him, as of course he's been chasing the ball around all over the place, and he was fielding, and that catch is not taken. As we of course take a look at the standings. Of course, the Roma Gladiator looking to snap a 6-game losing streak, I should say, whereas Kent Lanka 1 for 1 in their first couple of games. Mukhtar Singh to bowl this third over. He did very well with the bat earlier. Oh, this one's hit really well. Is it going to clear the boundary? Oh, it most certainly will. That's a 6. As Jayawardene, well, again, if he can go on and play a really special innings, an absolute humdinger of an innings, then maybe Kent Lanka have some hope. And what I love about this innings is just the incredible positivity he's approached it with. I mean, it's very easy for someone who has that much pressure on their shoulders to just tighten up and not really play as freely as they'd like, but not him. He's come out, he's playing excellent strokes, showing a wide range of shots as well. Oh, this one is absolutely clubbed, but it's going to land just short of the fielders. It was a good effort. The two fielders out in the deep, I think, was not sure who was backing up. And we'll just confirm that shortly. Yep, it was Harpreet who was making an effort at that, and it was Mubarak Hussain just behind him, backing him up. So top stop. I really like this by the Gladiator. Got past one fielder, but there was someone right behind him. Good ball, just cramping him for room there. Of course, Thierry Kadura, as we were mentioning earlier, he's been playing on the network since all the way back in 2020, but he's only had 20 total appearances, and he's averaging 8 across those matches. So again, that wouldn't fill you with optimism if you were a Kent Lanka supporter right now. But again, anybody can have a big day and put in a great performance. So far, though, his highest career score is at 22, which he made last year against the Capanelli. That's going to be another wide. As many bonus runs as they can get. I think if there's one thing you can praise about that first innings performance by Lanka was that they kept extras to a minimum. Of course, we just took a look at that one earlier, as that was a very tight call, but nothing too tight about that. That one's very clearly out wide. There's going to be no argument about that. So yeah, now all of a sudden Mukhtar Singh, he just seems to have lost his radar. Needs to fix things again. And this one is just pushed towards fielder, and yeah, just takes a shot at the stumps over there. But good backing up. And again, I think Tirikadura, he's going to have to hit some big shots as well. It can't just be Jayawardena. Targets a bit too big. Need a lot of players to chip in. Oh, this is right out of the middle of the bat. Sweetly struck, goes the distance. That's another Maximo. Just a fantastic hit again. Rishal Jayawardena dealing exclusively in sixes so far. He's moved on to 22. Beg your pardon, 28. And 24 of those runs coming courtesy of the 4 sixes he's hit. Yeah, just an excellent demonstration of clean hitting. Oh, this one's popped up in the air. Has it just been one too many big shots for him? Yes, it has, as unfortunately he departs. And you really feel like this could be the one wicket that's really going to just dent the Kent Lanka's chances. As this one, he just, again, bat turning in his hand. It pops up, and it's well taken. So a good catch there by Gurpreet Raj. I mean, if you had Gurpreet Raj in your fantasy team, then you're doing incredibly well. Seeing him take 3 catches, I mean, hey, the unfortunate thing is you don't get any bonus points for incredible catches, at least as far as I know. Otherwise, you'd be doing really well considering that second catch he took, which is an absolute humdinger. But yeah, with Jayawardena's wickets, I mean, you do feel that this is probably the game done and dusted if you're from the point of view of the Gladiatori. But hey, stranger things have happened, and there's still plenty of time left in this innings, as of course Kent Lanka got off to a perfect start on that power play, really, if you look at the run rate. But again, it's just the fact that they've lost 3 wickets, including their danger man, Rishal Jayawardena. And again, we're looking at 2 players who unfortunately don't have as many runs in their ECS T10 career. But hey, today's a great chance to turn things around. Oh, Kulwinder Ram is just trying to deceive him as we take a look at this side on. Oh, he's actually just missed the bails altogether. But anyway, batsman would have been not out anyway. Just managed to get his foot back in time. Yeah, that's another wide. Few too many extras for the Gladiatori, 10 of them so far. So about 20% of the opposition's runs coming courtesy of extras. This one played away as he split the fielders. He most certainly has. And this is what we need to see from Tirikadura. He needs to just pick his moments and hit boundaries. Again, this is just a huge opportunity for a lot of players who don't have as many runs in their careers to step up and make their impact felt. Of course, just taking a look at where the Gladiatori were at this stage, Lanka are ahead in terms of their run rate, but the issue is they've lost 3 wickets. Run rate's fine, it's just lost too many important players. And yeah, you can see what he's trying to do there. It's a wise idea with a 3rd man and point in the ring. If he can pick the gap out between those 2 fielders, he's definitely going to get a boundary. Oh, this time he just rocks back. He plays it uppishly, but it's going to land very safely. Nowhere near a fielder, of course. With the fielding restrictions lifted, fielders are currently positioned at cow corner, long on, long off, and there's a deep extra cover, so really there's plenty of protection for the straight hit. This one's gone up in the air. It's going to go past fielder's head, but not away to the boundary. Anil Kumar there to field it. Very busy in that position. One thing I have to say, though, is it's just worth keeping an eye on the timer. I mean, they seem fine for the moment, but just keep an eye on that. I think these first 3.5 overs have been a little slow from the Gladiatori's perspective. Nothing overly concerning, though, for the moment. Oh, the batsman just stepping away for a moment. Oh, and that's another wide. And again, we're just talking about them being a little bit slow to start off. That's the 11th run they've given up off extras. That's not going to help, is it? This one is played away. It'll take one bounce before going to the fielder, and that's going to be a single to end the over, as Tirikdura will keep strike to start the 5th, as of course Lanka are 59 for 3 at the end of 4. And again, just continuing some of the concerns for the Gladiator in terms of bowling extras. Remember, extras almost cost double in on the ECS tour, because not only is it the fact that you're giving up those extra runs to the opposition, the fact that each one of your overs takes just that much longer means that you could be in a position where you potentially could give up penalty runs for slow over rate. So again, it's very important to keep an eye on that. They just moved extra cover in and sent someone out to deep point. Yeah, smart bowling there. Just see Tirikdura looking to advance down the crease. As yeah, I was just asked by one of the fielders, I believe that's Mubarak Hussain, how much time is left. And again, I think that just informs you that even they're a little bit concerned by this, the Gladiatori. They know they've been a bit slow to start off this innings. Yeah, I've got we're sort of positioned at long on for a right-hander, and that's where Mubarak Hussain has positioned himself. This one struck down the ground. Calls of catch it, but it was certainly not at all catchable, as just going to be a single. And you could just see, of course, the Gladiatori for a 74 for 78 now for no loss at this stage. Oh, just makes some room and plays that one away. But again, there's now protection out on the deep for that. It's funny, he's attempted that shot about 3 times. He missed the first couple of times. To the Gladiatori's credit, they noticed that. They put a fielder out there, and now when he finally connects, it's just worth a single. So, yeah, smart stuff here. This one's going to take a few bounces before going to Mubarak. Just a single here. And again, runs are starting to dry up a little bit for Kent Lanka. They need to pick this up, this required up. Last 1.5 overs, they've managed to get just 13 runs and make that 13 of just the last 2. And again, that's really going to slow things down. Of course, they were going at just under 17 during the power play, but since then, things have really turned against them, as of course we come to the halfway stage of the innings, and Kent Lanka are 63 for 3. And of course, the ECN is proud to announce that it's going to be hosting the first ever ECCW, the European Cricket Championship for Women. I mean, this is just an absolutely historic moment. And we're going to have the premier talent from Italy, Spain, Netherlands, France, and Austria battling out in what should be an incredible showcase of skill, passion, and determination. I mean, we all can't wait for that one, and it's going to be worth watching when it all starts on the 17th of December. Of course, you all had a chance to listen to the Italian national women's team earlier, talking to Mr. Maximo, of course, courtesy of the fact that they beat the Dutch cricket team. Of course, he owed them a pair of his iconic shoes, and of course, if they go on to win the ECCW, told them they can have any one of his coats he likes. This one goes up in the air again. Is this going to clear the fielder? It most certainly will. That's a 6 as well. And Tirikdura, again, we talked about his career strike rate being rather slow, and again, I do like the fact that he's shown a lot of positivity so far this innings. He just manages to clear the fielder here. But yeah, going back to the talk about Mr. Maximo's coat, I mean, keep in mind, if the Italian national team wins the ECCW, as we, of course, catch a glance of Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sundu, who's just currently taking a break this innings, he owes them one of his coats. They get to pick whichever coat they like. So, I mean, I know as a commentator I'm not really supposed to root for a side, but I think that just gives me a small reason to hope that the Italian cricket team wins. This one's played away. It's going to go away for 4. Yes, it will. So that's really, really important boundary over there as we well, just take a look at what fine members of our spring production crew. And he's getting a beautiful view there from point. This one's played away. There's a fielder coming underneath it, and it's a really well taken catch, well judged. And of course, I think Kent Lanka recognized he needs to hurry up a bit after scoring just 13 runs in the 2 overs previous to this one. And we saw a bit more positivity from them this over, but unfortunately, this time he skies it, and it's a comfortable catch. So that'll be the end of Vimukti. Just watches that one really closely there, the fielder. And it's been well taken catch. I mean, overall, the standard of fielding so far here in Italy is exceptional. I mean, I've been very impressed by that. You know, whenever I've been watching during the stream or today here in person, I think I have to say the fielders are really good. You know, they take their opportunities and generally see a lot of discipline in the field as well. People backing each other up well. So yeah, excellent stuff, as that was a Jitendra Prakash taking a good catch. As Tahir Khan is going to come in. Of course, Tahir Khan helped close out the win for Kent Lanka in the previous match against the Capanelle, making 14 runs. But of course, a much more difficult task at hand over here for him. That required now is about 17.8. So it's a tall task. It's a steep task. Maybe that just allows him the freedom to express himself and play some of the bigger strokes. It's not going to be under too much pressure over here from his side. I think a lot of them will recognize the amount of time. And yeah, that's probably not the best stroke, but it's also gone past the keeper. So it's beaten the batsman and the wicket keeper. It goes away for 4 byes. And again, more runs of extras. They've just lacked a little bit of discipline, unfortunately. This inning is a Gladiator. That's now 15 runs courtesy of extras. As we come to the end of the over, a fairly productive over for Kent Lanka. They managed to get 16 off that, but again, at this stage, they need a lot of overs to go magical, as we, of course, take a look at the scorecard. Of course, Jayawardena, the man who made a couple of 50s to start off the tournament, was unfortunately dismissed for 28. Having made that in just 9 balls. Unfortunately, I think he just tried to hit everything, and well, the task was a bit too tall for him, as he eventually popped one up, which Gurpreet Raj took. Of course, he's taken 3 catches, as we've mentioned. And ooh, is this a wide? That's worth looking at again. Let's just take a look at that. Ooh, that's a very close one. And yeah, this one though, just inside the tram line. You can see what he's doing. And once again, batsman's looking for a wide, but he's not going to get it. Let's just take another look at that. Yeah, the tactic seems very clear here from Prakash. Let's aim for the tram line. Yeah, that one's a fairly easy call, as that one's definitely going to be given a wide. And yeah, Prakash just needs to be careful and make sure he doesn't get too predictable with his line. Let's see if he just mixes this thing up on this ball. And once again, you know, he's just sticking to that tactic. And you know, based on the opinion of our viewers, he might have gotten away with a wide or two, but he's not getting away with it anymore now. I mean, this one, yep, it's been given a wide. That's now 18 runs of extras given up by the Gladiator. Goes straighter this time, inside edge, and goes away for 4. Ooh, overthrows. That's poor there. Now they've got a lot of runs to play with here, the Gladiator, but they still want to keep their discipline again. I think net run rate could potentially play a big role in deciding who gets those top 4 spots. And the Gladiator, you know, if they're going to get into the final dance at the end. They're probably going to need to get into 4th place as this one's struck away for 4. And another great looking shot. So yeah, just continuing that point, I think it's really important for the Gladiator to try to win this by as big a margin as possible. I mean, again, that huge losing streak has really harmed their net run rate a fair bit. So if they do get in, if they do manage to pull off some kind of late surge in this tournament, I think it's going to be a very, very tight race for that 4th spot. As this time around, you can just see Gladiator, it seems like he's almost yorked himself by coming forward to that ball. Maybe if he just stays in his crease, he would have had a nice over-pitch delivery. And this one's played away. He's come back well, you have to say, Prakash, after bowling a few wides to start off, as 9 runs come from this over. It's unfortunately a bit too quiet for Kent Lanka, who now need 61 runs off the last 3 overs. It's going to take something absolutely spectacular for them to even get close to this target. Of course, let's talk about the next game coming up. It's, of course, Roma Cricket Club, who have started off this tournament perfect with 9 straight wins, going up against the Roma Gladiatori, who look set to break this 6-game losing streak. Of course, take a look at that Roma Cricket Club side. I mean, leading the way is Dinadu Maragi with 826 points. He's kind of like one of those players, for those of you who play FPL, you know, when you have those debates, you know, I mean, I know Kane's now left Spurs, but I mean, you know, last year you had the thing, oh, should you have Kane, should you have Holland? You know he's rather pricey, but you really need to have him in his in your team, because you just know he's going to constantly get you points. Because he contributes, you know, not just with the bat in hand, but also with his bowling. As we see that one, maybe a direct hit and he would have been in trouble, or... Taking his time to just get his pads on here, Tarek Dora. Again, just worth keeping an eye on the time. Just under 9 minutes and 50 seconds left now to bowl these last 11 balls. This one's struck down the ground. It's going to go towards the fielder at long on, and that's going to be a single. Oh, this one's popped high up in the air. It's going to be a very difficult chance, but Anil Kumar does incredibly well. That one went very high up into the sky, collected some stardust on the way down, but he watched it really closely. I mean, no easy feat here in the Mediterranean sun, trying to spot a little white ball, but he watched it so well, and he takes it. And there he is, Anil Kumar. Just makes it clear to everyone that's out. And that will be the end of Tahir Khan's innings, as Derek will be here to greet him as he departs for a duck. Rana Singh is the new batsman to go to the striker's end. And now I think we're just starting to see the Gladiatori inch closer and closer to a victory. Of course, I think at this stage, even if they give up the penalty runs, it's not going to make up too much of a difference to the outcome of this match. This one is absolutely belted. As Rana Singh will get himself a 6 over there. And again, even if Kent Lanka don't go on to win this game, I think for a couple of these batsmen lower down the order, this is a chance to get some opportunities out in the middle and maybe make a case to be pushed up the order. Again, Kent Lanka, I think one thing that we do notice is they lack enough hitters in their top order. So if someone like Rana Singh can come in, make a good case for why they could play a handy role at, say, 4 or 5, then this is the opportunity to do that. I mean, again, at this stage, you're Tiri Kadura or Rana Singh, you have to look at these last two overs as an audition. This one's played away, and it's a good bit of fielding there by Mubarak Hussain. He was trying to get that one on the run. Doesn't quite get it, but it doesn't cost his side either, as another great bowling spell by Harpreet. Figures of 1 for 14 over his 2 overs, as Kent Lanka need a miracle in these last 2 overs. 51 runs needed off them. As we take a look at this graph over here, of course, unfortunately that Kent Lanka worm is just trending in the wrong direction right now. They got off to a flyer of a start in the power play thanks to Jayawardena, but once he departed, they just kind of lost their way. And yeah, unfortunately, a lot of these sides are just too dependent on a couple of players to make their runs. But overall, I think it's been a decent batting performance. I think they just need to sort out their bowling. I think they just bowled a bit too poorly in the first innings, to put it harshly. And this one is struck straight to the fielder as Zadran gets another wicket. Again, we've been talking about what a terrific fantasy player he is right at the top of the broadcast of this innings. And again, this is exactly why. And ooh, look at Mubarak Hussain over there showing off his dance moves. That was a pretty nice moves over there, to enjoying his time in front of the cameras. Yeah. And yep, there he is. That's really good. Good catch taken over there. Has Kent Lanka lose another wicket? 98 for 6. The batsman is Timura Pereira. And you can just see a very fine short third man place for him at this stage. I think that's a wise idea. I think a lot of your lower order are probably going to make the bulk of their run because of edges. So it's a good idea to have someone in that position. This one again just blocked out there by Pereira. Of course, just because we're coming to the end of the 5th match doesn't mean this is the final match of the day. Of course, got a bumper 6 matches on this Super Duper Sunday, as we've dubbed it. See, slower ball here by Zadran, popped up in the air, another catching opportunity. It's good effort, but it was always going to be very tough. That was Jitendra Prakash who gave chase. But yeah, right after this, we're going to see the Gladiator come back for a 2nd match against the undefeated Roma Cricket Club. Of course, Roma, they've just been so good, haven't they? I mean, they make quick work of the Capanelli in their previous outing. They beat Royal Roma earlier today as well. So, again, they'll be looking to pick up 3 wins today and pretty much secure that top spot. And there's the dot ball. That's another good over for Zadran, who continues to improve his already very impressive statistics bowling so far this tournament. 3 for 15 in his 2 overs. As in the end, the Gladiator do manage to make it quite comfortably to this 9th over with 5 minutes to spare. Of course, that was a huge concern for them during the middle of this innings. As of course, we take a look at the bowling card here. Top performance by a number of bowlers. Of course, we just mentioned Zadran himself going 3 for 15 in his 2 overs. A couple other good performances there too. I think the one concern for them, though, is the number of extras. That's something they're going to have to iron out before the next game. As this one is really well fielded. That is a great bit of fielding. He actually gets a huge round of applause there. Munib Niazi, it was a great slide. I mean, take a look at this. That's professional. I mean, that is incredible. Sign him up. Tucked off his pads for a single. Oh, they're going to steal a second here. A little bit of complacency by the fielders. It's just a little bit of it's yours, it's mine, it's yours. And in the end, it's no one's. They just nab a single there. Tiriak Dura, though, I think has done pretty well here. Currently batting on 31. Of course, we mentioned that his career best over the 20 innings he's played on the network is 33, so just 2 runs away from leveling that. This one's played really nicely, and that's going to clear the boundary rope and also give him a new career best in the European Cricket Series. Really well done. Bounced down the crease, met it on the half volley, and smashed it over the boundary rope. And that is a 6, so 2 balls to go. This one is played down towards long off. And it's going to be a single, so Ken Lanka now on 111 for 6 with 1 ball to go. And again, I think this has been a very solid batting performance by them. I think really looking at their scores so far today, 2 scores of roughly 100 in their first couple of games. They're going to go for a rather innovative ramp shot over here. So 111 for this innings. I think their kind of batting range is to go about 10 or 11 and over. As, of course, we take a look at this fantasy dashboard. The Roma Cricket Club will be coming back for their 10th game against the Gladiator, who now move on to 4-7 with a win here and snap their 6-game losing streak. But let's take a look at the highlights of this second innings of our 5th match of this Super Duper Sunday. Of course, it was Nicola Fernando who came out to bat alongside Risal Jayawardena. Fortunately for Fernando, he would depart having made just 1 run. This was a good catch by Gurpreet Raj, the first of 3 he would take. And this was an absolutely special catch. I don't know how he's taken that. It's just about caught the tip of his webbing, and he somehow manages to grasp it. That is one of the most special catches you will see by a wicketkeeper. And then, of course, Risal Jayawardena, he was terrific. He made 28 runs, and 24 of them coming from the 4 sixes he hit. At a strike rate of 311, but unfortunately he'd eventually go for a few too many hits as his innings would come to an end prematurely at 28. And after that, really, unfortunately, they would stumble a bit too much. Kent Lanka, you know, you did get a few starts from a number of players, but nobody was really able to kick on and play that big innings. I mean, Tirkiadura was there. He made 38 of 28. And as we see, of course, a good catch there by Anil Kumar. That would dismiss Tahir Khan, who departed for a duck. And this was a good catch there by Mubarak Hussain. He did a nice little dance move right after that. And yeah, this was a great way to send us off to a highlights package, wasn't it? Perfectly timed, almost as if they're in sync with us. As we take a look at our batting scorecard over here. So Nicola Fernando made just 1 run, as we mentioned, and Risal Jayawardena making 28 of 9. The skipper, Shaminda, would get off to a nice start, hit a couple of boundaries of his first 2 balls, but then he'd be dismissed right after that. A good catch taken by Gurpreet Raj, who took catches for the whole top order, and then in the middle order, they'd get some runs from Tirkiadura, who made his ECS best, but unfortunately, that wasn't enough for Kent Lanka. And then we take a look at the bowling figures. A few bowlers went for runs, Anil Kumar, Mukhtiar Singh, but otherwise, it was a fairly solid all-round performance. The only little bit of concern for the Gladiatori is that they gave up 17 runs of extras. As in the end, the Roma Gladiatori beat Kent Lanka by 37 runs and snap their 6-game losing streak. Well, we'll be back for our final game of the day in just a few moments, as the Gladiatori will get set to take on the undefeated Roma Cricket Club. Stay with us as we have more cricketing action to come.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. Great to have your company, and we're 5 games deep, but we are not finished yet here on day 7 of this European Cricket Series as we're going to head into the 6th and final match of the day. It's match number 36 between Roma CC and Roma Gladiator. Roma CC 9-0, just taking everything that's in front of them at the moment. As we look at the two teams, Maragi and Krupa listed to open. Charles Fernandez having an outstanding tournament. Prabhath Eknelagoda, he was in the box, wasn't he? The women's coach listed 4. Kalagamaga's been bowling wheels today at 5, Samaragi at 6. So, yeah, plenty of talent in there. Roma CC winning the toss, electing to bat first. Gladiator, well, they hit their straps a little bit. I think Mubarak Hussein's been in some very fine touch late in this week. And according to the bat versus ball wall, it looks like Roma CC are favourites to the tune of 18 runs. But yeah, 137, the average score in this series. And just playing very, very good cricket right now. Roma Gladiator, I'll be hoping to pull something out. But the who will win supercomputer, not giving them a lot of hope. But still, 10% is better than nothing. Can anyone stop this Roma CC juggernaut? That's the question on our mind as we get ready for the last game of the day. Great to have your company. I've got to say well done to Nish. Covered me in that last innings. Just had a few things to do around the ground. Chatting to a few people. Of course, nice to have a good chat with the women's side, kind of getting to know what their plans are with regards to the ECCW coming up, and just chatting to them about what we're doing with women's cricket at the moment, which is, it's really exciting times. Marage and Samarakun, the two openers. Okay, well, I know that Tujara Samarakun, he is a guy who is a batter, but he's been playing just as a fielder because he's been carrying a bit of an injury. So obviously, they've decided to open with him and to see how he's going. Saw him hitting a few balls in the nets, and so, yeah, good to see him up the top of the order. Roma Gladiator, though, cult figure, Shadam Gulzadran to open the bowling for them. Yeah, just getting into the chat, seeing what's been going on. See a bit of cricket going on around the world. Asia Cup final. That was a quick game, wasn't it? Quick game's a good game. If you like a quick game, then turn over to ECN as we get ready for the 6th match of the day. And it's Zadran round the wicket to Marage, who misses with it on the angle. Zadran kind of ambles in. We saw him pull his groin off the bone the other day, but it didn't really slow him down too much. He's a force, isn't he, Zadran? This one gets a bit big on Maragi too. And we'll just get a single, first run of the contest. So Samarakun, yeah, I remember playing a really good knock on finals day last year. He's one guy can rely on to give 100%. Like I said, very good fielder down the ground. Plays his cricket the right way. Let's see if he can make the most of his promotion to the top of the order here. Good to see Roma CC finding a balance of stability and flexibility in their order. And just the adjustment for the left-hander. A little bit short. Samarakun takes it on. Gets away from the fielder and gets it to the fence. That's a confidence booster for Tujara. He gets off the mark with a boundary. So it is game 6. Normally we do this game 5, but it's random questions time. Last game of the day. Why don't you throw a few random questions at me? Full, and well, Samarakun gets a bit of bat on this. I didn't think he got that much of it, but he stroked it into the gap. Perfect placement, and he's off to the races with 2 boundaries. It's actually a pretty good wide Yorker, but allowed Samarakun to at least swing the bat at it. 2 balls, 2 boundaries. And for a guy that was listed at 11, he's going pretty well right now. He slides this one in. Samarakun just whips it away. He gets 1. Yeah, we saw Gladiator, of course, in the last game, so they're playing back-to-back. fairly comfortable win, 148 to 111 against Kent Lanka. Zadran, he was a bit of a wrecking ball, wasn't he? 3 for 15 off his 2 overs. Wow, this is trade. And that's right-hand, left-hand for you. Maragi puts it far, far away. Maximo as we hit the end of the 6th over. And, well, the 6th over, 6th ball, I suppose I'm trying to say. And yeah, the score is 16 without loss after 1. Maragi to 7. So, yeah, one over down, but 8 days away from the ECC. I know it's something we've been talking about quite a lot lately, and that's because we're getting pretty excited as we get this close to the Euros of Cricket 31 Nations, and also the Italian women's team in with me before, for some of them at least, and yeah, they were pretty excited with the prospect of playing the ECCW. And so that's really close. I'm a week away from Empanada, as that means. I don't mind getting into a bit of food chat if you like to as well. So it's going to be Anil Kumar then to open the bowling. Samarakun faces up. He's made a solid start. And it's going to continue as he takes this off the stumps and goes leg side, 4 runs. Good start to the 2nd over. Yeah, just kind of played them length in the Dushara Samarakun as welcome back Nishay Butt into the commentary box. And Nishay, another game, another solid start for Roma CC.
Yeah, this is the incredible thing about this club. It's just the depth of talent they have. I mean, if you look at Samarakun over his career, he's probably not one of their more accomplished players, averaging just under 12 with a strike rate of 125. But he's coming here right off the bat, and he looks terrific as we look at some of the birds flying over this beautiful ground of ours.
Yeah, this is a good comeback from Kumar. Yeah, they're pretty good with their, the National Geographic style camera work sometimes.
And this time it's a wider delivery, and you can just see Samarakun just trying to throw some bat onto that. There's a fielder in a fly slip position, so you feel any thick edge is right there for him to take. This one doesn't probably bounce as much as one would expect, but still get a single off that.
Yeah, it's a tough task opening bowling any of the time, as Kumar's got a bit of a shoe issue. I don't know if you saw the David Warner issue the other night. Kind of lost a shoe, got run out. I've seen some funny shoe issues before. I saw back in the old days somebody get the shoe stuck in the boundary fence back when the fence was the boundary, and pretty much had to take his foot out of the shoe. Meanwhile, they kept running. Maragi faces up. He'll be hoping to whack one over the fence. Will he get something he can hit?
And again, a shorter delivery. It's a horizontal bat stroke and a very good shot by Maragi, one of the top fantasy scorer for this Roma Cricket Club side. He rocked back, played that one beautifully towards square leg. And of course, this is just a typical Roma Cricket Club start off to 25 runs of just 11 balls. And instant pressure on Anil Kumar, of course. You saw how active he was in the previous match against Kent Lanka. And this one's played uppishly, but it's a good power play stroke. No fielder out in the deep to protect that one. And, well, once you hit it over the fielder's head, it's probably going to go for 4.
Yeah, nicely played. And, yeah, just chipped over, really, wasn't it? And they get to the end of the 2nd over. Score is 29 without loss.
So a great start here, once again, for the Roma Cricket Club, who have got off to the perfect start, winning 9 of 9. And at this stage, it's hard to see them miss out on the top spot. I think you just get 1 or 2 more wins. And meanwhile, of course, the Gladiator, they're in a fair bit of trouble in the race for the top 4 spots, but did manage to turn their fortunes around by picking up a win in the previous game against Kent Lanka. Need to get a big late tournament surge here. This one's gone up in the air again, catching opportunity. The ball just seems to be following Anil Kumar today, and he takes this one. And one of the coolest looking dudes out of the field takes another really good catch, and the first wicket falls for the Roma Cricket Club.
Yeah, well, I was just worried about the fielders around him with the sun shining off his head. But, yeah, Pandit G, he wasn't going to miss out on this. Anil Kumar takes it easy as you like. So Samarakun played some nice shots, but unfortunately for him, he's going to have to go first wicket to fall.
First wicket to fall, and of course, the Samarakun, who played an aggressor's role early, just tried to attack everything that was there to hit, will depart. The short cameo, of course, Sainava Ratne coming in. Of course, usually we'd see Charles Fernando coming in at 3, but I think the Roma Cricket Club are just shuffling their batting lineup a little bit, trying to give as many players as possible a chance to battle, though. Sainava Ratne, a very solid cricketer himself as well. Just gets ready, just examining the field. Fielders out in the deep are long on and long off. This one's belted. Is it going to be cut off by that fielder? It will. It's just a single. Immediately off the mark, Sainava Ratne. So they're just bringing the long off back into the ring, putting him at mid-off for Marage instead. Marage, they opt to have more protection at a deep mid-wicket, and the long on's gone a little wider now, closer towards a cow corner, as that's a signal to wide by the umpire. Fairly easy decision.
Yeah, Mukhtar just has the golden arm, really, as far as taking wickets and key wickets. I like that. Roma CC, because they've got 9 wins, they're trying to get a bit more batting into guys and putting them in different situations. So I think that's why you're seeing Sainava Ratne out there. Well, he's not facing at the moment. Yeah, but Denham has over 50 on the network. Sometimes he's seen batting as low as 9, but he can whack it.
Yeah, this one's gonna beat the fielder and take one bounce and hop over the boundary rope as, oh, they continue scoring here. And it's a 4, not a 6. Of course, you just have to correct what was shown on the graphic there. It took one hop before going over the boundary rope. So again, that's well struck there by Marage. Very accomplished batsman. He's had a terrific series so far and just continuing his good form with a good start over here. And instead, they're gonna bring mid-wicket back into the ring, and instead they're gonna place a fielder in a very straight long on position as this one's a wide. They struggled a little bit with that, the Gladiator. Gave up just under 20 runs off extras in their win against the Kent Lanka, and of course, you can't really do that against the Roma Cricket Club. You got to be put in a near perfect performance. A little bit of width on offer here. Struck straight to the fielder at point. Are they going to test his arm? No, they won't. It's going to be a dot ball.
Yeah, so good defense there. One bit at a time. We know that Roma Gladiator has got some very dangerous players. I think Mubarak's been in excellent form. Just got mercurial type players in there. Can they chase something reasonable? Oh, no ball. This is going to hurt. And it's going to be whacked away for 6. Marage gets a 6, make that 7, and he's ready to cash in the free hit.
Yeah, this is a very good shot. We just take a look at his front foot over here. Ooh, yep, that is, you can see quite a bit of green separating his foot from the front line.
Yeah, that's a biggie. You shouldn't really be over by that far.
Well ahead of the popping crease there. Free hit. Chance for Marage to add to his already exceptional total. And it's going to be a dot ball. No, it won't. The umpire gives that a wide. As, oh, that's a tight one. That's a tight one.
Yeah, I think, look, unless it's completely inside the line, I normally give it a wide. That looks over the line to me.
Oh, this one's definitely a no-y. I mean, we saw a few issues with no balls to start off the day. That one's been absolutely clubbed away by Marage. Just under his shoulder. I mean, let's take a look at this side on. Yeah. Boy, that's a proper beamer, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just lost the handle on this. It's It's not a good delivery. Muktia going for plenty. Another 3 hits come.
Matches 1 and 2, though, both the bowling sides are really plagued by bowling a lot of no balls above waist height, and it's really the first time since early in the day we've seen one. Oh, this one's absolutely middled. Great shot. This over's going magical. That is a huge hit. It goes all the way, and another Maximo for the Roma Cricket Club.
Yeah, it's not great, is it? Really bad news. When he made his own bet, then he had to line it. Did Muktia in that over as the 50 comes up during the over as well. In fact, 57 for 1 in the power play. 28 off the third.
Yeah, nightmare start for the Gladiatori, and you just feel like it's going to be a pretty long day for them to round out this bumper 6-match day. Of course, they did pick up a win earlier today when they played against Kent Lanka, but again now looking at the Roma Cricket Club, they just seem outmatched to start off this game, but got to turn things around fast. And Harpreet is going to be inserted into the attack. We hoping he can stop the bleeding. This one is absolutely smashed. It's going to clear the boundary up, and it's another big 6. And of course, Senivaratne, he was promoted out of Charles Fernando, and he's saying, well, whatever Charles can do, I can do just as well.
Yeah, what a shot from Denham, who's just absolutely hammered it. Yeah, that was still going when it last passed us. And Denham at 3, and he likes it so far. Let's see if he can turn it into a biggie.
Oh, this one's popped up in the air. This is a catching opportunity for the bowler. He does take it, so a good catch off his own bowling for Harpreet. You don't see much of a celebration by the Gladiator. You still have a lot of double teapots out there. I think they know that plenty of damage has been done already. You can see the bat just turning in his hands. Not quite able to time it as nicely as he'd like. And a well-taken catch. Good judgment.
Yeah, it was nicely taken. So Denham, 6 and out. I suppose you're always better going 6 and out than just out. He'll have enjoyed the feeling of whacking a 6. Now here's a guy that could use a few runs. Prathubi Samaragi. He's a brilliant bat, but he just looks a little bit short of his top form at the moment.
Yeah, Samaragi and Maragi out there right now. Left-hand, right-hand combination as well, which should trouble the fielding side. Oh, this is a really nice-looking shot. Is that going to go away for 4? No, it isn't. A good bit of fielding on the deep. We've seen him. Munib put in some nice-looking slides so far today, but that is such a nice shot. I'd just like him to get some bonus runs for the class.
Yeah.
Love seeing cover drives like that from a left-hander.
Really well balanced there. I think that was the key to that shot.
Just, highlighting some of the issues you said Samaragi has had with his form. Of course, when he burst onto the scene in the European Cricket Network, he was averaging just under 31 in the year 2021. But since then, though, he's had a few issues, averaging 15 and, of course, 13 so far this series. He's just going to want to improve on his form as this one is just hammered away. Gets some width. It's a bit too short as well, and Maragi absolutely belts it, throws everything at it, and he just needs to get a little bit of bat on that. That's another Maximo.
Yeah, and the runs keep on flowing, don't they, at the moment? 191 pace at the moment, despite the 2 wickets. Maragi isn't spooked. He's not slowing down.
Played away again, and once more a bit too much width on offer. You can't afford to keep bowling there because Maragi will keep depositing them. You know, he just gets underneath this so well. You gotta say his hands are in the perfect position. Clears the boundary rope by a couple of feet. It's 1 more 6, and now he's a run away from a half century.
Yeah, good timing and just good decision making again from Dinadu. I think that's been what I've really enjoyed about his batting during this tournament.
Oh, there's an inside edge on that. And it's also just struck him on the belly. Won't like that. I'll give it a rub. Bit like someone having a nice night out in Italy with going to a good restaurant as the over comes to an end.
Yeah. Well, you'll spend a bit of time with a sore belly if you spend a bit of time in Rome because the food is so good. You'll tend to overindulge. Right now, they're gorging themselves on the bowling, aren't they, Roma CC? 76 after 4 overs.
Going at 19 and over here. Just outstanding, of course. We're going to see Kumar come back into the attack. Of course, he's I mean, just his fashion style is enough to sort of have him be a focus of the cameras, but he's just been so involved in the action. The ball just seems to be following him everywhere. And I think he's going to become a very popular player on the network soon if he hasn't already. As this one's hit straight to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Rathuvi gets the one which allows Moraga to take the strike on 49, so keep an eye on him. See if he brings up his 50 here. I had a question from John Gray, going back to the random question theme. What's my favourite haunt in Rome, restaurant or nightlife? I've got to say my favourite restaurant. I went there the other night, super excited, took a couple of the guys from the crew. It was shut. I hope it's temporarily shut for renovations. It's called Scaccomato in Spinaceto, where we're staying. And that will be his 50 because he hooks it up and out of the ground. What a great half century for Moraga off just 15 balls.
Yeah, terrific half century from Moraga. And again, he's just been in terrific form throughout this series. And what I like about him is just a mixture of shots he's played. You know he can belt the ball, but when he needs to, he just plays those nice depth strokes. As you can see from his wagon wheel, look at all the runs he's made behind point.
Yeah, he's got shots all over the ground, doesn't he? Doesn't look like he's slowing down yet either.
This time again, he goes for a similar plan.
Lucky to get away with that, Anil, but he does get away with it. He just threw the shot a bit too early. Yeah, so there's a few places I want to try out. I don't want to say too much yet, but you know I've got the next 2 days off, Nish, so I'll come back to you with a couple more favourites, okay?
Yeah, this one is struck straight back to the bowler by Moraga.
What else we got? Nick saying, will we see a Royal Derek in 2024? Yeah, I do like the idea of a Royal Derek. Leave it with me. By 2024, that's realistic. I get what he should look like. He should have a crown, a scepter. You know, he look very royal. Maybe like the royal robe. You know, like that kind of look.
No, this one's absolutely middle. It's been crunched. Has nothing stopping Moraga. I just feel like it's going to be a very long day for these gladiatory bowlers as the sun is setting here. Let's take a look at this. Watches it so well, and then, whew, see you later.
Yeah, getting too short this time. Kumar doesn't get away with it. So what else have we got? Have I sent Corey to commentary camp prison? Well, you have to find him first. Let me just remind everyone that Corey isn't allowed to block mods. Only I could potentially do that, and he only did that when he basically broke into my computer yesterday. So you should be safe, guys, for a while.
Yeah, this one popped up in the air. It's going to clear the fielder once again as the sixes just keep piling on. This over's already gone for 19. And he hasn't even connected cleanly on this one. That's the incredible thing. He's just got so much power. And it's come off the toe end of his bat. And it's gone away for 6.
Yeah, well, it takes us to the 5 over mark. And I want to welcome you back into the commentary box. 6-game day. And I'm here with Nishay Butt. You've done really well. Nishay looks just as great as he did first thing this morning. Tell you what, the white shirt's looking pristine. And, you know, I've got to say, you're a breath of fresh air. You've handled the heat pretty well. How have you enjoyed your first day here in Rome?
Oh, it's been a pleasure commentating alongside you. I mean, this hasn't even felt like a 6-game day. Sorry, a 6-game day. I always say 6-day game.
6-day game? They used to have those, you know. But now we do 6-game days. Very interesting.
Yeah, most certainly. And it's just flown by. It's been a breeze. It's been great watching the quality of the cricket. And, of course, being able to commentate alongside you finally after all these years.
You just made me think of something that I've never thought of as we see this ball fly away. Another boundary coming. Samaraga this time with his first as the score approaches 100. Yeah, well, I suppose normally we do a 5-game day, but the longest form of the game is a 5-day game. Never thought of it that way. Yeah, having a look there. Got some of the Lanka players there. I know the Italian women's side around. But they used to even have 6-day test matches in the past when the days were a bit shorter. Of course, they once did a timeless test.
And this one is just going to be an outside edge, and it's going to go away for 4 as this one's a fortuitous boundary for Samaraga. But, yeah, I mean, this just emphasizes, I mean, for the amount of time that it would take you to maybe watch a single day of a test match, you know, we managed to get in 6 good games of T10 for you.
It's crazy. Here. And did you know there was once a timeless test? Have you heard of this?
Yeah, I've heard of the
timeless test. And what's the one result that you couldn't get in a timeless test?
A draw.
You would think a draw. You know what the timeless test was? It was a draw. Do you know why? Because it went so long that I think it was the South Africans were going to miss their boat. As this is going to be 6 more. Samaraga turning it on now. It's dangerous if he gets going. Maximo. 6 runs, and he had just a little bit of length on this, and it's adios pelota. Yeah, can you believe that? So I think they played 9 days or something, and they were approaching what looked like the end, but if the Saffrons missed their boat, that was it. They were stranded. Oh, ouch. Well, they say get your body behind the ball. I suppose your shin's a part of your body. And that's Muhammad Jamal Uddin, who he's wearing perhaps the jinxed 11 shirt. And that's what Bairagi was wearing yesterday when he got poleaxed by Zadran. But anyway, he's all right. He jogs to the other side. No need for the magic spray. Yeah, Jamal there. That 11 shirt, though, I wouldn't be wearing that one. That seems like an unlucky one for getting hurt. Mirage on 67.
Oh, a bit too much width there. He could probably have left that and got a wide anyway, but he might get a 4. Ooh, both the fielders don't really help each other out as that goes away for another boundary.
And right on cue, Zadran almost takes out another teammate here. This is Zulkarnain Ali. He almost gets kicked in the shins, but the ball wins the race in the end as Mirage moves into the 70s.
That projected score at 202.
Oh, I've got some news. ECL news.
This one is played away behind square leg as we just have to wait a few more moments for some ECL news as Mirage moves on to 77.
All right, I'll give it to you now. So 120 for 2 after 6. Now, we talked about it a couple of times today, but I mentioned in England they've got their national T20 final date with Sandiaka Town versus Wimbledon. The winner goes to ECL 24, and the winner is Wimbledon. So you see, Wimbledon will be at ECL 24. So congratulations to all of them. They follow in the footsteps of Tunbridge Wells and Hornchurch. So there we go. Another piece of the puzzle has been completed, Nish. How exciting for those guys.
Oh, it's really exciting. Great to see such a prestigious cricket club come over to the ECL. And of course, our very own Maz is also taking part in an important ECL qualifier today.
That is very, very true. Yeah, Maz is playing in Hungary today. It's a lot going on. Also found out Byron from Greece. They will be going to the ECL. So slowly the clubs are trickling in. Yeah, so yeah, Wimbledon against Sandiaka Town. And I know that Wimbledon, essentially that was like an away game for them because Wimbledon are kind of from the London area. And so they've done very, very well.
And again, goes a bit too short here, precaution. Just allows Samaragi to get underneath it. He hits this one away for 6. And this is turning into a really torrid evening for Gladiator. This is the 13th 6 we've seen hit so far this innings. And the Maximos are just piling up.
Yeah, that's a bit of an Easter egg hunt for the ball retriever. We've got a new ball. Let's go. Prakash has another go. So yeah, going back to the round of questions. So Wimbledon have won, and that's actually might have been leaked in the chat already. I didn't notice that, but I just got the information there from Andy.
Very nice looking shot there. Plays with the full face of his bat, and it's struck towards long off.
Dave's harbouring a grudge against Corey for blocking everyone in the Peacock Friday chat massacre. But I'm just saying, he's gone fishing and he's got you, Dave. Just let it go. Just like Elsa in Frozen. Let it go. Don't let him needle you. That's what he wants. All right. What else have we got going here?
And again, just a bit of length there on offer, and he's going to play it over behind point. I actually, when he said Elsa from Frozen, I actually thought of our director, Elsa, instead.
Yeah. But I didn't mention Elsa, our director, because I'm sure she gets that all the time with that name. She must get always compared to the Frozen character. Am I right, Elsa?
This one just comes off the toe end of the bat. It's going to go behind point for a boundary as, Samaragi is joining in on the party as well. He struck his 5th boundary of the innings, moving on to 28 of 11. His strike rate north of 250. And again, this is just getting really, really painful for the Gladiator.
It's a bit of a whipping at the moment. 132 for 2 after 7. Coming up tomorrow. Well, I'm going to take a couple of days off, Nesh. Do you think you can hold the fort for me for a couple of days?
No, it's going to be unfortunate, but I do look forward to it. As of course, we have a great slate of games there. Of course, Royal Roma. We only saw them once today, and of course, that was a defeat they had at the hands of the Roma Cricket Club. Of course, Casalina, big day for them. They've got a triple header playing the Capanelli, who look pretty much done and dusted in the race for the top 4. And then, of course, they face Royal Roma as well as Kent Lanka. So a great slate of games for tomorrow. Of course, we'll have 5 tomorrow rather than 6, as we typically have, as, of course, Marage will come in, take that catch pretty well. I beg your pardon. He will be dismissed after a well-taken catch.
Yeah, well, Maragi's batted so well. In fact, that's his highest score ever on ECN. It is better than his 72 earlier this series. I thought he might have been on for a ton, but still, he's going to go for a brilliantly made 78, I believe, in the end. Final score, 78 off 23. Well batted, Dinadu. Again, that's somebody that's just cracked the national team after a bit of an absence. And he'll be at the ECC and probably the ECIs next weekend. But as he departs, it's 132 for 3.
And, of course, the new batsman will come out. Of course, just looking at that projected, it was initially just above 200. The highest score we've seen so far this ECS is 205. So we'll take quite a bit to clear it, but I wouldn't put that past this Roma Cricket Club side.
Yeah, that 205, that was something else.
This one is chipped up. It's going to beat all the fielders and go away for 4. But yeah, don't put anything past this Roma Cricket Club side. And it's just one player and after another. Whoever comes in, they just do the job. Everybody seems capable of finding the boundary rope.
As it was Royal Roma that scored that 205 against Asian Latina back in match number 7. Joined the 200 club.
Yeah, Zedron just tries to angle this one back into the batsman after bowling one that was a little bit wider. As we, of course, just take a look at our ECN Hall of Fame for some of the highest individual scores we've seen on the network.
Yeah, and so Amandeep Singh from Asian Latines on that. But you know what I'm chasing? Let's see if they've got the highest team scores, because we might see the 205 on that.
And just plays this one straight to Anil Kumar. I mean, the ball just seems to find him. He's been a bit of a magnet for it so far today. And there's more runs given up off overthrows. Oh, could there be a third? Could there be a third? Doesn't look like there will. You know, we've seen back-to-back overthrows a few times on the network, but not the case here or at any point so far today. Just having another look at that. Was his bat raised when the ball struck the stumps? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, look at that. It's pretty hard to see. Don't think they make caps big enough to get on Anil Kumar's head.
This one's been struck straight to the fielder at long off. Mubarak, it took a bit of a nasty bounce, but he does pretty well because he was watching it pretty closely, and it's just a single.
Yeah, so last ball this over, Zadran's gone 1 for 24.
And there was a very loud appeal from all the way out at a deep cover, which just tells you all you need to know about the merits of that appeal. As the 8th over comes to an end, and the Roma Cricket Club are 140 for 3.
Yeah, with a couple of overs to go. I feel like it could be hard graft for the Gladiators in the last innings of the day. But you never know. Mubarak's been batting well in particular. I think he's looked good. They've got a lot of potential there as well. And Manib Niazi is a very good player. And, you know, others around him as well. Harpreet's hit the ball pretty well today. Large mountain to climb, though, as we get ready for over number 9.
Oh, this is a low full toss. It's firmly struck by Samarage, straight to the fielder at deep cover. And, of course, that last over was the first single digits over of this innings, which pretty much tells you a tale of how dominant RCC have been.
Yeah, it has been, for sure. Prakash. Part-time captain. They throw the captaincy around. I noticed that. Roma Gladiatori.
This one's a fuller ball. Attempted Yorker, but what do you think about that? Handing the captaincy around, that doesn't seem right to me. I think you've got to have one captain, and he needs to hold quite a bit of authority.
Yeah, theoretically, you're right. I'm not quite sure why it is. Maybe it's just to... He may be feeling out a few different options for the longer term. That's all I can think.
No, full toss, struck away. Is this going to clear the boundary rope? No, it won't, but it's actually going to be cut out very well. by the fielder in the deep. That's top work by Harpreet.
Yeah, nice work. Just anticipated it might scoot on, so he just kind of, bats it back in. Keeps it to 1. They were maybe thinking about 2.
I mean, it's fine to have a council of sort of veteran players who will consult for big decisions. As we just take a look at this ball, it's again a low full toss, and it's probably just going to be the 1 run. But ultimately, you do need to have one captain who's basically looking in charge of the team, forming the squad, and basically is the final authority in all big decisions.
And that's what normally happens. I can understand sometimes the captain's not available, and then you have a vice captain that can take over. But yeah, it's an unusual approach, but it's just what they've done. I mean, they're a fairly new club as well. They've been formed this year.
Oh, this time just straying onto the pads, and all Samarage needs to do is just get some bat on that. Easy pickings for him. Another boundary to his account.
Yeah, strays on the pads, and gets what deserves, really. Nice glance, timed it beautifully, this Samarage. Longer he bats, the better he'll get, I think. Moves to 37 off 16. So that Wimbledon versus San Diego Town. Wimbledon batted first, made 140 off the 20 overs. San Diego Town ended up getting bowled out for 125 with 8 balls to spare. So, yeah, that means Wimbledon will be with us in ECL 24.
This one again, just straying onto the pads. It's struck behind square leg for a 6. And the misery continues to be piled on to this Gladiatory side. Really well hit stroke behind square leg. And yeah, just looking at where you saw the score from, was that the godforsaken ECB Play Cricket site?
It is. Yeah, you'd probably know it. Be spending a fair bit of time in Wales, right, with your studies. 154 for 3 after 9 as the 150 comes up. Tell us a little bit about your time in Wales, because tell us a bit about your studies. Maybe people don't know you that much. You've been studying at Cardiff, isn't that right?
No, that's true. Yeah, I'm currently just about to finish off my master's degree, and I've just been studying engineering during my time at Cardiff Uni. Of course, a lot of my degree was disrupted by COVID. This one goes straight down the ground. Is this going to beat the fielder? No, it won't. It's a comfortably taken catch as Eknal Goda departs, having made just 7 runs.
Well, Eknal Goda, that's Prabhath. He got challenged to hit a 6 by his women's team, of course, his women's coach, and they said they'd buy him a new pair of shoes if he did. Well, he almost got there, didn't he, Prabhath? But unfortunately, he fell a few metres short. Mubarak's got a very short pair of hands. Does hit 1 boundary in there, though. Always nice to see him out there for Roma CC. And a few smiles being shot his way as he goes 154 for 3. Yeah, so Chris asking when's the rest of the England 11 going to be shown? Well, as soon as possible. And we're always chasing these things up. Of course, we don't want to give wrong info. That's why. And yeah, John's just following the Gibraltar T20 Premier League as well. Lathbury Lightning losing their first match last night. Oh, that's interesting. Previous champions.
Yeah, this is a smart ball there by Harpreet. Just a small, slight variation as that beats Kalumagye.
I think that Matt, from watching from Ireland, is excited to see Tim Tector, the brother of Irish player Harry Tector, in the ECC. That should be interesting as well.
Middles this, absolutely crunches it, and this is going to clear the boundary of the fielder. Was getting set to take a catch, but he'd have to be taller than a giraffe to even have a chance to get that one. Another Maximo.
Yeah, the runs keep on flowing. This is crazy town at the moment. Kalagumagay smashes it. Okay, so how long have you got to go then? Tell everyone what you're studying then in Cardiff.
It's doing 2 different disciplines of engineering basically over my time over there. This one's struck away. Is this going to beat the fielder? No, it won't. It goes straight to him, and that's a really well-taken catch. So it's a 6 and then a wicket.
Look at the shadows there for Manib. So it's not an easy catch at all, but yeah, he does gather it in the end. So he's swinging for the fences there for a good time, not a long time. Krishan, he goes for 6 and out. And the score is 160 for 5. Okay, so 2 different disciplines of engineering.
Yep.
Would a non-engineering person like me be able to understand?
Oh, it just means that I've done like electrical, electronic, and then did software. So basically 2 completely different things.
Okay, that's cool. And how long have you got to go then?
Just a few more weeks. Basically, I mean, don't actually have anything to do physically now. It's just a case of writing up now. So basically, tying a bow on the degree to put it in in the most simple form I can without boring everyone with the details. As this one goes away for a 6, and once again, it just shows you the incredible depth of this side.
The scary thing is they batted Charles at 7 here, so I mean they've whacked 160 as it is, and Charles comes out, he just baseballs that. last ball to come. I wish you the best with that. We might ask you a bit more about what Wales is like in the second innings. But right now, it's going to be a 6 and miss. 1-6-6 for Roma CC, who've done a bit of a number on the Gladiators here. Having said that, we have seen a higher chase in the series, so I won't put it in the impossible pile, but I think it'll be highly improbable as Roma CC, different looking batting lineup, but they still get the job done. Big score on the board here, first half of match 36.
As we, of course, take a look at the highlights of this first innings, of course, Marage was sensational, making 78 of 23. We take a look at some of the nice catches he took. This was Anil Kumar taking that one, 14 of 8. That was at the end of Samarakund's innings. And just look at some of these brilliant hits, of course. This was that one over which went magical. Mukhtar Singh giving up 28 runs off it. But really, it was a difficult time for all the Gladiatori bowlers. Only one over would go for single digits. It was just an absolute drubbing. And this is a rare bright spot for the Gladiatori. I mean, one thing you have to credit Roma Cricket Club for was that everybody would come in and no one would take any time to settle in. If anyone was dismissed for a cheap score, they'd make sure they hit at least one boundary and then get out the very next ball. As we, of course, take a look at the scorecard here, Marage top scoring with 78 of 23. He hit 10 sixes in his innings, going at a strike rate of just under 340. Then Samarage made 43 of 17. He played a great supporting role in the middle order, hitting 3 sixes and 4 boundaries. Then, of course, you see a lot of starts over there, but full credit to every single one of those players. They hit a 6 and then just get out the very next ball and just make sure they don't chew up too many balls for their side. And that's what helped the RCC get to a total of 166. Of course, I understand some of you might not able to see the scorecard right now, so I'll just point out some of the more important things from the bowling card for you all. Pretty dismal looking bowling card in all honesty. No real bowling figures of note. Zadran did a pretty decent job, 1 for 24 in his 2 overs. Where otherwise, you see Singh there with an economy rate of 26.5. I think you'll want to forget this game very quickly. A lone bright spot for the Gladiatori is that in both their performances so far today, they've kept extras to a minimum. Just 5 runs of extras over there, as of course, in the end, RCC posts a target of 167 for the Gladiatori to chase down. We'll be back in just a few moments' time with the second innings of this game and the final innings of our big bumper 6-game Sunday.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back. Well, more cricket than you can poke a stick at here as we're getting ready for innings 12 of a Super Duper Sunday. It is match 36 and Roma Gladiator are chasing 167 for victory. And yeah, this will be a match for the ages if they can do it. And so, having said that, they've got some batters that have been in good form. There's one of them, Harpreet, who's out there to open up. I think Mubrak Hussain will face the first ball. Mubrak's coming off some runs. He scored 74 off 24 in match 35. And so, if they can do this, then we're talking all-time highest chasers list. We'll have a look at that in a second. Anyway, it's going to be Charles to get us going. He was breathing fire earlier, but it's too quick to go. He mustn't have had the clock tick over yet. So the old classic umpire clothesline. There we go. And so, Rome Bangla Morning Sun, 175. If they could chase this 166, they'll slot nicely into third. But I know we had a little peek at the other one. We'll go back to that in a second. Here's Charles with the real first ball. Edge, and it's going to miss. It's going to get Rilla going the wrong way, and that's going to be 4. Stroke of luck, to say the least, for Mubrak. Look at Rilla. That's just a slight positioning thing where he's wrong-footed. As a keeper, I always try to make sure I wouldn't have to jump to my left, just in case that happened. And you can see, because they're so far back, it meant he had a long way to go. I think we're talking in the first innings about the amount of 200s. There we go. The 205 for all Roma is now all-time biggest. And they're one of 11 200-plus totals now in the ECN Hall of Fame. Ooh, nasty. Side edge onto the body. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again on his first day, which certainly has given him plenty of practice in the commentary box. This is Nishay Butt. Nishay, welcome back. And it might be a minor miracle, but who's to say? Maybe Gladiator can put on a big innings and chase this down.
Yeah, they need to live up to their name and really fight hard, put on a gladiatorial show here to pull off this chase. This one again just struck away, and they're going to need a whole lot of those if they want to get near this target. That's a very nice shot by Hussain.
Brilliant shot, really good shot. Takes on the short stuff. Fernando has been a bit predictable with his length. Gets an unreasonable amount of bounce because of his height. And he's just very, very zippy. And yeah, Hussain was all over that. Good batting. Good test for Hussain here as well against one of the better bowlers in the tournament.
Oh, this is a great one. I mean, he's just premeditated that stroke. He's getting a bit too predictable with his line and length, but don't take anything away from that shot. That is terrific. He watches it so closely, uses the pace of the bowler to ramp it away for an excellent boundary.
Yeah, I mean, and you might as well premeditate. I mean, Charles hasn't pitched too many up and just lets the bat do the work. Well, this was prior to the first ball, so you're saying there's a chance. 3% it might be, but I mean, if Mubrak gets going, it'll be slightly more than that. Roma CC, though, almost a shoo-in that we know that funny things happen on the European Cricket Network. Here's the comeback ball from Fernando. Will he pitch it up?
Just pitch one up. This has gone high up in the air, and it's not going to go to the boundary. It's going to land just short of the rope, and he tries to toss it back to his teammate, but there is no one there.
Right, it's the old no-look pass, and now it's going to end up in an overthrow. So, yeah, so it'll be a 3. It's like a no-look pass, but his teammate wasn't looking either. So it kind of backfired. And in the end, I suppose a 3 is better than a 4. And now Harpreet will have to face up to Fernando. The last ball of the first.
Getting set here, Harpreet. He's taking his guard. Taking a good look at the field. 2 fielders outside the ring are the fielder at long on and one at a deep third man. Rather fine deep third man. And he's just beaten for pace here by Fernando as the over comes to an end. 19 off it. Still a good start here for the Gladiatori, who are trying to pull off the 3rd highest chase in ECS history, as we, of course, take a moment to remind you that it's been 306 matches since the Golden Ball. It's been a long wait. But we just have a feeling that this series here in Rome might help us break the streak.
I've got one for you. Are you ready? Highest scoring Golden Ball ever, meaning like how high was the game tied at? Do you want to know where it was? I'll give you one guess. You should get this.
Is this for our viewers as well?
This is just for you, Nish. And if I'm saying it's just for you, where do you think the highest scoring Golden Ball was? Out of all the countries in Europe.
I'll guess Hungary.
Oh, guess again.
Italy?
You disappoint me, Grasshopper, because it is in Cyprus. That's why I asked you. So it was Golden Ball 4 back in August 2020. That's okay. Like, you're trying to be fair. And it was Cyprus Eagles versus Rian. It was 167-167. That was the score that was tied. And I'll give you one guess to redeem yourself. What do you think happened on the Golden Ball? What do you think the result was?
August 2020. Could you give me some more context? What was the
match 18 of the European Cricket Series Cyprus back in 2020. But now I've told you it was Eagles versus Rian.
It's a coin flip.
It's obviously a very batting-friendly game if it's so big. 167-167. So what do you think happened to the Golden Ball?
It was probably hit for a boundary.
You are right. In fact, it was hit for 6. And so probably into the olive groves, I think, over there. So yeah, that's going right back to the archives. That's over 3 years ago. We've had now 48 Golden Balls. And you know what's interesting? That's like 8 overs of Golden Balls. And we haven't had one wide or no ball. We've had 8 clean overs, essentially. Kalagamage has turned into a bit of a rocket ship today, hasn't he? Bowling off the long run. Bowling to Harpreet here in the second.
Oh, this was a well-directed shorter delivery, and I hope he isn't hurt over here.
He's just getting so much bounce, and he's just not quick enough to get the hands through it there. Harpreet. Wow, that's a brute of a delivery. I'm not even sure this is a bouncer, even though it gets him, because is it over the shoulder? I actually think it's not. So, I mean, yeah. Harpreet. Oh, good comeback as he just launches it down the ground for 4 runs.
This one goes away for a boundary. Harpreet managed to strike that one well, but it was all the way back in August 2020 that certainly brings back a lot of memories. Early days of the ECN. I think I probably was calling that game alongside Tim Ames in the commentary box. Of course, we had Michael Mavrikio's Productions covering that as well.
Yeah, the Wild West of 2020. Still finding our way back then, of course. And it's quite crazy to think that you've actually been with us for quite a long part of the journey because we only really started doing cricket full-time in mid-2020. And, yeah, that's around the time you came onto the scene, and we did a fair bit of cricket in Cyprus back then. And, yeah, we still plan to do more. As we get to the end of the second over, the score is 24 without loss.
As we, of course, take a look at the standings over here, our Roma Cricket Club, 9 for 9, perfect start for them to this ECS. And the Gladiator picked up their 4th win earlier today against Lanka, breaking a 6-game losing streak, but it's going to be a huge challenge for them not to return to losing ways here. Of course, I think it's going to be a huge race for that 4th spot between Asian, Latina, the Gladiator, and then potentially some of these up-and-coming sides. $24 for nothing at the end of 2, and let's see who the captain's going to go with here with the ball. Is it going to be Capanelli Goda? Seems like it will.
Yeah, it will be. It's Prabhath. Now, Prabhath, I call him Il Padrino. He's the godfather of the club, Prabhath, and he works really hard with Lorena to make Roma CC what it is, including this ground, which is, 5 years ago, it didn't really exist. So the fact that it looks in such great shape, and the fact they might have World Cup qualifiers here next year is amazing. Here's Capanelle Goda then with the ball.
This one is popped up in the air, and it's going to go for 6. So again, Hossein just demonstrating his power. He's absolutely belted that one. It was a slightly over-pitched delivery, but look at this. Gets underneath it so well and just powers it over the boundary rope.
Prabhath's a good bowler as well. He's steady. He's played a high level of cricket as well, Prabhath. But he lived in Italy for quite a while now. Hussein, 26, looking the goods.
Oh, this is another full toss, and it's going to go the distance as well. It's back-to-back sixes, and of course, most unfortunate here for Prabhat. We're just going to see the umpire now confirm that it's a 6. Bit too much width, and he can free his arms there. And of course, yeah, just going back to this state of this ground. I mean, this is one of the more beautiful creek grounds. I mean, that is a part of the tour, and I think a ground like this is one that many people, even in countries like England, would envy to play in.
Oh, for sure. It's a wonderful venue. It's only going to get better and better as well.
And this one's up in the air again. Is this a catching chance? It is. Is the fielder going to get it? Yes, he will. Really well taken. So after getting belted for a couple of sixes, Prabhat comes back strong and he dismisses the batsman. This is a huge wicket, and of course, full credit to Samarage. That one was up for an age, and he somehow manages to keep his eye on it and take it.
Yeah, no, the sun's got a bit of glare in it. And Prabhat, well, there you go. Tale of two emotions. He gets whacked a couple of times, but he bites back as Etna Lagoda comes up with the goods. Nice to see Prabhat amongst the wickets, but Hussain, again, hit the ball pretty well there, but just one time he got under it, didn't get the distance, and he has to go for 32. It's 36 for 1.
And also, it's a very scenic setting. I mean, it's particularly whenever you see the camera behind the batsman. I mean, it's just gorgeous to see that beautiful little classic Roman-themed building right there. I think this really looks like something out of a movie when you see that.
Yeah, it's the castle. Remember, we had some information about that last time, but a lot of it was made up. Anyway, well, Samaragi might get another shot at this. Well, he can't quite reel it in, so it's Muktia Singh comes out and starts with a boundary. Just want to say a quick hello to everyone who's popping into my Instagram live. Magic Spray Mary is in the chat. Well, that's nice to see you. Buenas tardes, Maria. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. En una semana más, viaja de España por European Cricket Championship, the 3rd edition. That's Magic Spray Mary there. Nice to see you. And yeah, throw some random questions in. We're into, I'm going to work out what hour this is. I think we're into the 12th hour. All right, so throw some questions in. Here's the switch.
And it's beautifully hit. Is this going to go the distance? Yes, it will. So a bit of Glenn Maxwell over there. Oh, that's a terrific shot. You're not going to see too many better than that. Decides to go for the switch hit. Wow, this is just terrific hitting. And I have to say, the Gladiator, they're facing a steep task, but the positivity they've come out with has been terrific. They're going along at the required run rate.
That's crazy, that shot. To come out and just switch a 6. Quite incredible. Well, she said encantada de verte, which means she's glad to see me. So my Spanish is slowly getting there. But anyway, how is everyone today? Into the last innings. Thought maybe I'd get a bit of company.
And this is a much more traditional T20 shot. It's a slog straight towards cow corner, and that goes for 6 as well. This is brilliant stuff. He just gets underneath that ball so well. And despite that wicket, this is an incredibly expensive over for Roma Cricket Club. The Gladiator get off to the perfect start this power play, 52 for 1.
Yeah, so 1 for 28. I used to bowl all day for 1 for 28, and Prabhat does it in 1 over. It's 52 for 1 after 3. So I suppose, look, at the moment they're going with the rate. They got a swing. Well, I've got Magic Spray Mary there. She's on my live as well. And yeah, it's worth looking into it. Mr. Maximo right now. And poco estudiando de España, pero necesito aprender más palabras. Pero gustaría estudiando. That's probably quite wrong, but I'm working on my Spanish little by little, and I'll be there in 1 week for the ECC. Will you be there, Magic Spray Mary, as we wait for a new over? It's Maragi coming on in the 4th. Hopefully you're there, and hopefully you've been playing some cricket as well. So yeah, want some questions here. A lot of people mentioning the Asia Cup today. India hammering Sri Lanka in the final. Right now, Marage, who is a former Sri Lankan first-class cricketer, he is having a pretty good time of it. But yeah, I'm looking for random questions. So it was nice to see Mary there.
This one, just a nice bit of variation there. Of course, Marage, I mean, we know how good he is as a batsman, but again, equally adept as a bowler as well. Just a terrific all-round cricketer.
Yeah, no, he is. He's super important. Yeah, so keep throwing the questions at me. Thanks to Muzz. Oh, he's saying hello. And Hornchurch, congratulations. I think they won the Conference Cup final yesterday. I sent them a bit of a message. Hornchurch, of course, our ECL 23 club from England. Wimbledon
have qualified. I saw that they won by 15 runs against San Diego Town in the English final today at the county ground. Okay, you'll probably go shopping here, try and tempt Mukjar into something. It's clever, it's good Yorker, isn't it? But yeah, come on, round of question time. Yeah, Wimbledon coming next year. I'm multitasking again. I'm always multitasking. Hello to Jack Beattie. Hello to Sid Bates as well.
Goes for the reverse hit again, but this time it's not going to work out. But they might get to benefit of overthrows here, but I just don't think the non-strikers and Singh was ready for it.
I think this is probably a good option because I think he had to hit them, right? And they really could argue saying, hey, throw it to me. But I'm not so sure he would have had time to get the ball and get on stumps. It wasn't the greatest position from Sujith that time.
Yeah, this one is absolutely belted straight down the ground. That goes for 6, so Heartbreak joining in on the party as well. And again, they just need to keep hitting boundaries at regular intervals. They can't afford to have a quiet over or two. Just as good stuff there, and that over and gone for just 2 runs before that big hit. 8 off it in the end. As the Gladiator, well, they just trend back down below the red line because of that relatively quiet over. But again, they just hit a boundary every over. They'll hang in this thing.
Yeah, and so, yeah, swinging. They're pretty much up at the rate, not quite, but close. They're 60 after 4, so they're 15 and over. And, yeah, they need, I'm going to guess, ballpark 18. What have we got? Yeah, 17.83 and over. As Samaragi, very good left-arm spinner as well. He's going to come and bowl over number 5. Surya Hussain Suborna saying, good luck to her husband, Mubarak Hussain. Well, he was pretty good while he was there. He's batted really well today, but he made 32 in this one. And yeah, any random questions, why don't you throw them at us? Just going back. A few people saying there's been a few moves over Cow Corner, but then it's kind of horse corner here because we've got horses nearby. Haven't seen too many of them today. Ooh.
That was absolutely cracked. I mean, you could hear that crack from probably all the way in Venice. That was viciously hit. Just a beautiful sound off the bat.
That was absolutely smoked. Well, if someone could just have a heater here, you got to string together a few high-scoring overs. You know, a couple of magicals in there. You never know your luck. Ooh, this is almost chopped on, but he'll get away with it for a single. At least, you know, if they're going to go down, they're going to go down swinging here, Nish.
Certainly. I mean, we did say they'd have to play like their name, and they've shown a very strong spirit here early. Gladiator goes for the reverse hit again. He connects again, but is he going to find the fielder? Oh, no, he will. Oh, he really deserved a boundary just for that attempt, but unfortunately, well, the fielder's there to spoil the party. He takes that catch.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky. It's a good shot. Denim Seneviratne, he covers a lot of ground there out in the outfield, and it couldn't have been more to him. So, I mean, I don't mind the thinking, kind of going with the movement of the left-arm spinner. So it's brave, isn't it? And although it worked for him a couple of times, he's going to have to go, and it's 68 for 2. But here comes Shadam Gul Zadran. Now here's the guy who's ripped his groin off the bone yesterday, doesn't really care, just gets on with it, and he's going to come out to bat at number 4.
We saw Zadran make 36 of 12 yesterday against Roma, and he's going to need to play a similar innings here as well to give his side a chance. The good thing, though, is that Heartbreak, he's got his eye in as well. He's hit a couple of big 6s and a boundary, so Gladiator, whoever's come in so far, has played their part. They've chipped in with a big score, and Zadran needs to do that too.
Hello to Aman, who's in the chat, and also hello to Charlie Hunt. Well, Charlie, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Let us know where in the world you are, Charlie, at the moment.
Yeah, this one's chipped up. It's going to beat the fielder. And oh, was there a chance there? Probably would have been difficult, but
yeah, tough one. Maragi certainly made ground pretty quickly, didn't he? Hello to Rohit, hello to Hornchurch CNC, and once again, if you just joined us in the Instagram live, well done to Hornchurch for winning the Conference Cup final yesterday, and congratulations to Wimbledon for winning the English final today. They put their place in ECL 24.
This one's popped up in the air. It's another catching opportunity, and it's well taken. And again, they've been near perfect in the field, Roma. They don't let anything slip by, and that's another catch. And a very important wicket as well, of course. A Heartbreed, he got his start, but unfortunately he can't quite kick on. He departs having made 18 of 10 balls.
Yeah, and so it's going to be all over Red Rover at the end of the 5th. The 3rd wicket falls, 69 for 3. Once again, it's been solid outfielding, hasn't it, from Roma CC here, the defending champions. This is what's coming up over the next few weeks. Of course, we've got the ECI, which is next weekend, involving Italy, Finland and Austria. Of course, 31 teams will take part in the Euros of Cricket. For men, that is, starting on the 25th of September. The women's version, end of the year. In between that, more cricket in Croatia, Malta and Spain.
This is a great way to round out another terrific year on the network. As we see a Maragi coming in for his 2nd over. This is absolutely belted by Zadran, carrying on where he left off yesterday against Roma. Awesome shot, as we of course see Shub giving that ball a chase.
Well, let's see how Shub goes trying to find that one, but Zadran gives it the kitchen sink and most of the microwave. Well, guess what? Straight onto it. The next ball. They're obviously not using that ball because it went so far. So they got a replacement ball, and here's the next delivery from Marage, which is pushed through and just heading down the leg side, but beat Zadran for pace.
Oh, is this one out? He's going to look for it. Yes, the umpire's given it. That one's probably going on to hit a middle and off stump, and it's the end of Zadran's innings. He hit one nice blow, but then he departs shortly after that.
Pretty adjacent. I actually think on second look, this might have just hit him outside the line there. Yeah, has that hit him in line or just outside?
Question marks about the impact here.
Yeah. So look, to be fair, it looked dead live, but I think he's a bit unlucky there, Zadran. If you look at it again, but he missed the ball, it was going to hit the stumps. I think no doubt about that. He cracks one out of the ground, but goes soon after. He's the 4th wicket to fall at 75 for 4. It's a tough one because most of his pad was in line with the stumps, and just that little bit was outside, and I think it hit on the outside of the pad. Hello to Zagreb Assassins who are watching from Croatia. Looking forward to seeing you hopefully in the ECS in Croatia, which we were just talking about then. As the next ball gets hit away for a single. And Sandeep asking about Priyanjan and Banuka for Kent Lanka, but yeah, my word is they're not available at the moment. Got Irosh Vimukti, who's doing some somersaults for us this morning for Kent Lanka. Irosh, good to see you in the chat as well. And thanks everyone for joining us. I'll keep it open for a couple more minutes if you want to shoot any questions my way.
Yeah, just going back to our umpires, of course, we've given a lot of credit to some of these players for the sheer amount of matches they play, but huge amount of credit to them as well. Of course, we've had umpires, I'll just mention that right after this ball, as this is beautifully played. I mean, Niazi makes some room for himself and strikes it towards cover. This is a great looking shot.
Yeah, like I say, they've got a lot of guys who can swing the bat. Roma Gladiator. And, yeah, smacked away. And Niazi, I mean, he's a guy, I know he's struggling with a couple of little minor injuries, but he's class. He's wearing the England helmet once worn by Sam Billings.
And this one is just played towards cover. But yeah, just to go back and give a shout out to some of our umpires. Of course, umpire Mehboob, Nirmal, Suleiman Saeed, and Ian Ramage. They've all done such a great job today over these huge slate of games we've had. So yeah, big shout out to all our officials.
So here's has a question in the chat, and it's a random question. What do cricket and golf have in common? All right.
Both use a ball.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things that, obviously there's a few things that are obvious, like they're ball sports, they're hitting sports, they play on grass. But there's obviously something specific that he's talking about. And I don't know what it is. No one's got it yet. Yeah, you can't really play them in the rain, Matt says. They last a while, except for the ECN, says Matt. Good question. I'm going to say I give up. Can you think of any other things they got in common? This.
I mean, maybe if you look at sort of technique to drive, are there some similarities to a player just hitting a six if it's in his arc?
Maybe it's about the origins of the game. Maybe they come out of something similar. Obviously being hitting sports. Yeah, well, in the Instagram they're saying, yeah, in both games you have to hit balls. Yeah, that's true. All right. We want the answer now. Now you've got to think about it. What is the bit that you're talking about? 10-7 local now. We're winding down. 4 overs to go in the day. And Denham's getting a bowl. Well, they must be comfortable. Here we go. Ah, Denim Senavaratne, you beauty. He gets Niazi. He's as good as a test player because he's wearing a test helmet. And look, everyone's loving this. Denim, who'd never even bowled, maybe in his life before this series, but he just keeps cleaning up wickets.
I'll say this is a lovely flighted delivery that's gone on to crash onto the off stump as he picks up his second wicket of the day. I mean, I don't know if he can believe he's got the wicket as well.
Yeah. It's, yeah, Niazi, I suppose he's got to go at something extraordinary like 22 and overs. You can't really blame him for going for it, but yeah. Wicket for Denham, first ball. He'll be eyeing off a bit of a haul here with 1 for none off 1 ball. Yeah, okay. Still waiting for the question. John Gray asking, final random question. Which ECN ground, aside from Khartoum, has the best facilities? Oh, good question. Ooh, would have been another one. When we went to the Netherlands at Sparta, that was very good. I've got to say that. This one, the ground's beautiful. Probably they've got plans for the clubhouse and everything. They haven't quite materialised yet, but they're hopeful that it will. It's a really good question. Switzerland was great, but it didn't have a cricket pitch, so probably can't pick that. But obviously all the infrastructure was there for football and even rugby. Oh, it comes back and bites back, hits him in the glove. This is Gurpreet Raj and keeper. What's this? Comes back, hits him in the gloves, and actually carries. Yeah, it's actually off the top of the handle of the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why it almost bounced all the way back to Dedham. I'll keep thinking about that.
Oh, he's been cleaned up. He's managed to get his second wicket, and Senavaratne keeps getting wickets. I mean, most of this ground is in utter disbelief, but he's bowled absolutely terrifically today. His 3rd wicket in just his 2nd over of the day.
Wow. Denham Senavaratne. Well, that Italy team, if they need a swing bowler, and I think Denham might have to get on the program, because this one comes in, makes a mess of the stumps. And so, well, I was just saying, oh, how is getting people out? Well, it did happen. You're not living in an alternate universe. Denham Senavaratne, the destroyer, he's got 2 wickets now in 4 balls. Yeah, so thanks everyone for all of the questions. I'm going to shut down my Instagram now, and thanks to marketer Chintan. He's saying he's looking forward to hearing the commentary, and of course ECC Rico will be back there as well.
Oh, he gets another one. This is a terrific ball. I mean, this is an in-swinging Yorker. And I mean, the batsmen are chuckling after getting out. What are we seeing here?
I don't know what we're seeing. So it's a golden duck. If Denham's on the hat-trick board at the end of the year, oh, well, he will love it. But look, to be fair to him, it's not quick, but he's getting it in the right spot and he's moving it.
Oh, this is just a lovely ball. I mean, as I said, in-swinging Yorker. It's coming back in quite a way. And I think both of the last 2 batsmen who've been dismissed have been in utter disbelief. They've been chuckling on the way out, which tells you all you need to know, as he's going to be greeted by a golden Derek.
Oh, boy. Yeah, well, at least he'll get away before the sun sets, as the score now, 82 for 7, a hat-trick ball coming up. Big question, final opening. Vishal's asked me in chat, probably because he's had a few little injury problems, including rolling his ankle. But I want to say thanks to everyone. But yeah, well, this will be one for the ages. I'm going to go out and say it. This will be my favourite hat-trick of the year. And we've had how many? We've had 34. If Denham can pull a hat-trick out here, it's like kind of day 5 late in the piece. All right, here's Denham Senavaratne. Hat-trick ball.
Oh, it's been blocked out. I mean, that is complete respect of the batsman over there.
He's got to get another over, though. I hate to say it. They got 2 slips that went everyone in. I mean, it's a pretty good ball. But Zulkarnain Ali said, no, you don't. End of 7 overs. the score 82 for 7. This is what's coming up tomorrow, Nish. You'll be doing tomorrow and Tuesday. I'll be back on Wednesday, but I will be lurking. Kent Lanka, big day for them. They play 3 times. Also Castellina. Those are the 2 teams playing catch-up, and they do have a fair bit of catching up to do.
Yeah, Castellina, I mean, when they started off this tournament making scores of 34 and 35, we thought they wouldn't even have a chance of getting within a victory, but they managed to get their first win of the tournament, and tomorrow is a big day for them. I think seeing some of the slides the likes of the Capanelli have had, as well as the Gladiator, might just give them some hope to potentially be a dark horse to grab that 4th spot for the knockout stages.
Yeah, you're right there.
Yeah, this one is absolutely belted. It's going to clear the fielder. It was a nice effort there. I think a good jump. I mean, if you're measuring his vertical jump, I think he'd do pretty well. That was Kalugamage over there.
Yeah, it would have been a good one to haul in. Oh, yeah, having a bit of fun now. Well, that's actually a pretty good bowler. Oh, he does get sent first ball.
This is just played away towards the fielder recover. It's just a single, but at this stage you can see RCC were 136 for 3, so the Gladiator, I have to credit them. They put in a great fight with the bat, but they've just lost a few too many wickets along the way, and it's begun to become a rather steep task for them, although, again, a good opportunity here for Udin and Ali at the end to put in a nice showcase to potentially be promoted up the order.
Yeah, that's a good point. All you can do is try and... Oh, this will be good. This will be out if he hits. No, he misses. Now they think for a second they won't take it. But yeah, I mean, it's yeah, obviously disappointing to lose, but you know, it gives them an opportunity, doesn't it, to give some other players a bat and see what they can do, give them a bit more confidence. Rahat makes the stop here. It's been a great day of action, 6 days, and I've got to say well done to the Blue Crew and the officials and everyone, all the players. They've been really punctual. It's been a big day. This will almost be caught, and now it'll probably run away for 4. Well, hopefully there's no injuries there. And that's Apuhami, who's been struggling a bit with an injury. That's why I don't think we've seen bowling all the time. He hurls himself at that, but can't get it. 4 runs. But yeah, it's been a big effort to get the 6 games in with a reduced time slot as well, obviously, between games. And in the end, we've done it fairly easily. So well done to everyone. As we have 2 overs left in the day right now, it's 95 for 7.
Yeah, as you can see, the Gladiator got off to a flyer of a start. They were going at just about 17 and over, but then you can just see that sort of cluster of wickets when they lost in the middle overs. That just meant they lost their way ever so slightly. But again, I have to say, full credit to them for showing some great spirit. Really, you feel this game was lost in the first innings. Of course, had they chased down this target, it would have been the 3rd highest chase in ECS history as Senavarutne comes in for his 2nd over. He's bowled 2 overs so far today and got 4 wickets to them. Can he get some more? Oh, he will! He's got a 4th wicket and he's on for the fifer. Dennis Senavarutne is on for the fifer. And each time he's just bowling these beautiful, beautiful fuller deliveries that are just coming right back into the right-hander. And this would be one of the finest moments on the network if he can get another wicket. I mean, he's got 5 balls to go for the fifer.
What's going on here? I mean, Dennis Senavarutne. This is absolutely insane. He's got 4 for 1, and he's got 5 balls left. I'm going to throw something out here. You could even get a 6 for. Couldn't get a 7 for. They'll be out of wickets. Denham, I mean, I think maybe they're yawning before the ball reaches, and it's just throwing them off their stroke. But Denham could get a 5 for here. What are we watching? And now he gets the bowl at 10 and 11 as well. Although Kulvin is not a bad bat. Coming in very low. He'll be facing up.
4 for 1. I promise you the score isn't written the wrong way around. Is he going to get the fifer? Goes for the big hit. This one's... Is it going to split the fielders? No, it won't. That's a great bit of fielding by Kalugamage. As, of course, we just take a look at the Hall of Fame, the 5-wicket haul so far this year. And are we going to see his name added to this list? Senavarutne, 4 balls left for him to get a fifer.
Missed the hat trick. Could he get on the 5-wicket Hall of Fame? We've only had 1 here in Italy and Rome. It was Onkar Singh.
That one's a full toss, and it's going to be struck away. So 3 balls left now. I mean, this would be one of the most welcome additions to the 5-wicket haul list.
Yeah. Denham, who'd never even bowled on ECN in like 3 years. He's coming on and just cleaning everyone up. I mean, I think he only realised he bowls left-handed about 3 days ago. Well, he's been incredible. All right. Let's see if he's got it in him.
Oh, a little bit of width there. He's got to aim for the stumps. 2 balls to go. Aim for the stumps. He's incredibly managed to get almost all of his wickets. Thanks to balls and LBWs.
To be fair to Denham, he's really showing that accuracy is everything. It's not quick, but it's accurate. He's got a little bit of movement. He's just throwing the batter's timing off. The slower it is, the easier it is to miss time.
Yeah, we saw Kirby doing that earlier today as well, just only at a slower pace. But oh, is that one going to slip past the batsman? No, it doesn't. There was half a chance there. Again, last ball. He's got 1 ball to get that 5-wicket haul.
Denham, I want you to picture a future where your name is there as 5-wicket haul number 26. You got 1 more chance. Everyone around the ground say, come on, Denham. You live a long, fruitful life, we hope, but you may never get this chance again. So no pressure. Here we go. Last ball of the 9th. Denham for a 5-fer.
Oh, he got it spot on. It was a Yorker, and he just manages to block that out, Rom. And really, he should be greeted with a chorus of boos for that.
Oh, you know what? Denham is everything I love about European cricket in one. You know, he's a guy who loves playing the game. He loves his team. He loves his club. He always has a smile on his face. He works really hard on the ground, in all seriousness. You know, he's one of the characters. He's always a smiling face to pick us up from the airport when we arrive in Rome. And he just enjoys life. And he'll really enjoy his best figures ever on ECN of 4 for 5. Well done, Denham.
I wish we could turn that around and make that a 5 for 4, but fortunately we don't have the power to do that. As come to the final over, it's been an incredible 6-game day so far. We've seen some terrific matches. Of course, we started off with a terrific match between Kent Lanka and the Capanelli, who faced each other twice. They would split that 2-game set, as this one is, oh, that's once again great work by Fernando out in the deep end. So the Roma Cricket Club, they've been involved in 3 matches today as well. Looks like they're going to make it 10 wins in 10 over here.
Yeah, it's with sharp work. Christian, good fielder.
This one is just played away, and yeah, been a really fun 6 games here on a Sunday. I think they've all been very entertaining. We've seen runs scored, great catches taken, plenty of fun moments along the way.
Yeah, definitely. It's been great, and yeah, long day, but a very good day. And obviously, every day is quite important in determining the 4.
This one's just going to take a top edge, and is it going to trickle over to the boundary rope? It's going to stop right in front of the rope, agonizingly for Ali. But he'll still manage to pick up a couple of runs, as of course Roma Cricket Club just giving a few different bowlers a chance to roll their arm as Kurupu comes in for his first over.
I don't mind this, Kurupu giving a chance to get involved in the game. Oh, and he'll get a wicket. There's a little pop-up there, so that's 9 down. So, wow. Time to reverse the bowling order, I think, because slow's the way to go. You see, that just popped a bit off the surface. And yeah, fairly simple catch taken by through to Upper Hammy there, who just comes in. And so they're down to their last wicket now. Roma Gladiators, 102 for 9. With 2 balls remaining, possibly, in the day.
And, of course, a chance to, for a few new batsmen to swing their bat, of course. Just 1 wicket left. It's going to be Anil Kumar, who's, of course, been a magnet for the ball.
I mean, Anil's
in the 2 games Gladiator have played, but now gets a chance to do some batting as well. 2 balls left in today's action.
Given the situation, they've also batted some guys higher that maybe would not normally bat so high. I mean, Anil's no number 11, but he's coming in at 11. 2 to go on the day.
And that's nice forward defense by Anil Kumar. Not something you would typically see.
See, Anil is kind of like, he's like a cricket troll. Like, he'll do whatever annoys the other team the most. I'll probably just block this for fun. Anyway, last ball of the day. All right, here's a go. And he might nick a 4. It's going, and it is not 4. So he'll get one of the world's slowest singles. That takes us to the end of the day. Great job, Nish. We've done it. We've gotten to the end of the 6-game day. We do it, finishing at pretty much the regular time. Just a couple of minutes after 7 o'clock. But Roma CC, they continue now. They're a perfect 10 out of 10. Tomorrow, we won't see them, but we will see plenty of Kent, Lanka and Castellina, who have 3 games each. Royal Roma play a couple of times. Capanelli finished their campaign as well. So watch out for them. It'll be a big day. I know that you'll be here. I'll take a couple of days off. I'll be back on Wednesday. I want to say big thanks to all the chatters as well. Hopefully you can continue to enjoy this Rome series as we head into week 2 tomorrow. Let's rock and roll the highlights. In the end, as we thought, the amount of runs was just a little bit too much weight to bear. That wasn't going to put Mubarak Hussain off playing some shots though early.
No, it wasn't. He made 32 of 11, clubbed 4 sixes, and the Gladiator were off to a flyer of a start, making 52 runs in the power play. That was the first wicket that fell. That was a very well taken catch by Galumage, the end of Harpreet, who got off to a good start, but there's one thing the top order for the Gladiator were guilty of, was they would get off to nice starts, but no one was quite able to go on and make that big innings. Of course, hard to say, hard to do, I should say, when chasing down such a big target. You just have to keep hitting throughout the innings. This was a very good looking shot, made some room, and struck that one away. And then there, of course, was one of the most exciting phases of the game when we were on Seneviratne 5-wicket haul watch. Of course, he picked up 4 wickets and fell just short of a fifer. I mean, he bowled a couple of snorters at the end, but somehow they were blocked out by the batsman.
Yeah, and the thing is, he actually has the batters laughing. It's not easy to get guys out and then have them kind of just smiling at you saying, how'd you do that to me? But in the end, I mean, they won it in the first half, didn't they? And the scary thing for their opponents is they did it, batting Fernando at 7, changing things up a bit. I mean, they're just looking so strong at the moment. But still, with 5 days to go in this tournament, anything can happen. Of course, when we get to finals Friday, they'll have to win 2 straight. And Rome always throws up surprises in the finals. 32 to Hussain looked good, but only 32, unfortunately, for him. 18s for Harpreet and Mukhtar. But have a look at Denim Senaratne, the destroyer. He goes bang, 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 bang. 4 wickets, all bowled. And actually, 4 wickets is the equivalent of a century in fantasy points. He finishes 4 for 5. 2 wickets for Samaraga in their singles for Eknela Goda. Good to see Prabhath getting a wicket, as well as Dinu Maragi and Karupu. But once again, I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there. It's been wonderful to have your company. And it has been a big day. 6 games a day. So we don't do it very often. And Nish, what a great day for you to spend your first day in Italy. I hope you enjoyed it.
No, it was a really enjoyable day. The games just flew by. I mean, they were so exciting. We saw a number of exciting things. We saw some great catches taken, a one-handed blinder by the wicketkeeper, and also some beautiful hits.
That's true. So I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat. I want to say one special thank you again to all the officials, to the teams, to all the Blue crew, and our Tyler's crew at Spring Productions, because that is such a long day for them in the heat, and they go over and above every single day. So our heartfelt thanks go out to everyone that made this possible. And yeah, it was great to see Kent Lanka. I mean, they would have started in the middle of the night, and they've had a long journey, a long day. The fatigue will be a factor for them, I'm sure. Okay, they get a win in there, but I mean, they need to get moving. Castellina, of course, they have 1 win in the series. They've got an uphill battle as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to lurking for the next couple of days. I wish you all the best of luck as well. Not that you need it. You've done a really good job. I know you've been following the series. But yeah, I think that in 48 hours, when I come back, I'll have a slightly better idea of what that form might look like as we head into the last couple of days of group action.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 big days. And again, I think we got some dark horses emerging in this tournament. In the next 2 or 3 days, they're going to be absolutely pivotal.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I just want to remind everyone, if you haven't already, please like this video. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. And you can tell them that tomorrow we're a week away from the ECC. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket, including the HCL software play of the day, and also the home of cricket, EuropeanCricket.com. Slowly but surely, those ECC squads are coming together. Well, I can hear the music in the distance, and that means the end-of-day highlights are coming up thanks to our wonderful crew at Spring Productions. But for now, here's Vinny Sanderhu, Mr. Maximo, with Nishay Bart. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a wonderful and safe Sunday night, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta pronto.
7 bits of wood and a tick ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying on the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind, standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for saves. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style, cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go, she sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. Lower ball, but he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Gidna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying, and the fielder makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a Kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind, standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for saves. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style, cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in. But the shaka.